noon, 3 past midday, high tide of 1.77 metres, so a bit of tidal swing out here today.
I'm liking these sort of even numbers. High at 12, 360 degrees or 0 degree north swell. And just generally nice and even. It's all sort of very balanced, this part of the world, isn't it?
Live
It all
action
works.
grown. Oh, nice rail jam from him. And he looks very balanced and even on that board as he throws buckets of spray with a little whipping slash on the inside and a quick exit. So a couple of numbers come in for Grown. I reckon they'll be decent.
Yeah, showing his forehand and his backhand, and surfed them both really, really well. Not huge numbers, but consistent numbers. 5.43 and then a 3.07. And pulls the trigger here. Blackboard. One of these guys riding the blackboard. Not sure that's a spray or an actual part of the construction. Just didn't get enough sort of variety on that one. Didn't put enough into some of those bigger turns. That's only got a 3. Judges, it all works. You got to impress them today. You just can't do functional clean surfing. You've got to add a bit of wow factor. And that didn't have a whole lot. Nice finish though. Great. Gets a 3 to back up his 5.
Jason tweeting in from Truro in Cornwall, saying he's really enjoying the broadcast. Great job. Always stoked to have you online, Jace. He said it looks pretty mountainous there. Wants to know about the highest point in the Azores, Ben.
The highest point in the Azores.
Pico de Vara, obviously.
Yeah.
Coming in at 1,105 metres, or if you're a feet kind of a person, that's 3,625 feet. And it's a beauty spot. We've hiked up that. We went up there, did that yin yoga marathon for the sunrise. And, wow, we didn't really want to come down. We had the heats were going to start, but we were kind of...
I don't think I ever have, really. And, yeah, it's mountainous. It's the range. You know, these mountains. Well, mountains? When's a hill become a mountain, Paul? That's a tweet there from Nigel from Norwich. But yeah, it's the thing about the this place. It rises quickly and then bang, you're on the other side of the island. It dips down to the ocean. It's all condensed. It's like you get all these geological factors in the one moment. Speaking of condensing and unleashing, Mignot, can he go? Oh, you can't hang on to that, surely.
Oh, what?
Wow.
Marco Mignot loves it. Oh. Wow, all sorts of stuff there. We had the little praying hands. He sort of touched the forehead. He beat the chest. He slapped the water. Okay, so he's fired up. He beasted that turn on the end. Did a good slash before that. Could be a really big number coming from Marco here.
Yeah, I'd written him off, I'll be honest. I mean, the first turn was strong. Look at that. Boom. And then this one was so late. Oh. Don't know how he managed to hang on to that, but he did. And that's why he's so fired up. The Frenchman spent a lot of time in Mexico. Sort of citizen of the world. And I'm not sure how he rode out of that. Because we were talking about yesterday, Paul, completions were an issue. A lot of people they were going for it. And commitment was there, but the execution was a bit awry. Not then.
Good number. He gets a 6. Gets a 6. Sorry, that was his previous. Excuse me. I thought that was a bit mean. He gets a massive number. 8-3 in for Marco. I was thinking, wow, 6 judges haven't had their breakfast this morning. They weren't able to steal from the buffet. I tell you what, they've thrown big points at that man. 8-8-3 for Marco Mignot. So he'll go excellent. Gets a 6 prior to that. He's got a massive total of 14-8-3. And with 16-21, he's looking really good.
Yeah, he's a lock pretty much. Massive numbers, early doors. Setting the stall out early is Mignot. And big numbers. And that makes, well, first place, if not second, almost inevitable. And he's on fire. No wonder he's bashing his chest and waving his arms around. That was a huge score, and there hasn't been many ridden anything under that one. Thomas Debier has been beaten that in the whole event, so yeah, looking good.
We'll pick up vision here. This looks like Cavallini on a tight left. Ooh, that was really nicely done. He just whipped that one up. Doesn't get another section. That was a great turn. Done with speed, kind of lightness of touch. He would have loved it if he got a chance to take on the lip on a second section. Wasn't there though. Just a quick one for Enzo. Set still stacking up. You can see the size. There's plenty of it. Let's get another look at this wave from Enzo. Nice and light on his feet here.
Yeah, nice. Enzo just coming out there, coming out strong. More tweets coming in. Got one here from Frederico. Frederico from Foster in New South Wales. He's saying he's loving the Lighthouse track. He's saying, I can't believe you can get a free Lighthouse tour on a Wednesday. He's hoping that should be
fair,
that should be worldwide.
They're very reasonably priced the other days of the week. It's not prohibitive.
You're saving €2, but it's more the gesture, I think. But he's saying, what's the oldest lighthouse? You know, he's obviously a bit of a lighthouse buff, this kid.
In the world?
No, in the Azores. He said, he wants to go back in history.
I know there's a good one on Tessera, but I don't know how old it is.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a couple of good ones on Tessera, I reckon.
Yeah, there is. But I think the oldest one's the Ponta de Arnell, which is the one on San Miguel. I think that was started off. Still in continuous operations, 1876, I think. Ooh. You'll find Frederico. So if you want to get a bit of light-out history, get up there on the Ponta de Arnell. It's right on that top of that little ledge, that windy little road that goes up to the top ledge on the other side of the island. Beautiful place to go. And today, on a Wednesday, she's free.
Just one of the many cultural attractions in the Azores. Things to see and visit. Surfing has our attention for the moment, though, particularly the surfing of Marco Mignot, who's posted huge numbers. Goes right up into the excellent range with a couple of backhand hits, 8.83, 6 prior to that as well. And those are huge scores in any kind of heat. 14.83 live action from Groen, the German. Oh, there's a nice turn on the rail. Jamming in the pocket. That's nice as well. Just knife it into the lip. I like his combos. I like what he's got. I like his power. I like his spray. I like Dylan.
Yep, Dylan's looking strong. Swing hard to get he's surfing smooth, surfing powerfully, but just doesn't have that real sort of, as I said, that wow factor. He looks smooth. Comes around the corner here. Oh, so much spray. And a nice little juicy section, gets it up. Could have got the fins out there a little bit more. Nice surfing from Groen. Got more tweets coming in about Buffet Gate, Paul.
It's a real one of those topics. Really sort of polarised the Twitter sphere, isn't it?
Yeah, it has.
I think a lot of people are questioning your authenticity, though, Ben.
I've got one here from Jennifer from Buenos Aires. As we see, Mignot looking to go. She's gone. Well, the buffet question. She's interested. She can see both sides. She's fairly impartial, Jennifer, but she's saying, what if you were to ask the breakfast people, the staff, if you could actually take away, say, look, I haven't got time, can I take away your food? Is that acceptable? And I say, yes, it is, because that's not thieving, that's asking permission. And we saw...
It's not worth their job. Okay, they work hard. They could get in trouble, Ben, and I don't think we should put them in that sort of pressure. Pressure with the rest of the pack chasing Marco Mignot at the moment. We're going to go to a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll bring you more live action from beautiful Azores.
Welcome to the show.
Let's do it.
I don't want to say mix getting comboed.
For me, going to Chopu, I kind of say bring it on.
Billy is being treated in a hospital.
You look famous.
I look famous.
Yeah, you don't.
You're ruining my vibe, man.
Oh, yeah. I'll show you guys some of the secrets.
Come check it out.
Nothing is ever still. There is this flow that we need to surrender to. We need to go with it. Because deep down we know, wherever the wind blows, life will continue to find its perfect route. A place for new adventures, more freedom, and better living. Azores, safe by nature.
Welcome back to live action from the Azores Airlines Pro. Marco Mignot with a strong lead in this one right now. Leads Portuguese Joaquim Chavez. Groen with a bit of work to do back in third. For 6.08. Now going to come in for the German. Live action Cavallini. Good backhand turn from him. A ton of speed. Ooh, there's another nice one. And he hits it a couple of times in quick succession. Looking to move up. At the moment, he's just got small numbers, a 3 and a 2. And looking at Chavez, a score of 11.5 means he's going to need probably a couple of 6s, is Enzo. He might be on his way to one of them there, though. That was decent.
It was clean, wasn't it? Just that second turn. A little bit rushed, a bit of a funny section, but I like that aggression in the first turn from Enzo. Kind of interesting spray on his board and found a little clean section. And yeah, ripped it. But whether it's enough, he needs a big score here. He needs a 6.08. Here he drives around. Boom, right in the pocket. And gets the second one in. So it's 2-turn combo. He only needs a 6. I like it. Like it from Cavallini. But during the break, this happened also. Mignot already on a massive heat total. Trying to improve on a 6. So he's feeling it. And Grown has been busy. This time he's back and winds up. First turn is strong. And then gets a second. Oh, it's so much spray on this man. And then a third, so that's good surfing from Grown. We added that, saying that wow factor wasn't there. Well, he just added a bit of wow. And saw a little high-pitched exclamation of joy from Paul Evans, and good surfing from Grown.
Yeah, he's on his way to a number here, 608, the requirement to threat.
Was that a small groan of pleasure?
Yeah, it was.
Pleasure, was it?
It was, yeah. And sort of involuntary, it just came out. He needs a 608 to go up to second. And that's where we are in this with 920. So important numbers for Grown and Cavallini. Loads of tweets coming in. The breakfast buffet chat has really got everybody fired up. I think a couple of things that I'm really getting from the hashtag breakfast buffet gate, Ben, is a lot of people questioning, essentially calling you a liar, saying you're one of those guys kind of says certain stuff in public but acts very differently in private. Actually, from what I've seen of Ben, from what I know of him, I'd say that's pretty much spot on. Also, another interesting thread on Breakfast Gate is it's not necessarily about satiating the hunger. It's about the thrill, isn't it? The thrill of getting caught, Ben. It's enticing, isn't it? It's exciting.
Yeah,
isn't
see,
it?
that's where...
You wrap up your little sandwich in your napkin. Did they see me? Didn't they? And they're going to go, excuse me, sir, when you're on your way to the door of the dining area.
Yeah, and that thrill...
Oh, the adrenaline.
That thrill that you're getting is the thrill that you know, because you know you're doing something wrong, don't you? You know deep down you're doing something wrong.
I mean, what's wrong, what's right, what's up, what's down?
Well,
do we really exist? Who knows?
I mean, there's some big questions there, but I'll tell you what, if you're getting your thrills from trying not to get caught stealing a croissant, you might want to get your thrills in other sections of your life, but your call. You live and die by the buffet, yeah. And there's a lot to take in.
Number in for Grown. And he gets a 5.97, comes in slightly under. Bring his total down though, improves his high score. Now he's looking for 5.54. Cavallini gets a decent number of his own, 5.33 as well. So these are back at this now. They're well within reach of Chavez. It's a 6.17, the requirement for Enzo. It is a 5.54, the requirement for Dylan. And we game on with 7.5 minutes. Ben, still pumping.
Yeah, still swell. Still some energy out there. There's real power on these waves. One of them, they get you. They grab you by the neck and sort of throttle you. So, 4 or 5 foot, whatever you want to call it, it's still really, really strong. And these guys doing quite well to manhandle most of it. Grown so close now to Chavez, only needing a 5.54 and a 6.17. Tweets coming through, of course. Go on here, a bit off topic, but I still like it. And that's Nigella. She's down there in the Amalfi Coast. She hasn't had a lot of board chat. She's new to the sport and she's wondering about this thing called litres, volume. She says, Paul, do I get involved in litres, she's saying basically, or do I stick to the size? And
Yeah.
it's a tricky one.
Good question. I'll keep out of it.
Keep out of the volume chat?
Surfing's tricky enough as it is. Yeah. Don't confuse yourself. Let's check out a recap in this heat. See how it's gone down. With about 6 minutes to go. Grown, getting business early on, Ben.
Yeah, he was busy from the start. This is the chronological order of the way the heat's gone down, and he's just adding some numbers here. This is his best wave, 5.97. He surfed really well all heat. Can't get out of that sort of 5 zone. This wave did get out of that 5 zone. Just a little bit more oomph at the end. You watch the fins get released here. Just that little bit of release got him up into a 6.17 there, and it's got him the second. Enzo is fighting back here. It's his best wave, really sharp in the pocket. And another one comes out. So Cavallini surfing well. Grown going again. A little bit caught in that last one. And a big turn. So that was Marcos Mignot. His wave here though, this is the best wave of the morning, an 8.83 for this. Boom, and then this section looked impossible. Slammed it so hard, there was such a thick lift, and somehow rode out. Look at his response. He loved it, and that's got him a massive lead in this heat, and pretty much booked his path through to the round, the next round, round of 32. We've got the rest of them rounds of 64, another 8 heats to do in the round of 64. Then we're going on to the women's. We're into the round of 24, so plenty of heats coming your way today. Probably around the halfway stage of competition already, Paul.
Just looking at admiring the work of Mignot, though, improving, not resting on his laurels, getting a 7.67 and just belting this. The backhand hit, the first one was mental. Got a kind of okay second turn, and once again gets the better of the end section. So many people have gone down. Let's have a look at this from Cavallini.
Oh, you could see the fins come out of the water. So he got airborne as he fell down, and that just meant when the fins re-engaged, the board slowed down, but he didn't. He went forward and couldn't hang on, but yeah, great surfing from Cavallini. He's going to go again. He's going to kick out left on the end.
I like the risks he's taking. It's a good strategy from him. I like it. He's not necessarily finding the best waves, so what he's doing is really pushing his line on these waves. And I'll tell you what, if he sticks one of them, you get a big number, Ben.
Yeah, exactly. It was committed, and it was a massive section, and he free fell. The judges love when there's a bit of free falling involved. They love a bit of Tom Petty, and he just couldn't hang on. Only chasing a 6.17 as well. So you think if he'd stuck that, he might have got it. He has to go back out now and start again. 3.5 minutes to go. Chasing a small-ish score. Same with Dylan Groan. Mignot is way up front. He's done and dusted. 16.5. Massive heat total. It's Chavez, the man in strife. There he is there. He'll be nervous. He's got priority, which is a bonus. He's got 3.5 minutes to hang on and to get through to the next round. Most of these surfers saying like a quarter-final is pretty much a keeper here. Anything for that is, you can't really count it as a good result. So then a couple more heats here to make their trip to the Azores worthwhile in terms of competitive points, not just having a good time, of course. And right now, Cavallini looks very different there, doesn't he, in that photo? And he needs to get a score. 2.5 minutes to go, or just on 3 minutes. Going to be difficult, but possible.
Yeah, good way to start things off, though, with a strong performance from Marco Mignot. Just sort of putting a marker down for surfers coming up in the next heat, saying, you know what, there's excellent numbers out there. You've just got to go get them. And he's got close to excellent with his backup. That is a huge total, 16.5. Let's see if that's still there for the post-show. I reckon it might be. See if anyone can possibly top that. But those are huge numbers for Marco Mignot, who has looked really good form and just riding 5 waves. He's throwing away a 6. Only one of his adversaries has he managed to post a 6. This is the high score of Joaquim Chavez. He's still in second. Groan trying to come back at Chavez. Only needs a 5.54 to do it. He's got 2 minutes to get that. Mignot will have a little look around. And just let this little opportunity go past. A smaller one. Hit the inside sandbar there. And our surfers, well, it's all going to come down to last gasp for that second chase for second between our surfers in red and in green. Here goes your heat leader. Trying to come around on the right. Won't add to his score there. Groan and Cavallini, what are they going to do, Ben?
Well, that's a paddle from Groan. So Cavallini now does have one more. They're a bit far apart, so sets approaching. And looks like Chavez, to try and protect his second spot, takes off. And a nice first turn and a big second turn, trying to improve on a 5.33. Can't finish the third turn. So, he leaves his opponent out there, 1 minute on the clock. Not much more he can do now. His race is run. Can Enzo get out of the end zone and into the lead? There's a big right there. He can't get that one. 1 minute to go, Paul. It's going to be pretty tight. Whether he gets one more opportunity, he'll swing at anything. Problem with swinging at anything is you get poorer quality waves. And he's out the back still. This is what we like to see. Bit of excitement at the end. Another big set. No corners on that. I think by duck diving these big ones, valuable time is getting eaten up. He's just praying for something to open up, and he can't.
30 on the clock here. Groan's got to go a big left, and he's way behind. And that's not the opportunity he wanted, and he knows it. And he'll be annoyed 5.54 that requirement. He's not going to get that. Last chance here for Cavallini. Looking for 6.18. Good looking right. Whoa, tags it hard. Okay, wow.
That's the
He
score.
hangs on. A little clap from him. We said he wasn't a claimer. I tell you what, 6.18, Ben. That was a sick turn from Enzo.
Yeah, he's got it, I think, in my eyes. I think that's under pressure. That was a big section.
Last second,
He
basically.
Got the fins out and hands on hips. I mean, if he doesn't get it, still props, because that was really, really incredible surfing at the death, under pressure. And we'll see what the judges think, but love to see the replay. Wow, that's what we'd like to see. What a heat. Massive heat total from Mignot. Excitement at the death. That's the Kiwi for you, mate, Paul. Always delivering.
And just the contrasting fortunes. We saw Dylan Grown take a left, and he had to straighten out, and you could see the frustration. And just slightly down the beach, Enzo Cavallini getting a bomb right-hander. He had one shot at a turn. It was basically a closeout for most mere mortals. Wouldn't even really been able to get a bop turn in. And he cranked it off the bottom, tagged it, got the fins free as well, got all blown up in the whitewater, and managed to come out and land it. He's going to get a huge number. He's going to get the score. Looking good. He's going to make it by well over a point. It looks like 6.18 the requirement. In the final 5 seconds he took off, he's going to get a decent 7 for that. And he's going to jump up into second place. And it's bad news for Joaquim Chavez, who started really strong and went super quiet in that one. But a brilliant heat from Marco Mignot, who absolutely tore that apart. Really well surfed. So a bit of excitement at the end. Let's make it official. Results are in. Marco Mignot, massive total, 16.5. Enzo Cavallini getting a 7.43 right at the death. Bad news for Chavez and Grown. That'll wrap up heat number 7. We're going to go to a quick commercial break. When we come back, join us for more live action from the Azores Airlines Pro.
About to leave, already packing. Come with me, I'm not really asking. We'll get away to a place where we don't know.
Nothing is ever still. There is this flow that we need to surrender to. We need to go with it. Because deep down we know, wherever the wind blows, life will continue to find its perfect route, its best and safer track. A new way of discovery, development and evolution. A time for profound consciousness and connection. A place for new adventures, more freedom and better living. Azores, safe by nature.
Welcome back to the Azores live action here from Azores Airlines Pro 2021. We are going through the rest of the round of 64 of the men's before we hopefully get on to the women's after that. Really, really exciting to not only have Jose Ferreira in the booth with me, but an incredible end to that last heat. We saw Mignot on fire, but a last second, that shows what this sport can do, doesn't it, Jose? It's not over till that buzzer goes.
Yeah, exactly. Good morning, Ben. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, surfing is just, you know, it's until the end, everything can change like it did in the last heat. That's also why we, you know, like the competition in the sport so much too. Anything can happen, it's so dynamic. And yeah, unfortunately for Joaquim Chaves, Portuguese surfer, solid, doing more and more solid lately. So unfortunately for him and for Dylan Groen, this is the end of the journey in this one.
During the break though, Vasco Ribeiro, speaking of Portuguese surfers, one of the greats, just coming in here and just kicking out. And Logan, Nickel from Wales, drives off. Big first turn right in the pocket, drives around again. Just a little bit stuck, but the spray he generates, this kid, is really impressive in a third. So getting a 5 off the bat. It's going to have to just add a bit of variety and a bit of fin waft, I think, to get above that range. But great surfing from Nickel. Ribeiro, you've been Vasco well. Mate, how's his mindset? Well, he's had a bit of a difficult Challenger Series. His Europe didn't go to plan. Hold that, though, because someone that did go to plan is Marco Mignot. He's down there with Joanna Garnell.
Thanks, Ben. Good morning, guys. Great job out there. Amazing surfing. How are you feeling after that?
Well, I feel really good. I went out really calm, just waiting for that one wave to come, and it came, and I capitalized and ended up doing a good wave.
How do you prepare for this competition?
I mean, at the end of the day, you can surf how many times you want before. It's when you get in the water, you just got to be calm and ready to perform to your best.
And you were saying that the Azores is one of your favorite places. Why is that?
Well, I don't know, every time I come here, I love being around nature, and this is one of the places where you come and it's just when your eyes are just so, I don't know, it's an amazing place. It's so pretty.
Well, congratulations. You did a great job. Good luck in the next round.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Joanna. Thanks, Marco. Yeah, he loves being around nature. Well, he's in the right spot. And, what a talent. And love to see Marco do well here. He's got such a explosive surfing talent. Got a sort of nice sort of vibe about him too.
Yeah,
and,
exactly.
Mignot, he's a cool cat, and he's through to the next round with one of the highest heat totals of the day. Yeah, but back to Vasco Ribeiro. Yeah, he's had a bit of a the Challenger Series didn't go to plan, but where's his headspace at? You know him quite well. Hold that thought. It's a Russian.
Yeah, Nikita, good bottom turn. Slashes a little carve, then gets a bit caught up there and can't really make it on this one. But yeah, man, Vasco has been surfing in training the most I've ever seen him, the last 2 years, And everyone was pretty, with high expectations about this year regarding the Challenger Series, and rightly so, because he's just surfing really, really incredible. But you know how competition is, if something isn't right, or if the conditions don't suit you, or if your headspace is not in the right place in that specific heat, you end up not getting through. So I would say that Vasco's mind space at the moment is good. He's matured a lot. Let's just see this last one from Diego, but nothing really there. His surfing is pretty much as his headspace right now. It's pretty solid. I think he's going into Hawaii, into Haleiwa, looking for a very good result. He needs a final or a second or a third. I don't really know. It also depends on the other guys. But solid conditions in Haleiwa. If the waves are big and perfect, I think he can be capable of doing what Federico did a few years back and qualify in the last event of the season. We would all love to see that, because I'm sure Vasco would, as everyone knows, do well in the CT, because he's such a powerful surfer and getting better lately. So yeah.
Yeah, he's and I suppose not bad. Come the Azores, try and get a few heat wins, maybe an event win, and take that confidence into Hawaii. Yeah, I know that the loss down there in Ericira in the first event on the Challenger Series in Europe was especially hard one to take at home.
Yeah, it was a shocker.
It was a shocker. He lost in the first round, I think. I know he was upset by that, but he's back here. As you say, he's been training hard, and he's expected to do well. Mignot Viegas, live action, drives around the corner. Funny little half turn there.
This is our wild card.
Right, says the local.
Yeah.
Viegas, cool.
Yeah.
So Diego showing it from the Azores. And gets a nice turn. Obviously knows this wave really, really well. big friends and family involved coming down to watch Diogo, and got a nice wave here, but just couldn't quite get up in the lip.
Yeah, exactly. It was kind of in the middle there. You really see the difference, obviously, naturally, from Diego to some of the top surfers in Europe in this heat. But I don't know. Even so, I always think it's a good thing for the locals to have few wild cards each event.
Absolutely. You know, this is such a rich place for surfing, but there's just not many Azorean locals. There's obviously a small sort of hardcore local crew, but what we want to see is them just progress that talent.
Yeah.
And the only way they can do that really is, to get some top flight competition. And there's Diego. Even if he doesn't get through this heat, he'll take a lot from it and share that information with the young Groms.
Exactly.
Just build up this place as a surf destination, which, undeniably it is.
Yeah.
We've seen more and more exploration. There's actually a bombie. We can't see it on the screen as you see the Russian there. So Nikita Adbev. He's been one of the stories of this event so far. Got a barrel yesterday. There's his partner, I think, and the Russians getting right behind their man. And every time he's won, they've surrounded him and cheated him up the beach. It's been a really good, positive story. But he's got a new. He may have got a little bit lucky with the wild card, because the wild card probably not quite up to the normal level around 64. But he's got to step up now, doesn't he, Nikita? And it's pretty hard up against like Vasco, even Logan Nicol, a Welsh surfer who's really experienced, coming through the ranks of the GB surf scene. So he's got a challenge, but every time he's had a challenge in the other heats, he's come through them. So yeah, you wouldn't bet against him.
Yeah, and at this point, Ben, I think like there's no free cards to go through heats. You can not choose the right waves, and the other guys choose the best waves. And you can get unlucky really fast at this stage in the contest. So definitely maybe an easier heat for Nikita to have his chance. And I'll definitely love to have another interview with him, to hear him, to know a bit more about his story. We learned from you yesterday that he's from Siberia, and it's just overwhelming to understand that. And just so good to see such a diverse event. It's, really been striking me, that fact in this event. Now we have live action, split peak. Let's look at Logan. First good turn, second good little carve there, kind of caught the rail.
Yeah, strong surf from Nicol, but as you say, just a little bit stuck. He's a strapping young lad. He's taking some time off work to come out here and compete, so already pretty impressive in the earlier heat wins, but now just trying to get a score, see the splitting the peak.
Good first turn. And here he kind of got the lip, the rail caught there, and this is Nikita to the right. This wave doesn't really have potential.
Yeah, so Nicol just trying to improve on a 5, which he will do. Low scoring heat. Vasco now out there with priority. But so many waves around here. It's great to see these locals getting involved. There's actually a bombie just, if you're looking at the screen now, probably 500 yards out to sea, just out of his shot. There's a big wave bombing out there that João Maceda has been hunting over the last few years. That break starts to break at sort of 20 feet.
Yeah,
Hawaiian, it holds up to 20 to 30, 50 feet. Well, they're only just starting to find out just how big it does break. A massive right-hander. And that's just sitting out there, a little bombie. There's other big wave slabs around this part of the world. So it's kind of got these fun beaches, but also the potential, and those winter storms provide some of the biggest waves on the planet. So much to offer here for his service. And here goes the Russian staying busy. One big turn here on his backhand, and he hits it. Nice bottom hand turn, but just didn't quite get up in the lip. And he's not going to get any juice in here, you'd think. That's a bit of a waste of his time.
Definitely, yeah. No one really has been scoring much for a reform surf here today.
you know what, Adib, he's just waving his arms, trying to get a bit of sort of feedback from the beach. Might go a little bit further down the beach maybe, find himself a bit of room. Still in the trunks, I like that too. Nice and warm out there, he's staying loose. And we see Nickel looking at that, doesn't go. Viegas just trying to scrap around the inside section there, as we see Vasco Ribeiro on his backhand. Nice looking wave. Squirts that backhand turn, trying to look for some section inside to finish it off. Here he goes. Nice spray at the end, so whips it round. And then out the back, the local just going for it. Big section. And unfortunately for Diogo, just got away from him. The inside section, I'll tell you what, we know about, well, you know about that inside section, don't you, Ferreira? They call that inside, that little bat zone there, the Ferreira zone.
The Ferreira washing machine.
The Ferreira area.
Zone.
Yeah,
spent
you
15 minutes today there.
Yeah, checking out, just doing your research, weren't you, mate?
I was, just getting ready for today in the booth with you guys and explaining how hard it is. So it was out of curiosity and profession, you know.
I like your research, mate. I like your commitment to the course. To sit in that zone for a good 10 minutes this morning, getting a couple of 6-footers on the head for about 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Seems to have even just settled down though since this morning. Even there's just a little bit less energy in the ocean.
Also, I really think that was just for me, really.
Yeah.
Everyone was going out really, really fast and quick. I think I was the only one.
But right now, with a bit of a lull in proceedings, we're going to go to a short commercial break and come back with more live action. Oh, we're holding the phone. Here we go, Murray, Slogan Nickel. Bang, first turn. 4. That's a highlight from his first wave of 5. We're going to go to a commercial break, back with more live action after this.
Nothing is ever still. There is this flow that we need to surrender to. We need to go with it. Because deep down we know, wherever the wind blows, life will continue to find its perfect route. A place for new adventures, more freedom, and better living. Azores, safe by nature.
Welcome back to Santa Barbara in the Azores from the island of San Miguel. We are Azores Airlines Pro. Thank you for joining us here in the booth. Ben Mundy alongside Jose Ferreira. A bit of a slow heat this one. Your man Vasco, just the favourite. He's got a 5 and a 3.77. Normally that wouldn't be too strong a heat. It's got him a heat lead at this stage, and he'll be. Well, will he be happy with his score right now, or will he be obviously a bit disappointed?
Yeah, not happy at all. I think he's just trying to find some space to do those solid turns of his. Definitely one of the guys that can score well with one turn, you know, for the amount of water that comes out of his turns. But this heat has been a bit slow. Looks like he's interested here to the right.
Yeah, live action from Vasco. Here he goes. Big first turn. There's his power you talked about, and there's another rail. It's bumpy, but just managing to drive through that bump. Just trying to improve on a 4.37. Not sure if that will do that.
Yeah, he's looking sharp. He's looking good, but just wave selection is always key in every heat. And this heat has been a bit slow. The previous heat, you know, we had really a lot of rhythm and a lot of good waves.
Oh, and the Russian Adviv just going for it there. Looks like he came unstuck. Looked like a big wave. His wave selection has been good. Out the back, a nice wave too from Villegas, the wild card, local wild card, but unfortunately for Diego, it just closed out on him too quick. So he goes down the hole. And it looks like we have to go back out, punch through a few sets. There's some bigger waves. We talk about energy, it's still there. The swell period just dropping down a little bit. The angle of the swell has gone a lot more north today, which is probably not heading it so front on, which might also affect the quality a little bit. And we've just got a bit of chop on the water. It's only early doors, 10 o'clock, not even. Sorry, yeah, 9 o'clock local time. So this place has a little bit of touch of morning sickness, not a whole lot.
Yeah.
But I think throughout the course of the day we tend to. We've had the last 2 days well, it's been those evening sessions that really kicked in, Jose.
Best part of the day. Yeah, but also we've been having morning sickness in the last days. Usually around 10, it kind of tends to clean out a little bit here on this peak. But the wind kind of changed a little bit from yesterday to today. Let's see how it runs out through the day. Supposedly to be pretty close to glassy today, so we'll have to see. But sometimes just a little bit of offshore, it's really does the difference here.
Yeah, it can make a little difference, doesn't it? The conditions, we've got primary swell, so 6 foot at 11 seconds. As you said, really north today. There's a bit of a bump, sort of a wind swell from the west, just adding a bit of texture, and it's just making life a little bit tricky in these early heats. The winds due to go, predicted, although I mean these predictions, but it's so localised, isn't this part of the world?
Yeah.
You can have a southeast wind here, and then literally the next beach can be a different wind. So. We've got so many little localised factors. The wind is due to go a bit more around the offshore. I mean, it'll change all day. It did yesterday. We've got waves, we've got swell. Let's not bang on about it too much.
Yeah, exactly.
There's good waves coming, and there's some swell at the back. Look at these sets, And also, I think the screen, they say the screen takes 5 pounds off you or something, but I reckon it takes a foot off the swell. As you see, Logan Nickel under the hammer, didn't connect with the first section, and doesn't get a second bonus. Yeah, I reckon it's when you sort of, even us watching the screen, we get the televised feed, a mix of and watching the live action. You can swap between the two, and when you see it with your eyeballs up on that cliff, especially, still some chunky size waves out there.
Yeah, definitely. There's definitely still some energy. I can testify to that. And Vasco looks interested in this one, and it looks a little better than the ones before, at least bigger. Wow, really nice Vasco turn, and then another one. Let's see if he can finish vertical third turn. So there he is.
There we go. That's the Vasco. We know it's the power that we see. He is such a quality surfer, and when he gets the open face like he did then, wow, you can see what he can do. What a wave. Looks dry. Look at that double overhead. Boom, right in the pocket. Really solid. You just know he's going to finish this, don't you, Zay, once he gets his eyes in.
Yeah.
Great surfing from the Portuguese. And that's just that little extra element of class that we've been looking for.
Yeah, when this guy is on the roll, it's really, really hard to stop him. And, when he connects, it's really good to see, really fills up your eye. And, we'll be waiting for a good score. And unfortunately he couldn't get this wave in the beginning of the heat. In the next rounds that will be a point to better and to think about. But yeah, he's got it in.
Yeah, he's had a couple of low scoring fours, and that wave was going to elevate his score pretty dramatically, I'd say, as a local. Just can't get a wave here, despite the local knowledge. He hasn't been picking off the waves he needs, and he still needs some big numbers. Looks like some big numbers dropping for Ribeiro. Vasco found that big left. Just talking about the energy, and there it is, a 7.57 So he goes up into first. It's going to be a battle for second. 7 minutes on the clock. The Russian Avdiv, a couple of twos, and Diego Vegas, the local wildcard, needing a 6.34 to advance. Logan Nickel, you know, he's in second place, but he's been a bit lucky, I would say. You know, like it's just been lucky that the other two surfers in the heat before this, he would have been in real strife. It's just the way the cookie crumbles, isn't it? You know, you can only beat what's in front of you, but you'd still need to back up his score, right?
Yeah, exactly. And there might be a fight between Nikita and Logan in this heat. Nikita only needs a 5.9, which is, you know, not a small, not a low score. So Logan is positioning himself to be in a kind of a comfortable second place there, but yeah, it's crazy how you have, you know, one heat that level is really high and the scores are high and everything is really hard, and then the next heat, you know, people are not connected by, you know, for some reason, and the scores are low, and you know, the fourth place of the previous heat would go through, you know, all the heats of that round specifically. So yeah, that's surfing. You never know.
Yeah, it comes and goes. It changes, forever changing, but the scores don't. Still need pretty basic 2 scoring waves will get you. We often talk about that 10-point heat total as being kind of one of the first markers you need to get through. Well, Nickel, and that's why his heat total is 8.77, isn't over that magical 10-point mark, and that's why he's vulnerable. See some waves approaching. Abdeep, he's in position. He's been positioned. He's really good at his positioning. Here he goes. Nice left-hander. The Russian drives around the corner. First turn is strong. He's got really front foot style, hasn't he? And then just finishes it off. Clicks the fins out. And doesn't hang on. Meanwhile, Nickel, bit of a funky first turn. He won't be happy with that, but here's a bigger section. He gets it up and goes down. So both those surfers just not really in sync with the waves, I would say. Just a bit of out of touch, and once their first turn was a bit sticky, the rest of it, you know, it didn't work out.
Yeah, yeah, they've been having a good run on this contest. If Logan makes it, it will be a very good result for him. Yeah, he kind of got his fins kind of went off balance there, and he was late for that last section. So, and Nikita's wave, this is nice first turn. Yeah, his front foot is really in the front of the board, as you were saying, and then this was a nice finish, but couldn't really make it. This section is still funky, still bumpy. Can't take it for granted.
Yeah, if you rode like that, I mean, he needs a 5.9. I'm not sure that wave would have been a 5.9, but it might have made his job a little bit easier. Oh, there he goes. He's still got a bit of time. We'll have a look at the recap and see how we got here.
Yeah, Logan's first wave, 5 points. This was an important wave for him to get something in the board and get, you know, comfortable in this heat. It was a good wave, 3 turns. This is our wildcard Jog Viegas. This is his best wave, a little carve there, and then a little turn here. Nothing amazing, but really good to have him on this contest. And then Nikita, his backside style is kind of reminds me like, you know, the old classical guys. I could see him in Sunset, you know, doing some carves like that, like those. Really good to have this guy around too. And our machine beast Vasco, this is his first wave, 4.6, nothing much. He was just waiting for this wave. Really steep bottom turn and off the top, straight to this little carve, kind of a checkup turn, and then really deals well and vertical with this last section. So yeah, nice recap right there.
Yeah, Ribeiro way out in front. It's coming down to this little battle. Welsh versus the Russian. Diego Viegas kind of needs 6.34. That'd be some task, given the way he's surfed his heat so far. Not impossible, but improbable. Meanwhile, Adviv, he's keep firing away. He's got the ability to pick the best waves. That's been the key to him coming this far, winning a couple of heats. Here we say the local. He just can't get that end section again. So, yeah, you wouldn't rule out the Russian at this stage. Needing a 5.9. Got a big barrel yesterday. Came out and claimed it. So, he's got the tube riding as well. And we see the local. Just wave selection's been a bit iffy.
Yeah. Well, kind of flowy on that first turn, but yeah, wave selection wasn't really anything out of this world. He has a 2-4-3 and a 1 point counting for him. We'll better that, but won't really make a difference with 1 minute to go. The story of this heat is kind of getting to its end. Looks like Vasco and Logan are in the best position to go through. Nikita kind of, had the opportunities to, he didn't got like amazing waves. I think Vasco's wave was really the best in terms of quality. Surfed waves here, but yeah, it's a shame.
It's been an average heat, apart from Vasco's single wave of quality that sort of lit up the heat. The rest of it's been a series of 4s and 5s. Adviv and Viegas probably not quite up to 64 standard. Logan Nickel has been a little bit fortunate that he's still sitting in second spot with only a 3.77 as a backup. And you've got his Avdiv. He's left the door open with 30 seconds to go. He's hassling him, staying in his grill. He wouldn't be careful on getting interference because that could cause issues. There he goes. He sold it to him. Avdiv. Don't know if that's going to be a paddle or not. Had to have a look at it. 10 seconds on the clock. Looks like it's going to be a bit of a damp squib of an end. Adviv, the Russian, he's had a good tournament. He surfed well as a local. He's down and out. But it looks like Nickel, the Welshman, has got a little bit lucky there. So he'll take that. The both of them risking a drop in there just because he can. And they both come in. So Nickel and Adviv, Nickel the Welshman getting the score. He won't care how he got it. He is through to the round of 32. It's a big result for him. He would have, taken that. Probably bit your hand off at the start of the event saying, yeah, I'm in through the round of 32. And Vasco, just too good, too strong, too experienced. And he also has got tight. He'll have the quarterfinals as a minimum result for him.
Yeah.
There's Lucy Campbell there in the foreground. Backing up, there's English Connection. Backing up their man, Logan Nickel. They'll be happy. Vasco just walking up the black sands. The official results, Ribeiro in first, Nickel in second. We lose a Russian and a local. We're going to go to a short commercial break and come back with more live action right after this.
Welcome to the show.
Let's do it.
I don't want to say mix getting comboed.
For me, going to Chopu, I kind of say bring it on.
Billy is being treated in a hospital.
You look famous.
I look famous.
Yeah, you don't.
You're ruining my vibe, man.
Oh, yeah.
I'll show you guys some of the secrets.
Come check it out.
All right, here we go.
I kind of say bring it on.
Hey, brah. This is the Lineup Podcast.
Cheers, dude.
We're here with Coco Ho, Kai Lenny, Jamie O'Brien, John Florence.
Put it up there like alley-oop. I was like, oh.
We drop new episodes every Tuesday, wherever you find your podcasts.
I have 24 hours left.
Nothing is ever still. There is this flow that we need to surrender to. We need to go with it. Because deep down we know, wherever the wind blows, life will continue to find its perfect route. A place for new adventures, more freedom, and better living. Azores, safe by nature.
Welcome back to live action from Heat 9, the round of 64 Azores Airlines Pro. We're going to see Siam Nikritin of Israel, Jacome Correa, Portugal, Joanne Duru of France, Ryan Kainello from Brazil, and Paul Evans joining Zay Frere in the studio. Great looking heat this one, mate.
Yeah, we have our local Jacome Correa, another local, I think a wild card on this event as well. He's a really good surfer from specifically this island. He's done well in the pipe QS as well. He got a couple barrels there. So, yeah, expecting to see some good stuff from him. Our veteran, Joan Deroux, Ryan Canalo, he's been doing well with his airs and he surfed lately. And Siam Nikritin, Israeli surfer.
Won his heat yesterday, gave a good interview as well. Let's check out Jacome live action on a softish looking left. He's a whip a first turn.
Stylish surfer.
Yeah, super stylish. Just kind of S-ing down on a low line, prodding the board up. Meanwhile, Kainalo harder off the bottom, whips one. Good section here if he can hit it, which he does. Whoa, big turn, air drops down. Whoa, and another one. Good number here for Ryan.
Nice one. This kid has been surfing really well, impressing more and more. He was in this wave progressing. He's surfing, you know, from turn to turn. First turn was like okay, second turn was really good, third turn was amazing. So really good stuff from Ryan Canalo.
So half-hour heats, 2 best waves for our surfers, and trying to get out of this round of 64. Into the round of 32, we're halving the field, and we're getting down towards the business end now. You make a couple more heats in this, you're well on your way to a really good result. Quite a lot of points on offer as well in this, the biggest of our qualifying events. Let's get another look at this wave of Ryan. We liked it.
Yeah, first kind of a check turn. This one really nice off the top in this one. Really hard as we've seen, you know, as we have been seeing yesterday and the day before. This last section has been really hard to deal with. Jacome's last wave won't really count to nothing. It's a 2-pointer. Wave didn't have as much potential, but this is the first wave of the heat. Siam's first wave, 3.5. Really cool how he was talking about meditation and how he gets ready for his heat, and you know, yeah, coming from Israel, yeah, really nice and surprising surfer.
Massive number comes in for Ryan Canalo, an 8.17 for him, excellent 7 from him, and some really good surfing in the last heat from Vasco Ribeiro, and he's standing by with Joanna for a chat.
That's right, Ben. Thank you. Congratulations, Vash. That was a tough start, but you found some opportunities by the end, that solidifying your first place. How are you feeling?
Yeah, it's great to be back here in the Azores, and you know, first hit is always kind of stressful. I don't know why, but I feel always a bit stressed and tense. But it was hard. The other guy got a 5, and then I kind of like went on a closeout just to get starts, and I got like a little 4 or something, and then I was just struggling to find a wave actually, but then I just kept, you know, positive, and then the little wave came, and I did a 7, and then I kind of went to the second option, which is here to the right, but I couldn't find any wave, so it didn't pay off, but it's fine.
Well, it's your first heat, but you've been here for 2 days. The competition started 2 days ago. What have you been doing since?
Well, I've been here just watching. It's been amazing. It's been absolutely pumping, and it's just great to see everyone again. You know, all my friends from all around Europe, and so I've been just here surfing and, you know, enjoying this beautiful island.
Do you want to say a few words in Portuguese?
Agradecer a todos, à minha família, à minha namorada, mandar beijinho a todos que estão aí a apoiar, e pronto, está feito este, amanhã mais.
Thank you. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Joanna. Great job, Vasco Ribeiro. And live action, here goes Sam Nikritin, our Israeli surfer. Big hit from him. He hangs it up. And he'll get caught at the top of the wave and go over the falls and down. That'll be an incompletion. He's got a small number in of a 3.5. That'll be a 1. Something of that order. But that big number from Ryan Canalo, an 8.17. He's already gone excellent on his very first wave. What a way to start.
Yeah, and you know, he's a light surfer, as you can see, thin guy. 8-year-old Ryan right there. But he's powerful when in his surfing, expressive. And I think, you know, when you're that light, it's not that easy to have an 8.7. Let's see that wave again. Check turn, really big section, hits it right in the right place. And then again, this one, you know, using a lot of the space of the wave, move a turn with a lot of amplitude, and this is live action from Joan Deroux.
Here goes Joanne on a nice looking left, just kind of opens up with the carve, doesn't push too hard, and snaps one up into the lip.
Yeah, just experience right there. First wave, 2 turns. He knows he, you know, needs to get something going. Joanna, really one of the best surfers ever coming from Europe. His backside is lethal, as we can remember from that J-Bay contest. I think he got second to Mineirinho, to Adriano de Souza, but he was definitely one of the favorites, still is. Personally, my favorites on his backside. But he's the replay first carve and then a solid second one. So 4.33 for that. Just getting started, putting something on the board. Smart competitor as well, been in the CT for a couple years now. Back on the QS.
Yeah, important part of the qualification campaign. This event down the years, no exception now. Any differences this time? This will help get your ranking, get you into the Try that again. Into the Challenger Series. So we're on the qualifying series here, the QS. 5,000 points. That's as big as QS events come. If you get yourself up in the rankings from your region, you can get a shot at the Challenger Series. And those events kick off in the springtime, or the Northern Hemisphere spring, I should say. Around about May, we'll fire up the Challenger Series events. Got a bunch of them next year. Just the 4 this year, 1 to come. I was just chatting with Yolanda Hopkins, actually, Portuguese Olympian, about Hawaii coming up. Her first trip over there to go and surf in Haleiwa. She could be dangerous at that wave.
Yeah.
Overall, I'm looking forward to that event. It's all coming down to that one event with everyone with a kind of a clear idea of what they need. So changes on the Challenger Series, getting that platform into the CT, but seems to sort of clarified it all, made it a bit easier to figure out. Let's stick with live action. Here goes our local, Jacome Correa. Swoops one off the top. Nice big speed turn with a load of spray. And then just trying to get past the section, and he can't. It just rattles away from him. He was on his way to a number if he could have got a section there.
Yeah, you can see he's in tune with the wave and with his board as well, his equipment, and nice first turn, but couldn't really make it to the second one. He'll be wanting to have a better wave selection in the next waves. He knows these waves like no one. Really, he's been, he grew up here, surfing here, with his brothers and sisters and friends from Santa Barbara and Azores. He's a well-respected surfer here, a reference for a lot of the kids living in Lisbon at the moment, but we have Siam now.
Here goes our Israeli on a great looking left, powerful wave. That's a powerful turn. Straight to another bottom turn. He puts it up, much better stuff from him. Really good surfing. So after a fall on his last wave, that'll be his best number by far. And this heat firing up now, with everyone getting some opportunities. Let's get another look. This was meaty.
Yeah, good bottom turn with that grab rail. Nice one. Wave was kind of wide, but he really managed it well. I think this will be a good score for him, and also gives him some confidence for the next waves. In this heat, it's kind of burning, this will be an interesting heat because Ryan has an 8.17, so with a little score he'll be comfortable in the lead. Siam just got a 6.5, so Joanna really needs to start to get working.
Good number in for Siam Nikritin. Puts him in the lead right now. Just a one wave ridden for Kainalo. It is that 8.17. Doesn't have a backup, so he's in second. Basically just needs to stand up pretty much to go to first. Small number is the 1.83 for first, but he won't be thinking about that number. Just be looking to go up all the way through the scale if possible. But interesting heat, and yeah, for the early part, I mean, still a lot of time, but kind of surprised to see Joanna at the moment, sort of languishing in fourth. He's got 4 to his name, but he hasn't had many opportunities so far.
Yeah, exactly. Didn't really catch a good wave. He and Giacomi are kind of in the same situation. Here we have the spread of our judges of Siam's last wave. Interesting surfer, Siam. He's probably been traveling a lot lately because his level is getting better and better. And this is live action from Ryan.
Oh, speed turn, does it under the lip, and does so well to land that. How many times have we seen people go down doing that turn, particularly in this event? And he hangs on to it. Didn't really, he got pretty late to it, so it didn't throw loads of spray. Nevertheless, important to get completion. I dare say he'll go to first, not by loads, but he'll put himself into first place. But we've been very impressed with what we've seen of him. So from the early rounds, probably say the standout from the early rounds from what we've seen.
Yeah, definitely. Here we have the replay, bottom turn with a lot of space, then under the lip, off the top. And interesting, I confess I don't know much about Ryan. He's Brazilian, but he really has an European kind of style with clean lines and open turns, open bottom turns too. So he's, you know, I would say he'd be living and surfing in, you know, waves with some space.
Let's have a look at Joan Duru here. He's interested. He needs to get his skates on, does Joan. He's got a good looking left. Here goes Duru. A nice late drop. Holds the bottom turn. A beautiful carve on the face. So smooth and polished is Joan. He'll get a layback in the lip there. Better stuff from him. He'll get a decent number for that. Interesting heat, this one. The number in for the backup for Ryan. Gets a 5.17 for that quick hit. So a good total for him in first place. And this will be a good number for Joan, who's chasing at the moment. Just thinking, we'll check the replay.
Yeah, nice long bottom turn right to a really beautiful carve, and then throw some diversity here with this layback. He really has that one on lock for a couple of years now. So yeah, you definitely see a difference in maturity there, and you know, really comfortable mixing it up. So I think the judges will like that.
Just saw Vasco winning that last heat, having a chat, just thinking about where he is, and sort of, you know, he's been chasing that qualification for a while now. Just looking at the Challenger Series rankings, there's actually a bunch of kind of heavyweights throughout the European region, all pretty close together. Vasco's in 38th at the moment. 36, we've got Ramsey Boukiam. 39th, Jorgen Cousinet. So those are three of the kind of outstanding surfers. I mean, Ramsey from Morocco, but kind of with the Euro crew and competing in the Euro region. All down in the 30s there, so they need a big result in the Challenger Series. Looking at this year, of course, right now we're looking at qualifying for Challenger Series in 2022, but just focusing on 2021, they got a shot at qualifying, but probably need to make the final. Certainly the semis over in Haleiwa. Let's stick with the present for the moment. Live action from Nicky Tinu on a tricky section, gets a nice slash on a closeout. He'll get incomplete in that, as we saw the upside down smile on the bottom of his board, which will sort of be a similar reflection of his sort of emotions from not making that turn. 14.40 on the clock. Kainalu with the best of this. Duru moves to second with his last wave. It's his high score. Joan Duru gets a 5.87. But yeah, Vasco got a chance at doing it this year, but he's been so close for so long. I wonder when it's going to happen for him.
Yeah, you know, I think everyone has the same question, and he gets that question a lot, which is, you know, not an easy question to deal with. It's like asking Jordi or Taj when are they going to win their world title, you know. But he definitely deserves it. He's been surfing amazing, but yeah, he has a hard task this year. If he wants to qualify, he needs a final or a semi-final. So let's see how it goes.
All right, just under 14 in this. Ryan Kainalu, the best of it so far. We can get a quick commercial break. Join us for more live action. It's a cracker of a heat. We'll be right back after the break.
About to leave, already packing. Come with me, I'm not really asking. We'll get away to a place where we don't know.
Nothing is ever still. There is this flow that we need to surrender to. We need to go with it. Because deep down we know, wherever the wind blows, life will continue to find its perfect route. A place for new adventures, more freedom, and better living. Azores, safe by nature.
Welcome back to live coverage from San Miguel Island. It's the Azores Airlines Pro 2021, 5,000 QS points up for grabs for our men's winner. As we do have women's competition as well. Smaller field for the women. Had a day off yesterday. Now we are rattling through this round at 64 at the moment. Ryan Kainalo has been one of the breakthrough names in this event with an 8.17 in its heat. Looked good for a shot in the round of 32. It is Duru, the veteran, goofy from France at the moment in second. Doing pretty good, just ridden two ways. He's nudged up his score. His last one, couple of solid hits, the big carve and then the layback on that running left-hander 5.87. I'll tell you what though, Siam Nikritin's not a long way back. Just looking for a 3.7 because he does have a 6.5 in his total. The Israeli, Jacom Correa, the local, not going great so far. Let's see what he's got. He's got plenty of time, 11 minutes and 40.
Yeah, he's got priority. He's in the right place now to have one wave and then wait for another. But time is, not on everyone's side, especially if you don't have a score yet, as he doesn't. He still has time. Let's see how it goes. I'm also interested in this Siam Joanne situation now, because Siam only needs a 370 to advance. Joanne is, has third priority. And as we see, a beautiful fishing boat from the Azores. A lot of guys there. As you can imagine, this is an island, so there's a lot of fishing, huge fishing culture. All around Portugal, really. There's so many fishing village. Nazaré, as everyone knows from the big waves. It's a fishing village. There's a museum about that, even there. So yeah, and if you go a few years back, the Portuguese kind of discovered a lot of parts of the world, like India, Brazil, and way more, with their caravelas, which were the boats, the ancient boats, which they used to discover a lot of parts of the world. And we had some interest there, but no action.
10 on the clock in this, still Ryan Kainalo with that lead, that massive 8 early on in this one. Backed it up with that 5.17, looking really good. He'll look to improve yet further though, from what we've seen of him. Any kind of wave he'll get, he's able to go up the range pretty easily. He's quick on his feet, he's radical, sharp. It's still Duru at the moment in second spot. I've been speculating about some of our heavyweights out of Europe. Darren Duru will be one of them, one of those big names. It's got a bit to do on the Challenger Series, and there has been a lot of talk about this new format this year and how it's all going to work. Well, there's no better person to find out exactly how it's going to work than our tour manager in Europe from the World Surf League. His name's Rob Gunning. We got a little package where he explains how qualification works.
Yeah, well, we've divided up the regions on the QS to 7 regions. And through your region, you'll qualify for the Challenger Series. And then from the Challenger Series, you qualify for the Championship Tour. So it's like a 3-step process. So the surfers now regionally, they're competing here, and they don't have to travel the world for points. Okay, so when they qualify through their region, and they make the top 10 for the men or the top 8 for the women, from there, that's when they take on the other surfers from around the world in the Challenger Series.
Rob Gunning explaining all how it goes down. The QS Tour divided to 7 regions. One of them's Europe, that's where we are. And if you get the top 10 for men, 8 for women, you get yourself in the Challengers. Challengers will kick off in the spring next year. They've already kicked off for this year. We had 2 events back-to-back in Europe, following up on the US Open in Huntington in August. We were in Ericeira, and it was absolutely pumping, just solid the whole week. Really impressive surf, as good as kind of it's been for that event. Traditionally runs in September. Then we went up for the Quicksilver Roxy Pro France. Of course, Haleiwa, the Hawaiian Pro, came in later this month. So that's on the 20th of November, I think. Speaking of Frenchmen, there is Justin Becret. He's taking on Gassion Delahaye, his compatriot. Eduardo Fernandes and Mimana Bray, the Tahitian, who's looked solid out here. He's good in the small waves, Mimana. He's good with a bit of power. He's pretty fit and fiery as well. That's going to be a cracker of a heat. Expect to see some spray being thrown in that heat, because there's some power surfers in that one. In this one, it's all gone a bit quiet. We've had a flurry of activity at the beginning, and then nothing really. Maybe about 10 minutes now since we've seen the waves, eh?
Yeah, it's kind of the rhythm of the ocean is kind of slowing down a bit. There's some lines there, but let's see how it goes, because this situation between Siam and Joanne might be tight until the end. You know, this looks like there's some space for an upset. So let's see how it goes. But there's been a lot of talk really about this new system, as we might have Siam on this left.
Nikritin having a little look. It was a straight one. Good call not to go on that, and that's what's happened essentially through the middle back part of this heat. It's all gone a bit straight. The opportunities have been scarce. There's running left-handers where we saw that 8 go through for Kainalo, Duru's numbers as well, and Nikritin. We haven't really had any of them. They just stopped.
Yeah. Kind of slowed down. But this was a huge and very innovative change by the WSL to present this new structure. And first when I saw it, from the region to region, I didn't really understand how it was going to be. But there's a few adaptations that have been made as well, and I just really think, especially for European surfers, this is such a good system. It really makes the guys not having to travel all around the world, so it's just better.
Live action from your heat leader. Kainalo puts it up late over a section. He just looks so good on whatever kind of wave comes his way. He's able to get good work done, and he'll swing and hit. Let's see if he improves on his 517. He is going really well in this one with that exit number already on the board. Behind him, Duru in second. This is Nikritin trying to come back at Duru. Whoa! And he'll go super late there. Looks like Duru had priority, was in front of him, and that's why Siam had to just make sure he didn't interfere with Joanne there. Joanne surfing that right hand up and had the second priority. Siam is in third. So looks like nothing particularly untoward went down. Let's get another look, see exactly what happened.
He needed a 3.7, so that can threaten Joanne.
Yeah, it's almost a turn that he did to sort of stay out of the way of Joanne, and it might actually end up getting him leaping over Joanne. So only looking for a 3.7. Joanne's number comes in, it's just a small throwaway, but if it's a 3.7 or better, our Israeli surfer could go over Joanne Duru. Talk about surfers with that CT pedigree and experience. Couple of laps of the championship tour for Joanne. Best results, well, he got runner-up in the Mia Ripco Pro Portugal in 2018. He's finished a year strong that year, got 5th in the Pipe Masters as well. He's had several 9th place finishes, but making the final in Portugal with Super Tubos. Of course, that's a place he's been surfing ever since he was a junior.
Yeah.
Let's check out the recap, see how this one's gone down. Heat number 9 of the round of 64 started with a bang. It's gone a bit quiet since. This is the local boy.
Yeah, hasn't been able to find, a wave with opportunities. Unfortunately, he's looking sharp and ready, and this guy is also looking sharp and ready, but finding those good waves with these 2 very good turns. This is his best wave, 6.5. He's getting closer and closer to this guy. Very good carve here from Joanne Duru, and then a nice layback, giving you some diversity there. And this kid, Ryan Kainalo, really surfing very good. 2019 Brazilian champ. I'm not sure, but I think he's somewhere around São Paulo, because he has a lot of activity there on his Instagram. Carve, then these last 2 turns are really aggressive and beautiful, and the judges like it. The best wave of this heat so far, 8.17. As we had Jacques Correia there, what seemed to be kind of a closeout, but let's wait for the replay if we have it.
3 to go in this. Duru having a look. We're still waiting on that number. Crucial number for Siam Nikritin. Looking for a 3.7 to leapfrog Joanne Duru. Under 3 on the clock in this. Duru on the prowl out the back. 3rd prio behind Nikritin and Kainalo. Jacques Carrera.
Nikritin with the priority at the moment, though.
Let's have a replay of our local here. That's to avoid Ryan. Try to get a little 2 for 1 in. Doesn't get it done on the inside. Not going to be a big number. Be a throwaway for him. He's going to stay in 4th. Still waiting on this number, though. It's a crucial one. Comes in 3-7, not quite enough. So he comes in a little under. He stays in 3rd. He mentions he does have priority. He needs to use it now. He does need a wave. Our Israeli doesn't need a big score, just a 3-7. He's well capable of that. He's already got a 6-5. What he doesn't have is a load of time. Ticking down towards 2 on the clock here. Duru, he's 3rd place in the queue of priority. He'll look to improve as well on his numbers. Siam Nikritin is on the left of your shot there of these 4 surfers. He's in the white. And he's trying to come back at Duru and get himself in the top 2 positions into the round of 32. He'll need a way to do that. Meanwhile, Duru's not hanging about. He'll try and get something going here. And it looks like Kainalo, well, had a paddle, but Duru gets it anyway. And he'll slice up high. It's a wobbly wave with a big old crease through it. Nothing on offer really in terms of points there for Joanne. CT veteran. 3 laps of that tour as a qualified surfer. Up until 2019's his last participation. They'd love to get back there. He's going all right at the moment in this heat, but he's vulnerable while his scores are pretty low, 10.2.
Yeah, exactly. This is going to be a nail-biter. If Nikritin gets a wave, this really can be dangerous, because 3-7 for this guy with the confidence he's having is not much. Let's watch Giacomo now.
Correa looking for a 7-0 to advance. Hits it hard pretty well. Didn't see a high 7 on that, but nevertheless, it's well surfed. He's not had waves in this heat, and he's going to go out of competition at this stage. Let's see if we can pick up where we are in our lineup and where we are with waves coming in. Any chance of some drama at the end of this one? We saw it a couple of heats ago with Enzo Cavallini banging out a score in literally the last second of the heat. Down to 30 now. Nikritin's got to go something. Doesn't need a big number. It's just so close. Those 3s.
Yeah, it doesn't look good for him. No lines on the horizon.
Basically got to try and take off on anything that comes through. There's a little left trying to double up here. Nikritin hunting 3-7. He'll go to the backhand. Nice entry. If he hits it here, he'll be on his way to a score. There's one turn. He needs to finish that, and he won't. Oh, and that was so close.
That was really close. And
meanwhile, Duru, he'll hit one up, and he has a little look around. He'll see Nikritin coming up from underwater, and that'll maybe cheer him up a bit. But he was vulnerable there. Judges are going to give a score for those 2 turns of Nikritin. The first turn was kind of a speed turn.
Yeah,
Duru still swinging on the inside. This will score. He stood up before the horn, and he'll just bang it away through on the inside. You came quite close to those rocks down there this morning, Zay, didn't you?
yeah, I was trying to see if I could go up those rocks, but then I said, no, better not. Better not. No. Yeah. I had a few crabs watching and lizards. There's a lot of lizards on the rocks here.
So that man there surfed a great heat. Excellent scores for the young Brazilian. Very impressive in this event. And he's impressive again. He'll be going through. He's going to get a score to come in. Number in for Duru. Don't think it's going to be the number he needed for first. But crucially, what the judge is going to give Siam Nikritin for his couple of hits. He went incomplete on the second turn. He did get a clip before that on the backhand. It was a decent section. He just kind of tagged the lip. He didn't really smash it. But nevertheless, he's asked the question of a judging panel. That's what you've got to do. He used his priority. And he's given the judges something to think about, something to chew on.
Yeah. And yeah, he did have the opportunity. That first turn was all right. That second section wasn't that easy neither, as we have been seeing from the last days. And unfortunately, he couldn't ride out of it. And you know, good for Joanne though. He couldn't really find himself in terms of waves in this heat. It's not easy when a guy like Joanne can't find himself. You know, that's proof right there that it's really not easy to get 2 good waves. But Ryan really did well on this one.
Well, Duru's numbers in. He doesn't improve, so that'll be a throwaway. He'll stay in second with that and doesn't improve his score. He had an opportunity to maybe make that requirement harder for Nikritin. He doesn't do that, so that man there is waiting for a number. If it's a 3-7 or better, he will move up into an advancing position. He's got a 3-5 and a 6-5.
Yeah, frustrated right there.
And he's just still waiting for that number to come through. and confirm whether he'll be continuing with his participation in the Azores Airlines Pro 2021, or if he'll be off for a bit of sightseeing and a bit of relaxation, maybe some meditation as well. We know he's into that. He's still waiting to hear this number. Judges having a good old think. Well, that generally tends us to think it's going to be close, right? If it was they're going to put a 2-5, they would just lock that in and would be done, and we'd be in an ad break and getting ready for the next heat. But we're on hold right now, and the judges have got to make a crucial decision here. And Jaranduru could be in a bit of trouble. That man there, Siam Nikritin, waited a while with priority for that wave at the end. He found himself a left. It was basically the last wave he possibly could have taken in the hit. We were like, he's got to go something. And actually, the wave kind of doubled up. It went from not looking great to look. It was a pretty good section that he took off on. He did fall off. That's the bad news. He went incomplete on the second turn. While the number's coming in, it's not going to be enough. It comes in eventually after a long time as a 2.8. So they took their sweet time, nowhere near.
He
comes a point short, and he's out. Jaranduru will heave a sigh of relief.
Yeah, but honestly, you know, good event from Siam. I know he's frustrated right now because he just lost, but he showed really good surfing. You know, really did good for Israel as well, putting it more and more on the map. So it's you know, at least for me and for us commentating, it's good to see an Israeli doing well like this as well, you know.
Kainalo's score comes in. He does improve, actually. Got a 6 at the end, so adds to his total. 14-1-7 for Ryan, and he just gets better and better. Every time we look at him, he'll make his way with a good number through to the next round. That's the round of 32. Kainalo and Duru advance out of a tough heat. Nikitin and Correa will bow out. That's going to wrap it up for heat number 9. We're going to go to a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll bring you Delahaye, Becrae, Fernandez, and Bray. We're also going to bring Mundy back into the studio. Join us for that real soon.
Dia de chegar. Aquele onde tudo o que sonhaste se iria realizar. Onde irias mostrar ao mundo todo o teu talento. A oportunidade é agora. O momento é o teu. Agarra-o e mostra tudo o que te vai na alma. Canta como nunca cantaste. Toca como nunca tocaste. E mostra que tu és aquele que procuramos. Now The Search by Samsung Galaxy Z. O programa de talentos que te leva do quarto para o palco das maiores salas de espetáculo do país. Inscreve-te em nowthesearch.sap.pt.
Welcome to the show.
Let's do it.
I don't want to say Mick's getting comboed.
For me, going to Chopu, I kind of say bring it on.
Billy is being treated in a hospital.
You look famous.
I look famous.
Yeah, you don't.
You're ruining my vibe, man.
Oh yeah. Show you guys some of the secrets.
Come check it out.
Nothing is ever still. There is this flow that we need to surrender to. We need to go with it. Because deep down we know, wherever the wind blows, life will continue to find its perfect route. A place for new adventures, more freedom, and better living. Azores, safe by nature.
Welcome back to live action from the Green Island of San Miguel. And let's check out a stacked heat. Couple of Frenchies, Gatien Delahaye and Justin Becrae taking on Eduardo Fernandes of Portugal, Mimana Bray from French Polynesia, Evans and Mundy in the studio. This looks like a cracker, Ben.
This is a big heat. Lots of power, lots of attitude, lots of talent. And yeah, really excited for this. Delahaye, he's explosive. Becrae loves the juice. Of course, Minamaya Bray has been surfing really well, and Fernandez.
Fernandez is fiery.
Yeah, he's
Don't
fiery.
count him out, mate.
Yeah. He's been he's down here. He's got his family here, and he's fired up in front of them. So yeah, I think we can see a bit of a sort of up. It's been up and down kind of few heats. So hopefully, let's kick it into play right now.
30 on the clock. Calm seas at the moment. Let's go down and hear from Mam, who tore it apart once again. He's been one of the outstanding surfers from the early rounds. The young Brazilian Ryan Kainalo. He's with Joanna Garnell.
Absolutely, Paul. Congratulations, Ryan. That was very impressive. How are you feeling?
Oh, I'm so happy. The waves was so challenging, and the heat got on fire. But I got my first best one. It's I8, and yeah, I'm so happy. And let's go to the next round.
And this is your first QS 5000, is that right?
No, it's my second, but it's my best result. But yeah, let's go, let's surfing. Yeah, I'm so
Who are you traveling with?
with my dad.
What have you been doing around during the days that you aren't surfing in the competition?
Eating, training, and relaxing, because just to get experience. Because I'm from Brazil and I don't get points here, but it's good to confident, and yeah, I'm so happy.
Do you want to say a few words in Portuguese?
Tô muito feliz, bateria bem difícil. Queria agradecer a todo mundo que tava torcendo e é isso, vamos com tudo.
Good job. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Joanna. Ben, eat, train, relax. What do you think of that?
I think he's absolutely nailed it at a young age. I think he's got a bright future. He's already ahead of the curve.
Live action. Here goes Mignot Bray. A soft wave on the inside, and he'll look for an attack above a lip section. Tries to punt one. Doesn't do it. He'll go down. That won't add much. Yeah, eat, train, relax. I like it.
Eat, train, relax. Yeah, that's a recipe for success. He's only young, just coming here for the experience. And I'll tell you what, he's doing some damage, taking some points off people. He doesn't go to his tally. He doesn't care. He's just here to get valuable.
What he's basically saying is, you guys are lucky. These points don't count for me, because I'd be having these if they did.
Exactly.
And you wouldn't. They're mine. They're my marbles. They're not yours. You can play with them for a bit, but at the end, I'll walk off and I'll take them home.
Yeah. Well, I remember that motto. It's not a bad motto. I remember a friend of mine, Gary Blizzard, on his surfboard when he was quite young, he's had a sticker and it said, surf all day, rage all night, sleep at high tide. I remember that was classic Blizzard. That was his motto. Despite some of the good waves around our place being actually good on high tide. But anyway, let's not think about that. But yeah, I'm more like the eat, sleep, relax.
Bit worried about how much sleep as well. Ryan Blizzard, what's his name?
Gary.
Gary's actually getting as well, because high tide's only really, a couple of hours? So you're looking at 4 hours sleep in a 24-hour cycle? That's not enough, Ben.
Mate, rage all night, surf all day, sleep at high tide, mate. It works for Gary Blizzard. It works for,
What's he up to now, just out of interest?
Gary spends a lot of time in his shed. A lot of garage
He's
time.
Just catching up on sleep.
Yeah.
He's got a little nap set up
really
in there.
Tired.
He's got a little mattress.
Yeah, he spent from 18 to 35. He had 3 hours sleep each night. So now he's just in the shed catching up. Shout out to Blizzard if he's be listening for sure.
Speaking of raging, mate, you've actually booked our tickets for the Yaz, for the Arabian Psychedelic Jazz Night in Ponce Delgado tomorrow.
Tomorrow night, we've got the jazz on. Yeah, famous London jazz singer, trumpeter actually, and she's in town. So we're going to see her, check out a bit of cultural insights of Ponte Delgado. Can't wait. I think it may be the vegetarian restaurant tonight, Paul. What do you think?
I don't know if we'll get in if we haven't booked, mate.
No, we're going to book, mate. We're not idiots. We're booked. It opens at 12. I'll make some. That's it's up to you. Be a bit negative about it, but yeah, there's a lot to see.
I've just been let down before. I don't want to get my hopes up. You build me up sometimes, and then you dash me down, Ben. So. It's happened before and it will happen again. So I'm just trying to kind of emotionally keep it sort of tight, which is sort of what's happening in the heat at the moment. Not much to really talk about. That's why we're talking about dinner and jazz and one of your mates from the late 80s, early 90s and his shed, because there's no real surfing to talk about so far. Half an hour on the clock and not a lot of action so far. Quick in and out from me, Mana. But nothing else really. How's Twitter looking, Ben?
Yeah, it's been
Busy,
busy.
really busy.
Had a bit of a semi-hiatus after the buffet gate, but there's been a steady drip for coming through. There's one here actually. I've got one down here from. It looks like they're coming in from all over the world. That's what I like about this sort of this one from.
Some people are probably raging all night where they are, but they're just going over, just tweeting a question into the broadcast and then going back to the party.
Yeah, exactly. And we've got Malcolm from Ulaanbaatar, capital of Mongolia. There's so many people far and wide getting sucked into this thing called surfing. And his question again, he's been concerned about the new information.
You've got a lot of emotional insight into how he's feeling from just this
said,
tweet,
look,
Ben.
he was like, he wasn't sure about this Viking business, about the origins of and founding of the Azores. He says he thinks that he's not sure about the science. Talk about some science. Fernandez cracking off the top. What a wave. He can finish it off. That is God. He just can't make it. We've seen that happen Yeah. He's
Bubble,
saying
bubble.
his question was how did the Vikings get so far south? That was his question. We talked about yesterday about how
Short answer.
yeah.
Boat. By boat. So they got it. They got it by boat, mate.
He just thinks they didn't travel that far. He says was there maybe he's saying was the climate different or was the currents different way back in the 700s, 800s because he can't see it happening out the back there. Becret.
Whoa! Whips a big backhand hit. Does Justin and doesn't get in second section. So one quick one from him. He would have loved that just to stand up and offer him an inside to tag. Doesn't happen. But nevertheless, he'll open his account with a relatively small deposit.
I suppose what Malcolm is saying is that if they came as far south as the Azores, did they go even further south? Well, that's a question. That is a big turn. Unfortunately for Justin, he just didn't get a second hit in. He looked sharp, real zing, and a bit of the opposite of Eduardo. He looked really good but didn't get the finish. So he just came in the corner, this wave opening up. Nice turn, and then this one, if he just finished this off, everything was right till then, and he just had sort of a pyramid just came down, landed on his board, and he couldn't ride out of the foam. But good surfing, just lacked that finish. Would have elevated the score dramatically.
21.5 minutes in this one. Wait for numbers for Becret and Fernandez. Are not going to be huge ones. It's been a slow opening to this heat. Gassi and De La Haye's kept his powder dry. Hasn't ridden a wave as yet. Yeah, so Malcolm in Ulaanbaatar. Yeah, well, we're not that far south. We're quite far west, aren't we, really? This would be my main point. They went a long way west again, and we know they went to the New World, to Newfoundland, set up a settlement there. They kind of island hopped across, right? So they went across the top of the British Isles, Iceland, Greenland. Eric the Red, famously, as the anecdotal evidence goes, made his way over to what's now known as North America. Of course, there were already people living in that continent. There's some archaeological evidence of some encounters between the Native Americans and the Norsemen who travelled across the Atlantic, but yet making their way out to the Azores. So a fascinating part of history, and you know, as science kind of continues to sort of discover new methods of finding stuff out and gets more precise. Really interesting to see these early sort of patterns. But just imagine you're setting off there. They had sails on their boat, but they're basically under row power, the long boats, and you don't even know that these oars are out here. You're just off into the deep blue, mate. That would take a bit of take a bit of chutzpah, wouldn't it? A bit of courage.
Yeah.
Sort of stuff we don't have that much of, but they did.
They sure did. Into the deep unknown. You know, navigation. They had
bit
navigation.
Of salted cod in the lunchbox.
They had the stars. They had no instruments at that stage.
No coffee.
No coffee. No Wi-Fi.
Whoa, here goes Gassion De La Haye, and he's fiery on this one. Whoa, that's nice. Vicious hit, stabbing it, bang, and he'll get it done. Good stuff. Best wave of the heat so far. And here goes Justin Becret. A nice looking wave for him. Wow, whacks it hard and gets pinged out the top of that like being shot out of a cannon or fired out of some sort of instrument. And he'll go down pretty hard. An incompletion for Becret, but good number probably coming for Gassion.
Yeah, 3 big turns. Really smooth, powerful, stylish. Came out the end. Surf well.
Imagine they got a bit of salted reindeer meat. They got some salted cod. This is to preserve it, of course. Maybe a bit of wine, but not much else to go on. Just some hopes.
Yep, and some hops maybe, as we see. Yeah, that's 3 turns from Gatien. His backhand grown up, surfing a left-hander. That's his strength. He's done well here before. Actually made the semi-finals, maybe even the final here, 2019. And when it was really macking, so he loves this part of the world, knows the wave well. As you see, great picture there. More away from the Vikings, more on a sort of personal front. Of here from Julie. From Buenos Aires. She's saying
It might be Yuli.
She's got
Buenos Aires.
sorry, Yuli. She's got 2 questions. One is
hello, Yuli.
Hello,
Hola.
Yuli. She fancies herself as a bit of a prankster.
Right.
She's saying who's the sort of who's the big prankster of the QS, sort of both the surfers and sort of behind the scene. She's interested in seeing who's the characters, who's the pranksters in the field, the QS field.
Great question.
And she's who are they and what sort of pranks do they do? Because you got to have fun on the QS, don't you? I mean, there's hijinks all around.
We haven't seen him today. We had a cross with him yesterday morning for the call with Joanna Garnell. Rodrigo Heredia is our event organizer out here. He's our contest director of this event. Loves a practical joke, that man. I don't know if I've seen a man in surfing with that much passion for a practical joke as Rodrigo Heredia.
Yeah.
He loves it.
We saw him yesterday afternoon running around with a spanner trying to find so he could take someone's car battery out of their car. He was just trying to work out who his victim was. Like, he was sort of interesting sort of acknowledgement of the hierarchy too, because he didn't want to take out certain people's car battery, but he was on the lookout.
Surfing in general, wherever you are in the world, there can be nervous moments in car parks. Like, oh, shall I leave my backpack in the car? Do I hide my phone and my wallet under the seat, etc.? You don't normally expect a sort of villain to be the contest director of the QS 5000.
Scoping around trying to take out your battery and hide it.
Live action, here goes Mignot Bray, and he is electrifying this wave with a great turn. And he'll finish it really nice. Crisp surfing from Mignot. Had nothing really on the board before that. Gaston gets that 5.73, which is the best of the opening half of this heat. And there's a decent wave for our surfer out of French Polynesia.
Yeah, one big turn, but just gets the fin out and slams the door shut. In terms of surfers, I suppose you're looking at those surfers, that little cheeky glint in their eye. They're always kind of on the lookout for mischief. Charlie Martin, I would say, he might be one to swap the warm water wax for the cold water wax when you're not watching. Hide the keys just to watch.
The curry powder in the booties. That's a classic. Here goes Gassian Delahaye. Wow, another big hit from him. And he recovers it. And then just opens up on the rail, throwing some spray. And he ain't done yet. Prodding and probing and fossicking around on an inside. He'll wind up some windows. And he'll go down right in front of a very sharp and dark lava outcropping. It'll be just a few meters away in there. He'll have a look at it and go, okay, those are the rocks. Better stay off them. But good stuff from Gassion.
Yeah, great surfing. As we see him here, again, sticking to his strengths. Rangy fella. And he's got, he's got power and he's got timing. He's been using them really well. I think one of my other sort of good pranks from Rodrigo was the old, remember the coffee capsules that used to, the old, like almost Nespresso ones that will flatten quite down, and you put those, which are obviously just metal discs, and he'd put them in the little chocolate, wrap them in the chocolate paper so people would get them, unwrap them and bite them into them and almost break their teeth off. Little stuff like that just keeps the fun happening at these events.
Yeah.
So Hooli, there you go. There's hijinks on these events all round.
Yeah, if you do have a sort of a coffee without a lid on, don't leave it unsupervised around Rodrigo, because all sorts of stuff can go in there. But yeah, the practical jokes. Say when it does sort of get into a dangerous situation, when you're in that shared house, in that sort of student house environment.
Once it starts.
It can really just get to a sort of place where it actually starts to affect your sleeping pattern. You're on edge, you've got anxiety issues, you can't open a cupboard or a door. I think there's in a bucket of water going to fall on your head. Good times, though.
Yeah, you're always nervous.
Or is it good? Are they practical jokes good?
I think there's a time and a place, and as you say, sometimes they can go too far. But as long as they're fun hijinks.
Let's go to a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll have more chat about practical jokes. We'll have more surfing too. Delahaye leading this one from Becrae at the moment. Join us for more live action from the green island of San Miguel right after this.
Welcome to the show.
Let's do it.
I don't want to say mix getting comboed.
For me, going to Chopu, I kind of say bring it on.
Billy is being treated in a hospital.
You look famous.
I look famous.
Yeah, you don't.
You're ruining my vibe, man.
Oh yeah. I'll show you guys some of the secrets.
Come check it out.
Nothing is ever still. There is this flow that we need to surrender to. We need to go with it. Because deep down we know, wherever the wind blows, life will continue to find its perfect route. A place for new adventures, more freedom, and better living. Azores, safe by nature.
Welcome back to the beautiful island of San Miguel. Azores Airlines Pro 2021. A drone fly past of the eastern side of Praia Santa Barbara. Venue for this competition for many a chapter down the years, and a great one again this year. We've not been disappointed with the surf on offer. Performances are firing up too through the round of 64. And out in the water right now, we've got live action. We'll pick up our French Polynesian, Mignot Bray. Second place right now. He's dropped a 5.17 for that one hit on the left-hander. Here's Eduardo Fernandes, who's been a bit quiet in this, bit out of sorts. And that's not going to help him that much. Quick in and out for Eduardo. Justin Becret, he's in the blue. Well, he goes down to 4th. A little number comes in for Eduardo, not a big one. But good enough to just shuffle the pack slightly. But a low scoring affair. Gassin with the best of the early running. Mignot with that 5, but not a lot of quality other than that, Ben.
No, just sort of waves like this, a bit lumpy, a bit bumpy, only offering minimum opportunities. Gatien, the only one that's been able to get multiple scoring turns on a wave, and that's why he's out in the lead. But even he's not safe. 10-point heat total, you'd think wouldn't be enough at this level, at this time. So, plenty to do from Becret.
Just following up on Yuli's tweet from Buenos Aires. What must be early over there? Great, she's a massive fan to be tuning into
fan.
the QS at sort of
She works nights.
2 a.m. Yeah, a lot of practical jokes go down these days. It's all for video, isn't it? Like, people are recording it for social media. But Rodrigo, he's old school. Like, he's not recording this. This isn't to like get hits or likes or sort of traffic. It's just purely for sort of unbridled joy and fun, and a bit of nastiness and bullying.
Yeah.
It's that classic combination.
It's really, it's
hard to get right.
It's an interesting mix, isn't it? Yeah. It's just a real desire and a love of a laugh, but also to, it's just a bit of cruelty, which is at the heart of all great practical jokes, really. As I say, it's a victimless crime, but there is often is a victim.
10 minutes and 15 seconds to go in this. Gatien Delahaye, our Frenchman out of Guadeloupe, leading this one. Justin Becret, Frenchman out of Leland in southwest of France, bangs a nice hit. Live action from Justin. Whoa, this is better from him, and he'll make that. Does it well. Powerful guy. And he forces the issue against an oncoming section down on the inside. Mimana, live action, tags it hard, and he'll make that as well. So good timing on those last couple of waves, taking on that troublesome end section. And scores from our judges to reward Surfers taking those risks. Justin is only on a 3-1 prior to that. Much better stuff from him.
Yeah, I like that from Becret. He pushed it. He could have played this safe. This is Bray out the back, late takeoff. He's only had these one-turn sections. They've all been quite similar. I mean, they are good turns and well executed. But Becret had 2, and I think he didn't need to push as hard as he did. This one's right in the pocket, and then this next one, you can see the section. He weighted up, squared himself off, released the fins, and came out. So good surfing from Justin. Just added, I reckon, a few more points just by the fact that he really went for it and added some risk to that last turn.
Just think about the women's side and who some of the practical jokers are. I reckon
Popo.
Yeah, Yolanda Hopkins, bit of a wind-up merchant. Oh. She loves the banter.
She's always just hovering around, looking to tie her shoelaces together.
Soap instead of wax trick.
Yeah. Classic Hopkins.
Salt
always
instead
busy.
Salt instead of sugar.
The thing about the practical jokers, they're always busy. You know what I mean? They're always always got a lot of energy.
Here goes Eduardo Fernandes, going to the backhand tools. Wow, big hit, hangs it up. Ooh, just when we thought he got the work done there, he'll go down. The Azores will do that to you. Some power in there before it goes super fat really quick. That way it's literally evaporated from the face of the earth or surface of the ocean very quickly. So it goes from really powerful to sort of not there. And the timing's crucial. Eduardo not really getting it done there. But Craig gets a good number though. 6.33 for him. Goes to second. There's Charlie Quivron, another surfer out of France. That's his game face. He looks sort of almost slightly bored as he looks out to sea.
He looks like he's like, I've got to go on.
What time's lunch?
10:15. Okay.
Now he's just dialed down the emotion, ready to detonate out in the seas. Kind of cruisy and mellow by land, kind of a quiet guy.
Fires up in that ocean though, doesn't he?
He's quick, he's fast, he's dangerous.
Yeah, loves a barrel, loves a big turn, and he's up next.
What time is lunch though, Ben? About 12, isn't it?
High tide, everything today's in sync.
Sleep at high tide, eat at high tide, rage all night. Surf all day.
Surf all day. Rage all night, sleep at high tide.
It's a bit of something of a contradiction between surfing all day and sleeping at high tide, if that's during the day. Is he suggesting sleeping on your board like a sort of a roosting bird? Or
I would also say raging all night might somewhat affect your surfing all day performance. Let's not get caught up. It's more of the principle, more of a guiding principle.
Bogged down in sort of the literal meaning of the sticker.
Yeah. Any birding chat out there? We had a brief foray in the Azorian bullfinch yesterday.
Do you know what? I
did get a question.
Okay.
Sorry.
Sure.
Well, on Twitter, not from me, of course, but it came from, I think, Roger in Paris. And he's saying, how many, you mentioned they were rare, the Azorean bullfinch, but sort of how many breeding pairs are we talking? You know, are we talking thousands? Are we talking, I know your dream is to see one, and it's to see two mating is your absolute dream, but how many actual pairs are there out there in the wild?
I'm going to have to look that up because I don't like to give out misinformation, but I'm going to say not many. I would say certainly less than 1,000. They're pretty endangered. I think they're red list, Ben. So I will get that. I'll check the facts on that.
Yeah, I think, well, I had a bit of a look into it personally. I don't want to overstep. You know, I don't want to literally ruffle your feathers.
Stay in lane, mate. Birding, that's my thing. Yeah, remember,
yeah.
I'm the bird guy. Paul, the bird guy.
In the 70s, 80s, when they were almost extinct, it was below 100. But I think there's around. But you're right, around 700 pairs now.
Classic,
so just under 1,000. So you've done very well there. But yeah, not many is the answer.
Let's check out the heat recap. Not many waves ridden in this heat, actually. It's been a quiet one. Not loads of quality on display. This was pretty good from Eduardo Fernandez early on, but he struggled since then, Ben.
Yeah, if he'd made this last turn, he would have been off and away. That's the little margins in this event. Meanwhile, out the back, see Tahitian. He's just had a lot of these single turn waves, just sort of getting 5s and 4s for them. But Kret, here he goes. This was his second turn. This is a big one here, and that's got him a 6.33. Not enough to get him into second, but only needing a really low score, the highest wave of the day. But this man, I think this wave could have been worth more than a 5.73. He surfed it really well, that long, lanky reach he's got, and then finishes it off well. A well surf from Gatien. Maybe not a completion on that last turn. Here he goes again. Deals with the foam well, hits the lip. No easy task out here, and then drops down again. It's lumpy and it's bumpy, but somehow he makes it look smooth. And just sort of out kinks, just rode through the kinks. And surf well. Delhay's got the start, the lead, Brain second, but Bacret needing 4.5 minutes. Only needing a small score to move up into third, so up into second, apology. So it is tight, and then it looks like Bacret may have got one while we were watching. One turn. Oh, that's a big spray. I like that from Justin. Only needing a small score. Backed himself on one big turn, and we'll see where that score comes in. I think I might fancy him to go into second place now.
Yeah, big hit there from Justin. Didn't need a big number, did he? Just over 4 on the clock, as you said. Bacret firing up. He's got the 6.33, but that 3 in his total. He doesn't want that. He may well be rid of that. Then the judges award him a number here. So this one coming down to, hopefully, a bit of a flourish at the end. It's been starved of quality. This one been really slow wave-wise. And when there's not much waves, well, we don't get much action. High score is with Justin. Does have that 6.33, Ben. What's he going to back it up with? Judges going to have a think about this. Got a good chance, maybe even getting into first here. Let's see.
Yeah, potentially. It was a really powerful hit. Only one turn, but he made it count. And smart surfing as well from Justin. Been working over there a long time with Richard Dogmarsh, and working on his heat strategy. And I tell you, that was clever. He needed a score. Only needed 3.61. You can see him just waiting for it. I think he might just get it. And known for his big wave exploits, really comfortable once the juice comes up. Had some good waves and jaws, and loves a bit of power. But right now, trying to get his way through these qualifying series heats, and he might be close.
Yeah, he is in third right now. He's going to jump up for sure. He might go straight to first. Final 3 minutes, and all the while scores are relatively modest. That means Surfer can pretty easily go from fourth to first. Fernandez is in fourth. He's got a bit to do at the moment. It's the Francophones occupying those sort of top 3 spots and trying to sort of work out between them who's going to be the top 2. Bacret's got a good chance when this score eventually comes in. Just wait for judge number 5 who... There he is. Scored in 5-1, goes to first. So Justin Bacret firing up towards the back end of this heat. Gatien Delahaye drops to second, got priority. He's going to use it right now. Nice entry into this wave. Holds the line on the bottom, whips one super hard and steep and spicy. One turn. It was a decent one, Ben. Did you like it?
It was really well served. It was a tricky section.
I feel there's a butt coming here.
Yeah.
But
didn't have quite the fin release. He had to sort of pull it a bit short, but he did it so fast. I really like that, how quick it was and how sharp it was. He he had a tiny little section of the wave to execute this. Here it is right here. It's steep. Boom. Really quick in the lip. I like it. Sort of interesting to compare with Becret's single turn. Bit bigger wave, bit juicier section perhaps, but not quite as clean. But he might improve his 4.5. Those two surfers currently out in front. The Tahitian now probably going to need a bit of higher score. You can see him calling for his current situation. And that's Justin too, just seeing where he's at. Where am I? Well, you're in the lead, Justin, so you're looking good at the minute to go. Although one score to come in for Delahaye.
Down towards that final minute now. Delahaye going to get number. And will he improve his overall position? Not sure he'll go to first with it. If he improves on that 4-5, he'll make a trickier morning's work ahead of Mignot Bray. That man right there who does have priority. And his requirement right now, it's not a big one. Or number comes in for Gassien. Does get an improvement. It's a 5-5. Improves his backup. Stays second. Now the requirement for Mignot goes up to a 6-0-6. So crucial wave there for Gassien Delahaye. Really important. Doesn't actually go up in terms of where he is in the heat. But what it means is he just adds a little extra margin for the chasing surfers. Now Mignot wearing a bit of a frown. 30 on the clock. He needs a wave, Ben.
Yeah, sets approaching as well. You can see them sort of marching in. They're all a bit disjointed.
Ooh,
looks like Bray heading down. He's got priority. And he's trying to find maybe a little wedge. You can see it. They march in and they all sort of move around. You think they're coming to the
here we
east
go.
of the bank.
Final 10 seconds. Mignot Bray's chasing a 6-0-6. He's going to need to go this. You see him try and put himself in position. Backhand from him. It's shouldery on the takeoff. He'll get hung trying to make the drop. And that'll be disappointing. You can see the body language. He got himself in position for the wave. The wave did the classic steep to soft.
Oh.
He even, just to sort of add further torment, didn't really get the drop done. He just got tangled a little in that white water. And he will go down. He went down swinging. But it's not going to be what he wanted. And it's good news for that man there. Justin Becret got himself in the lead in this heat. With some good sharp surfing on the backhand tools. And a heat win for him ahead of his compatriot out of Guadeloupe, Gassien Delahaye. That's your 1-2 in heat number 11. Sorry, heat number 10 of a round of 64. Becret and Delahaye go through. Mignot Bray and Eduardo Fernandes will bow out. That'll wrap things up for another stacked heat. We've got them coming thick and fast. Flying through this round of 64. The waves are still pumping. There are opportunities out there. We're going to be back with more live action from beautiful Azores right after this.
About to leave, already packing. Come with me, I'm not really asking. We'll get away.
Thanks, Mondi. Congratulations. That was a tough heat. How are you feeling?
Feel really good. Tough conditions and really good guys out there. It was 3 Frenchies, and yeah, it's always hard competing against guys like that. Mihimana was a super good surfer, and Gatien too. Happy to make it, and yeah.
Are they guys that you usually hang out with in the QSs?
Yeah, we're friends. But yeah, whenever you put on a ration, it's just a rash in front of you.
And no friends in the water?
No.
Just competing, yeah. And what have you been up to here in the Azores so far?
I came here a couple of times actually, so I've done all the lakes and the furnaces and the hot water and everything, so I just kind of stayed there and surfed in the morning. It was pretty good, couple barrels the last few days, so tried my boards and just surfed actually.
Are you hoping we're going to run the next round today?
Oh, I don't care. Either way, I don't mind.
There's even guys that have like a little, almost like a witchery kind of preparation before their heat. So there's a lot of things like that going on.
Yeah, well, I saw up when I was in the car park before. I saw Justin Bacrat with a voodoo doll, and it was dressed as Miname Bray, and he was sticking pins into it. So everyone's got their little things that they do.
Yeah.
As we see live action, Elta has been using his forehand in the early round. 2 he goes in his backhand, big turn, and can't quite make it. And we're talking about these guys trying to keep results as the quarterfinals. That's where you get most of your points, but they're all fighting for the one goal to get in the top 10 ranked with the men on the QS, on the European QS qualifying series. So that means they can go into the Challenger Series. And I've got the Challenger Series up here, Zay. Let's just run through this. So as of next year, it starts in April. 100 of the best surfers from all the regions will convene at about 8 events, 8 big Challenger Series events, and they will hopefully get all aiming for the 10 spots on the CT. Starts on the Gold Coast, Snapper Rocks.
Wow.
That's in May 7th to May 15th. So in May, it all kicks off. I was told April by WSL expert Loire, but he was a little bit wrong there. We'll see behind the scenes. Okay, wait, Etienne. Whoa! Big turn. Liked it. Finished off. Then we go to Manly after that. As we see Timmy Elta looking at this one out the back. Here he goes on his forehand. One section again. Bit of layback hack. Comes down nicely. After Gold Coast and Manly, they go to Bolito down there on the KwaZulu-Natal coast near Durban. Good waves down that part of the world too.
Yeah, really good.
Gets really good down there at Bolito. Had some amazing barrels. And then you might know this sort of series more. As we see, surfer in white, Ribeiro. Oh, he was late.
Yeah.
And still managed to, or does he, ride out. So one stage we thought he was gone there, but he hung on. So Ribeiro. And then the Vancouver US Open of Surfing in July. And then you might know this little leg from what we've just had here, the EDP Bissell Pro Aracera. See this replay. I didn't think he was going to make the second turns, eh?
Yeah, he was kind of struggling on that bottom turn there, but then he was able to snap there, but he was a little late to that. So let's see. This layback was very pretty though. Just the one turn. Tim trying to put some scores on the board there.
Yeah. Oh, and here we are at the back. This is another one big turn, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Oh.
This was a good vertical one.
So, yeah, the Challenger Series, all these guys are fighting for. And then after we have the Aracera Comp, straight to the Quick Pro France, again in October, where we had just 2 weeks ago. And then there's an event in Pihar in New Zealand. So you've got to go from France to New Zealand.
Nice.
And then the last one finishes off at Haleiwa.
Okay.
So that's what these guys are fighting for, the chance to get on to the Challenger Series. And that goes from May the 7th to December. So still a good 6 months of competing once you get through this early qualifying series in Europe. And then you're on. And yeah, some of those events, obviously France, incredible. Okay, live action though. Charlie Crevant,
Going for the air. Oh, no. Wow, really nice one.
Liked how he just waited for that, just held off, foot on the brakes a little bit. He knew the section was coming and then absolutely hammered it home. So really clean too, like the other guys. We had to sort of wait to see if they pulled it off. There was never any confusion about this one, was there?
Yeah, no, he just goes really fast, calm bottom turn, and then just hits it really hard section right there. So good for him. Kind of a sunsetty section right there, you know, big wobbly free fall section. But if you're a QS competitor, if you're looking into next year's calendar on the Challenger Series, you must be really excited, you know. Such different cool locations, you know. There's been a really new face to these Challenger Series locations.
Yeah, exactly. Like Haljeva is an iconic spot. We know the iconic spots. Quick Pro France, Hostiga. Obviously, your neck of the world, Ribeiro de Ilhas. So great waves there in Portugal. And then, yeah, the Gold Coast, obviously Snapper Rocks. I mean, that's probably the one that most of these surfers will be absolutely frothing. I mean, the chance to surf a superbank on your own is just it's like a golden ticket, isn't it? It's one of those things that
it's a world tour privilege.
You just
never
ever get. Like, there's no time in any single second of any single day of any single week of any single month of any single year that there's 4 people out at the superbank. If it's breaking on dark, there's usually 30 people just waiting to get out there. So that's a real privilege, and massive incentive if these guys can just get into that top 10 on the European qualifying series. That would be huge for them. So
yeah, and Pia too. It's such a beautiful location, New Zealand. Been a while since we have big competitions in New Zealand. I remember I went there for an ISA. World Juniors a few years back. The place is beautiful, so many good waves around, and really excited to see these guys going there. Hopefully we'll have good sandbanks for that event, but there's so many good waves in New Zealand. It's crazy.
Yeah, and also such a beautiful place to go. You know, it's so a bit like the Azores. Sort of reminds me a little bit of the Azores in terms of the green hills and the beautiful countryside and the natural sort of wonders of that place. And the great waves, cold water, but really good time. So that's sort of come for next year. That's what these guys are fighting for. We'll get the list of all the European events still sort of to be locked in. But obviously got this one that kicks off the tour that we're due to start the European qualifying series in Anglet, actually, back in the summer. Unfortunately, that was cancelled because it was just dead flat. I think the whole of August in France was not a wave was ridden. It's tiny, so that didn't count. So this is the first one offering any points. There'll be others coming up all the way till April next year. So fascinating to watch those. I think an event in Morocco in February, that might count as being a big one. And so plenty of opportunities here as we see some waves split the peak. Oh, Charlie, another big turn. That one wave he got before was a 7 for his single turn, so big number. Etienne, you'll remember his big backhand vertical stab was a 5.67, and then Charlie's just backed it up with another single turn. So smart from the Frenchman.
Yeah, judges really liking that, the way he managed that last section. I was, waiting to compare Leo's and Charlie's 2 waves because they were both just with that one turn. But judges really liking that Charlie last section right there, the way he managed it, the way he went for it, and Leopold 5, 6, 7. So both of these guys are now first and second, respectively. And Tim and Guilherme are waiting with 14 minutes to go. They'll need to put something on the on the scoreboard.
I got a question for you, Zay. We just went through the Challenger Series locations, also the CT location. If you could choose any of those locations to surf a heat with just 3 other guys, what venue would you go? Okay, first on the Challenger Series, and then I'll ask you about the CT.
So on the Challenger Series, I would choose Snapper.
Yeah, so that's a gimme. Isn't it?
Yeah,
That's a gimme.
that's an easy one. And then on the CT, J-Bay.
Yeah. Okay.
2 rides, and you?
Yeah, I like where you're going with that. I've surfed Snapper quite a lot, but never obviously without a crowd, so that would be obviously enticing. I wouldn't mind Haleiwa, just 4 guys out.
Yeah. Good one too.
You know, pumping Haleiwa, where you can actually choose your ways. Here's Etienne choosing a nice left-hander here. Can he get a second bite? He can't. Yeah, without having to sort of get sucked in that rip, and Haleiwa would be fun, so I might take that one on for my heat, and then, well, I think I'm going to go G-Land. For my heat, yeah. I have had the pleasure and the privilege of surfing G-Land many times. I love that place. And even though it doesn't get super crowded, it's always a factor. So yeah, I just have me and one other guy out at G-Land.
Yeah.
Speedies preferably.
Yeah.
Down there on that end section.
Speedies is in the end. I went there once, and you know, I was young. I was kind of scared, you know. It's
a heavy wave.
It's a heavy wave.
Yeah.
It's a heavy wave. It looks perfect from the outside, and it is. But there's all these sections that come, as we see Adrien Toyon getting ready for his neck.
I'd like to see him at G-Land.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a heavy wave, isn't it? It's so powerful. We've got a stacked heat. Look at those French flags there on the corner there. Cousinet, Carrick, Toyon and Crozon. So a stacked heat of French talent. And only 2 can go through, so yeah, really important. Yeah, the G-Land, it gets perfect when that Speedies breaks, that end section, which needs a really big southwest swell and high tides. It only breaks on certain high tides of the month.
It's very shallow,
Has to be and it's still really shallow. At some 2 weeks of the month, it doesn't even break because it's too dry. The tides aren't big enough to over. Once you get the high tide and the swell, but even then, it's super shallow. Easy takeoff. It's called launching pad. You get a little chip in every time, then it just goes, amazing. But when that's not breaking, the other section, there's a couple of sections further up the reef, and they can get a bit disjointed, can't they? Every now and again, like you're on a perfect one, and it might close out. And one of my first sessions, I just got caught by a set, and I just bailed, and it just broke my board. The foam just crunched it, and that happens all the time out there. It's so powerful that you can actually the foam can just like break it. So it didn't land. It was already breaking when it hit me. So yeah, G-Land's going to be really exciting on the CT. That's what these guys want. Cavant though, he's had some big scores, 7 and a 4.3. Now he's just trying to back up that lower score. Can't quite make that section.
Really stylish surfer, Charlie.
I could talk about the 2022 season all day long here. I suppose because we've had a bit of a gap, haven't we? Obviously. Weird couple of years with the pandemic, and to their credit, the WSL have, kept the events on, kept it happening, when all other sports around the world were struggling just to make stuff happen. The WSL did make stuff happen. We crowned a world champion last year in pretty exciting circumstances, but next year's like the first full year. Touch wood. Let's hope that all the world stays, relatively. Healthy and travels back on the cards, but yeah, next year could be really pivotal for the sport, I think, as we see Elta just coming around the corner, soft turn here, you can see the frustration, can't quite get it. He's got a 4.63 to 3.83, but yeah, next year should be huge. The Olympics were a big boost to the sport, and then next year with a full tour, and guys like Italo, Medina, Toledo, Florence, hopefully Geordie Smith back healthy. Like, we've just got sort of a really lot of sort of intense rivalries coming back in, which I love.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I think surfing is getting more and more exciting. Competition surfing, if you're a fan, if you really like surfing, competition, and yeah, WSL is just making a really amazing job at that to keep it more and more interesting, as we see. I think the next heat getting ready. But yeah, actually G-Land, so Indonesia, it's slabby, it's shallow everywhere, but actually in G-Land is that one place where the waves have, where there's a lot of water moving, compared to Bali or compared to the Mentawais. Well, of course in the Mentawais, but even Greenbush, although it's really heavy, there's not as much water and as much volume as G-Land, right? G-Land is...
Yeah, well, it's right on the edge of that Java Strait, isn't it? It's the very westernmost tip of Java, so it's right out in the channel. And the reef itself is a kilometre or more long. So yeah, those swells just wrap around out of that deep water into that point. And you're right, that end section up at Kongs where you paddle out, there's so much rips, and it can drag you up and down the point.
Yeah.
And
it's also like a historical spot for surfing. There's that documentary about the guys that used to fly there, Australian guys that used to fly there. I think the founders of Quicksilver, I can't recall the name of this documentary. I'll try and look it up and share with everyone a bit of surfing history.
Yeah, well, it was really pivotal to, exactly in the 70s. It was, it's known as the place, the world's first surf camp. That's where Bill Boyum set it up in the early 70s. Jerry Lopez, Peter McCabe, Terry Fitzgerald used to go there and get dropped off and just with a box of rice and spend weeks and weeks there. No leg ropes back in the day. But then in the 90s, when they moved the competition there, I think it was 95 to 98, 97, they had 3 comps there. All had really great waves, but 2 had incredible waves, and that was probably the catalyst for bringing like amazing waves to the CT. You know, before it was always a bit based on having bums on seats, as they said, a lot of big crowds at the beaches in summertime.
Yes, exactly.
They moved it to a place where they just filmed it, no crowds, and it was just sparked the whole sort of dream tour effectively. They went, wow, if we can get surfers in 8-foot perfection, and it got beamed all around the world into all the all the newsrooms, all the things. So it was pivotal in making the dream tour happen. As we see, one big whack from Ribeiro. He's been quiet, unable to get a few good scores up and running. He got a 3.8 for his best one. That one might be a small score. Charlie out in front, surfing red. This one was just one hit wonder.
Yeah, strong hit, but a smaller wave. So let's see what the judges will reward them with. But Guilherme is a powerful surfer, stylish surfer too, really surfs on his rail. One of the biggest contenders in the next Portuguese generation. And here, Charlie Clivron, beautiful floater there to go through this section, but this wave will probably die out. He goes for a little ollie.
Yeah, it looks on point though, doesn't he? Even though that wave didn't offer a lot of opportunity, looks like he's got his board. Just checking that channel islands there, seeing it's all okay. Yeah, Ribeiro, one of the young guns, is he? What you know a bit about him? Where is he from? Where's he surf?
Yeah, Costa da Caparica.
Big little hotbed down there at the moment.
Yeah.
Good juniors coming through there, huh?
Yeah, exactly. And Costa da Caparica is actually growing as a surfing spot. You know, I have these little references on lock. I'll be releasing throughout the event. But actually, Portugal in Lisbon is the only capital where you have surfing 15 minutes away from. So Costa da Caparica is right. You know, it's 15 minutes drive from Lisbon. So a lot of people are that come to Portugal either go to Ericeira, obviously a very big surf center there, but a lot of them go to Costa da Caparica, and there's way more little restaurants, surf shops, surf houses, surf hostels, and surfing is really growing there. It has been surfing hub in Portugal for a long time in the previous generation, but there's always a couple really good talented surfers coming from there, and Guilherme is definitely one of them.
Yeah, it's got it all too. It's great for learners, isn't it? Caparica, it's a bit more sheltered, especially in the winter months. So you get the beach breaks. Ericeira is great, but a lot of reef breaks, a lot of rocks.
Yeah.
Down there on Costa Caparica, there's the break walls, a bit softer. So you get amazing waves off those break walls. But you also get really fun ways to learn on. So I love that part of the world. Obviously, our fellow commentator, Chico Alves, that was his stomping ground. Grew up down in that part of the world. So just been a really sort of hotbed of Portuguese talent for a long time. It's good to see Ribeiro. I'll tell you what, he's done enough that last big turn to get up in second place. So he's flying the Costa da Caparica flag and flying it well. He's moved into second place. Not a massive heat total, but with 4 minutes to go, he's in a good seat. As we see live action here, that's Etienne driving down the line, just waiting for this next big section. Real powerful surfer. One more here. Just couldn't get a big section there, and he was disappointed. Only needing a 2.80, so not needing a big score, but that wave just didn't offer quite the end section he thought he might get.
Yeah, the wave kind of flattened out. Looked like a good wave at first, but now we have Guilherme again. Caught his rail. Small wave as well. Maybe did well to get out of it, but with 3 minutes to go, we have Tim needing a 3.95. Guilherme on a better looking wave now. Hits it well in the first turn. Let's see what he has for us here. So nice and solid wave, not a huge wave, but an important wave for him. He needs to change a 3.8 Ben. So you know, he's building nothing amazing, nothing special, but smart played there and good surfing by Guilherme.
Yeah, it is for a young guy. He's kept his composure. Didn't need big scores, as you say, and got a couple of hits in. Currently holding on the second spot. Tim Elter has priority, only needing a 3.95, the German, so he is still in a box seat. Let's have a look at the recap, see how we got to this position. With Crivon out in front, Ribeiro in second, and it started off with Elter.
Clean wave here. This is his second wave. Second best wave. Unfortunately, couldn't ride out of that last one. This is that one hit from Leo Paul. Judges still liking that. His best wave so far, 5.67, and this is kind of the same, only smaller wave and a little less power. And this is the best wave of this heat. Really nice and aggressive and hard section to deal with there. So Charlie really well managing to ride out of that, and this is his second best wave, 4.83. Just the 2 1-turners. That's what he has counting for him.
2 turns, 11.83 points. So he's done well to manufacture scores out of waves with not a lot of opportunity, but he surfed clean. He's attacked the lip, and he's looking pretty safe. It's all about that race for second, with Elter needing a 4.38. There's him in on the screen there. He's still got priority. He just doesn't have the time. And he's got just on 55 seconds to get a 4.38. It's not a big score, but he's running out of time. We've seen a few buzzer beaters. That ocean looking a bit grey and a bit flat and a bit, well, it doesn't look that inviting right now, because Elter needing a score. Etienne also needing a tiny score as well, a 3.33. So he too just slapping the water just to be out there, knowing you need such a tiny score. I think he'd be going inside, just trying to catch anything with 25 seconds to go, trying to get away from his opponent. Elter with priority, but time is running out as the ocean goes strangely quiet.
Yeah, it's so frustrating when you know you need a small score and you're feeling confident to do it, and you just, there's nothing you can do. You have no opportunities. It's not like a tennis game. It's really, the ocean is really who tells you how it will go.
Yeah, and the ocean's called it. Crivon in first, and the Ribeiro, the young Portuguese surfer, in second. Well surfed by those two. They go through the round of 32. And you see the official results come up there. Crivon in first, Ribeiro second, Elter and Etienne needing small scores, but not enough. They are out of the picture. We're going to go to a short commercial break and come back with more live action right after this.
Welcome to the show.
Let's do it.
I don't want to say mix getting comboed.
For me, going to Chopu, I kind of say bring it on.
Billy is being treated in a hospital.
You look famous.
I look famous.
Yeah, you don't.
You're ruining my vibe, man.
Oh yeah. I'll show you guys some of the secrets.
Come check it out.
All right, Here we go.
I kind of say bring it on.
Hey, brah. This is the Lineup Podcast.
Cheers, dude.
We're here with Coco Ho,
Kai Lenny,
Jamie O'Brien, John Florence.
put it up there like alley-oop. I was like, oh!
We drop new episodes every Tuesday, wherever you find your podcasts.
I have 24 hours left.
Nothing is ever still. There is this flow that we need to surrender to. We need to go with it. Because deep down we know, wherever the wind blows, life will continue to find its perfect route. A place for new adventures, more freedom, and better living. Azores, safe by nature.
Welcome back to live action from the Azores Airlines Pro, heat number 12, an all-French affair. We'll see 4 surfers out of the Fifth Republic, and they are Joanna Garnell, Thiago Carrick, Adrien Toyon, Mathis Crozon. So some surfers who will know a bunch about each other, 2 of them from the same island of La Réunion in the Indian Ocean. Adrien Jorgan, Thiago Carrick, one of the up-and-coming surfers for a number of years, doing well in the juniors, representing France, and a lot of time over in Latin America, in the tropics, doing his surfing over there in the warmer waters. He's out here in the mid-Atlantic right now. Be interesting to see how this one goes down, Zay. But Jorgan, obviously a standout on the QS for a number of years, struggled a little bit with injuries, trying to get back to where he was, and this will be an important event for him.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. In terms of confidence and getting ready for Haleiwa, at the moment he's around the 30th place.
Yeah, I think 38, 39. Yeah.
So if he does well, if he does a good result there, you know, I think he needs like a final, maybe a semi-final. He could qualify because, as you were saying, for a number of years now he's been at the door knocking on his knees to get in, really showing good surfing, really dynamic surfer too. Goes for airs, good turns, powerful guy, tall and big guy too. Would be cool to see him. We have a number of Europeans in that position. I think Maxime, Jorgan, Vasco is a bit further down, but still doing good. So it's going to be a very interesting event in Haleiwa, Paul. All the decisions will come down in that event. We won't have sunset as we've been having for the last probably decade. But yeah, we'll have everything will come down in the same event.
Yep, all coming down to the Hawaiian Pro. Starts in the 3rd week of November, so coming up in a couple of weeks actually. It's not far away till we kick off on the North Shore. Be a great one in terms of getting that qualification, all coming down to Haleiwa this year, our 4th Challenger Series event. And then we will be seeing Sunset, of course, as a championship tour event for men and women, kicking off at Pipeline. Then in March, and over to Sunset Beach. Be really interesting to see some of our CT surfers on probably some of the biggest boards they'll ride on the championship tour for Sunset.
Yeah.
Probably still riding short boards though, even on bigger days. Would be kind of one of those stories to see where the equipment goes. All of that yet to come in a promising looking winter and a brilliant looking season for 2022. And we're also technically in 2022 in terms of the season now. This qualified series event is for next year's Challenger Series qualification. Right now, a little bit of a stormy, kind of gloomy look to it. It's not really raining, but just kind of a bit overcast. A little bit of wind blowing through as well. And no waves on offer really so far in this one. Just a quick ride for Jorgan Cousinet. It's a 1 point for him. Other than that, nice and spread out. Our 4 Frenchies.
Yeah, all Frenchies. So these guys know each other very well. Been competing for a long time together and know about each other.
Well, not much action out in the water. Someone who lit up the last heat is another Frenchman. His name is Charlie Quivron. He's with Joanna.
That's right. Congratulations, Charlie. That was a tough one, but you made it through. How are you feeling?
Feeling good. You know, it's the first heat. Always kind of, trying to take off the nerves. And it was a hard year this year. Like, I didn't find any rhythm and not making any heats on the Challenger Series and stuff. But yeah, definitely looking for that new European season and get back on track, and looking to be back in the top 10 from Europe and getting ready for the Challenger Series in Hawaii.
And how is it being an athlete and a coach to your girlfriend?
Yeah, it's good. I'm learning as a coach too. No, she made her heat, which is good, and she's probably going to surf later today. And yeah, just keep the flow.
Do you have any rituals or superstitions before going into the heat?
Not really. I kind of used to when I was younger, but I guess it doesn't really work all the time.
What was that when you were younger?
I don't know, I was just always listening to the same music and stuff, you know. But no, I just try to go with the flow and how I feel.
Better things to focus on this time, right?
Exactly.
Well, great job. Good luck in the next round.
Thanks, Joanna. Charlie Kivrom keeping the energy flowing. Not much energy in the ocean right now, and this heat's been really quiet. 6.5 minutes gone. We've got a wave, though. During that cross, it's Shogun Kuzune paddling back out. He's breathing a bit, which tends us to think he did some physical exertion. Let's check it out.
Yeah, good bottom turn. Nice carve right there. Straight to another bottom turn. And wow, kind of dropped the wallet there. So really made the best out of that wave. Hard to do better than that, really, there.
Yeah, it's a turn Jorgen will go to quite a lot. See him doing a lot of laybacks. That one out on the face. Just trying to manufacture something on a bit of a slopey wave. So 2 waves ridden in this heat. Both are by him. He's got a 1 prior to that. Will certainly improve on that one. It will be our early leader, but very quiet in this one so far. As we look out north, straight into the Atlantic. This swell coming pretty much from due north right now. We're out in the middle of the ocean. A place we enjoy discovering each time we come with the Azores Airlines Pro. And if you're wondering exactly where we are and what this place is all about, let's take a little look. So that's us out there on the mid-Atlantic ridge. We're about 850 nautical miles west of Lisbon. Similar sort of latitude. And a beautiful climate bathes this place with pretty warm temperatures year-round. Doesn't tend to swing much. Very much dominated by the maritime climate. Of course, dominated by surf at Praia Santa Barbara. Beautiful vision of the waves down here. Head over to the west of the island, Set Cidade, this is known as. And this is a crater lake. Absolute beauty spot over there, teeming with wildlife, really natural scenes. As we head past and check out some of these kind of lava formations on the coast, you've got these cliff stacks. And then over the inland, just beautiful scenes. Sort of subtropical feel to it. And not a long way from the eastern seaboard of the USA, even closer from the western shores of Europe. That's Costa de Caparica, where we also run QS competition. Now back here in the Azores, an absolutely beautiful part of the world to come and visit. Azores Airlines you'll go to for getting over here, and a lot of inter-island flights as well. Or you can take a boat as well. Some good sailing in this part of the world, well known as a stop-off for an easterly transit. So people heading back, sailing across the Atlantic from the Americas, from the Caribbean, quite often stop off in Orta. It's kind of one of the main stop-offs if the weather patterns conspire before then heading back to Europe. We're picking up Adrian Toyon. And looks like he rode a wave here, Zay.
Yeah. Wow. Kind of got loose, yeah, but I think he put it all on that one first turn. Started as a carve, ended up putting some free fin work there. And he's probably just trying to get into the rhythm and putting something on the board. That last one from Jorgen was a 4-3-3. Those 3 turns to that right. But yeah, I think they also put the 4.5 hours from New York, because there's such a tradition between America and the Azores. There's a big community of Azorean people in that part of the world, New Jersey, New York, and it's actually a strategic military pinpoint, an American strategic pinpoint in the world, the Azores. So there's a big exchange of cultures and you know, a lot of things between America and Portugal throughout the Azores. And
live action here goes Toyon, looking at the left from deep. He's got a bigger wave, he's got a big section to aim at, and he'll hit that lip pretty hard and just kind of fling that one down to the flat. So a quick hit for Adrian. I'll go also into his scores for now. Just a second wave for him at the opening, kind of carved to snap. He just liberated the fins towards the end of that turn, and that one just going up into the lip. And snapping down, so 2 completions. Won't be massive numbers, but decent to get things going in this. What's a slow heat? Let's have another look.
Yeah. Well, re-entry right there for Adrien Toyon, but he now has 2 scores under his belt, a 3.5. This wave won't be way more or less than that. Will be kind of the same range. And that's how you start, you know, when you have a slow heat. Sometimes that's the best strategy. Just start, you know, putting waves on the scoreboard and building from there. So Carrick and Crozon still nothing. Jorgen and Adrien 2 waves each. And the tide kind of changing the pace of the waves at the moment. We started out our day with a lower tide, so we would see more waves, a bit more waves, more opportunities, and now the guys, you know, the surfers, will have to rely a bit more on strategy and wave selection to get those good 2 waves.
Yeah, it feels like the surf's really dropped as well, actually. It's quite hard to tell from your shot here, but just when you step outside and look down the beach, a lot of that energy that was still there this morning. It's weird how we kind of think of swells as sort of coming or going during the night, but this morning it was still kind of looked pretty similar to yesterday, right?
Yeah.
In the last, 3 hours down the beach here, it feels like we've lost at least a couple of feet from the height of our swell, which was on the forecast. So a lot less white water as we look west towards Rabat de Peixe as our next village around the corner there. Just looking towards the western part of this island of San Miguel, but just looking at this beach and that white water scene, high tide, and just bringing things closer to shore. Quite a bit less energy, of course, less energy, but still plenty of it. There's some good kind of overhead, maybe the 4-foot range on the set still available out there. Plenty of power as well, as ever. That's a consistent one.
Yeah, Paul, I really think the fact that this is an island in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, you know, the energy comes and goes really fast, you know. You can, you know, be at the beach and if there's a swell coming in, it will, especially on the high tide, it will start coming and growing from wave to wave to wave to wave. As it does in Hawaii, you know, in 1 hour waves can get really big, as we have Crozon's first wave.
Yeah, good looking set this. Here goes Mathis Crozon with an absolute ton of speed. What can he do with it? He'll throw down a hammer layback under the lip and then get out. So a completed turn for him. Covered some ground there for that one maneuver. Toyon having a look at a right. We just saw the exit from him. Meanwhile, Jorgen Cousinet finishing off a left-hander. So it looks like he was probably surfing towards Adrien. Adrien not having a priority situation over Jorgen. I think just kind of seeded ground and made way there. We'll get caught up on that if possible. But nice to see some sets coming in and a little bit of action firing up. Thiago Carrique's got priority. It's been very quiet.
Yeah. Yeah, just one turn for Jorgen as well, but one good strong one. And we also had this. So covered a lot of ground, as you were saying, used a lot of space on that wave. Unfortunately, that section wasn't very critical. So he managed it well, but wasn't one of those, you know, really amazing sections there. And Jorgen just, you know, making his way, trying. He'll improve his second best score, which is a 1-pointer. So he'll get rid of that. And yeah, Carrique's still looking to get started in this heat. He might have a look at this one.
He's waiting a long time, hasn't he? Getting down towards that halfway point, hasn't ridden a wave. Cousinet gets a big number, 6.33, goes to first. Here goes Mathis Crozon, backhand attack. A soft wobbly wave, and it just wobbles him off the top. You see Toyon having a little look there. He'll be pleased to see not a great number of points being added by one of his opponents in this. Crozon at the moment in 30 will improve his backup score, maybe, not by much. Well, that is his backup, actually, that 0.9. So just a quick throwaway for him for that last incomplete backhand maneuver. He does have that 4, got that early on. But Jorgen Cousinet with by far the better work. Let's get another look at Mathis' wave.
Yeah, nice bottom turn, but he just gets stuck here. The wave gets a bit fat. Looks like it had another section there for him, but yeah, the scores to the right hand waves have been pretty much on that one turn basis, We saw a 7 from Charlie Cuivron, and a couple other more. But today, it's still about the lefts. But don't discard the rights as we have. Carrique's first wave.
Live action from him in the second half of the heats, and some sort of sticky manoeuvres there, really, from Thiago. Just getting a little tangled in that white water, but nevertheless swinging a couple of times, as is Crozon, who gets himself a right-hander as well. And we see on the prowl out the back, Jorgen Cousineau hammered that backhand section, nearly lost his bottom turn on that left, but he threw up a massive vertical backhand re-entry and got himself that 6-3-2. That's a big number in the context of this one. Here he goes again. He's got a nice section in front of him.
Layback.
And he tries that layback move, which is a bit of a go-to for him. Not able to get it done right there. Won't add anything in terms of his points, but he's got a reasonable total, 10-6-6. Down into that second half of the heat now. It is Jorgen Cousineau leading this one. Got a bit of work left to do on the Challenger Series, though. You're talking about his campaign for this current year, 2021. Down there in the 30s right now. Need a big result in Haleiwa. Definitely a finals day position. Obviously, we're not exactly sure what it's going to be in terms of qualification to get into that top 12 for the men. He's on around about 6,000 odd points at the moment, somewhere around that. So we don't really know exactly where the cutoff is. It costs 10,000 points for the win, 8,000 for second. The points do drop off pretty quick. So you do really need to go and go all the way if you need numbers coming into that final event. Let's see how he does. Does well in Hawaii, but a lot yet to come on our Challenger Series. Of course, right now we're on the QS, the qualifying series. We're looking to qualify surfers for next year's Challenger Series. That's how it works out now. And over here in the Azores Airlines Pro, 5,000 QS points for the men. They don't come any bigger than this today, so this is a real crucial one. And this event's sort of cemented itself as one of these sort of reference events for Europe. It's been a big event for a number of years, usually around about September, but this is massive for our surfers out of Europe.
Yeah, and everyone loves to come here for the waves. People really got used to coming here in their yearly calendar. So it's really amazing that they made this one of the most important events of the year for the regionals.
Toyon live action on a right hand, a massive hit from him, and he'll get another section here and just clip one down off the top. If he can finish, he'll be on his way. And that wave just buckled underneath him, and his legs got a bit straight. And groans in the studio here as Toyon will be a little annoyed he didn't finish. He's on his way to a number there. Let's get another look.
Yeah, nice bottom Rock Machado turn. Adrien Toyon's. And then another one, really beautiful. No water out of its place. And then unfortunately the wave fattens out and he doesn't have that pop from the lip and just gets stuck and falls out in the end.
Yeah, this wave will go steep to fat to not there pretty quickly. And just as you said, hoping his board is going to push him back in. It doesn't. He'll go down and get a score nevertheless. While we wait for that score to drop in, we'll go to a quick commercial break. Join us some more live action right after this.
Nothing is ever still. There is this flow that we need to surrender to. We need to go with it. Because deep down we know, wherever the wind blows, life will continue to find its perfect route. A place for new adventures, more freedom, and better living.
Welcome back to live action. We're picking up Jorgen Cousineau on the inside, coming up and breathing a bit. Another exertion from Cousineau, your heat leader. He's already got a decent number. He's back up. He'll want to improve on. Under 10 minutes to go in this. Not been a smoker in terms of scores. The quality has come from this man so far. Number in for previous of Adrien Toyon is a 4-4. Let's check out live here. Matisse Crozon slicing hard. Ooh, this is better. Ah, nice combo. And just as we're thinking he's getting that done once again, goes down on the inside. So Crozon on his way to a number, and he'll be a little annoyed as well. So the incompletions are costing our surfers. We've got scores to come in for everybody except Adrien Toyon. Let's get another look at Mattis.
Yeah, let's see if he had one first turn. He had this one, and then unfortunately can ride out of this very hard section. But this is Jorgen's last wave. One really nice spray, and then hits it again. So Jorgen really building his heat wave by wave, and making a smart game here. Adrien Toyon had a 440 for that last one. Unfortunately, I think if he had rode out of that last section, he could have get into the 5-point area and distanced himself from Matthias and Thiago, but still anybody's game with 8 minutes to go.
Yeah, this one wide open. It is low scoring. We're going to get a number from Jorgen. Could well improve, couldn't he? He saw him get into that bottom turn early to get that combo done. He managed to just kind of speed up the bottom turn for the second maneuver, make himself room. Judges do enjoy the combination of turns with no downtime. That's what Jorgen showed us, so good chance of improving here down towards the 8-minute mark. Thiago Carrique's had a bit of a shocker so far. Got a 2 and a 1. The 22 minutes of surfing. He's not had waves, he's not had opportunities. It's tough out there right now. You get this, one of those high tide heats, a little bit on sheet. And opportunities few and far between. Finding the opportunities, those. Jorgen Cousinet does improve, gets a 5.9. It's his backup that he improves on. And he's got a decent total now, 12.23 for Jorgen out of 20. That's his 2 best waves. The chase and pack, it's not loads between them. They got work to do to come back at him. In terms of that battle for second, it is Toyon at the moment. He's got priority as well. Let's see how he goes about using that. Down to 7.5 now, but the scores, particularly for Adrien and Mattis in second and third, they got a 4 apiece. It's just really the backups that are significantly different to the tune of about a point. Adrien with that 3.5, Mattis with a 2.7. There's the spread from Jorgen though. Pretty decent numbers for him. Great way to improve.
Yeah, and really smartly played for him throughout this heat. Really, reference of how you can play a really hard heat in terms of wave conditions, because there's not much opportunity out there, and he's really been distancing himself since the beginning, working, not waiting, not making any mistakes, being solid, powerful. So really good for him. And we have paddle from Carrique.
Here goes Thiago, and he'll try and get behind a section, and he won't do. That one will just run off. He'll poke through, paddle back out. He'll use up a little more time. He'll also sit at the back of the queue in terms of priority when he eventually gets to the lineup. 6.5 to go in this one. The chase and pack, really, it is that battle for second. Looks like Cousinet is looking pretty good, certainly to advance in this heat. Good chance to get through him first as well, but let's see how this goes down. Here goes Mathis Crozon. He likes the look of a left here. He's found some good waves. He pokes up a nice turn, does well. It's a technical turn. It's not a massive point scoring turn though. Didn't even really get to the bottom of the wave where he had to go straight into the bottom turn and put it back up. So surfing the wave well according to what the wave offered him, but the wave didn't offer much.
Yeah, this wave, just a one turn, closeout turn really. He only needs a 3.88, so he's really close to Toyon. Toyon has the priority now. I think he is going on this one, and it looks like a better wave.
Here goes Adrien. It's going to go left here. Whoa. On the bottom, bangs a nice turn and just overcooks it, gets straight-legged. So we'll use that priority, not to great effect, unable to add to his score. And another incompletion. And a similar sort of time of the day yesterday, wasn't it? We got down around about late morning, around the high tide. We saw a lot of this happening. A lot of incompletions on that end section. Surfers needing to hit it because the out the back section doesn't offer much other than a speed turn. By far and away, making the best of this heat. Jorgen Cousinet, he's made on waves, got himself into some awkward positions. He's been able to recover. Just gets a quick poke there. He goes Carrique, smooth, that's nice. A good backhand hit from him, and he'll get a second one and he'll land that.
Nice.
So much better stuff from Thiago, he likes it. The fourth at the moment, he's had nothing really of any quality to talk about. Much better stuff from Thiago Carrique.
5.80 to go to move up to second, and this was a serious attack, really smooth as you were saying. Those bottom turns, kind of like Sean Cansdale reminded me. Really looking into it, first good turn, and then no waiting for that second one. Didn't bump his board, he likes it.
A little bit of a finner as well. We saw the fins as he just poked them through that cascading lip on his second maneuver. It'll be much better stuff from Thiago Carrique. Let's see where he goes. He's a 5.83 to second right now. He's got time to get another wave though. He'll get back in the lineup and look to get something else going, even if the score comes in under. But it's a good chance of getting that number. Judges like the combos. They like the degree of difficulty. Let's check out the recap. Heat number 12. Let's see how it's gone down in this heat so far. A little bit starved of quality. His Crozon, he's rallied pretty hard. He's just really struggled to find open sections.
Yeah, this is his one-turner. Good maneuver, but really not much to do. And this is one of Toyon's best. Really nice style. These carves he does are really trademark Adrian. Unfortunately, couldn't make that last one. This is Carrique's last one. Really curious about how this is going to turn out now with 3 minutes and 30 to go. This was a serious attack.
Gets a 4.67 for it.
Okay. And
whoa, that's the high number.
Yeah, this is the powerful Jorgan Cousinet, really making one of it's a very, very smart heat. This is one of his best waves as well.
Yeah, it's the 5.9.
5.9, yeah. 2 turns, rare sight in this heat.
Yep, absolutely. Jorgen very much finding the diamonds in the rough. So Carrique has come back a little bit, chasing the score down. He gets that 4.67. It's the best of the sort of high scores of our chasing surfers, but his backup's modest right now. He's got under 3 minutes as well to improve that. Toyon's back in priority though, so everyone catches a wave, and we see Adrian back with that priority. Can he make it count? He'll try 2.5 or just over that on the clock. And Jorgen Cousinet leading this one. He's shown us, wow, he's found the best waves, he's done the best surfing, and he's good value for his win. That's Adrian's girlfriend, who looks pretty nervous. She goes through the emotions during his heats. He's doing all right in this one so far, but he really needs another score to be safe, because he's got really low numbers. Just a heat total of 7.9 for Adrian.
Yeah, she'll be really cheering for him. They came as a team. It's really good when you have kind of your family or your girlfriend around. It's really a comfort, safe place, and we will have probably some more action. We've been having this situation a lot in the previous heats where, with a minute or 3 minutes to go, everything is out in the open. Really, Crozon and Carrique really needing really small numbers, and let's see this attack.
Look at this, great looking wave for him from deep. He'll hammer it once. Okay, so Adrian had priority. He was just a little bit outside, and he tried to get back in to get that wave. Here goes Adrian Toyon now, and he's got a decent section of his own. He'll hammer that pretty hard.
Nice.
And so 2 sort of similar kind of waves ridden there. It'll be interesting to see how the judges differentiate them. Crozon, his section sort of seemed he had to reach for it a little bit. Adrian's was a little bit more kind of obvious where it was when he took off. Let's have a look.
Yeah, and it was on the rail, a lot of spray there. Not a layback, but really strong hit. And then this was nice, but it wasn't as strong. Yeah, he likes it. It was a really good effort. Definitely a very good effort, but I think Toyon will have the best of that exchange.
It might be the biggest claim for the lowest score in terms of what we've seen so far in this event. Let's see what the judges made of that. But the requirement may well go up for Matis Crozon. When he took off, he needed 3.88. Adrian Toyon might improve and might nudge that requirement up. Here's Thiago Carrique. He needs a number. He only needs a 3.23 right now. Well, Crozon's number comes in, and it's a 3.5, so all of that claiming for a 3.5. Toyon's number as yet to drop. It's a good chance of improving. Does Adrian? Let's see if we get any more waves ridden. Final 15 seconds in this.
Yeah, I think, let's just...
Here goes Jorgan, your heat leader, using his priority. And he's looking for a ramp here. He's telegraphing the air. Here he goes down the line with a ton of speed. He'll go with a nice, clean backhand rotation. He stomps it. Beautiful stuff from Jorgen Cousinet.
Cherry on the top.
Victory lap, the cherry on the top, all of those good things. And he's looked a little bit of a class above out there. He's really kind of shone through in that one. Good stuff from Jorgen Cousinet, finishing off with a backhand rotation, cleanly stomped. We're waiting for a number for Toyon, but it doesn't really matter what it is because he's going to go through in second place anyway. Cousinet may improve on his number, Toyon is going to come through in second place. I don't think he knows it right now, but it's a good chance of improving. I reckon he will get more points on the board, but no waves to come in for Crozon or Thiago Carrick, that man in the blue. So disappointment for those two.
Yeah,
will be Kuzene and Toyon who advance.
I think if you claim really low scoring wave, the judges don't really like that neither.
I think he was just stoked to get an opportunity. It was a steep section. It just, I don't know, it just went a bit weird. He was unable to really kind of fall out the lip. He had to sort of surf his way down, didn't he? Kind of forced it down to the flats. Yeah. Not rewarded massively in terms of points. Either way, it's not going to matter. Adrian gets a 6 for his manoeuvre, so it improves his total, gets him into double figures. And we get an improvement. Well, we're waiting for Jorge Kuzene, actually, to see if we get an improvement from him. Number's going to drop in for the backhand rotation. His scores have just continued to go north throughout this heat. Still waiting for that number, but it's not going to change anything. He's going to win the heat. Just depends how much by. Let's get another look at it, though, because we like this.
Yeah, let's see if we can... We might get a slow-mo, or... Yeah. Yeah. Almost a full rotation, but really clean, technical air from Jorge Kuzene. Just closing his heat
Comes
with
in
an affirmation.
As a 6.43, so it does get a marginal improvement. His total goes up to 12.83. And he is your heat winner by a reasonable margin. He'll make his way in through that rip. You've actually got to paddle yourself back in. It's quite rare for a beach break. Generally, you can catch a whitewater in, but here you've got to get through that rip. There's the official results. Jorge Kuzene, good value in that. Adrian Toyon struggled a bit, found that 6 towards the end with just the one turn. Mattis Crozon, he had a good crack at it. He rallied, he caught waves, just couldn't really impress the judges enough. Thiago Carrick, bit of a shocker. A glimpse from him with a 4.67, but other than that, bit out of sorts out there. Just needed a couple more waves and they weren't forthcoming. And that'll wrap things up for our heat number 12 in the round of 64. So the two reunion islanders, Kuzene and Toyon, will advance. We're going to go to a quick commercial break. When we come back, join us for more live action. We're flying in the Mid-Atlantic. We'll be right back.
E havia de chegar. Aquele onde tudo o que sonhaste se iria realizar. Onde irias mostrar ao mundo todo o teu talento. A oportunidade é agora. O momento é o teu. Agarra-o e mostra tudo o que te vai na alma. Canta como nunca cantaste. Toca como nunca tocaste. E mostra que tu és aquele que procuramos. Now The Search by Samsung Galaxy Z. O programa de talentos que te leva do quarto para o palco das maiores salas de espetáculo do país. Inscreve-te em meldasearch.sap.pt.
Welcome to the show.
Let's do it.
I don't want to say mix getting comboed.
For me, going to Chopu, I kind of say bring it on.
Billy is being treated in a hospital.
You look famous.
I look famous.
Yeah, you don't.
You're ruining my vibe, man.
Oh yeah. Show you guys some of the secrets.
Come check it out.
Nothing is ever still. There is this flow that we need to surrender to. We need to go with it. Because deep down we know, wherever the wind blows, life will continue to find its perfect route. A place for new adventures, more freedom, and better living. Azores, safe by nature.
Welcome back to the Azores Airlines Pro 2021 Heat 13. We'll see Teva Bushkova, Tristan Gilbo, Lenny Jensen from Germany, Markel Vizcar Buenaga of the Basque Country. I'm Paul Evans, joining me back in the studio to chat surf, to commentate, to maybe read out some tweets. Ben Mundy.
Hi Paul, yeah, great to be here. Refreshed after a little break down the beach, just soaking up the atmosphere.
What is the atmosphere like, Ben? Talk us through it.
Intense.
Paint us a picture.
Yeah, there's a bit of sort of grey skies, but still that warm, lovely air.
Okay.
A bit of moisture, a little flickering of moisture, never enough. You know it's not going to hang out for too long. Most of the action is concentrated on the eastern sort of edge of this beach, so all the action spectator-wise is up the end, where this guy is surfing right now.
Whoa, live action from Teva, ripping some turns on the rail. It's crisp. Sorry, this is a replay of what just happened. We'll get all caught up. Beautiful finish there for Teva. Do you like that, Ben?
I like that a lot. I like the kick out. I like the spray. I liked it all. I saw a couple of big turns from Toyon, and Kuzene when I was down the beach there. I was up on the other end. I was down the beach a bit, just soaking up the vibes. Big turns from the boys. Good to see that happening. But Frenchies doing quite well so far today.
Well, there were 4 of them in that heat, so
Yeah.
2 Frenchies we're going to get through. It happens to be the 2 from Reunion Island, Adrian Jorgan. Got 2 more out in the water right now. Lenny Jensen, he's a German, and he's in backhand action, and he'll go down hard on a sucky wave, Ben.
That's a big face slap, that one. Sort of got wobbled up around the corner, and just as he took off.
Gilbo, live action from him. Almost loses the bottom, does well to recover, and gets straight back on the gas. Whack, and prods it up real nice. It's smooth, I like it.
That could be a new sort of shade of yellow board there. I mean, yellow boards have been around. Used to be a symbol of bad luck, I think. Well, was that the Brady Bunch Hawaiian special? But yeah, the yellow boards. I remember Barton Lynch used to sport the yellow board back in the day. But that one, it's almost like a different hue. Could be the first ever sort of colour palette.
It's got orangey notes to it.
Yeah,
Isn't
it really
something,
has.
something in there.
Mango-ish.
Man, I like mango. That's good, actually, Ben. That's good from you.
Big, more sort of traditional black rails there of Lenny Jensen. But here he goes. Yeah, just thought he was going to lose it there. Somehow managed to hang on and then drives around. It's a big wave. Oh, great surfing from Gilbo. Straight up and into it. Whereas Jensen got bucked off by that sort of wobble. He held firm and finished off.
Do you know what I feel like? I feel like a powwow with Jorgen Kuzene. Let's have a chat with him. Joanna's going to. She's standing by.
Yeah, let's. Amazing stuff out there. You're saying the conditions were really hard. The tide is up. What's going through your mind?
Yeah, it was tough out there. It's moving so much, with the tide like going up. I don't even know if it's still going up, but it was tough. But I'm happy because I got a couple left. I didn't even know my scores, but like my buddy on the rocks told me that I had the 6, so I was like, oh, that's maybe enough to be first or second, and luckily I'm first, so I'm really happy.
Were you hearing the countdown to finish and thinking, okay, I'm going to take off right now?
Yeah, I saw that the little left. I knew I had 2 okay scores, and I wanted to go for air, so I did it. So I'm pretty happy with this one.
And you're pretty well positioned in the Challenger Series as well. Are you going into Hawaii?
I'm going to Hawaii. Yeah, I don't know when, because I heard you needed to be fully vaccinated. It means 2, and I had the COVID, so and just 1 dose. I don't know how to call it. But yeah, I'm going there. Hopefully I will make it before the contest, and yeah, I'm stuck. Hopefully I can do really good for one time.
You're already preparing your Challenger Series for 2020 as well. 2022, sorry.
Yeah, this contest count for next year, so hopefully I can do well and be well ranked. And yeah, happy. Like I'm feeling good. My back is getting better and better, so yeah, things gonna go good. Let's cross fingers.
Good job and good luck in the next round.
Thank you so much.
Jorgen Kuzene there, looking good. He looks healthy and fighting fit, Ben, and putting on a good performance there.
Yeah, he's been plagued by that back injury for quite some time. It's good news that he's just coming on the other side. Split peak here. See, a big turn there. There's a big spray from the man on the mango board. And it just shows that pulled back view, shows the amount of spray that he generated in that right critical pocket. So Gilbert already got a 6.83 for that first wave and backed it up quick time. Loving it, absolutely loving it.
All right, Bush whacking it here a couple of times. It's a powerful unit. Not quite powerful enough to get the better over that particular section. Meanwhile, here goes Jensen. Whoa, right on the button. That's a massive hammer. Pokes the nose, though, and goes down. I love the speed going into that turn. Because he was going so fast, he almost got that done. Almost isn't going to cut it with our judgment panel, though. They're brutal. All 5 of them. Misses as good as a mile as far as they're concerned. It won't be a number for him. Still got a bunch of tweets coming in. We got Lorraine here. She's in Dundee, up in Scotland. So surf fans from all over. I think that's South Americans online. We got the Scots. Lorraine, got a question for Ben. It's more hotel chat, Ben. She says you've made your case quite clear. You've taken the moral high ground on the breakfast buffet. Before we revisit that treat, let's revisit Tiva's surfing.
He
He's
just
ripping.
disappeared there. He was there and then he wasn't. And just too much foam. But this one was the one we liked. Look, just grabbed his rail and then boom. So much spray. That board looks great. He looks good. Yeah, I'm liking Tristan's manoeuvre. Yeah, this is the one. Just went into a lot of speed here. Right in the pocket there from Markel. And again, just a bit more open face here for the Bass Surfer. And just finishes it off here on the inside with the last little turn. Can't make that one, so Markel getting on the ball with a 4.
Would you like to go back to Lorraine's question?
Yeah, whatever. What's Lorraine got for me?
She said that you've gone out and took a bit of a limb, taking the moral high ground about breakfast buffet. You're calling it thieving, taking a cheese croissant. But she wants to know, all right, Ben, what's your stance on, A, the little mini soaps, the shampoos, the little bottles of conditioner, and B, and for the benefit of the audience, I'm fixing Ben with a sort of an accusatory stare here of truth, things like towels from hotels, Ben. What's your stance on maybe some of those finding their way into your suitcase as you check out? Over to you, Ben. Great question, Lorraine.
Yeah, well, in terms of the shampoos and conditioners, they can't be used again. If you leave them behind, just through basic hygiene.
The unopened ones.
Oh, you don't take the unopened ones. I mean,
okay, all right.
That's not cool.
Don't take them.
No. If it's been opened, you take it. But if you used it, no one else can use it. You might as well take it.
All right. Part B.
Towels,
Ben.
Yeah, towels are property of the hotel.
Okay, so
I mean, that stands to reason.
Sure.
So
your conscience is clear, is it?
Yeah.
This is now a matter of public record. You're live on air. You're broadcasting to the whole of the world. Yeah. No hotel towels on Ben Mundy's.
No,
sort of.
I think anyone that takes a hotel towel, should be
the worst kind of person.
It's probably should be hung out and shot. I think it's a serious crime that needs a serious deterrent.
Okay, sure. Well, we don't actually have the polygraph test available at the moment, but probably good news for Ben Mundy because he might be telling porkies.
Towels are important. I mean, obviously, they're a personal hygiene kind of tool, and as I can see by the Twitter account already, there's some dubious comments about it, and people don't believe my stance.
They don't, do they? You seem, you sort of lack. I think you lack credibility a little bit here, Ben. I've got to say this. It hurts me to say it, but it's
Well, Layla from where's she from? I can only pronounce that word. Oh, that's right, from Paris. Layla from Paris is saying towels are important, Ben, and they should be respected. What's your view on sharing towels? As a rule, I'm like, well, I mean, you don't share towels.
You got your pre-COVID and your sort of post-COVID kind of, don't you?
Well,
essentially.
Well, or just general sort of hygiene rules. I would indicate that one towel, per person, I would say is a good way of going about things, just for general hygiene.
Jensen's found his own wave here, and he's slicing on it. He'll hit one hard, and looking down the line for another section. Almost slips. Oh, that was nice. I love that. Oh, nearly makes it. And then he'll get absolutely exploded. Got the watery grenade just explode beneath the board.
Tell you what that was. That was the classic punch from behind. The king hit. He thought he'd done all the hard work. He just rode out of it, and then someone just has come from behind and knocked him in the back of the head, and that was a lip. And he just went down. Couldn't quite handle it. What are your thoughts on sharing towels, Paul?
You're absolutely, definitely for it. Yeah, why not?
Or would you prefer to bring your own towels?
No, just prefer to use yours, mate, to be fair. Prefer to use your stolen hotel towel from Tenerife.
Okay, let's just be honest with the viewers out there. Let's not beat around the bush anymore. This is ridiculous. I stole a towel once in Tenerife. I'm not happy about it, but we've still got it. And you've been using on our little trip. But no one's a winner here. None of us come out well from this particular little incident, flying with any moral sort of fibre. So we're going to leave it be and move on.
Now, very big of you to make that admission on air, Ben. And I think really all of your previous comments about the breakfast buffet, really, they'll all have to basically be stricken from the record, won't they?
When that towel, I think it inadvertently did fall into my, I must have threw it in my bag. I thought it was someone else's towel. As we see out the back.
Live action. Here goes Teva. Bushgoer. Belting. Well, not really belting the first section. Kind of missing it. Then he'll belt one. And then he'll go down.
Yeah, unfortunately, got a bit of a shampoo from the start. And here he goes. the heat winner at the moment, is winding up. I tell you what, once he gets his confidence, he's very hard to stop. He just can't get a second turn there.
Seems to have an extra gear of pace, Tristan Gilboa, from what we've seen of him. He's got the 6.83, he's got the 5.57 as well. So just 2 ways ridden from Tristan, looking really good. He's got the mango spray. Let's get another look, Ben, but I love it. He's looking really nice out here. Big hit.
On that front, got a tweet in here from Giles from Edmonton. As we see here, there's a light little shampoo at the front there, but this wave just not opening up. He's saying, the mango board of Tristan reminds me of the mango brand, the old surf brand. And he's asking you, Paul, what surf brands do you miss the most? What old surf brands do you sort of, you know, I don't know if you're a brand kind of a guy, but is there any of those old brands that still hold a candle for? He's obviously a big brand guy, this guy.
Yeah. You got your Mystic Knights of Bali. Remember them?
No.
Okay.
Mystic Knights of Bali.
Yeah.
I'm not saying about some of your holidays in the 90s, Paul. I'm asking about surf brands that no longer exist.
They were good. They were good. I think I used to have a T-shirt that said Atomic Surf on it, which seems like quite a weird juxtaposition. Yeah. No, I don't miss brands, actually. No.
Mango was good. Used to be Sean Munro, I remember, was a... Mark Richards was sponsored by Mango.
BL, maybe?
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
not
They
Mango.
had a strong team there at one stage. Instinct. Just a bit of time for Instinct. They still might be going, actually. My old mate Sean Thompson.
We're going to get a quick commercial break. We'll be back with more live action from the Azores Airlines Pro. Join us for more. It's raining a little bit. The waves are still pumping. We'll be right back.
Welcome to the show.
Let's do it.
I don't want to say mix getting comboed.
For me, going to Chopu, I kind of say bring it on.
Billy is being treated in a hospital.
You look famous.
I look famous.
Yeah, you don't.
You're ruining my vibe, man.
Oh yeah. I'll show you guys some of the secrets.
Come check it out.
Nothing is ever still. There is this flow that we need to surrender to. We need to go with it. Because deep down we know, wherever the wind blows, life will continue to find its perfect route. A place for new adventures, more freedom and better living. Azores, safe by nature.
Welcome back to live action from the Mid-Atlantic. San Miguel Island plays host to the Azores Airlines Pro once again. And we're into the thick of things in this heat. Tristan Gilboa, one of our Frenchmen out in the water right now, he's doing pretty good. Big total, 12.4 for him. Those are your scores and all your requirements on the screen. If you're into that sort of thing, it's all there for you. Paul Evans in the studio with Ben, the Hotel Towel Thief Monday. And he's taken a bit of a puritanical stance on the breakfast buffet, but finally we've got there. He's crumbled under cross-examination from Twitter. And he's admitted. Do you feel better now, Ben? You've been living a life for about 3 days now on air. How does that feel now to have got that off your chest? Is that a big relief?
I stand by my buffet stance, and I'm not ever will swoop from that. I think everyone involved in the great breakfast buffet debacle needs to maybe reassess their own value judgments and not mine. Value judgments, though, going on here. Gilboa, he's the only one with any type of real form on the board. Brashaga with that 5.17, Jensen 4.67, and the Bass Markel with a 4. Very tight there, very, very tight. And these guys just trying to get through that round of 32. We saw Kuzane just saying life is difficult out there. A bit hard to get your waves, but to get your head around the tide, it's almost, well, half hour off the high tide, Paul. And
yeah, just on Kuzane. He's sitting in the 30s, somewhere like that. Around about, I think he's around about 6,000 points-ish, something like that. How do you fancy his chances in Hawaii? It's going to be tough over there at the Hawaiian Pro.
Well, he hasn't got a big result over there. I think he's probably gone into Hawaii the last 3 or 4 of the last 5 QS seasons with, you know, really close to being in the qualifying spots, even 10th or 9th, and he hasn't managed to get a big result there. So the form isn't good, but his surfing does suit the wave there at Haleiwa as the boys just get in a circle. It must be nice to have 5 or 6 your closest mates just get around in a circle and just sort of dig you up before a heat, Paul. That's a nice warm feeling inside. And that's your man going out there. But yeah, so he's got the talent, he's got the ability, and I think his surfing suits Haleiwa. Just a bit of a mental block. He stumbled over there before, and maybe that can't hurt.
Who else do you fancy from the Euros? He's not a long way in those 30s. We've also got names like Ramzi Boukiam. He's down there. We've also got Joan Duru again in the 30s. Maxime Houssino's doing a little better for the Europeans, up a bit higher. He's somewhere around the 20th mark, I think, maybe 19th. Who do you like from the Euro pack for Hawaii for a result?
Well, just based on kind of rankings, yeah, Maxime Houssino, I think he's been the most consistent of all that lot. I think Ramsey, probably one of the most talented servers. His backhand is lethal, but he hasn't had getting any results and just making errors. Joanne Giroux, again, has been a bit up and down. If he turns it on, he's amazing.
Live action.
Turning it on.
Bushgoa down the line, going hard. Whoa, frees the fins up, and then he'll snowboard down in front of the avalanche. And he'll get away eventually from that. And there's a little look up. He's almost sort of surprised himself to have rode out of that. He's gone down on a few. He's a strong lad, though, and he needed all of that power just to kind of wrestle the croc on that whitewater bend.
Yeah, I mean, it was big. This bit here was good. And you look at that fin drift, and then this bit gets him. You think, oh, he's gone here. They almost bucked him back on his board. And he took a long time to ride out, but he did ride out. That's a completion, even if it took 18 to 19 seconds to do it. So, yeah, big turn. Only needed a 4. I reckon he'll get that with that single turn. Good surfing from the man. Loved it.
10 on the clock. Gilbo in the lead right now. The chasing pack, they're some way back. We're going to get score, though, for Teva Bushgoa. And he will certainly improve on his backup, which is just a 2.83. He gets a 4.57. So he's back within about 3 points of our leader. Gilbo has been quiet in terms of the wave count. He's been really quiet. His Markel Piscart Guenaga. He's only ridden 2 waves. And he needs to get skates on it. Does have priority, though, the young Basque. He needs a wave here, Ben.
Needs a wave. Still within touch. No one's really able to really shut the door in terms of that second place. So you can see him there just looking around. Bit sort of hesitantly. He does need a wave. 9 minutes is not a long time out here. It's not easy to get. I tell you, looking at the rankings of that Challenger Series, the Europeans, they're in a bit of strife.
Yeah, they're struggling,
the only two within sort of reaching distance of Federico Moraes and Leo Fioravanti, and they're already locked for the CT, so they don't have to worry about it. But the highest placed European, as I can see, is, Ramsey's in 36th place. And most of his points have come from a result back in 2020. So I don't know if this is just a funny old year. Jorgensen 39th. But that's deep. You have to win the event, basically, to get in.
One of the stories from the Challenger Series this year, right, is new blood. We talk about some of the Australians and some of those sort of like younger names or just newer names doing good work. Similar thing with the Americans as well. For the Euros, it's kind of like the old familiars, isn't it? It's the same old faces. People have been around for a while. They're just sort of hanging on. There hasn't really been those kind of breakthroughs. Think about names like Cowley Vast. He'd be sort of in that picture, in that frame, but struggling a bit in terms of his overall position, and we haven't really had that sort of new blood, that new energy to sort of push the more established names.
No, we're not. And even at this event, you look at the sort of guys you kind of fancy, but just based on performances, and it is still the Cousinets, even the Adrian Toyons, Mark Lacomere putting up big numbers, and they're the old school. So there's a bit of a gap between those established QS veterans who incidentally haven't made it to that top level anyway. They've been close. And then the young sort of next step. Yeah, I think Cowley Vast, you mentioned there, is probably one of the ones of the younger generation, Marco Mignot maybe, with the talent to go all the way, but they've got to prove it. And so European surfing, for all its waves and the recent investment in sort of all the events, especially down here in Portugal, haven't really realised that top level elite surfing. And yeah, hopefully that'll change soon, Paul. Any reasons why you think that is? Why there's a gap? The Australians keep sort of punching and providing a few new faces here and there. The Ethan Ewings have sort of stepped up to the plate. He's only young. Jack Robinson obviously been around a long time, but his first year on the CT. Even like Morgan Sibulik, who sort of came from nowhere and made the top 5. So there's some fresh faces coming out of Australia. And the Brazilians obviously just got a conveyor belt. The Europeans sort of lagging behind. Any reasons?
Well, I tell you, when they were doing really well, the Euros, and a bunch of them all got on tour. We were discussing it yesterday. Sort of 7 of them got on. You could basically qualify without leaving Europe back then. There were a bunch of big events, 6 stars as they were known, and 5 stars, and you could pretty much qualify it between sort of May and October in Europe. This event was sort of the last of those kind of major QSs, but you could get that qualification done back then. Of course, now you can still stay in Europe to get your qualification done for the championship, the Challenger Series. But once you get there, where you're meeting all of the best surfers from all of those regions around the world, then it's tough. I guess they're just not good enough would be the short answer. Here goes Vasco Ribeiro looking to get out of fourth. He's a youngster on the European scene, and he'll lose the bottom turn there and won't get a number for that. 6:20 to go. Why do you think it is, Ben? Other than they're not good enough.
I asked you, you went through the mechanics of how they get there, and then your answer to the question was that they're just not good enough. I mean, I don't know if that's a... Yeah, well, I suppose it is a talent pool thing, isn't it? Things go in cycles. That might be that deadwood at the top. Sort of, is that clogging the next generation coming through?
Deadwood.
Well, you know what I mean? They've been around a long time, and they're incredible surfers, but haven't been able to just make that next leap. Maybe they get it too easy over here. I think the Brazilians... I think the hunger
I'm
is
not
there.
Sure about that.
I think the Europeans,
not having that.
I reckon they get pretty good support when they're young in terms of coaching, in terms of investment, in terms of sponsorship. Is that an issue, Paul?
No, I don't go for the shaggy dog story much. I think that's the sort of narrative that gets bolted on retrospectively when someone does well and you sort of look at how poor they were when they were young. But I don't really think it's necessarily down. It's about how good you are at surfing and what your resources are, really. I don't know. It's to do with talent, isn't it? And that sort of thing. And I don't think it's anything to do with having it too easy or any of that sort of stuff. It's just the way it goes down. You get generations of talent, and sometimes you got more surfers in a pack kind of pushing each other, coming along together. Let's check out the recap. Here's the talent of Peva Bushkova. Doing good work, Ben.
Yeah, he's been strong on his forehand. He's finished off some big turns, and here he goes. Just nice. See the spray there. And that was a 5.17, and that was off to a good start. He backed it up later on there. Jensen's been going for it. That was the only one he's really been able to land. A 4.67. The bass surfer's been out of sorts really. Just so much lump and bump on these waves. Made the most of it. But just nothing really. No lip to hit, no end section. He's young, good surfing, but just not quite at that elite level. Whereas this man, you can just see the power he's got. He's on a sort of bigger waves, doing bigger turns, and that mango board is just looking really good under his feet. Comes around the corner, just big again. So yeah, even though he's had difficult waves, he's ridden them really smoothly with style. And yeah, Tristan Gilbert has got a lock on this. And yet again, not again, for the first time, we're going to talk about that race for second place, Paul. And it's tough up there.
Big lumps coming through now under the 4-minute mark. Gilbo, your heat leader, looking really good with 12.4. That's already in his back pocket. He might get a few more points because he does have priority. And here's some energy swinging in with some onshores, sort of ruffling things up a little bit. Nevertheless, still some clean faces, some sections to hit. Pretty much about 25 minutes off the high tide. We're probably about 15 minutes off lunch, Ben. How does that make you feel?
Hungry. yeah, got a little ticket, 12 o'clock. It's usually when the lovely people at the cafe. They've been working hard all week.
Having a paddle, doesn't like it. That one will run away. He kind of clenches those fists, but not a happy fist clench. It's like a sad one. It's a frustration. And he'll go down on the inside. Still looking for 5.08. And he got a little bit of, not a mountain to climb, but I would say quite a steep hill to climb with 3 on the clock.
Yeah, he's going to need some assistance to get up this hill. So this one, just a bit late on that first turn. And yeah, sort of digs the rail on that second one, so that ain't going to count. Meanwhile, Teva, you know what he's going to do? Just one big turn. Can he get a second one in? Nice little fin drift. Loads of sort of similar waves. Hasn't been able to just get up to that next level and give himself a bit of breathing space, and that means Jensen still needing a 5.08, and the surfer in grey needing a 5.74. Not huge totals, but pretty big numbers in the context of this heat. And also within terms, there's just none of this heat left. It's almost gone.
Yeah, just over 2 to go on this. Let's see if we get more opportunities for a final exchange in this one. Priority remains with our heat leader. Second prio is with our surfer in fourth, the young Basque Markel Vizcarguenaga. He needs to get his skates on here and get himself away, but he doesn't need a big number. All the while the scores stay low, it stays open, and from fourth to second can be achieved to the tune of a 5.74 right now. Lenny Jensen in third, looking for a 5.08. There's Tristan Gilbo, who's looked great from the get-go in this one. He's just ridden those 4 waves, but tell you what, since those opening 2 waves that he got in the first 6 minutes or so, he hasn't really had much actually. So if it wasn't for those waves, he'd be struggling himself. Just goes to show the importance of the strong start. 90 now on the clock, time ticking away for Jensen. And that man, young man, Vasco Ribeiro.
It's pretty calm there. He's not paddling around. He's just hoping a wave's going to sort of pop up right in front of him. Happy with his position. Well, he's not in terms of the lineup. He's not happy in his position in terms of the heat. Needing a 5-point ride, not a big number. Jensen too, staring at the distance. 1 minute. There's not enough time, I think, for these young surfers. They've just run their race and they've fallen short. Gilbo just too strong. And Tepper's been good too. He's finished all his waves, been strong and surfed well. And it's got him in second place, though. A few lumps approaching. It's not over yet.
Last knockings here. Into the final 40 seconds. We're probably going to see a wave ridden here. Gilbo with the priority. He'll be showing no mercy at all. If he does get an option, he'll look to take it. Second priority, crucially, with Markel Viscarguanaga, who is chasing down a number. And we look like we might have even multiple waves in this set. So Markel's positioning himself for a left-hander here. He'll probably pull the trigger. He does, and he'll use that priority. He'll go down the line and float one up. Nice kind of spring in his step. And he'll kind of bound over a section. I didn't see a high five on that turn there, though. A little paddle from Jensen. And almost sort of saw Markel almost have a little look in just to check the prio, but I don't think Jensen impeded him in any way. And other than that, don't think we saw any other waves. We're all caught up with scores. So we are all done in this heat. It's not really been a classic quality from Gilbo in the red. Other than that, been a largely sort of missable one, Ben.
Yeah, Tristan was the only surfer to really put his stamp on that. And that's got him in first place. So great surfing from the Frenchman. But the official results there, Gilbo in first, Pashika in second, Jensen out, and Markel gone as well. So we're going to go to a short commercial break, come back with 3 more heats of the round of 64 just after this. Don't go anywhere, folks.
About to leave, already packing. Come with me, I'm not really asking. We'll get away to a place where we don't know.
Nothing is ever still. There is this flow that we need to surrender to. We need to go with it. Because deep down we know, wherever the wind blows, life will continue to find its perfect route, its best and safer track. A new way of discovery, development and evolution. A time for profound consciousness and connection. A place for new adventures, more freedom and better living. Azores, safe by nature.
And welcome back to the shores of the Azores Airlines Pro. We are motoring through the round of 64. We're up to heat 14. Gaspard Larsener, Dorian Gomez, Lucas Silvera, and Amir Raffaelli. My name's Ben Mundy, joined in the booth by Zay Fiera, apologies.
Actually, it can be Ferrari.
It can be Ferrari.
I like that.
He's quick, he's smart, he's revved up, and not a stacked heat here. Silvera, probably the favourite. Raffaelli from Israel, sort of trying to make his name in it. Gaspard Larsener and Dorian Gomez, young Frenchman, got to make their mark as well. So again, we push on through. Zay?
Yeah.
Dead high tide almost for this heat, so we might see a bit of few lulls, but even that last wave, still enough action, still enough points contestable, right?
Yeah. You know, during the QS, guys have conditions much worse, and let's see the first wave from Mr. Gomez. good solid first turn, hangs in there. Second one trying to find a critical section and does it.
Yeah, Torian just getting 3 turns in, so a really strong start. Just the first couple of minutes of the heat. And
Strong
Dorian,
guy, Ben.
Yeah, short, stocky, powerful build. You can see him motoring through there, fit as a fiddle. And just trying to get back out into that lineup. But, you know, it's so crucial just in those first couple of minutes to get something done. And he's got a score on the board. Won't be a huge one, but still, you know, any numbers here in the early stage is important.
As we see the replay, nice bottom turn. This was the money turn, really. He waited in the end because the backwash is really pushing the waves and finishing up well here. This is the hard part of this wave, and that was good for him. And 383 from our surfer in green, Amir Rafaeli, Israeli surfer. Nice stance.
Yeah, the Israeli surfer. I'm not sure we got many Israelis left. Saw Nickerton just fall by 0.05 of a point of a massive upset over Joanne Giroux. So he was out. So this might be the last of the Israeli surfers still having a punt, trying to get through that round of 32. And a 3.83. Not a bad start. A 4.17 for the 3-turn combo from Gomez, Larsener, just with an in and out. And Silveira surfed through the early rounds. He's got a few heats under his belt already. Really consistent, really powerful. And speaking consistent and powerful, we've got the winner of that last heat down there, Tristan Gilbo with Joanna Garnell.
Thanks, Ben. Congratulations, Tristan. That was tough work, but you made it through. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I feel good. Yeah, tricky heat, quite high tide. It's like bumpy and it moves a lot. There's a lot of water moving, but yeah, happy to make through.
And who's your favorite surfer in the whole QS? And you can't say Gaspar Lassoner, okay?
Yeah, Gaspar is a good friend, and I always wish him well. But favorite surfer, I don't know. To be honest, like all the Europeans, they've been inspiring me for a long time now, and I don't know, all of them, I'll say.
And now a very important question. When are you going to go blonde again?
I don't know. I think I made more heats with like the blonde hair, so I don't know. I'll think about it.
Well, you think about it. Great job. Congratulations.
Thanks. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, thanks, Joanna. Yeah, last year, I think it was 2021, when the old Tristan came into town, rocked into the Portuguese town in Santa Cruz with a shock of blonde hair. And yeah, he absolutely ripped apart the next couple of events. So that's why Joanna's saying, well, can he do it again? Really, yeah, love his smile, love his attitude. Real positive guy, Tristan. Great to be around.
Yeah, great
guy. Didn't answer the question, though, did he, about his favourite QS surfer?
Yeah, always a hard question. But Lucas is one of the favourites for this event with this really good 2-turner.
Yeah, so solid, isn't he? Just doesn't make many mistakes. Always in the right position, in the right part of the wave. Just taking his time there. He just comes up smiling.
Yeah.
Like a shark. So yeah, this wave, big spray, and then just finishes it off. So great surfing from Silveira. Really calm and composed. Looks good, and he'll be happy with that. Another strong start.
Yeah, really solid surfing for Luca there. And yeah, it's always a tricky question when someone asks you who's your favorite surfer, because
okay, well, who's your favourite surfer from the QS?
Ooh,
Zay Ferreira. You know what? I'll put you on the mark right
that's
now.
That's a hard one. Well, let's just see this wave.
Okay, yeah, well, you're not off the hook. I'm coming back to you. Amir Rafaeli drives around, big section here. Oh, and a lovely turn. He can't quite make it.
Yeah, unfortunately. Favorite surfer on the European QS?
Yep. Give me one. Not that you show any bias towards that surfer, but
yeah.
You just, who's your favourite you like to watch?
I really like Vasco. I'll say a top 3. Vasco, Adrian Toyon, and Jonathan Gonzalez.
Okay, he's gone old school. Laspinat, one big turn. Nice drone view, but he can't get around that. Okay, so
Actually, I really like from the younger generation, Ruben Vitoria.
Ruben Vitoria, yeah.
Really great style.
Bass surfing his backhand. He's got his backhand, just comes up. Wow, nice big hit, one big turn. And so, looking good there. Was Laspinat trying to get in on the axe. He saw his good mate Tristan just get through. And a big number there. 7.33 for Silveira for those 2-turn combos. So just, again, we've just seen those surfers that bit more experience, a bit more class, and they can get 7s, where a lot of the other surfers are really struggling to post those, for even 5s and 6s. So that's the difference. Really, really good. Yeah. Really good start to the day for those guys.
Gaspar had a 4.73 on this last one. Just that one final, turn. Really solid surfer, Gaspar. Been out there for a couple years, and Amir really has been active there, paddling for that wave. Couldn't make it, but yeah, man, really, surfers like Lucas or other surfers can really notch it up a bit, when they can, when they have an opportunity. Here's the spread of the judges. One of them gave him an 8 points.
Yeah, it went big. Spread 7 to 8 point spread, and the average being 7.33. So yeah, really, really solid there. The Brazilian, now a resident of Portugal, spends his time in Ericeira. On point, sort of, doing really well on the ratings, on the qualifying, on the Challenger Series ratings. Got a result, a quarterfinal, I'm pretty sure, in the US Open. Bit of a shock result. He only got a really late start in that event. It was actually just in Mexico cruising and surfing, and then got the late call up, bowled it up, and ended up getting a good result. So he's now in 17th spot on the Challenger Series, which is incredible. Only the top 10 get a mark on the CT. So you got...
Sorry, he's in 7th?
17th.
17th.
Yeah, so...
Really close.
Didn't do well at home in Portugal, which is a bit of a shock, but got some points there in a good result in 9th place in the Quick Pro France, a 5th at the US Open. So really consistent surfing from Lucas, got him in the 17th, and that means that he's really close to getting up there. You look at the surfers in that. Perez is close, Carlos Moniz, Griffin Colapinto, Liam O'Brien. So he's in the mix, and Haleiwa spent a lot of time in Hawaii over the years. He spent all his winters there.
Yeah.
Really, really good at pipe and backdoor. Incredible at there's outer reefs as well. So he knows Haleiwa inside out. And if it gets 8, 10 foot, 12 foot, he'll be gnarly. So
definitely a charger.
That'll be his focus after this. Just trying to get some points up for next year, but he's right in the hunt. And he's surfing as a European, so he's Europe's best hope really, in terms of potentially getting into that all-important top 10 to get a CT spot.
Yeah, definitely, and definitely the best positioned surfer to qualify coming out of the Europe region. And yeah, Lucas, I remember Lucas since a little kid. He was traveling everywhere, with this really. Going after it, going for it. Always been a charger. He would, travel alone to the Mentawis if he had to, with 12 or 13 years old. So he's done his fair share of traveling. As you were saying, he spends a lot of time in Hawaii before and after the season. So he usually stays there after. Doesn't really come home right away for Christmas. His family travels a lot with him. And I think his father has been filming him and has his own little producer. Let's see, he's going left on this one, man.
Yeah, live action from Lucas. That man's got one turn in him. There he goes again. He just blasts the fins out and can't make that. The drone shot saying the incomplete. Meanwhile, the surfer's looking at that right and letting not to go. Yeah, he's had good backing, good support from his family and his friends. We saw the support network he's got down here. Hadi Batatusta and various coaches. But this is Larsena. First turn is right in the pocket. He's got some speed, but he was going so fast, but there was no open face. He just pressed the eject button, Gomez on his backhand again. And just hings it and comes down and rides out. So thought that turn was a little bit safe, but then he redirected, went back to the source and sort of free fell out of it. So actually managed to, I think, manufacture a few points here, Zay.
Yeah, long bottom turn. He was really looking for that one. A bit safe, as you said, but then kind of had that free fall that gave that wow factor a bit to that last turn. But you know, this heat is still unfolding, but I think he'll need a bit more than that to get through.
Yeah, he got 3.83. Oh, sorry, 4.17 for his first turn that just had that sort of 2 turns, and that one was a single turn. We'll see how he goes for Dorian. He doesn't need a big score to get up in that all-important second place. Plenty of time, half an hour on the clock. So we'll see how they go.
Yeah, Lucas is comfortably leading. Well, he has the best wave of the heat so far, still half heat to go, so I'm sure he's gonna be putting another score on the scoreboard. And apart from that, all the guys have kind of the same, you know, everyone has like a 4, high 4, and then looking for a backup. But we might be seeing soon the conditions improving with this tide going lower and lower as we see a big storm on the other side of the island.
Yeah, some rain on the southern shores. Sometimes on this island you can be 3 miles away. Bright sunshine here, pouring with rain over the other side. Gets a lot of rainfall, hence why it's so green. But invariably it rains and the sun comes out afterwards, gives that real fresh sort of feeling. Rainbows are plenty, and although that one looks a little bit more proper, see if that comes our way. But yeah, the wind was due to go a bit more offshore. Hadn't seen a lot of it. Swell went a bit further north today, which made it a little bit more peaky, and just a bit of a drop in size. Still plenty of it. There's waves down the beach as well. And the free surfers filling their boots down on those little sucky banks further down. But this has been the most consistent sort of section in terms of providing corners and holding the size as well, because we've had some big waves over the last couple of days, big 6 to 8 foot surf, and this bank's been able to hold it up quite well.
Yeah, this bank was, you know, really solid and really good waves for the last 2 days. In the morning it was really fun as well. When the waves get a bit smaller and the tide gets high, it's not the best combination, but as soon as the tide goes low, it definitely gives you more opportunities.
Yeah, exactly. We're dead on the high tide now, so as the tide goes out, we're going to go for a sort of live action on that. Stay tuned with more action surfing like this from Lucas Rivera right after this short commercial break.
About to leave, already packing. Come with me, I'm not really asking. We'll get away to a place where we don't know.
Nothing is ever still. There is this flow that we need to surrender to. We need to go with it. Because deep down we know, wherever the wind blows, life will continue to find its perfect route. A place for new adventures, more freedom, and better living. Azores, safe by nature.
Okay, welcome back to the Azores San Miguel Island, the Azores Airlines Pro. Thanks to the huge support from Azores Airlines. They're the airlines that fly us from Lisbon all over the UK, direct flights here to Azores. They look after you. Your boards get on for free. That's a massive saving in the modern era. Can't travel anywhere without these days without airlines absolutely pinging you with huge bills. Not Azores Airlines. They love surfers and they want to see you here. So thanks to their support. Been a massive supporter of this event for many years, and we thank you for that backing. Makes all this possible. And right now, You see those dark skies coming in. Silveira out in front with a 7.33. Hasn't been able to back it up in any way, shape or form. Here we go, the Israeli Raffaelli gets it up. Well, that's a nice first turn. Looks like he's going to get nothing else to do, unfortunately for him. He just couldn't quite get around the next section, so no good for him, but a good first turn.
Yeah, really long bottom turn and then hits it well, fluid. Unfortunately, that wave closes out for him. Looks like we had Lucas there paddling, but not. But it was just an in and out. And Ben, as you were saying, it's, you know, such a good thing that an airline gives you that free option to take your boards, because, you know, these guys travel all year round to all these places, all these locations. And when you're, you know, preparing your budget throughout the year, what trips are you going to do, where are you going to go, what contests do you have, you really need to see how much you're going to, you know, waste in board bags, you know, because there's airlines which is where it's really expensive, $400, $300, depending on what boards do you take. For instance, in Australia, where a lot of guys go there and, you know, make boards, DHDs or Chilis or all these good shapers there. And if you want to take boards, you better bring them by boat, otherwise it's going to be more expensive than the boards themselves.
Yeah, exactly. They're making it more and more difficult all around the world. Not the Azores Airlines. They love to see surfers here. And these guys, well, they won't want to be flying home just yet. Gaspard Larsener currently in third place. Hasn't been able to get any type of solid waves here. Only 4.73 was for that one turn. Raffaelli, he's been impressive with his big turns. He needs a 4.27. Gomez went in front, but here goes Silveira. Oh, that's a good first turn. And then a second, so he's backing up with 7.33. He's done that there. So I think you might find Silveira starting to get a grip, really, really firm grip on this heat.
Yeah, Silveira has been training with Ali Batista training. He's been his mentor. And look at this, he's looking really sharp and loose. He looks lighter than before, really. And this board really looks good under his feet.
Yeah, a bit of the Mayhems. As you say, yeah, lighter and faster. That he's working the really tiny, small waves of Huntington was really impressive. And then now he's just taking that sharpness, that whip. And yeah, great surfing, two-turn combo. These big sets wrong throughout the back here. Still some size. Could be a right-hander potentially on the end of that. And it's a quick one if it is. It just closes out a bit too big for the bank. You'll find that as that tide eventually drains out. I mean, it's literally dead high right now. It'll take it around sort of 6 hours to drain out, so we won't see the benefits of that for a little while just yet. But as soon as it does, I think it'll make a bit more sense of those sort of solid peaks. And there's surfers out the back, saw the lumps, started paddling for the horizon. Unfortunately, just couldn't quite get any type of answer to that. I need to reassess. Silveira getting just a 4-point right for that last right-hander. Thought it could have been a little bit higher than that, but still means that he's got a really, really convincing heat total. He's got 11.33, so he's well out in front. It's that battle for second, as always. It's been a really, really close one. And Larsener, Raffaelli, small scores, but they've been struggling to get even the small scores, eh? It's not easy. Almost down to that high tide, it's often just one turn that makes all the difference.
Yeah, exactly. It hasn't been easy. As we see, Dominguez, Basque surfer, will have our very best Luke Dillon on the next heat. And then two really amazing and sweet characters, Andy Crier and Goni Zumbizarrera, two of the best in this circuit.
Yeah, there. Talk about favourite QS surfers. There's a couple in the next heat.
Yeah.
Goni Zumbizarrera, legend. I'm on record for saying being an Uber fan. Big late takeoff from Raffaelli, winds it up. And he went for it, to his credit. But as soon as he got hung up, he knew he wasn't going to make it, so he just jumped out to some form of safety. And massive wave that you could see as he bottom end turned. It was huge, almost double overhead still.
Yeah, really beautiful long bottom turn, rail grab.
Just didn't have the technique to hit the lip and then drive out of it. But yeah, good surfing, nonetheless. Commitment, just couldn't execute it. And that leaves Larsner out there. He's waiting. He's got pro. He's waiting a long time. 6.5 minutes to go. He's going to need something special. Well, you know what? He does need something special. He needs a 3.37.
Yeah, but actually to have a two turn wave, it is something special at this time.
Yeah, he's, you can see him bobbing his head up and down, just trying to find a bit more action. And at the moment, he's got priority. He doesn't have to worry too much about his opponents. He just needs a wave where he can unleash his sort of powerful style. Gaspard. But he's just waiting. There's Andy Crier there. Tell you what, great surfer. Also makes some mean granola.
Yeah, he's really into his nutrition. Really just overall amazing guy, Andy. Everyone likes him, and his surfing has been better and better. Really classy. Classy lines, but can also mix it up with airs, laybacks, good on the barrel, good on the rail, really complete surfer.
Yeah, you want to check out some of his action, go on YouTube, just type in Andy Crier in Mexico. Boys travelled to Mexico and got some great waves. Okay, Dorian Gomez on the left, trying to find one big turn here again. First turn is poor, he just caught between whether to wait for that big section or get the first section in and sort of deny them. Meanwhile, Aspinall, this is the wave he needs.
Ooh.
Nice hanger and hangs on. Was it a 3.37? The front angle might give us a bit more of a clue. It was a big wave. He did ride out of it successfully, so they're the things in his advantage. Didn't look that sort of clean though, so we'll see the replay, get Zay Ferreira to talk us through it.
Yeah, I think from my first impression that it was a good one. Wave was bigger, it was on the critical section, so let's see what the judges think as we wait for the replay of Amir's last wave. Here we are, nice scarf. Let's see if this wave offered that last end section. It did. He's looking for a 4.27, so...
Yeah, I think this is a recut. This is actually one of his waves from early on, so he got off to a pretty strong start with that wave, but hasn't been able to back it up. Meanwhile, Gomez, he was busy. This was like a nice, really caught really early, but he hasn't been able to capitalise on this first wave.
Yeah, this is his best wave, really, the one he completed for 1.7, and then really has been waiting for another one. This was Gaspard's first wave, really strong. You can see the difference in some of his surfing, and this man right here, really clean, sharp surfing. Good to see.
Yeah, 4-point ride for Lucas, but this is a turn that's got him in the heat lead. Right in the pocket, loads of spray, and then another big belt here. So yeah, two big turns for the Portuguese-based Brazilian. And with that, Silveira has a commanding lead. And Kate looks like Larsner did get that score he needed, so he got a 4.37 for that one turn. So that puts the pressure now on Gomez. Gomez now needing a 4.93. So you see Silveira on the inside going right again on his forehand. There's the first turn. He's got speed here. He drives again. He's going to finish off here if he can. There's a section. Oh!
Ooh, that would have beautiful.
Been a huge. He let go of the fins. That's what being in first place can do for your confidence. You can afford to throw a little bit of caution to the wind.
Exactly.
And he did that, but unfortunately just got stuck. We had so much time, but so much build up to that turn. We knew he was going to go big, but unlike Lucas to make a mistake though.
And he did that one just in the place where the wave gets fat. And I think that's a bit why the board got underwater. But that first turn though, really, really beautiful. Let's see that again. He prepares it very well. Kind of a turn, to prepare the second one, but with expression and a good spray. And then beautiful here. Actually, he had some wall, just really pushed it very hard.
Yeah, he pushed it, the fins drifted out, and that's where he sort of went a bit awry. Nice layback snap, but the fins came out, which added a bit of sort of dynamism, and the board spun out and looked cool, but then, yeah, he just couldn't hang on. No big issue for him. He's got a pretty safe sort of command of this heat lead. It's only Gomez now needing a 4.93. He's in third place after that wave of Larsenet, and he'll be desperate to try and get some wave. The Israeli Raffaele needing a 5.27. 90 seconds on the clock. This is where it gets interesting, folks. A lot on the line. As we see, a paddle, and was Gomez paddling for that? We'll see. He looked to ask the judges whether Larsenet had also had a crack at that. That could be a little priority. They're all looking at the judges to see who would happen, and it looks like he did suck in Larsenet to paddling for that. So Larsenet in second, he loses priority. Gomez now in second priority, Raphael in first. 1 minute to go. It's a small win for Gomez, but he needs, priority's great. Well, second priority in this instance, but he needs a wave.
Yeah, and it looks like with 45 seconds, time is up for everyone. Actually, in the last hit, it looked like it was finished, and then right in the last seconds, there was a very good opportunity, and that can happen, but it doesn't seem like anything is moving out there. It's really frustrating when there's like 2 minutes to go, you have your first or second priority, and the ocean just stays still.
Yeah, nothing doing. Dorian Gomez paddling out the back, hoping for a big set, but it's not going to come. 10 seconds on the clock. So Larsenet with that one turn under the pump in the last 5 minutes. Looks to have got that result. Silveira in first, impressive. Larsenet in second, and you'll see these guys high-five each other. Winners are grinners, losers can please themselves. So official results. See that man on your screen, the happy one, in first, and the official results come up now. Lucas Silveira in first, Gaspard Larsenet in second. Dorian Gomez, Raffaele are out of the competition, and we're out of time right here. We're going to go to a short commercial break and come back with more live action right after this.
Welcome to the show.
Let's do it.
I don't want to say Mick's getting comboed.
For me, going to Chopu, I kind of say bring it on.
Billy is being treated in a hospital.
You look famous.
I look famous.
Yeah, you don't.
You're ruining my vibe, man.
Oh yeah. I'll show you guys some of the secrets.
Come check it out.
All right, here we go.
I kind of say bring it on.
Hey, brah. This is the Lineup Podcast.
Cheers, dude.
We're here with Coco Ho, Kai Lenny, Jamie O'Brien, John Florence.
Put it up there like alley-oop. I was like,
We drop new episodes every Tuesday, wherever you find your podcasts.
I have 24 hours left.
Nothing is ever still. There is this flow that we need to surrender to. We need to go with it. Because deep down we know, wherever the wind blows, life will continue to find its perfect route. A place for new adventures, more freedom, and better living. Azores, safe by nature.
Welcome back to wave-blessed afternoon in the Azores. Just gone past high noon, still plenty of surf out in the water. Let's set the scene. A couple of Spaniards, Crier, Zubizarreta take on Luke Dillon, the Cornishman, Iago Dominguez from the Basque Country, Paul Evans back in the studio joining Zay Ferreira. Great looking heat again, mate.
Yeah, this heat looks really exciting. Luke Dillon, we had the chance to have him here yesterday.
He was good when he was in the studio.
Yeah, really good. Smart guy and really lovely guy. Andy and Goni, two lovely guys as well, as everyone know. And also the Basque, Iago Dominguez. So yeah, really exciting heat ahead in paper. Let's see if the ocean can deliver as well.
Half an hour for our surfers to score their 2 best waves out of 10, giving them a combined heat total out of, say, 20, I reckon. And the 2 surfers with the better scores will advance to the next round of 32. Things starting to get serious in this event. Early work, a lot of surfers in the competition at 112 men to kick things off. And we're basically whittling it down. When we finish this round out, we'll be left with about a quarter of those, well, precisely a quarter of those in our round of 32. Let's see what happens in this one. All about finding these opportunities. We are on that high tide right now. Conditions, what that last heat, was there much on offer for surfers? Didn't seem like loads of waves.
No, well, there were a bit more waves in the previous heat. So apparently, very slowly, it's getting better as the tide. Well, it's pretty much dead tide at the moment, but the tide is pushing down, and we'll definitely have more and more surf throughout the day. So from now on, it will only get better, which is good news for everyone. And Andy paddling for this one.
Yeah, Kriya has found himself a left wide on the bank, and he will push up high. Nice turn. See the speed he lands with. Bang, or tag it again. And he'll get that maneuver done. Good number for Andy already. I like his start.
Yeah, and he's starting well. Very smart guy. So obviously a smart competitor as well. Starting really well with a lot of speed on his turns, with some spray. Not risking too much on that first one. Gladly playing the game. And we have the replay here. Really good, turn to get some velocity and get to this one, which starts to be an off the top and ends kind of as a floater, or both in the same turn. So yeah, nice start for Andy.
Kriya with a couple of hits from him, not wasting any time finding that wave. Just sat out to the east of the pack, to the right of our shot. These surfers pretty spread out to begin the heat with, of course no priority at the start of the heat. And Kriya just find himself that opportunity. And how many times have we seen surfers getting the strong starts and making it through in these kind of marginal heats? Goni Zubizarreta, we saw him getting ready, doing his preps, all smiles. The veteran with a bunch of QS wins in Europe. It's been a good hunting ground for him. Of course, he's a Spaniard, but he's been based in Portugal for a number of years, living in the Azores region.
Yeah, exactly.
Loves it there, always dominant, stand out when the waves are good.
Yeah, and Goni is like the perfect representation of the Iberian Alliance in this case. Every like he's considered the Portuguese, but he's really into he's a furious Spanish, and he's very proud of his or where he comes from. But everyone loves him in Portugal, really.
Popular guy on the scene, but right out in the water, friendships do get parked on the beach. It's all about just getting yourself those scores, getting those numbers. Early number in for Andy Kriya, just a 3.67. It's pretty modest. The judges not going wild with the score early on for Andy.
Kind of modest.
Keeping it quite low.
Yeah. Well, they know what they're doing.
A 24 on the clock and just a small scoring thus far for Andy Kriya. Nothing else for the rest of our surfers. Let's go down and hear from the winner of the last heat, who's standing by with Joanna.
Thanks, Paul. That's right. Lucas starting off the heat with a 7.33. It must take the pressure off.
Yeah, definitely. Conditions were pretty bad right now. It was just full high tide, windy, raining, bumpy, backwashy, and like slow. But there's always the best you can do out there, right? And someone got to win, someone got to lose. So I wasn't really complaining conditions, just trying to make good use of what was out there.
Yeah, you definitely took the best out of it. And you're very well positioned on the Challenger Series rankings. Is this preparation for Halloween?
Yeah, in a way, for sure. The waves are really different from this, but to keep keep momentum going and just compete in any way, just like keep you in a good region. And it's actually, I changed regions in the WSL, so now I score points in Europe regions, so this, in case I end up don't qualifying, this is an important event, that's why I'm here. But after this, I'll go straight to Hawaii and start getting ready for that
today.
Well, you got a lot of fans watching that speak Portuguese and definitely want to listen to you. Do you want to say a few words?
Fala galera que estão assistindo aí, Brasil e Portugal. Obrigado pela boa energia, continua na torcida e amanhã tem mais.
Good job and good luck in the next round.
Silveira, another heat win in the bag for him and well on his way into that round of 32. He'll be dangerous if he gets out of that round to come back on finals day, I dare say. And yeah, quite a bit to process there. He's thinking about Haleiwa coming up. He is well placed in the Challenger Series. He wants to qualify for the CT, but also being now in the European region, these points do count for him.
Yeah, definitely. And I think he's been, doing a great job with Hallie and his father, filming and surfing all around the world. He's surfing way better, lighter, faster. He's a big guy, big head. But
He does have quite a big... Yeah, you're right there,
big
mate,
head.
actually. Yeah, good observation.
Yeah, he must have a big hat at home. But he's been, really, sharp and lighter. He looks lighter on his feet, which is
Mundy's actually got a thing he likes to do, a little bit of a party trick where he measures heads with a shoelace. He'll take the measurement around the forehead, just above the ears.
Yeah, you need a Van shoelace.
Then he'll take another measurement from under the chin around the top of the head, and he'll add the two together for a combined score for a total out of 20. So maybe, I don't know, I think Mundy might have just snuck off for a bit of lunch, but we'll see if he's got a shoelace handy and see if we can get a measurement on Lucas. But that was pretty solid, that noggin.
Yeah. I'm sure he's up there with the best.
21 minutes to go in this, and hopefully a lot of surfing yet to come. That appraisal was an honest one from Luke Silveira. The high tide beyond shore, slow, and also raining.
And backwashy.
Oh, sorry, I forgot the backwash. So there's the combination of 5 things that aren't necessarily what you want. But I tell you what, he also made a great point. Somebody's got to get through. In fact, 2 surfers have to make it through. Let's see who does.
Yeah, and these guys are so used to having, poor conditions and really having to deliver. Because if you don't, the next guy will, gladly deliver. So despite the conditions and despite being hard, you can complain all you want. But when it gets to the contest, it's those 25 minutes, half an hour in this case, gladly. And you just got to try your best because, the next QS might be worse.
A little bit of time will tick down. Very calm, cool and collected figure of Andy Crier there. He's just chilling like a villain in the lineup, waiting for more opportunities. He's leading this one at the moment. No one else has even surfed the wave or even really paddled for one. So just trying to deal with that high tide, that slower section. As the swell, well, I forgot as well, the swell's dropping. We forgot that one as well, didn't we? It's actually getting smaller. High tide getting smaller. It's windy, it's raining, it's backwashy.
Yeah.
But other than that, we're having a great time. No, in all seriousness, this is all relatively speaking. It was like 6 to 8 foot yesterday, so the swell is coming down, but there's still plenty of size out there when the sets do come through. But that high tide just meaning the in-between ones don't really hit the sandbar.
Yeah, and guys are, looking at the left that we surfed the first day, and everyone is talking that little left might come back to life with smaller surf. Let's see if we will continue on this right hand side or if we'll move more in this direction.
Here's our view down the beach of Praia Santa Barbara, the black volcanic sand, the warm water around about 21 degrees. Pretty good in trunks. A lot of people go in the short arm wetsuit. Luke Dillon's gone the trunks. The Englishman, unable to find a big section there. Looks like he's got some sort of protection on his wrist on a sprain. Meanwhile, here goes Dominguez, the bass. Good looking left. Wow. Good whipping snap from him. And he might try and hit this hard.
Nice.
And does. Good stuff from Dominguez. I like it.
Yeah, really nice scoring wave. This will be probably a keeper for him. Big Quicksilver sticker on the nose there, but yeah, really good active first turn, dynamic first turn, right to the second one, and really managed well that last section, that devilish section that has been causing so much trouble lately.
Yeah, hits it on the inside. Important to get that finish. Let's have another look here. Good entry into it. Nice double up energy.
Yeah, the wave was really clean at first. Got a bit wide here, but he managed perfectly. Nice. Good start for Iago Dominguez. Really good surfing, crisp surfing right there.
So everyone's ridden a wave of sorts. Luke Dillon's just a quick in and out. Gonny hasn't got one though. He's just sitting there, still pretty patient. He will have priority. And he will just hold his corner out in the lineup pit. If you're just tuning in, you're wondering, where's this? Where are we? We're in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, in the Azores Islands, the main island, the capital, San Miguel. We're on the north shore of that island. It's kind of a sort of a sausagey shaped island. We're facing right out into the swell. It's Luke Dillon on the backhand, can't get onto the open face. We are facing up into the North Atlantic, and we're into that season where the big swells track across there. And we're wide open for swells. We've had really muscular, meaty, maybe a little too big yesterday for a lot of it. People trying to go the between ones. Sets were pretty solid. And today, that energy just dialing down. We're going to have swell for the rest of the week, though. Can't wait.
Yeah, we'll have waves for the whole week. Couldn't ask for much more than this, really. The first 2 days we had, barrels. We had a lot of size. A lot of the guys could really take their steps out of the bag. Their step ups out of the bag, which is rare these days, unless you're in Hawaii or some other place like Portugal. Actually, we've been getting some pretty solid conditions. But we had last of Diego 6.17. Good score for him, as we have a close-up on Goni waiting in the rain.
Waiting in the rain for his luck to change. So far, it's been quiet for him. Good number, though, for the young Basque, Iago Dominguez. 6.17, real moment of quality in this one. His opening section was so nice and steep for him, and as you said, just kind of cleaned up the chops in the face as it sort of drained on this sandbar. And managing to do that end turn as well, hitting it, just kind of tapping the tail. That's why he's up in first place at the moment, but kind of leads and those sort of situations really not massively significant till everyone's got away. But looked like we saw Goni working over left there. Slightly awkward with the kick out. Wonder if he got any turns done prior to that.
Using the classic cementy surfboards. Really, if you're a Portuguese, you definitely know these boards. There we see the replay. Didn't get much going. The kick out was cool though, I think. It's kind of creative kick out. 1 foot out kick out.
The Goni will just get a small number for that. We'll go back to the back of the priority queue. Halfway point in the heat, I think he was just thinking, I need to catch something here. Okay, make sure he got himself a wave. But with everyone with a wave kind of locked in, Luke Dillon's had a bunch of small throwaways. Goni, quick in and out for him. Andy Kriat, he's had a modest sort of mid-low number of that 3.67, but by far the best of it is with the Basque at the moment. His number will feel nice to have in that total, as he'll realise already that this is going to be one of those tough ones. It certainly looks that way, where the scores to get through might be pretty low, pretty meagre, and all the while that happens and he's continuing to sort of read the pattern of the ocean and realise that 6 will just kind of seem more and more valuable to have locked into his scoreline. So I hope you're feeling the better of these 4 right now. Not really a lot to talk about other than the fact that the waves aren't very good.
Yeah, exactly. Not many waves, so they can't really perform. They'll have to, play the patient game, play the waiting game, play the strategy game, but you can't really make omelets without eggs.
Good point, mate. Andy Crick, we are just seeing a couple of little sets stand up, but still pretty quiet out there. Not much action. A little paddle from Goni, but nothing really doing. We're going to go to a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll bring you more live action from this seat. This man, Dominguez, is doing well. Join us for more right after this.
Nothing is ever still. There is this flow that we need to surrender to. We need to go with it. Because deep down we know Wherever the wind blows, life will continue to find its perfect route. A place for new adventures, more freedom, and better living. Azores, safe by nature.
Welcome back to live action. It is Azores Airlines Pro 2021 Heat 15 of the round of 64. And we're midweek in the Mid-Atlantic and midway through a big QS 5000 for our men. And getting down to selecting our surface for the round of 32 at the moment. The young Bastiaga Dominguez with the best of this. There's not been much action really bringing, I reckon, a combined total of about 5 or 6 seconds of actual surfing in the opening 18 minutes. So not really much to talk about. It's just kind of thinking about Andy Creer and where he is. Got a bit of experience on the QS. Pretty dangerous guy when he gets on a roll. Some highlights from him. I'm thinking made the final up in the Countdown Series. Surfed against Italo Ferreira. This was during the break. And this is Cornwall's Luke Dillon. A better way from him.
Yeah, really solid Luke Dillon. And we had some action from Goni. Let's see what this wave offers. Not much. As soon as that wave, that lip touched his board, it really went bananas. But yeah, Andy Creer won Santa Cruz a few years back, the contest, and let's see, we have some action here from Dominguez. Ooh. Goes for the air and stomps it.
Nice and tail high, stomps it clean, and with not a lot on offer in terms of sections. He took one quick look at that read and he read it fast and went, you know what, I'm going to punt, and does it really well. Let's get another look.
Goes to the air and still get some height off of that. Wasn't an easy one. It isn't an easy day to go for the air.
So Dominguez has shown us real flashes of quality. It's going to be a decent score from him again. No one else been able to break out of the threes. We've got a 3 for Luke Dillon, a low 1, 3-1. We've got 3-6-7 for Andy, first wave of the heat. Other than that, it's been 1s and 0.5s. Here's a paddle from Luke. And slightly comedic air as he goes down, sort of head first and sort of upside down. He's fine.
Would love to have a slow-mo on that that little dip.
And he'll make his way back into the lineup. Not much time eaten up, not much opportunity on the wave. So a low-scoring affair this one so far. Let's hope the final 10 minutes fires up. But this next number from Dominguez might get us a little fired up as well. It will count for him. It is the second wave. 2 waves for him, 2 good choices, 2 well-surfed waves. He's on the inside though, he's got a bit of paddle work to do. He's going to need that arm strength. Let's see some chunks set up here, see if they offer anybody anything. Don't know if this one will, it's another straight-hander. So that one will just explode in, what's about 4 foot deep down there, even on high tide. It's almost kind of dry, this sandbar. There's so much sand out the back.
Yeah, true. Especially on the left, you can, you have water until your knee, pretty much. So that's why it's kind of slabby. We saw Goni having some interest there. This heat is probably one of the lower scoring heats of this round. Goni needs a 2.68. Luke needs a 0.5. As we have the next heat preparing.
Kylian Guérin, the young Frenchman, taking on Ramsey Boukiam, Aaron Strong, Eduardo Papa. As the rain comes down, there's one of the reasons this island's green. It's very lush, full of delicious vegetation. It's known as Ilha Verde, like the Green Island. That's its nickname.
Yeah, exactly.
Because it gets a bit of rain, there's a bit of moisture out here.
Yeah, we usually say it has the 4 seasons in the same day.
Creer in red, hitting it hard. I like it. Little hair flick on the end, a sharp kick out as well. And Creer with a quick whipping turn on the end. Let's get another look at this.
I think it's just that one turn, and it is. He's gonna be moving, start moving. He's a smart guy, as we said a couple times. So with 8 minutes to go, he'll be wanting to put something on the board, even if it's nothing crazy, but just start to secure his way, work his plan B, which is, I don't have a 7 or a 6, so even if I have to go through with 2 with a pair of 4s, that's what I'm going to do.
Dominguez gets a 5.77. Here he is again, so he's way out in front. He's got a big wave here and loads of speed, and that speed just materializes into quite a flamboyant sort of flying kick out as he'll go chin first into the brine, and he'll gather himself and paddle back out. But look at that total from him. He's got 11.94 for his 2 scoring waves. In second place, Criere. Well, he's about to get a number actually, but at the moment he's just sitting on a 3.67. Luke Dillon also in the 3s for 2 waves. Goni in the 1s for 2 waves so far. So that's nothing to do with the quality of these surfers, right? They all rip, all of them capable of excellent scores, particularly in conditions like this when there are actually waves coming. So powerful beach breaks, they can get big numbers. But we've just been starved of waves really, and the waves that have come through the sets have been really straight. So the closeout, the wave breaking all at the same time, and no real chance for our surfers to open up, take on the lip. Let's hope that changes. I'm not particularly confident it will in the next 7 minutes particularly, but I tell you what, it's all very good news for Diego Dominguez. He won't mind that one bit. He's doing well in this.
Yeah, it's like he's surfing another heat. Really standing out with the waves he's got and the surf he did. Andy, Goni, Luke are kind of struggling. Been since the beginning. Look, unstoppable. Really looks like he's surfing another heat.
Wow, beautiful turn from him. No other section though, but so much speed on the rail. The other stuff's be going, what? Where's he getting these weights from?
What is he doing?
He just seems to be finding himself in the slot. He's maybe a little bit deeper and further on the inside. Let's have another look.
Let's see this really beautiful carve all on the rail. Comes back to the white water. Comes out. So really good. He's got that on the lock as we see. Look, Dillon finishing. Yes. His first wave. Actually not his first wave that he finished. And Andy answering with a big spray, another big spray, and a little ollie to finish.
I like it. Massive spray there from Criere. He's so strong, this guy. So quietly spoken, sort of softly voiced and just kind of quiet and mellow and humble, but out on the water, he puts in big statement performances. Let's check out the water he's displacing. Rah! Another big hit from him. That'll be decent, by far and away his best stuff, and he'll be on his way to a decent number, I reckon, there.
Yeah, definitely. And here's the replay. Right for live action. Goni there finishes his wave. He didn't have the chance to see the whole wave. Try and bring on the replay later.
Yeah, Goni just sort of struggled really. That one was just kind of wobbly, never really kind of committing and been able to tee off. Meanwhile, staying super busy. Diego Dominguez off the bottom, off the top, slashing down.
Aggressive too.
Yeah, he's found all of the best ways really, except for that last one of Andy Criere, which was really, really nice as well. 5-minute warning sounded. Let's get another look at Diego.
So bottom turn here. He's really good on the rail, it seems. And right here, clean, and then even the kickoff is on the rail. And this is the replay of Goni's wave. First okay turn, kind of catches the rail there. Wave was pretty white, so not much potential for Goni there. And this is Luke's previous wave. Kind of a cutback there, check turn, and then finishes with a strong turn.
We've got scores to come in from all of our surfers right now, so numbers in for everyone. I reckon Criere got the best of that exchange though. The Goofy in the red. One of our 2 Spaniards in the water right now. He threw up some big sprays. Your number probably coming first. Looks like it's dropping. It comes in as a 5. A flat 5 for Criere. Consolidates second. We're still waiting for numbers for Diego. Don't think it'll be a huge one for him. Luke Dillon, it'll be another modest number for Luke. And we're down somehow to just over 3.5 minutes with some really low scores on the board. But Criere managing to sort of stay in this, stay at it. He's trying to find out what he's got. Obviously our surfers kind of judge themselves, I suppose. They've got to give an idea of how good a wave was. I reckon they'll know that was a reasonable wave.
Yeah.
Let's check out the recap, see how it's gone down. Not really been a classic so far, this one, with 3 still yet to go. Luke Dillon, well, he's been having efforts like these, but always with sections dropping in front of him, never really getting a chance to go through the gears.
Yeah, waves have been really hard, but this is Andy's last wave. 2 beautiful sprays here, which are important, and little ollie here to mix it up a bit. Goni, unfortunately, not being able to find those clean waves he's looking for. surfing really well though, so it's just a matter of time until he can get something in the board. And this man, Iago Dominguez, went going for the air, going for the rail, going for pretty much everything. He looks like he's surfing another heat. Look at this beautiful turn there, giving space for this second maneuver in the hard section of Santa Barbara. As we have 2 minutes to go, frog squanching and some surfing going on, some action. And let's see if we have some paddling strategies.
Just over a minute and a half to go in this one. Dominguez still in the lead, 11.94, decent total for him. Criet not really hot on his heels, it's kind of tepid on his heels in second. Good enough for second with that 5 though. Dylan, he's a ways back. Third priority as well for Luke, looking for 5.57. Zubi Zareta's miles back, but tell you what, he still only needs a 5.87 of his own, so to come from 4th to 2nd, it's all doable in the final minutes or so. They will need waves in order to do that though. There haven't been many of them in this one, very few at all. And really, Iago Dominguez is almost like he's been surfing a sort of different spot, as he's just found the quality, he's found the speed, he's found the open sections. We've seen rails, hitting the lip, he's gone to the air. He's not had massive numbers, but it's a pretty respectable total, 11.94, particularly given the conditions. You could probably add a couple of points on if we were handicapping the conditions. Nevertheless, final 40. Let's see how it goes down. We see some impetus, some legs kicking, some arms swinging. Dominguez centre screen. He likes something. He fancies something that he's seen. He's got first priority. Second priority with Goni Zubizarreta. Don't know if a wave will come to him, though.
Yeah, it just really looks balanced. But there's a line coming. He's interested. Let's see if this wave shows up to be something for him.
First one's really a wobbly closeout.
Yeah, really wobbly.
Just see that thing just wibble wobbling towards the beach. Meanwhile, Dominguez, he'll just go this. You know what? We're counting down. Look, Dylan's having a look, but it is, well, Luke will just try and come around a section and do something, but that's kind of how his heat's gone. His waves have been like that, and that's going to wrap up a largely sort of forgettable heat, except for some flashes from Iago Dominguez, 2 big sprays from Andy Criet. Other than that, tough viewing that one. And the quality really not on display right there. You get those heats. And as Lucas Silveira says quite correctly in his interview, somebody's got to get through. Well, it's Dominguez and it's Criet. And they've got out of a tricky heat in some light drizzle. Almost kind of mizzle in an Azorean kind of way. Round about lunchtime out in the mid-Atlantic. And time to send Dominguez and Criet to the next round. Time to say bye to Luke Dillon and Goni Zubizarreta. Time to get a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll bring in Monday for the call. We'll be right back.
Dia de chegar, aquele onde tudo o que sonhaste se iria realizar, onde irias mostrar ao mundo todo o teu talento. A oportunidade é agora. O momento é o teu. Agarra-o e mostra tudo o que te vai na alma. Canta como nunca cantaste. Toca como nunca tocaste e mostra que tu és aquele que procuramos. Now The Search by Samsung Galaxy Z, o programa de talentos que te leva do quarto para o palco das maiores salas de espetáculo do país. Inscreve-te em meldasearch.sap.pt.
Welcome to the show.
Let's do it.
I don't want to say mix getting comboed.
For me, going to Chopu, I kind of say bring it on.
Billy is being treated in a hospital.
You look famous.
I look famous.
Yeah, you don't.
You're ruining my vibe, man.
Oh yeah. I'll show you guys some of the secrets.
Come check it out.
Nothing is ever still. There is this flow that we need to surrender to. We need to go with it. Because deep down we know, wherever the wind blows, life will continue to find its perfect route. A place for new adventures, more freedom, and better living. Azores, safe by nature.
Rocking out on the Mid-Atlantic in the afternoon. Bukiem, Guerin, Strong, Papa. That's your quartet. Heat 16 of the round of 64. Let's hope it fires up. Last one wasn't a classic. Welcome back to the booth, or the studio as it's known in these days. But kind of a generous term for the one we're in. It is more of a booth. Welcome back, Ben.
Yeah, thanks, Paul. Thanks for having me.
Wake up, mate. Wakey, wakey.
Great to be back in
Heat's
the
on.
booth.
Live action.
Studio, yeah, it's definitely not a studio. I'll tell you that for nothing. Out the back there, he's his studio.
Oh, go around. That might crick the old neck. Might have to go and see Gonzalo, our physio, and get his neck cricked. It's one of my favourite things to do at this event. That one looked like a bit of a stinger, a bit of an ear ringer. He's fine though. He's young, he's fit, he's healthy.
Yeah, he's used to packing some big Hossiger closeouts, some face plants there, and he can deal with that one all right. Young surfer. Small in stature, powerful though. And been impressive over the last few years on the scene. Hasn't had a big competitive kind of breakthrough though. Maybe this could be it, Paul. Maybe this could be it.
He's quite stern, isn't he? He's got those sort of stern-faced surfers around the contest stage. So he keeps his game face on quite a bit. Sort of contrast that with the sort of relaxed face muscles of your Goni Zubizarettas or your Andy Criers. Kilian's a bit more kind of stony-faced.
Yeah.
A bit more focused up.
Yeah, maybe that's his resting face is just generally serious, isn't it? He's maybe that I haven't seen him out of the contest sort of zone. Maybe he's all light and rain, sunshine. But yeah, in and around the event, he's here to do a job, Paul. And we'll see if he can do it. Aaron Strong, Ramsey Buchheim, Eduardo Papa. Yeah, strong-ish heat. Not full of big names.
Any updates on the practical joke scene around the contest? You mentioned just during the outbreak off air you were a little concerned about your Dylan surfboard, and one of the great practical jokers from the European QS scene, our contest director Rodrigo Redia, he's identified that that's your board, and he's got plans for it. What's he going to do? What's he got?
He was just rubbing his hands up and down the wax job with it, and I could feel that cheeky
look.
No, an evil glint in his eye, where I could see his sort of mind ticking over all the possibilities, and none of them, was going to end up in my favour.
Live action here from Kilian Guerin in the blue, and it's a wobbly, bouncy one. Quick kick out from him because we're wrapping up our men's action with this heat. That will bring us to a conclusion of the round of 64. Do you know what's happening next, Ben?
I reckon the women are going to turn up, Paul. There's Camilla Camp. She's one of those surfing in the event. Portuguese surfer, and always committed. Well, surfing under the German flag now, part of the German team here, but great surfer, great competitor. So there she is, getting her singlet. She'll be in white. Ticks off the beach marshal. Saw free surfing out there early on, wearing the it's not the long john, the long Jane. Is that the wetsuit?
You didn't know that, did you? Before I told you that.
Well, when you said it, it kind of made sense, but I don't like it. Long john. One of the long john is there? Doesn't matter. Whatever. Lazy Jane works. But she'll be probably one of the favourites in the early heats. Down to the round of 24 for the women's. So we are just progressing down, and plenty of big names, plenty of up and coming talent.
Is it 8 heats to 3 for the women?
No, they're just going down through to 12. I'm led to believe. She's had a long chat with Rob Gunning about all
6
that.
Heats of 4. Your classic 6 times 4, your 8 by 3.
Yeah.
That's where the times tables really pay off, isn't it, on the QS
does,
and commentary?
I had a bit of a format chat with Rob Gunning. I said I've thought of something you might not have thought of, and Rob just pulled out his diary, just like looking into the mind of a pure genius. There's scribbles and equations and format boxes and.
I thought you were going to say he pulled out his taser and just tasered you in the neck.
Yeah, well, it wouldn't surprise me if you question his format.
As for Selco, the Portuguese getting ready, checking in with the raincoat on, the Macintosh, trying to keep the wetsuit dry. Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, it is wet out there. Well, no, it's wet. It's as you say, it's drizzly, mizzly. It's expected to sort of drop off as the afternoon progresses. Well, we haven't had this offshore wind that I particularly was banging on about during the week. It seems to be stayed staunchly sort of blowing from the sea towards the land. And just not providing that clean sort of conditions we're used to here.
Speaking of clean, anyone into rainwater harvesting, if you want sort of the freshest H2O on earth for your drinking water, you just walk outside now, just sort of open the gob and just sort of lean up at the skies. You will get a mouthful of the most delicious, pure Azorean kind of rain cloud H2O. I mean, there's H2O and then there's Azorean sort of rainwater.
Yeah, I don't wear a raincoat. I just, even by osmosis, if I can just absorb the water, I'm happy. And yeah, she's fresh, she's clean, she's straight from above, and feeds in to the water out the back though. Speaking of above, Ramsey Bouquet up and riding.
Here goes Ramsey, holding his line off the bottom, bang, smashes it off the top, boom, there's another one, spanks its bum, and then he'll finish down on the inside. Couple of hits for Ramsey. How's the venom, how's the aggression, how's the speed?
Yeah, tick, tick, tick. He's such a fast surfer when he gets in rhythm.
Venom in the judging criteria?
Should be, yeah. Venom, sting, and bite are the three criteria. Wow, so fast. Sort of bashing through the lip, but still projecting down the line. No easy task, I might add.
Someone who showed some bite. Not much bark, lots of bite. Iago Dominguez, he won the last heat. It was a tough one. He made it look easy. He's with Joanna Garnell.
Thanks, Paul. That's right. Iago, it's tough conditions out there. How was it for you?
Yeah, it was really hard, but I'm super happy to go through this round because I was with two Spanish guys that they have been my idols for my whole surfing career. So super happy to have passed this heat. And yeah, the conditions are super hard, but I've made a good plan with my trainer from Peñachuri, and yeah, everything went good.
Feels good to kick your idol out of the competition, does it?
Yeah, super good.
Where's your favorite spot to surf around the world?
Around the world, where I live like 30 minutes from away, if you know, Mundaka. So that's my favorite spot in the world. It's a super long left, and that's where I surf almost the most.
Well, great job. Our guys in the booth have also been surfing there last week. Is that right?
Yeah, we were there. And, well, Paul wasn't. I don't know what you were doing. I think you were at home, I don't know, writing something or doing some transcribe or something boring. We went down there, surfed the Mundaka left. I wouldn't say I dominated, but made my presence felt.
It was good yesterday out there. Saw some pics on Insta, and it looked pretty much as good as it gets. So Dominguez would have had just a little twinge of like, FOMO. But I tell you what, he'd be feeling pretty good now about the way that heat went down. This is during the interview. This is spicy.
Yeah, straight up, straight down, and drove out. Big section. Geraint waiting for that same. Took a while to get there. Hangs the tail up, and he survives. Not quite the sort of vertical explosion of Papa, but yeah, it looked good.
Good numbers in for Papa. The 647 for him. Decent. Back up low. Just a .83. Bukim gets a 617. All those hits on the left-hander. Aaron Strong is just sitting on a 417. Just the one-way ridden for him. Who's the Briton out of Portugal? There's Ramsey. Just kind of grimacing in. If that'll help find out his situation. And that's the way this one's going down. How's Twitter looking, Ben? Is it still busy? I know it was really busy this morning. We were a little bit worried about kind of jamming up some of the signals out here and some servers overheating. There was also some talk about sort of fake news and possibly you getting taken off air for being part of the fake news media. But how's Twitter looking, mate?
Pretty good. Yeah,
good?
yeah.
Is it questions or statements? People ask a lot of questions to us. Like, it's almost like ask us any question.
Yeah, any question goes. As we say, they're a curious bunch. Yeah. And they don't mind deviating off topic sometimes. You know, we've covered a breadth of topics, genres, information, education, opinion. It's all been there.
Popular culture.
It's all in the Twitterverse. Yeah. And
science, art, drama, relationships.
As we see, sort of a fat wave there from Geraint. Yeah, he kicks off.
We haven't had much paleontology chat though, actually. It's been something that's missing from Twitter, so if anyone's got any fossil-related questions, do get them in. Here goes Eduardo Papa, your heat leader. Oh! He looked like he poked himself on the chin with a board. That hurts.
Well, we had a bit of a chat, me and Jose Ferreira, just about the general sort of tour for next year.
Right.
about the CT locations.
Okay.
That sort of struck a bit of a nerve with some of the people.
Yeah. Let me guess. Did you say you were looking forward to G-Man?
No,
Okay.
I didn't.
Oh,
I said
sorry.
we were just saying where would you have one single heat. Obviously, the Snapper Rocks being on the Challenger Series next year.
Yep.
So a lot of people's thinking that would be a lifetime opportunity to surf a wave. But yeah, from that I did get a question from Charnel in Bondi, and Charnel was just asking.
Late in Australia, isn't it?
Yeah, they love it
Very
though.
late.
Yeah, they
What,
start
1
late.
a.m. on the east coast of Australia?
Yeah, if I know, Charnel should be watching this. She's a big Boucombe fan. She was saying, yeah, you mentioned the CT, events, but yeah, she's asking, what wave would you like to surf on your own? You know, any wave in the world, you get your choice, surf on your own. It doesn't have to be a CT location, Paul. She's just saying, is there a particular wave that would really, really benefit from just you, one man out, surfing a location?
Presumably, aside from Praia Santa Barbara on San Miguel Island in the Azores.
You can surf on your own all the time.
Apart from, yeah, exactly. So apart from this joint. Anyway, so it doesn't have to be a CT location.
No, any wave in the world. I mean, Mundaka just mentioned Old Dominic. I said that wouldn't be a bad wave to get on your own.
Am I allowed a friend, or do I have to be on my own?
Yeah, you can take a friend out, Paul.
Get lonely.
Yes, Paul. You can take an imaginary friend out to the imaginary wave that we're talking about.
I'll go Mundaka. Jager Dominguez's home break. I'll take it. Yes, please.
You can take Dominguez.
No, I'll just go on my own. I'd make him watch, though. He'd have to just stand there and watch me surf, because that's generally how it tends to go when I go down there with some of the bigger, sort of more talented surfers. I watch them. So yeah, I'd make him, and I'd make all the locals watch.
Would you make them all sit in the lineup, but down the line they couldn't paddle out to the peak?
They wouldn't be loud in the lineup, mate. No, they'd have to just stand against that fence there, that railing. Quite often it's cold, isn't it, when you surf Mundaka? Quite chilly. They'd all have to stand there with just not quite enough in terms of hoodies and jackets on.
Yeah,
So they'd be slightly uncomfortable, maybe a little bit hungry, maybe needing a wee, and the toilet's being closed, and they just have to watch me surf.
Okay, I like it.
Here's live action. Here's Ramsey Bukiam, second place in the heat. He's got a grinder of a wave. Whack! And he goes, sort of hit the lip so hard. I don't know if he's trying to do an air, but he just smashed it so hard. He sort of forced his way above the lip and went down. How about you, Ben? What wave would you surf on your own, apart from Praia Santa Barbara and the Azores?
Well, I'm almost inclined to go at Mundaka and make you join those guys on the hill and watch me surf as you watch with your mates. No, I think if I was to surf one wave, if I could just be on my own, I mean, I wouldn't mind having a crack at J Bay with no one out. I know
Backside?
Yeah.
Wild call. Wild.
And also wouldn't mind a bit of outside corner action with no one out.
Well, it's one choice. You've given us two. We're going to get a quick commercial break. Mundy's going to try and narrow down his choices. We'll be back with more live action. Women's competition coming up at the end of this heat, all happening in the Mid-Atlantic. We'll be right back.
About to leave, already packing. Come with me, I'm not really asking. We'll get away to a place where we don't know.
Nothing is ever still. There is this flow that we need to surrender to. We need to go with it. Because deep down we know, wherever the wind blows, life will continue to find its perfect route. A place for new adventures, more freedom, and better living. Azores, safe by nature.
Welcome back to San Miguel Island. Scenes on a Wednesday afternoon, lunchtime, out in the Mid-Atlantic. Waves pouring in and providing opportunities for surfers to get themselves through the next round. Two of them will go through out of this heat, the last heat of the men's round of 64. Who's that going to be? Well, right now, Eduardo Papa, the Italian, Ramsey Bukiam, the Moroccan. Those are in the 1-2 spots. They've got sixes, those guys. And they're sitting quite big in the scoreline, because other than that, it's nothing really to bring you. Killian go around a couple of threes, Aaron Strong a 4. And other than that, it's sort of pretty much just scrappy and desperate and a bit awkward out there. It's not great right now. Let's hope it improves.
I'll tell you what, though. I'll tell you what is great.
Twitter?
I've got an absolute corker from this man in Tokyo. Haruki has just made me laugh. He's obviously on our wavelength, Paul, this kid. He knows his QS. He knows his European. He's like, what he wants from us, he said, look, a bit weird, but hang with me. He wants a European QS supergroup. He wants a drummer, a bass guitarist, a guitarist and a lead singer to form a European QS supergroup, and he wants you to name 4 of them. And he's gone wacky, but I don't mind it.
Okay, let's get bassist first, shall we?
Yeah.
Let's get that out.
Yeah. Let's go with someone, the driving force, a bit quiet, but the driving force behind the whole operation.
Rhythm section, Andy Crier. Nailed it.
Dun, dun, dun.
Doesn't mind a little bass solo, does he, old Crier? On drums, someone a bit crazy, bit of a wild card, bit of a loose cannon. Let's go Charlie Martin. Yeah, that's the rhythm section taken care of. That's how you get your warm-ups done. Next heat, getting ready for the women's. Lead vocals. Who's the singer? I'd say let's go with Ramsey. He's out in the water right now.
Yeah.
Guitarist. Let's stick with live action right now. Killian Guerin. Bang! Hits it hard. Goes down. Be a throwaway. 12 on the clock. Won't add to his score. Need to add a guitarist from the European QS. Can I have, what's the little guy called? Pierre Lamotte.
Pierre Lamotte,
Let's
yeah.
get him a little ripper, isn't he?
Green Day vibes.
I'd quite like to see him in Angus's school uniform from ACDC. He could actually probably just use his own school uniform. Yeah, what do you reckon, Bundy? How do you like the quartet?
I like it.
Who are you going for?
Super group. I was going to put a Ritz on bass.
Classic. Great choice. I mean, I'd said that now. Gutted.
Yeah.
A Ritz on bass, yep.
I don't mind Gani Zubizarreta on drums.
Okay, Goni's drumming.
Bashing
like rock. He's a big rock fan,
he's a rock,
actually.
yeah. I could see him doing the one-handed Def Leppard kind of style. And
whoa, Guerin ripping one off the rail on a wobbly one. Nevertheless, it's better from him. Looks like he's got one wetsuit leg rolled up. Sort of Carwyn Williams style from the early 90s. He used to have that capri wetsuit that went just below the knees.
I liked it.
11 on the clock, Ben. Let's have another look at Guerin while you think who else is in your supergroup.
Comes around the corner. Whoa! Carves off. It's just a bit of a fat wave, and this doesn't quite work out. And
Zubizareta on drums, Aaron Buru on bass. Who's singing?
Yeah.
Who's your front person?
The singer, as we see, hold that thought.
I've action
Nice
hit
looking
from
wave.
Strong. And he hits it hard. Flings one out of the lip. Bang, much better if he makes that. Oh, he will. He likes it. There's some fire. Good stuff from Aaron Strong.
Yeah, he loves it. He loves it sort of stuff.
Whoa.
Oh, and that's quicker and faster and ejects out there. And your lead singer, I've got your man. I'm just actually struggling to remember his name. Hold that thought at the back. Oh, just a bit late. Goes for the backflip. And just goes down. Now, you just give me a little heads up here. The little the Frenchman with had a bit of a mullet. He's been ripping.
Renan
Granville out front.
Great call.
He's got the denim.
Yeah,
he's got the denim. The denim sort of jacket.
Credit where credit's due. You nailed that, Mundy. Yeah, that's good. Who's on guitar, mate?
I got the guitar. Yeah, you got the virtuoso, basically.
Really indulgent guitar, like sort of 7 minute
Yeah.
fretwork guitar solos. Who's that? Who's showing off on guitar?
Plays a bit too much. You've got your Kuzune, technically proficient, insanely talented, just overdoes it somewhat. And when he's on fire, he's on fire. But your Rit's always trying to bring you back into line with his bass lines. Kuzune doesn't play by the rules.
Here goes Guerin. He's late and he's down again, similar to his last one. Not the wave he was after. Put good numbers in. We reckon for Strong, when that number comes in, he's going to get himself in a good spot in this one. He's already got 417. Yeah, where's the first gig going to be? Where are they playing at? I'll be Ponce Delgado, surely.
I was going to say it has to be Surrout. It's got to be Surrout. And then they just play wherever they just follow the tour.
Sign me up for merch. I'll be buying.
Ericira, Rivera de Ilash, they're down
Who
there.
have you got on the merch stand, actually? Because that's an important role for any gig. Who's selling the merch?
Samantha Kulo. Sam's on the job of merch. She's flogging merch. Oh, and Garnell. She can get there and she can do the merch, I think, if she wants to. She's organised, she's efficient.
Strong gets a strong score, 7-5 for him. Goes to the lead, big number. He loved it, and he'll like hearing that getting read out. There's the spread from the panel. We got one meanie just threw a 7. Someone generously threw an 8. Those two get erased. And we will use the 7-5s to make our average, which comes out as a 7-5, believe it or not. And he's in the lead. And he's got a decent total on the board now, 11-6-7. So him being super patient, generally, that sort of strategy, we like to staying busy. I like to staying patient from Strong. Here is Ramsey Bukia. He's a lead singer in my band. Didn't make it into Mondays.
Oh.
Wow, that was sick. And Bukia going with the punt, tail high.
And that's the first probably big area of the whole event, I would suggest.
Oh, we had one last heat, no? 2 heats ago?
Oh, didn't see that one.
Yeah, we had a big
this
pump
one,
there.
no. This is technical. Sort of so much lump, it just hits it clean. And just the entry and the exit was so on point. I mean, that's going to be a big number because we just haven't seen it. Oh, tail height, he's a great surfer, this man.
That
If
was
he can just
sick.
get on a roll. He's got everything in his locker. Backhand tube riding, probably one of the best in the world. He's got the airs, got the power, got the calves. You just saw there, so really, really impressive from Bouquet. Love his style. And he's going to launch back up into first place, you think. And Papa and Guerin in a bit of trouble.
He's also the lead singer in my supergroup, and I'd say why one of the reasons why he would look great in one of those, you know, those baggy sort of white t-shirts with the scoop neck, the sort of Russell Brand style.
Yeah.
Your lead singer's got to wear that.
And
tight
some
pants.
No, really well pressed slacks. Really well pressed slacks. Kind of, I'm thinking Tangier in the 40s kind of style. And yeah, the green eyes out the front. Yeah, he'd be breaking some hearts.
Well, score to come in for Ramsey. It'll be a decent one, we reckon. Judges will see, okay, where's that coming in? The progression, the flare, the tail high, the fins. They're going to put all that in and work out how to differentiate and reward points. It's going to be his best number, though, or round about close to it. He's already got a 617. He'll improve on that by a bit. There'll be another 6 for him. 647 goes to first. Strong drops to second. And Eduardo Papa's work now is to the tune of 521. Gerhan looking for an 8-6 on the clock, Ben. How's Twitter looking?
Good. Haruki's laughing. He's semi-emoji. He just went lol, loved it. The last question, though, he's gone, before you leave the supergroups, who's the best style dance character? You know, the wild guy, the one that comes in and just entertains. Talk about entertainment. Is Garant, can he get another section? Waits for it and finishes it off. You might need more than that. Yeah, we need, just to finish off the supergroup chat, Haruki just wants sort of the wild card, the Bez, the sort of, he's got the maracas.
Yeah, I got this.
And who you got?
Jonathan Gonzalez. He's just literally on stage to dance. He's holding the maracas. He's just up there warming up the crowd.
He's just making you smile, isn't he? That's his general position there. Foamy, gets that hand out, cracks off the top. Nice surfing. Needed a big number to get up into second. And just swooping down the line. Hadn't had 2 sections, hasn't had a lot of completion, so he played it safe there. Not a bad strategy with 5 minutes to go. Just try and make his heat total just a little bit less, because Strong and Bouquet have got a strong lead in this heat.
Who have you got as the hype guy? Who's in the Bez role for Monday Supergroup? I don't know if anyone could do it, but can you have Renan Granville doing that as well?
You can do it all. It's like a one-man band. Playing the harmonica, like pushing the drums, doing the whole thing.
Bit of didge, certain tunes will bust out the didge.
Yeah. No, for my sort of hype man, thinking someone to sort of maybe, even if anything,
Ian Fontaine?
Dial down Granville, if anything. You know, there's so much energy up there, you might need just to, you know, almost like a chill-out zone kind of vibe. No, I think for that job, it's hard not to go past Lacamere. He's just there. He's got the maracas. He's just toning down. He's the yin to Granville's yang, and I can see that sort of working. And yeah, he can fire up when he needs to be. Don't worry. And so thanks Haruki. Good work from you. Thinking outside the box, which is what we like to do on the QS. Surfing is a fun sport. I mean, there's a lot on the line here. Became and Strong. Really happy with their performances. Back tomorrow. We're going to run for the women straight after this. Haven't even talked about the women's supergroup, of course. A whole new genre there. And we've got Strong out in front. Guerin got a 4.5. So as we said, did make his job a little bit easier. He needs a 7.18. Oh, Eduardo Papa only needing a 5.21. And 3 minutes to go on the clock.
Let's check the recap, Ben. See how this one's played out. It's the final heat of the round of 64, and it's an important one.
Yeah, strong. That's a big finish. You watch how much he loved it. Jumps out. Bukaim, he's looking so sharp from the start. This is a really tricky wave to surf. He just made it look so smooth, despite the lumps and the bumps. And then he started to warm up, found his feet, found his groove. You see Papa here, one big turn vertical. Straight up, straight down. Got a 6.47 for that. Here he goes, Bukaim. This was a big turn. 6.47 here for driving down the line. Big air, sticks it, lovely. Turns a nothing into a something, and he's got himself a heat lead and 1 foot in the round of 32. Strong. A bit wacky here, but he still managed to finish it off. There's a big turn. You watch this. Does he like it? Loves it.
7.5 for Aaron. Big number for him. Goran, he's rallied. He's tried to stay at it, Ben.
Yeah, he's just readjusted. That was a bit of recalibration just to get himself a couple of numbers, make his job a bit easier. Now still needs a big, huge 7-point ride, so 2 minutes on the clock. Papa for the best place because he's got that big 6.47, and he needs a 5.21. He's going to try and improve on that. Aaron Strong has priority. That's a good point in his favour. But Papa is probably the man. As we see a wave here, this could be the one. Drove around the corner, one turn, hangs on. It's a solid turn, but just that wave probably not giving just enough opportunity for the 5.5 he needs. We'll see where it comes in. He lost priority. So you think with 90 seconds to go, he might be in a bit of strife now.
Yeah, had weird explosion on it that way, but kind of exploded twice, didn't it, that rebound? Interesting to see just the 2 waves ridden by Aaron Strong. So a great return in terms of the amount of paddling he's done for waves. Got 11.67 points with just 2 takeoffs as Aaron. Second place right now. And the threat from him comes from Goran and Papa. Papa gets a number in, it's just the low one. Comes in as a 1.27. Does actually count for him semi-unbelievably in the last minute of a heat. And he's still looking for 5.21 because he only improved his backup score. And as you said, with 4th priority now, well, he's staring down the barrel of this one. Bukiam leading it. Second prio for Ramsey. Decent numbers from him. Shown us a little bit of everything in this. Shown us what he can do. He can mix it up. And if there's not many meaty sections on offer, he'll look for some ramps. Strong. He looks sort of feisty, doesn't he? He looks up for it. He's very energised.
Yeah, he's been loads of free surfing too. Been really busy in the water. Seems to be really on it. Look at Strong just going to sit on Goran. Look at him. He's going over there and looks like he's going to rip his head off. And look, Kieran's like, oh God, righto mate, chill out. Mate. Oh, you're coming. And he can't get away from him. He's probably too far away to make an impact. Just can't get a wave.
Final few seconds. Don't think we're going to get a wave ridden in this one. Goran will sink his head underwater and try and figure out exactly what happened, what went wrong. But Aaron Strong, he likes it. Little slap of the water. Just got the 2 waves. Ripped him apart. Got the high individual score of the heat. He's very happy with his work. He should be. 7.5. That's a big number, Ben.
Yeah, big number. Became just a little bit more circumspect. He's been here before. Knows that around a 64 heat doesn't mean a whole lot in the scheme of things. Probably only a final or a semi-final for him will be what he'll be sort of eyeing off. But he's taking a good step towards that. Good surfing. Bit of variety.
Official results, Bukiam and Strong advance, Goran and Papa go out. We're going to wrap up the men's round with that. We're going to come back after this quick commercial break with women's action live from the Azores Airlines Pro. We'll be right back.
About to leave, already packing. Come with me, I'm not really asking. We'll get away to a place where we don't know.
Nothing is ever still. . There is this flow that we need to surrender to. We need to go with it. Because deep down we know, wherever the wind blows, life will continue to find its perfect route, its best and safer track. A new way of discovery, development and evolution. A time for profound consciousness and connection. A place for new adventures, more freedom and better living. Azores, safe by nature.
Welcome back to the shores of the Azores. We're through to the round of 32 of the women. So the men's 64 is done and dusted. We've only got 32 men left. We've got 32 women left as well. After this afternoon's play, we're only going to have 16. So we've got, next we're going to have 4 heats of this round coming up. Potentially get through all of them. So yeah, it's on. We've got Leticia Cana-Bilbao, Francisco Vaselko, Camilla Kemp, and Camilla Cardoso. So quite a big early round. Lots of talent, lots of experience.
Yeah, this is Francisca Vaselko. She was the Portuguese national champ this year.
Right, okay, that's no small title, is it? So she's up and coming. Where's she from, mate? Give us what's the stats on Vaselko? What do you got for me?
She's from Cascais, close to Guincho and Carcavelos Beach. Yeah, she's been doing, the nationals. She's now obviously slowly doing the QSs, but really solid surfer, dynamic, very promising future ahead of her. We have Leticia Canales here, a very good surfer from Spain. She has a twin sister, used to compete as well, probably watching her sister at the moment. And we have a paddle.
Yep, so up and riding, Francisco Vaselko, the Portuguese champ, just opts out for that one. Couldn't quite make it. And Camilla Cardoso also down there. So pretty action-packed heat, as we've talked about. These women trying to gain ratings points. 2022 series, those Challenger Series events kicking off in May in Australia next year. So this really important event, 5,000 rating points on offer, plus some cash, of course. And you've got to get through these gnarly heats to do that, and you've got to get off to a good start. I've seen that. It's been a bit of a theme throughout the course of the day for area. It's just if you get it off to a good start, invariably you get through.
Yeah, there has been one really active surfer in every heat, making it through, distancing himself from the other surfers. Then there's been a real dogfight for that second place. And I was just talking to Goni and Luke Dillon that unfortunately got knocked out on that previous heat, or the one before, and they were saying that they were really considering this left, the ripple left.
Right. Yeah, I think as that tide comes out, that rip bowl might come into play. As we see Camilla Camp up and riding. Wrap around turn, looking for a section here. It's not going to come. Just kicks out. Yeah, it's coming to play. We saw that the first couple of days. Well, the first day of the event. We're in day 3 now. Day 1, that left bolt was on. It's been a bit sort of overrun, I think, by the bigger swell. But as it drops off, we might see some of those lefts come into play. I suppose, especially when you lose, you always start to question your decisions about where you could have been and what you could have done.
Yeah, what if?
But yeah, 2 experienced competitors, Dylan and Goni. Unfortunately, not through. That was a pretty stacked heat.
Yeah, true that. And we have an all-Iberian affair here with 3 Portuguese surfers and 1 Spanish surfer. They all know each other pretty well. They've been competing together for a while now. And this heat starting slow. Let's see what that will be interesting to see the criteria adapt as well as Camila goes for this left. It's a one-turner, but she goes for it. She's being active.
She had speed. One turn though, unfortunately, just couldn't quite get around that. So good surfing, but not massive amounts of point on offer. Right now though, speaking of big points, we see left-hander. As you see, whoa, so Cardoso going for it, but going down out the back. Vaselko looking at this one as well. Flurry of activity. Another one here from Francisco. Comes around. That's a nice big turn. Can she hang on? She can. And then looking busy. But after that flurry of activity, I think we've got a certain Joanna Garnell down on the beach there with Ramsey Bukaim.
Certain Joanna, yes, that's right. Ramsey, we're happy you're happy. How was it out there? Pretty hard.
Really, really hard. I think it was peak high tide, so it was pretty bad actually. Because it didn't, not many waves, not a lot of opportunities, and I was kind of like scared when I got out. I was like, I hope I'm gonna get one, and I got my first one. I mean, I surfed it pretty safe, but it was super hard. It's moving a lot, you know. There's a lot of backwash with the rocks. So I got the little 6, and then I was struggling to find another one, and I tried an air, and I did an air, and I made it. So yeah.
Now, you've watched 3 whole rounds by now. Is there anyone you're keeping an eye out?
I mean, there's a lot of good surfers. You know, in Europe we have a good crew. There's the young guns coming up, and there's the older guys like me, Marc, Maxime, Jorgan, Charlie, Vasco, all these guys. So no, we have a lot of talent and a lot of level, but I mean, they've been surfing perfect waves, and I just made the hit in the shittiest wave, so I want perfect waves as well.
Well, you're certainly going to get them. Congratulations and good luck in the next round.
Thank you, thanks.
Okay, yeah, thanks Ramsey. Yeah, he's been watching these experienced veterans get some epic waves last night, but he surfed in these sub-setting conditions. Hey, Letitia Canelli's Bilbao, she's not worried about these conditions. Look at this lovely left-hander. Big top turn, comes around again, finishes off. Great surfing from Letty. She's ranked 37th on the Challengers Series. And 27th on the Challenger Series, so 20 places off, and before France was actually as high as 20, so she's had a good sort of, you know, she's in the mix in terms of getting a few points. She had some big points come from a win.
Yeah, Ben. Talk about style.
Yeah, look at that, eh?
Really fluid, clean surfing. Really impressed by Leticia.
Yeah, right in the pocket, nice open face wave, drives around the corner and then finishes it off. It's important. So yeah, Letty doing well, getting the best of the opening exchange. Vaselka on the right. It's a replay of the wave we saw. Just one turn really. She thought she might get some more on here, but just didn't happen. So, and then Kemp staying busy.
Yeah, Camila Kemp just putting scores on the board. She's playing the active surfer in this heat. Good for her. She has a 3.17 and a 2.5. Francisca's second wave, the replay we just saw, 4.8. And let's wait for Leticia's wave, but I think that was the best of that exchange.
Yeah, Francisca getting a 4 for that one big turn. But yeah, Letty, 27th. So she's still with an outside shot. I think she might be going to Hawaii. We have to double check on that. But yeah, she's one of Europe's really strong servers. It's actually kind of good mix of the Europeans doing quite well. Probably better than the women, better than the men's, I would say, in terms of the top ranked surfers. Paulina Doe, the veteran, she's up in 11th, so she's doing well.
Yeah, she's right there.
Ariana Shoa is in 12th. So we've got Vahine Fiera, Fiera, who's obviously Tahitian but serves under the French flag. It's a German crew getting ready again. Some good little inventive and good ways of mixing it up. You know, the training has got to be important, but making it exciting and different and fun and relevant is the key. So yeah, the European crew got a few battling on the door of that CT spot. As we say, Yolanda Hopkins is in 20th, so she'll be surfing later on today. Teresa Bonvalo's in 23rd, so thereabouts. And yeah, Letty in 27th. So, you know, in that top 30, there's probably 4 or 5 European surfers with a chance of going all the way to make it to that Challenger Series. And from there, only 64 surfers in that, so you've got a chance of getting in one of those all-important six spots. Right now, Letty Bilbao coming in with a 6-point ride. So yeah, good surfing from that woman, Basque surfer. Really smooth, really powerful, and locks in a good score.
Yeah, and we saw, as you were saying, the German crew warming up. I think, well, let's just see if this paddle goes
live
into
action. That's Baselko. Oh, just a nice big hook off the back. Little boil there that she just used as a marker. Just went through it. Meanwhile, at the back, and that's Kemp. Nice little turn in the pocket. Just waves been a bit flat.
Yeah, they have one good turn and then kind of flattens out.
Good surfing, but nothing too critical. So I think we'll watch who got the better of the exchange, Zay?
Yeah, I think Francisca. Really, because this wave was smaller and a bit more flat. Camila did well. They're waiting for that turn, but look at this one. A lot of spray, more power, more expression. So, and still did this little snap. So, probably one of the best waves for Francisca. Certainly her second best. And yeah, a little curiosity. It's cool to see those guys, German crew, were warming up. Really interesting warm up, you know. And that guy is Martin Mango, if I'm not mistaken, the German coach. And he actually gathered a couple really good German surfers. Marlon, Leon Glatzer. I'm not 100% sure if Rachel Presti is German as well.
Yeah, Presti is, yeah.
She is.
Yep.
All right, so he's...
Camilla Camp.
Yeah, Camila Camp, yeah. So yeah, he's gathering a couple German surfers, and it's paying off because we have been watching, you know, German surfers. Before we only had like Marlon and Leon, really, and more German surfers are coming up, and it's yeah, you know, to have a German coach like that must be really good.
Yeah, so it comes a bit from the Olympics, where the German team have given a fair bit of money and infrastructure and training to put a team together. And, you know, that serves obviously Camilla from Portugal, but it's got German heritage. Like Nick von Rupp's the same.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, and these other surfers like Leon Glatzer, who's from Costa Rica but has German parents. And Rachel Presti is the same. So she's surfed down there, I think up in the Netherlands, but has German heritage. So yeah, there's all these interesting sort of links to Germany, and they're all surfing for them. And yeah, he's gathered them together, made a bit of a team. He's been super active. He's a busy boy, that coach, isn't he? He's always around, always warming up, always on point. And to see Camilla trying to get the scores together for her. She's had a 4 and a 3.17. Nothing massive. But in the hunt, Selko out in front with that 6.5. We said she got the better of that exchange with that one turn. And great surfing from Francisca Selko. Seems the Portuguese often have all the best surfers go on their national titles, don't they? It's like a bit of a big thing. I know that some of the other countries, like the Australian titles, for example, the best Aussies don't go win them, but in Portugal it seems like quite a prestigious event.
Yeah, actually we're very privileged, very lucky in Portugal. We have the association of the National Association of Surfers that does an awesome job organizing the 5 stops on the national calendar. We have good prize monies, good conditions, good infrastructure, and really good level, because we accept surfers that have residency, and so Kieran Jabbour is doing it, Goni is doing it, Marlon is doing it, Nick Von Rupp is doing it. Well, Marlon and Nick have been doing it for forever because they live in Portugal since they're kids. But Pedro Henrique also doing it, and then all the Portuguese crew. So it is definitely like good preparation, and I wouldn't be surprised if Lucas Silveira started doing it in a couple months. So there's a lot of level, prize money involved, and it's yeah, really good.
It's all happening. All right, well, we're going to go to a short commercial break. Going to stay tuned for more action like this. Right after this, come back for the Azores Airlines Pro in just a minute.
Welcome to the show.
Let's do it.
I don't want to say Mick's getting comboed.
For me, going to Chopu, I kind of say bring it on.
Billy is being treated in a hospital.
You look famous.
I look famous.
Yeah, you don't.
You're ruining my vibe, man.
Oh yeah. Show you guys some of the secrets.
Come check it out.
Nothing is ever still. There is this flow that we need to surrender to. We need to go with it. Because deep down we know, wherever the wind blows, life will continue to find its perfect route. A place for new adventures, more freedom and better living. Azores, safe by nature.
Welcome back to live action. We are into the first round of the women's, round of 32. Francisco Baselka out in front, Camila Kemp in second, Bilbao in third, but with a good scoring wave of a 6. And Camila Cardoso so far unable to really sort of bother the judges with any meaningful scores. So we're trying to rectify that with 12 minutes on the clock. What about you, mate? Surfing the Portuguese national titles? Or those you retired?
Yeah, retired. Retired from all
What was your best
forms
ever
of
result?
competition. I was vice champion. I couldn't really. Well, I was national champion when I was kid, like under 16, under 18, and then 21. But couldn't really nail it.
Who beat you when you were vice champion?
Yeah.
Who beat you?
Pedro Henrique, actually. Yeah.
Pedro.
Yeah, I lost to in the final against Sconi. If I were to win it, I would have been national champion, and I lost like for 0.10 or something. But that's how it is, competition.
Yeah, that's how it is. Small margins. Still pretty good going. If you're at the top of the Portuguese talent charge back in the day, doing pretty well. That's where we got you in for the expert opinion and insight into these events. And I tell you what, we're lacking a bit of action in this one, aren't we, mate? We're forced to sort of go through the backlogs, see where we're at.
Yeah, exactly.
Cardoso just can't get a wave at the moment. Bilbao only needing a tiny score, and she's got priority. It's Camilla, so she's waited a long time for her scores to come in. A few waves approaching. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see just how that little left-hander rip bowl, whether that's going to play a part. Some of the girls eyeing it off. Big decision to make though, if you want to go surf down there.
Yeah, big decision, especially because since the first day no one went there for a heat, so you really have to risk it to go there. But no, not much opportunity here, so it might be a creative and good risk to take.
Yeah, you got to get involved sometimes. I mean, you're going to there's a rip, there's an issue, but it's and so you can get caught in the rip. It can be sometimes a little bit smaller, but you might get 4 or 5 seconds. This is a nice looking wave. Late takeoff from Cardoso on a big section. She hammers it. Good surfing. And she just can't get around the next one, but had one section, made the most of it. Really late drop. Impressive surfing from Camilla. And she's back in the game at least.
Yeah, this was a nice drop. Bigger wave. She did well here, managed not easy this last section. As we know, she's training with Francisco Laranjinha, a good Portuguese coach as well. I think the coaching scene in Portugal is very structured. There's surfers in the surf coach program in the university, so yeah,
it's paying off. The QS coaching certificates and big push. And I'll tell you what, speaking of QS, there's no man that knows more about it than Rob Gunning. Here's a little clip as Rob explains exactly what these surfers are vying for.
Yeah, well, we've divided up the regions on the QS to 7 regions, and through your region you'll qualify for the Challenger Series, and then from the Challenger Series you qualify for the Championship Tour. So it's like a 3-step process. So the surfers now regionally, they're competing here and they don't have to travel the world for points. Okay, so when they qualify through their region and they make the top 10 for the men or the top 8 for the women, from there, that's when they take on the other surfers from around the world in the Challenger Series.
Wow, really great explanation as always. I think you nailed it in the first try.
Yeah, so QS Tour in 7 regions. I like the 3-step process from your region into the Challenger Series and the Challenger Series into the CT. That's the pathway to glory, and it all starts with these heats and these lower events. You've got to get through these, you've got to muscle your way, you've got to grind it out. Leticia Canales-Bilbao, one of the top ranked surfers in this event, just sitting, she's in a mixture, isn't she? It's both a good spot and a bad spot in terms of she's in a good spot with the 6. She's got priority, but she hasn't been able to back away. But there's Yolanda Hopkins. She got 5th in the Olympics. So close to getting to that bronze medal playoff. And had a bit of a poor Challenger Series event. As we said, she's ranked 20th on that tour. So she's right in the mix. Here goes Leticia. Oh, and she's just, after all that time waiting for priority, she hasn't used it wisely. Vaselko right behind her. She just sprays her as well. And there's another one. So Vaselko looking good. And trying to back up a 4.83. Camilla Kemp's been quiet after a bit of a sort of good flurry of a start. It's like, I like she almost sprays a competitor here. This, ha!
There she goes, and this last one, I'm not sure if the judges are gonna like that little free fall at the end, but actually Francisca comes from a surf family. Her father is Joe Vaselko, I think, from California. Great style, and she has a younger brother, really good surfer, Jaime, as well. Started, I think he's 12, just joined the Quicksilver family if I'm not mistaken. So, surf family.
Yeah, I see Camp going around the corner. She can't get an open face. Camilla trying to improve on a 3.17. Can't quite get there. And it's a tight battle. It's a battle of the backups. No one really being, except with the exception of Vaselko, able to get over that 4-point ride for a backup. Leticia so well on that left hand to get a 6-point ride, but hasn't been able to improve on that at all. So she's in a weird position where she doesn't have a big score, but time's just ticking away. She'll start getting put under a bit of pressure. If it went flat now, she'd be devastated.
Yeah, she needs some room to do something. You know, she's paddling for this one. She has 2nd priority. Let's see if she goes. She only needs a 1.17, but now if Camila does one good wave, she might be in bad situation. Now, Camila Cardoso, nice one off the top. This wave flattens out as usual.
Yeah, trying to stay busy, trying to stay in the action. That wave, it's not going to get what she needs. I think I get 3.68, 5 minutes on the clock. This is where these surfers start to rely on their skill and their temperament rather than their sort of surf ability. It's about keeping your head here. Leticia, no, she doesn't need a big score, just a 1-point ride, so anything will do. But here she goes, she's paddling around. She's got priority again. She kind of got lucky in that she lost the priority, but got it back again. All 3 surfers getting quick waves, and none of them able to post any type of solid score. So, recap is coming. How did we get here? Well, this is how it all went down.
This is one of the best waves, actually the best wave of the heat. Not the best, the 2nd best, but it was really well surfed, really clean, beautiful lines from Leticia. 6 points, her best wave. This is Camila Kemp with a long bottom turn, and then a nice off the top, and then a little cut back there to start her campaign in this heat. And this is another Camila Cardoso with a nice one, powerful section there, really showing some commitment on that one. And this is our heat leader, Francisca Veselko, looking solid, looking confident. And this is the best wave of the heat. Good spray, straight to a little snap, and yeah, that's what you need.
Yeah, but surprised that that wave seemed to be better than Bilbao's left-hander.
Yeah.
Letty's had a bit more style and flow. Here she go though. She's needing this 1.17. Sets approach now. 3 minutes to go. She's put herself under a lot of pressure here. She should be able to deal with it, but you know, if she gets the closeout or if she falls off, all of a sudden she's in strife. So it's going to be a bit of clutch surfing if she gets herself out of this. Cardoso just needing a small score as well, a 3.68, and that's Veselko, the current heat leader. She's just keep charging away. Oh, that's a nice turn.
Ooh.
Bit of a lump. She deals with it well. 2 minutes 45 now. So
yeah, Leticia really needs to get something on the board. She pretty much just needs to stand up, as we have the replay of Francisca. She bottom turn and then a nice powerful wave. So Francisca really evolving, you know. She's pretty young. She's 16, I think. So she just started to grow and be a bit more powerful, you know, passing those teenage years, and you know, now she's very solid and expressive and very good surfer, promising surfer. We actually have some very good female surfers in Portugal.
yeah, it's a big push coming from there, but that woman there netting a 1.17, she's going to have to really just get inside. She can't afford to wait for a bigger one now because she needs a tiny score. Cardoso too, not needing a whole lot. 1 minute on the clock, or 1 minute 45, so it's one of those situations where, you know what, you've got to just play to the score. 1.17, it's tiny. She's going out the back again. I'll tell you what, if she loses this heat because of a lack of catching a wave, she'll be kicking herself. There's a wave in there.
Yeah, she's going.
Meanwhile, here she goes, Letty. So she's pulled the trigger, so she has got a good wave here. This could be the one that makes it count. She'll be nervous. Does a nice first turn with a big bump. Can she finish it? And there you go. And almost hangs on. So I think if she'd hung on to that wave, it would have been an absolute no-brainer. I mean, she's got the 1.17.
Yeah, definitely.
But, you know, you just hope that her competitor does another way. There he goes. She's hanging on there. If she'd fallen off there, I think it would have been all over. And just a bit late to that. Does manage to still get the fins out, but falls on the end bit. So there we go. Didn't need a big score, luckily. If she needed a 3 or 4, she would have been in all sorts of bother. But we'll see if Cardoso, her opponent, as we see Veselko, she's been so busy. That's late. She's not going to make that. And Cardoso still out there, still needing now a 5.58. Letty's last wave came in at a 3. So now Kemp and Cardoso both needing solid scores above a 5. And time running out. Looks like Canali Bilbao has done it under pressure. Fair play to her. She waited, she got the wave she needed, and she performed under that pressure. So you got to give credit to her. She goes through. Veselko though, really impressive, powerful surfing, big turns, and she surfed really, really well. So yeah, as you say, one of Portuguese up and coming surfers, and yeah, really excited to see what she can do in some of the other rounds. Looks like those official results will come up soon though. Looks like Veselko has nailed it. Right now we've got official results to come. We're going to move on to the next heat. Preston Hopkins next to Barry and Sanchez. That was the official results. Those serves going to the round of 16. Veselko, Bilbao, Kemp and Cardoso. We're going to come back with more live action for Azores Airlines Pro right after this short commercial break.
Welcome to the show.
Let's do it.
I don't want to say mix getting comboed.
For me, going to Chopu, I kind of say bring it on.
Billy is being treated in a hospital.
You look famous.
I look famous.
Yeah, you don't.
She's ruining my vibe, man.
Oh yeah. Show you guys some of the secrets.
Come check it out.
All right, here we go.
I kind of say bring it on.
Hey, brah. This is the Lineup Podcast.
Cheers, dude.
We're here with Coco Ho,
Kai Lenny, Jamie O'Brien,
John Florence.
Put it up there like alley-oop. I was like, oh!
We drop new episodes every Tuesday, wherever you find your podcasts.
I have 24 hours left.
Nothing is ever still. There is this flow that we need to surrender to. We need to go with it. Because deep down we know, wherever the wind blows, life will continue to find its perfect route. A place for new adventures, more freedom, and better living. Azores, safe by nature.
We're having an adventure. We're in the mid-Atlantic and we're watching the round of 32, heat number 2 of the women's division of the Azores Airlines Pro. We're going to check out Annette Gonzalez-Echevarri, Rachel Presti, Yolanda Hopkins, Violetta Sanchez. I'm Paul Evans, joining Zay Freire in the studio. How's waves looking, mate? Still some good opportunities up the beach?
Yeah, a couple opportunities, but you know, has been pretty hard for the last few heats with the tide, with the high tide. So from now on, it will probably only get better, which is great for everyone, especially the surfers, as we had Victoria Sanchez looking to find something on that fatty wave. Nothing there for her. We had a few first waves. So hopefully this heat will have a bit more rhythm than the last one, but we have one of Portuguese's best, Yolanda Hopkins.
An Olympian, no less.
An Olympian.
Beat Gilmore.
Yeah.
Gave Chris Moore a run for her money.
Yeah, Hopkins. Such a powerful character. Powerful surfing. Really strong in the mind. And during the break we had this from Rachel Presti. Good wave to start. Really nice off the top there. Earned a 517 for that. And Yolanda's first wave. Good bottom turn. Really good upside down re-entry there. And then Arnett couldn't really find her way out of that turn. Really messy white water. But she's back at it again. Let's see if she can do it now. Not really. So 7.17 for Yolanda's first wave. That was an upside down turn. Really
Massive number for her. Bringing the power. Let's have a look at Echevarri. Sort of slopey work on the face here, wasn't it? She waited for the section though, pretty patient. Just mistimes it though.
Yeah.
Somehow conspires to sort of not only not do the turn, but also fall off as well, kind of kicking out. So got that terribly wrong really on the end of that one. She will leave points out there, and she can't afford to make mistakes like that. You're coming up against Yolanda Hopkins, 5th in the Olympic Games. She's already got 7. Rachel Presti's dropped to 5. She's a great surfer. You need to make the most of all of your opportunities. You're not going to get kind of like 10 good waves, you know.
Yeah.
You might get a couple of decent sets. If you do, you need to really make them count. Yeah, Yolanda Hopkins. Strong story out of Portugal. She's pretty well known. I've seen a few people asking for selfies and stuff just up here in the car park.
Yeah.
A few people, obviously the Olympic story's been really big for her.
Yeah, huge for her. I really stepped up her game. She's been surfing better and better lately in Portugal, doing really well. Actually, like she appeared, she's not one of those surfers you've seen since she's 10. You know, she kind of made an appearance one year, and the year after she was, at least for me, maybe that's not as fair as the reality goes, but
the opposite Teresa Bombolo sort of touted for greatness that she was about 3.
Exactly.
And she's been up and coming and up. Yolanda's suddenly on the scene, like fully formed and ripping.
Boom, doing great in the nationals, doing some really good results in the QSs, and here, Victoria Sanchez, just an in and out again, and then boom on the Olympics, and did really well in the Olympics, and pretty much does very well when she goes into a contest. Really good to see. You know, personally, I really like, you know, when those underdog surfers start coming up. And
24 minutes remaining in this. Early work done by Hopkins, the best of what we've seen so far. Let's go down and hear from the winner of the last heat, Francisco Selko. She's with Joanna.
Thanks, Paul. That's right. Congratulations, Francisca. That was tough, wasn't it? How was it for you?
Yeah, it was pretty tough. It's really high tide and the waves are really tricky out there. But I was actually focused on the lefts, and I ended up getting my best scores on the rights. Actually, on my 6.5 was on the left, but yeah, it's hard, but it was pretty fun.
What's the strategy going in then? You were saying that you were focused on the lefts, but it ended up going both ways. Is there any strategy that you put your mind in?
Yeah, normally the rights are pretty mushy and the lefts have way more potential. So that was my main goal, to get some lefts. But I ended up getting some rights too, and it was fun to mix it up.
Who have you been working with? Who's your coach?
My coach is Rodrigo Souza. Yeah.
What have you been doing? How have you been preparing?
We just train a lot. We surf every day. We have 2 trainings per week. I also have some 3 times a week physical training, and yeah, we've just been working on technique, and especially on my backside now. And yeah.
Do you want to say a few words in Portuguese?
Sure. Olá a todos que estão a acompanhar em casa. Foi muito difícil, o mar está muito aos saltos e a maré muito cheia. Ainda consegui apanhar umas ondinhas, estava mais focada na esquerda, mas acabei por apanhar umas direitas. E estou super feliz por ter passado o item primeiro e vamos para o próximo.
Great job. Congratulations. Back to you guys.
Good stuff. Very happy Francisca there. Thorough debrief as well. She's made it through a tough heat and still alive in this event. She could be on her way to a big result.
yeah, hopefully she gets a good result. She's been getting good results, so she's kind of on the roll now. And yeah, motivated, you know, smart. And we had this while we were on the interview.
It's Presti. Deadly on the backhand. Wow, that was really nice. Look at the speed she's got.
Yeah, and really, really loose. Right.
Presti, quick turn, but she ripped it. Good number in, 5.33. She's got a couple of 5s now. She's in the lead from Hopkins. Hopkins got that 7. Still sitting on a 3. She tried to go to work on that 3. Not sure she did. She just get. Oh, sorry, the 3 was just the number she just dropped. Excuse me. So that was her second wave. She just got that number. Here it is.
Bottom turn. Nice rail game there. Really solid surfer and kind of, you know, really unique style she has, because she has a really low center of gravity, but she's very dynamic at the same time and very explosive.
Presti, heat leader in live action. Late takeoff on her right. She'll have to wait, try and come around a section. The rights are a bit fatter and softer. She doesn't get an opportunity to try and do a turn, so just to kick out from her, she'll go to the back of the queue in terms of priority. Guess who was down there, the first surfer in the water? That's why I give you a wild guess. You're only allowed one guess. Which surfer was down there first this morning in the dark? She's generally the first one out every day, always. She gets up at 4 a.m. Trains mad. She's in the water right now.
Yolanda?
Yes. Yeah. First one out this morning, mate, as ever. Paddle out in the dark. She said she got kind of cleaned up, but a bit smashed, trying to work out where the lineup was. Made it out to the lineup. She surfed for about 15 minutes, probably completely on her own before the rest of the pack came chasing her down, and then, you know, within about 5-minute period, there's about 100 QSs out there on that bank. But always up doing the early work. Does the hard yards, a lot of training.
Yeah, definitely.
It's paying off.
Yeah, she's very good in strong, solid waves too.
I had a chat with her and a coach earlier. They're already setting their sights on Chopu. And she wants to get on that podium. Just missed out with the 5th in Tokyo. She's already setting her sights on Olympic qualification. Paris 2024, of course, the surf park will be at the end of the road at Teahupu in Tahiti. And she wants in. She wants a piece of that. She wants a piece of this wave too. She's having a good paddle. Backhand attack from Hopkins. Off the bottom, bang. Wow, that was a massive section. I love the fact that she took that on. That was wild.
Yeah, she just goes for it. It's crazy. You know,
the board's
she
creased.
broke her board.
Oh, she's in trouble here with the board.
Oh, bad news. Look at this. Really went for it. No fear there. I'd be more afraid for the lip.
This is wild. Oh, man. Tell you what, she'd have made that is a 10 all day long.
Yeah.
That was mental. The lip was 3/4 of the way pitching. It's hollow. It's super powerful. She takes it on. Here goes Echebarri. By contrast, just kind of nursing it. And again, she falls off. She's been falling off too much out here. So Hopkins is basically trying to make her way around to the ski. She can get him right in to pick up a board because it's a hard paddle back in. You can do the first part on white water, then you're going against the rip, and it's really hard to paddle against that. So she's trying to call the ski over. And usually, we should have someone mic'd up on land, radio contact with our ski pilot, able just to relay the information. We do have the jet ski, not for the assistance with the paddle back out, but just as a safety, running the safety ski in terms of getting back in. So he's getting that info right now, relayed to him. The broken board, she'll hop on the back of that and try and make her way in. Half an hour heat, so, you know, she's going to lose, what, you reckon, maybe 5 minutes since she broke the board. Let's see. She broke her board around about 19 minutes and 30 remaining. Let's see what time she gets back, probably around the 14-minute mark. She's got to get onto that ski first and make her way in. Her coach will have been running down. He's got the backup board, should be all ready to go.
I think the jet ski driver is still trying to figure out if he can take her or not. I thought he could, but I'm not 100%. Yeah, that's what's going to happen. Yeah, perfect.
Back in the sled. She will get a taxi back to the beach, and he's not going to be allowed to bring her back out. She's going to have to paddle back out. So this is not a jet ski assist for our surfers after a ride. It is merely a safety ski for things like broken boards, for example, broken leashes, a knocked out fin, anything like that, because the rips here, just the way they are, it's actually pretty hard. That just that last part on the beach, you'd struggle to swim or paddle, particularly swim. You'd struggle to paddle against it, but swimming would be really hard. There's a coach. He's going to run down. He's been up on the rocks above this peak.
Big legs.
And he needs to get that equipment to her. Should already be down here. Should be ready to go. So she's straight in on the beach.
We didn't have many broken boards this event. Probably the first one. At least like a crest that is this big. This board, you know, probably won't have any fix. You know where it is. This board is pretty much finished. Yeah, board is finished.
Yeah, how many times have we seen people change boards and not have the leash on the backup? Never ceases to amaze me. She's already leashed up.
Yeah.
She's not taking any chances. No messing
Real
around.
professional.
Ready to go.
And really, everyone, you know, loves her style, I guess, right?
She's got to make her way into the rip here. So she get in the rip, then it will just steam you out towards the lineup. You've got to get into it first, so a little bit of paddling. It looks like jet ski's hanging around, so it's interesting. Yeah, no, okay, he is. I thought that he wasn't allowed.
Go.
Didn't think he's allowed to take her out. She's just asking the question. Any chance for lift? No chance. So she's going to have to paddle back out. Well, let's see when she gets there. I was calling around about the 14-minute mark. She'll be back in the lineup. Let's see.
I think she broke her board around 20-minute mark, or 19, something like that. So 5 minutes. It's you know, kind of a Formula One box kind of.
Which is normally about 3 seconds on the good teams when they get it right.
You see Chris now and Joanna now.
Hey John, what just happened?
Yolanda tried to get up in the lip on a backside turn. She got there a little bit late and it was pretty heavy, the section. She went down, but the board took the brunt, and as you can see, it's creased and it's finished.
And you were saying it was the worst timing ever. Why is that?
Because we're kind of in the middle of the heat, and so you waste a lot of time coming out and back in. If it was earlier in the heat, there's time to go back and recover. She still needs a real backup score. I think she's fairly safe, but you're never really safe. So she's got to get back there pretty fast and try and get something in the last couple of minutes.
Well, she's an Olympian. She knows what she's doing.
If anyone can do it, she can. Yeah.
Thanks.
No problem. Thank you.
All right, awesome stuff. John, he's breathing a bit there. He's done the jog down. He's ran, I'm going to say he's ran about 250 metres downhill. And he's blowing a bit there, is John. I reckon he should maybe think about joining Yolanda on the morning 10K runs.
Yeah, when this happened, there she goes, pedaling back. It's a long pedal back. So she will probably arrive to the outside as tired as her coach.
So still making that long old paddle back to the lineup. The good news from her point of view is no one's surfed any waves at all during that moment. So no score's been added by anyone. Presti's still with the lead. Hopkins still with the high score of that 7-1-7. And Violetta Sanchez and Annette Echebarri unable to add anything onto the score on that whole time. Hopkins will have the bit between her teeth and she'll just be digging for Portugal, making her way back to that lineup. And when she gets there, she won't waste any time in trying to take away. But I wonder if she'll maybe take a foot off the gas a little bit. No chance. If that wave comes again, she'll try and do the same thing again.
Yeah, for sure. I think she'll come and she'll be really hungry now, even more, you know, making up for lost time, and she'll have 13 comfortable minutes for a back wave.
Well, as Hopkins makes her way back to the lineup, nothing to bring you in terms of the scores. We're going to get a quick commercial break. When we come back, join us for more live action featuring that woman, Teresa Bonvolo. That's all coming at you live from the Azores right after this.
Nothing is ever still. There is this flow that we need to surrender to. We need to go with it. Because deep down we know, wherever the wind blows, life will continue to find its perfect route. A place for new adventures, more freedom and better living. Azores, safe by nature.
Welcome back to live action. Gloomy skies, plenty of power still out in the water. The broken equipment of Yolanda Hopkins is back on the beach with her coach John. She is right now back in the lineup under the 12-minute mark in this, and no one has been able to add scores at all throughout that entire time. Hopkins is back out there.
So
she is ready for battle in these final 11 minutes and 40. Looking for a score, still looking to shake off the 3-1-7.
safe to say that besides her board, she didn't lose much.
Yep, absolutely. So it didn't really cost her anything. That whole excursion back to the beach, there she is.
With priority.
Interesting. So everyone's just caught a little throwaway score, and for that reason, she's got priority. They've got numbers in, got all of her adversaries, and they're all just low throwaways under a 1. Priority goes to Hopkins, so she'll have first dibs on a set that comes through. Rachel Presti still in the lead in this one with a couple of 5s.
Surfers have to sign their COVID declarations before entering the water. Protocol in every sports event. Can't really take safety for granted.
Great looking heat though. Bonvolo taking on Tessa Tyson. Lucia Martino as well. Naya Milau also out in the water in this next heat. Looks like an exciting clash. The game faces there going on as the jerseys go on, and it all gets serious. But when that jersey goes on, it's all about focusing in on the job, the task, riding 2 waves for scores. Doing that in this one, Rachel Presti, the German out of Florida, make that transition, trying to get the Olympic picture. Didn't get there. Nevertheless, she has another Olympic cycle coming up soon. Obviously, the delay this year means we're back in Paris in just 3 years. Let's check out the diminutive figure of Echebarri. Just kind of stalling with the tail. I like that. It was quite stylish, but that wave was fat and nothing really happening for her.
Yeah, wave wasn't really good. She's probably really young as well, Annette. We see some lines approaching. Let's see if we can have some action here, some real action. Yolanda looks interested. Look, she's doing her analysis on this one, but she's not going. Sanchez, though, she was looking at it. It's getting mushier. Let's see, a little left coming, and Yolanda gonna take advantage.
Good looking wave for her. Drives off the bottom and puts a turn a little more out on the face. Pumps for speed, she'll clock it, and if she lands that, which she does, she'll improve on her back up. Meanwhile, out the back, Presti, your heat leader, swinging, looking smooth as you like. Tucking that back knee in, making it look really nice, and another hit from her. So a good exchange from your surfers in first and second. Hopkins draws first blood, and they're right behind her. Presti surfs, finishes off, gets a turn right in Yolanda's face. I don't mind it.
Yeah, look at this. Really nice bottom turn. Great style from this surfer. And this one, really hard turn. Vertical, goes vertical, then waits. Manages the white water. So really well done for Rachel and Yolanda. Straight from a, broken board. Great first snap, and then, you know what? Vertical. Her fin slided a bit even, so she's definitely going to be in first place now.
A wave coming through there. Echebarri doesn't like the look of it. She'll let that go. Violetta Sanchez holding down the peak here. She's got priority. She might fancy this. Oh, she has a little tickle. Not sure if she'll lose priority on that. She just kind of tried to put herself in the spot. Thought maybe the one before might have interested her, but she didn't fancy it. She's going to stay down there with just a 2 and a really small number as a backup. If she's struggling here, really, to get anything going of any quality. 7:40 remaining in this one. She's got a bit of time though, but the requirement is going to get tougher when this score comes in for Hopkins. She'll improve. Might get an improvement for Rachel Presti as well. We do get a marginal improvement for Rachel, 5.83, so not a massive leap for her, but she loses the 5.17, gets about 0.7 of a point better. Yolanda Hopkins now looking for a 3.99 for first. She'll get that. So shortly to be the heat leader in this one. The broken board, the jet ski ride. She's paddled out twice. She's still got 7 minutes on the clock, and she's going to be setting on a reasonable number when this comes in. Let's see how that goes. But pretty dominant performance from Hopkins and Presti so far in this one. It's been those two really finding the best ways. There's running lefts. And all about getting that speed up, isn't it? If you're going to take on this lip, you need to get up there with sort of speed to match the waves. That's what those two have been able to do in this one so far. It will go a little quiet now. We've had long lulls in this, extended kind of holes in the action. Good number coming in for Hopkins. Going to be of a similar order to 7. She's already bagged. A couple of judges say 7.5. One judge says 6.7. One says 6.8. One says 7. Comes in as a 7.1. It's really close. She goes to first. 40.27. Yolanda Hopkins, Olympian out of Portugal. She's doing well.
Yeah, really well. One of the best scores of the day, even with all the challenges she had to deal with in this one. And Paul, I was wondering, how do you analyze the impact that the Olympics had on surfing in general?
I reckon it feels like it's been really significant to the people that were in it and had a chance to compete. More broadly, I think maybe it's sort of too soon to say if it's really changed that much in terms of the audience. I'm not sure it really has. Surfing's been really popular for a couple of years. I would say COVID had more of an effect on surfing than the Olympics. Surfing's exploded in terms of popularity since COVID, it feels like. And that's a story that around Europe, in Australia, around the world, we've sort of seen that echoed. It's been the thing. I think, obviously, if you're in the Olympics yourself, that's massive for you. Chance to get really good funding from central government. Maybe sponsors are hard, but you can get some of that money for training, money
more
for your
followers too.
All of that sort of stuff. So I think it's really significant for just a mere handful of athletes that are actually in it. But more broadly, I don't know if it's made a whole lot of difference necessarily. But certainly surfing on the up and up. It's getting busier and busier. Is that good? Do we want to get busier? I'm not sure we do.
I was reading an article the other day saying that surfers are selfish by nature.
Yep. I'll go along with that.
Older surfers, people that surf, for a long time and remember
more selfish. Yep.
What it was to surf, with less crowd. Those are the ones that should, give opportunity to new surfers so the ocean would be as crowded, but that's not going to happen. So yeah, it's kind of a moral question, really.
Yeah, it's almost like the other way around, isn't it? Surfers been doing it for ages, sort of grumpy and feel like they got that sense of entitlement.
Exactly.
They were like, I was here in '89.
Yeah.
There was no one out, so they
You don't
feel,
know how it was, how hard it was.
Exactly. But like in any sport, you know, the elders, they get their sort of respect, don't they? Or they should do.
Yeah.
Let's see what we get going here from the youngster, Echebarri. She is a diminutive figure on quite a sizable wave, unable to do any real legitimate manoeuvres on that one. It's going to be another small number for her. And time's running out on her campaign in this heat, which has been a strong showing from Yolanda Hopkins. I tell you what, I'd love to see, well, the heat recap. Let's get a look, see what Hopkins can get done. Just thinking about that wave she broke her board on as well. She's been crazy good out here.
Yeah, this was her first wave. This was a 7.17, and this is Rachel. Really good style. Her tail got out of that lip right there. And this is her second wave. And this turn, it's very hard to do where she did it. Very vertical too. She didn't hold back at all. So really good performance from Rachel Presti. And this is Yolanda's last wave. First snap, and then doesn't leave anything in the pockets. Leaves everything out there. Really great surfing and great smart competing by Yolanda.
Yeah, the intensity from her throughout the whole half an hour, the whole 30 minutes, you know she's game on the entire way through. Just the way she attacked that lip though, the one that broke her board. I mean, just to have in your mind when you're doing the bottom there, I think most people will be thinking, all right, straighten out, get away from the lip. She's like, no, I want to go towards that lip, put my board up there. So just taking those risks. On that particular occasion, it broke the board. But I tell you what, give her a few more of those. She'll be making those turns. I'd be surprised if she'd made that one. She's just a little late to it. It was a little violent, but she'll back herself. And here she goes again. And she's got herself another good-looking left here. Look at the speed off the bottom. Right in the pocket with the first turn. Drives so hard with the bottom turn. It's a wobbly wave, but she's so strong on the board. That early work doing first surfer out here all week in the dark surfing. It's paying off. She gets the front foot back a little bit to do some maneuvers on a running right-hander on the forehand. So taking off and going left. And some surfers, say at this stage, will be thinking, I've got a big lead. There's 2 minutes to go. I'll come in. But Hopkins, well, for the time being, let's see what she does.
She might go to the left, see if there's an insider there for her. As we see the replay, really fast. This first turn is like, it's amazing. I just really love how she puts her board there. Really creating a lot of acceleration, and then kind of deals with this inside section here and hits it to finish there. Probably not going to better her her second score, 7.10. And this is the replay of Rachel's last wave. She really has this one on lock too. Really vertical and critical turns for Rachel Presti. Really impressed.
Just over 1:10 to go in this. Hopkins with a number in 6.53. It's a throwaway for her, be a keeper for anybody else in this heat. It is the best score from any of our other surfers. Doesn't even go into her top two. She'll throw that away and ditch it. Presti in second, who looks super polished, stylish and smooth. She's just got a number that's a throwaway as well, 4.33. Sanchez, I don't really know where she's been in this heat. Haven't seen much of her. Echebarri as well. She's had a few efforts, Echebarri, but unable to really find the sections. But basically, they've come up against sort of a bit of a force of nature in the form of Yolanda Hopkins and Rachel Presti as well. Surfing so well, those two. That's the way this one has gone down. There's really no way back from here in the final 25 seconds or so. And it's been a really entertaining heat. Sometimes you need a bit of that. You need a bit of drama, a bit of board breakage. Let's check out live action. Here goes Sanchez. And a quick straighten out from her. But yeah, sometimes you need that. The broken board, the swap back on the beach, just kind of brought a bit of extra energy to this heat. The surfing was already on point from her and Presti, but a little bit of drama as well. All part of making a heat on the QS. Round of 32 soon. There will be 16 left as we see bringing it in Echebarri here. When I'm not sure if this is a counting score, but she basically needs a high 9 anyway. It won't be it, so it's not going to make any difference to the context of the heat. It's definitely not going to be an excellent score, but a solid performance. Lots of different ways for that woman there, Yolanda Hopkins, and that's that rip we're talking about. One of the reasons why you want the jet ski, and she can just about paddle against it, but swimming, Zay,
Yeah.
that's tough.
Very tough, and she's been paddling for quite a bit now. Yeah, like if you're someone that's swimming in a day like today, we have the lifeguard on the beach, but it's really dangerous. It's really a lot of water moving, very strong currents. So even for the surfers, I saw some surfers, guy surfers, struggling yesterday to get out of the water. Some guys didn't want to go out because of the current, because it was so strong. Yeah, the ocean is always the ruler. There she goes.
Official results of the heat. Yolanda Hopkins, pair of 7s, good numbers. Presti will go through 2. We'll say ciao to Sanchez and Echebarri. That's heat number 2 wrapped up. We're going to go to a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll bring you heat 3 of the women's division of the Azores Airlines Pro. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Dia de chegar. Aquele onde tudo o que sonhaste se iria realizar. Onde irias mostrar ao mundo todo o teu talento. A oportunidade é agora. O momento é o teu. Agarra-o e mostra tudo o que te vai na alma. Canta como nunca cantaste. Toca como nunca tocaste. E mostra que tu és aquele que procuramos. Now The Search by Samsung Galaxy Z. O programa de talentos que te leva do quarto para o palco das maiores salas de espetáculo do país. Inscreve-te em meudasearch.sap.pt.
Welcome to the show.
Let's do it.
I don't want to say mix getting comboed.
For me, going to Chopu, I kind of say bring it on.
Billy is being treated in a hospital.
You look famous.
I look famous.
Yeah, you don't.
She's ruining my vibe, man.
Oh yeah. Show you guys some of the secrets.
Come check it out.
Nothing is ever still. There is this flow that we need to surrender to. We need to go with it. Because deep down we know, wherever the wind blows, life will continue to find its perfect route. A place for new adventures, more freedom and better living. Azores, safe by nature.
And a very warm welcome back to live action. Azores Airlines Pro. A Wednesday afternoon on the island of São Miguel. We'll see combat from Tessa Tyson, Teresa Bonvalo, Lucia Martino, Naya Milo. I'm joined back in the studio by Ben Mundy. He's been on a fact-finding mission. He's been sampling the vibe. What have you found out for us, Ben? What have you got?
I had a running race with a small bird, Paul. Yeah, I ran down to the end of the beach, little break, clear the valves.
Little white guy with bits of grey on it?
Yeah, and I was sort of running along, and I didn't really see it. They nestle close down to the shore, don't they?
Yep.
Sort of nestle in. I couldn't really see it, and then I came up from behind him, wasn't paying attention. Then he got a bit startled by probably by how slow a human being can run. Hold that thought.
Martino in live action, swinging on the left. A whipping turn to open up. It's a nice section here for Lucia. Hits it hard. This is good. And she'll fade back right and get a last little cut back in. Ben,
it got startled, so it sort of stood up and started walking quite quickly because he thought it was getting chased. So we had this other race, and it didn't need to actually fly. He knew he had enough pace just to walk quite quickly. I had a bit of a race, like a probably 5 metre little running race with a small bird, and I lost. So yeah, what type of bird is that, Paul?
It's called a sanderling.
A sanderling.
Yeah, what they do is you see them in the swash zone when the white water runs up the beach. As it drains back, you get those little bubbles in the sand. They're looking for little critters that live under the sand. So you'll see them run where the white water's just rolled back. They sort of run a little bit like sort of toy soldiers, don't they?
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, it's your sanderling. Mate,
effectively.
Yeah, beautiful birds.
Yellow beak.
Really pretty little things.
Yeah, no, that was fun. Enjoyed that. I didn't want to startle the thing, but it's just one of those little. Well, I mean, you walk a couple of 100 metres in the Azores, you're going to find some type of nature somewhere, and that was that. Apart from that, nothing to report, Paul. Pretty empty beach.
That's all you got.
Not much going on down there, mate.
Let's go and hear from a woman who had quite a lot going on in the last heat. The broken board, the big performances. We'll just stick with live for now and check out Teresa Bonvalo. Whoa, whip one in the pocket. Nice rail turn from Teresa. Another carve from her. Still swinging. Boom. Gets the layback and it all goes a bit wrong. Mandy doesn't look happy with that last incompletion. She'll recover and paddle back out. Let's go and hear from Yolanda Hopkins, who's had a lot happen in that last heat. She's with Joanna.
Yeah, Paul, that's right. I mean, Yolanda, what the hell was going through your mind charging the lip like that?
I mean, I think everybody that knows me, I normally charge the lip. So I just saw that lip and it looked so fun. I was like, I gotta go for it. But it seems like my board didn't handle it, so I had to do a bit of a workout. First, the jet ski didn't seem to want to come and get me. I was like, come on, dude, hurry up. And then I managed to get out back, and I knew I only needed a 3-3-3 to go to first. I was like, I need to do a turn, a good one. And fortunately, I actually got my priority as soon as I got out back. And yeah, the next wave came, and it was a beaut, and managed to get another good one.
You almost gave your coach, John, a heart attack. He was running from the rocks all the way down.
I mean, yeah, I think every heat I have are quite exciting for him. So he always has how do you say in Portuguese, the heart in his hands. But I think he's proud of me.
Do you want to say a few words in Portuguese?
Sim, sim. Eu queria agradecer a toda a gente, não só na ilha, mas também Portugal continental, que tem estado a apoiar-me sempre. E eu espero que, se estiverem aqui à volta nos Açores, que venham aqui passar um tempo no campeonato e, se tiverem tempo, venham falar comigo, que eu gosto sempre de conhecer pessoas novas.
Oh, well, Yolanda was saying if anyone is around Azores to come on and talk to her for a bit, because she loves speaking to everyone. What a treat. Good luck in the next round.
Thanks.
Awesome stuff from Hopkins. She's awesome.
Classic
We love Hopkins.
If you know Hopkins, you know she loves to smash the lip. You know she loves to talk to people. She knows she loves to give the coach a bit of a heart attack. And I'll tell you what, if in the women's super group that Twitter is blowing up about, she'd be in there for sure.
Yeah, always entertaining, always good value. And putting together a couple of sevens for a big performance. There's Bonvalo's numbers, Ben. More points on offer there. She fell on the last turn though, she'll be disappointed.
Yeah, I mean, she surfed it so well. This is a bit frustrating. Maybe I'm lovely first turn, and then this second wrap just catches the foam there nicely. And here goes, she's onto a great score. All she has to do here is just finish. It wasn't a particularly gnarly section. She's got it wrong. Still surfed it great, got some points on the board, but she left 2 or 3 points, I think, out the back. So it's a bit of an issue for her throughout her career. She'll bounce back. She's such a great surfer, really smooth, great to watch. Just need to get rid of some of those mistakes.
Let's talk some Tessa Tyson, shall we? We've seen her from the juniors, competing in the World Juniors in Portugal.
For junior champion.
Since then, she's not kicked on much. Let's just stick for now with Lucy Martino before we revisit the Tyson chat. Martino, a couple of good manoeuvres on the left, not a massive number though.
Nah, just that wave said no steep face, and these S-turns don't give you much. Yeah, Tyson, sometimes I think those World Junior titles can be a bit of a millstone around your neck. You know, she did well in the juniors. She won that event. A bit like, but it always gets referred to. It's always like, well, you did this as a junior. You expected to go on and achieve great things, and sometimes it doesn't work out that way. She's never given up. Tyson always been really committed to the sport, doing lots of things on the side. Yeah, I'm quite sure why she hasn't. Whether that World Junior title was a bit of a one-off, or whether just the way the cookies crumbled hasn't quite worked out for her. But great surfer. Probably hasn't got the results her talent deserves.
22 to go in this, the best of it thus far. Bonvalo, couple of carves on the left. Running left-hander is a fave for Teresa. One of our surfers out of Europe getting into the Challenger Series, of course, Teresa Bonvalo. Sort of surfed in our home events in Portugal. Looking to do work there. She surfed, well, an eventful heat, particularly when it was really, really big. She doesn't mind a bit of heavy water.
Yeah.
She's coming in 23rd currently in the Challenger Series, so she's got a shot at this. Of course, only the top 6 for the women. It is a smaller field, so she has got work to do in Haleiwa.
Yeah, you think she'd have to make minimum quarterfinals, maybe even semis, and that would progress her up the rankings. Easy to do. She's such a talented surfer. Yeah, she got caught there on the rocks in Ericira. Rescued herself with the aid of a few onlookers, and it was a really precarious position. But tell you what, she got smashed around the rocks. Good 3 minutes, dry docked on these huge boulders and went straight back out. That was a Mary sort of showed the courage she's got and how much it means to her. A lot of commitment. But yeah, Haleiwa, the last stop really, if she's going to make that CT dream.
Yeah, I mean, it is difficult to get into that top 6 for the women coming down to that last event, but you know, let's see. We've seen Federica Moraes, of course, get wins in Hawaii and get qualification done. Let's see if his compatriot can do that. Of course, also in the Challenger Series, Joanna Hopkins, who just saw. She's heading over to Hawaii in a week's time, actually. She just sorted out her accommodation. Never been there before. Just surprises me. Surprised me a bit. Yeah, surprised me that did. Never been there.
Where's she staying?
She's booked a place up the hill in Pupukea. I think she's booked a whole house. She's staying up there. And I think residents of the North Shore, if they happen to peek out the window around about 4 a.m. local time, they can expect to see Yolanda out doing a 10k run.
Yeah, up and down the Pupukea Hill.
Oh, that's nice. Good whip to this from Bonvalo. And again, super smooth. Doesn't get a finishing turn, but some nice hits. I like the speed. I like the style, Ben. I like the panache.
Yeah, she's got all those in spades and connecting the dots well. A couple of big turns. Yeah, Hopkins in Hawaii. I mean, there's a documentary series right there, isn't it? Imagine like running up banana fields, stacks of bananas on the back.
Could also be a detective series, couldn't it? Hopkins in Hawaii. Sort of like a bit of a Magnum spin-off, and it's like Magnum's niece, couldn't it? And she's out there she's searching cold cases, private investigation.
The thing about Magnum, he was effective, but he wasn't a details guy. He let a lot of stuff go through. I know Higgins was there to help out.
A little bit superficial,
Higgins and
wasn't
Hopkins. Higgins and Hopkins. Hopkins could be Higgins' niece. She's there to go through the old cases, and I'll tell you what, she gets up to some scrapes and that as well. Yeah, she's going to make a mark in there.
I could see Coach John in the was it TC? Who's the helicopter pilot in Magnum?
Yeah, I need to double check it. Yeah, I like where you're going with it.
Tyson. Oh, nice wave from her. She's smooth on the rail, rips into one, and a ton of speed on inside. What's she got? Bang! Really nice finish for Tessa. I like it a lot.
Yeah, really smooth. Sometimes she's so smooth, sort of. It looks as if she's lacking a bit of aggression, but that wave was surfed so well. Look at this great wave. These waves are cleaning up now. Tide's going out. Just more opportunities. Just saying, she's so smooth. This last one, you think could she have pushed it, kicked the fins out a bit? She did a bit actually, a bit of spray. It was really well surfed, so should be happy to just get that first wave, get a score on the board, and get back out there and put some pressure on Martino, especially. Bonvalo got a 6 and a 5, so she's looking pretty solid. And Tessa getting up.
TC was the helicopter pilot, wasn't it? I could see John in the TC role, or is the Rick in the Rick role as well. He was a good guy, good time guy, wasn't he, Rick?
Yeah, he's a good time guy. Yeah, I can see the support crew around PC, Detective Hopkins. And Hopkins in Hawaii. It's not a bad pitch. Not a bad pitch at all.
Paddle here from Milo, and she's up on the backhand. Nice entry into the wave. Ooh, good spray. Winds it up. That's nice. Oh, nice whip from her. Again, she'll kind of surf down and get it done, get a completion.
I mean, there could be loads of those type of sort of spin-off series, really, if you think about it. You got Hawaii and Hopkins. You got PCD in Peru. You know, like you just put surfers, put them in a literate naming country, and just let them go. You never know. As we see, whoa, big turn there from Nahaya, she really got that in at the end there. Showed a bit of aggression. Only a young surfer just finding her feet. A young Tahitian, and well, we'll see how she goes with that one.
One of those things, I think, Hopkins in Hawaii, where she's over there for a comp, which she does well in, possibly even wins, certainly makes finals day. But towards the end of the trip, just one of those kind of chain of events goes down where she kind of the crime happens, and she sort of almost gets sort of dragged into it a little bit. Once she's sort of into it, she can't let it go. She's got to see it through. And she goes into that sort of private investigator role.
There'd be like 5 minutes before a quarter final at Haleiwa, Like, she'll find a big clue, and if she doesn't get that clue and solve it, it could unravel.
You could really imagine her at the sort of Wahiwa Police Department going in, like, sort of pretending like she wants to get access to some records, and she's just, she pretends as there's like an acai delivery for the detective, just quickly jumps on the computer and downloads a few files off the hard drive. Classic Hopkins.
Oh, she's at the outlet store. She sees a truck just go up with like, a truckload of fake Armani suits, and she's all over it. She's not going to let that slide. You know what Hopkins is like. She's a stickler for the rules. So, yeah, it's got legs. 15 minutes on the clock here. We've got Teresa Bonvolo, Lucia Martino, Tessa Tyson, Nahia Miles, trying to get to the round of 16 here. So we're starting to get to the busy kind of end of the tour here. I mean, of this event. Once you get in the round of 16, well, obviously you're only one heat win off a quarterfinal berth, which is pretty big in this neck of the woods. So, round of 32, start to, if you get through this heat, a big if, of course, just start to see the light in the tunnel. You can start to see finals day appearing on the horizon, Paul. And that's a heady prize indeed.
15 to go in this one. Bonvolo in the lead. Milo in second place. We can get a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll wrap up heat number 3. We've got loads more great action to bring you from the Azores. Join us for it right after this.
About to leave, already packing. Come with me, I'm not really asking. We'll get away to a place where we don't know.
Nothing is ever still. There is this flow that we need to surrender to. We need to go with it. Because deep down we know, wherever the wind blows, life will continue to find its perfect route. A place for new adventures, more freedom, and better living. Azores, safe by nature.
Beautiful scenes just looking towards the west across Praia Santa Barbara. Taking in the swash zone, the North Atlantic swells meet their final resting place on the black volcanic sands on the north side of São Miguel Island. Also, where they meet 4 surfers, qualifiers, outstanding athletes out of the European region, duking it out for a spot in the final 16 at the moment. The Portuguese goofy foot Teresa Bonvolo with the best of it, 11.67. She's your heat leader. Right behind her, Naya Milo, the young French woman. Here is Tessa Tyson, another Frenchie with good turns. That's a nice jam for her. Really nice style from Tessa. Bang. Speed turn, spray turn. Whoa, one more. I like it. Good number here, Mundy.
Yeah, surfed it really well. Got a 4.77 for a first one. I think she's going to improve on that. Just a bit bigger waves, smooth waves and powerful turns. Wow, check out the style. Nice bit of spray there from Tyson. Comes around the corner again, right in the pocket. And one more to finish off. So Tyson surfing well. Won't be a huge number, but it will be an important one.
Yeah, well, she only needs a 1.53 to get second.
I'm liking the police drama, and so was some of the people on Twitter, Paul. Haruki, he's the man that came up with this.
The band.
The band.
Yeah,
he's
great
good.
Tweet.
He's like,
that's the best tweet you've had so far for the day.
Well, he's been listening in. He's loving the chat.
Where is he?
He's in Tokyo.
Okay.
And he's saying, I'm loving the Hopkins in Hawaii. He's loving the kind of the options that are there. But he said a lot of cop dramas have good cop, bad cop.
Yeah.
So he's asking, if anyone else out there you think of on the QS, obviously European QS who sort of fulfill the good cop, bad cop role. You're going to put them into a sort of police procedural drama.
If I've got this, if I've understood this, Hopkins is a good cop.
Well, he's just going on to. It doesn't have to involve Hopkins. It
Okay,
has to involve the classic combo, good cop, bad cop
Let's
partnership.
check live action out, and a big wave there for Teresa Bonvolo. She basically went left on a right. It looked like there. That wave shut down real quick on her, And she did well to get out and sort of avoid the impact. Meanwhile, a good paddle. Lucia Martino, she won't get on. See the duck diving of Bonvolo trying to get underneath that thing. There's still plenty of motion out there. It's pretty beefed up.
Yeah, Bonvolo, it was as if she eyed off that section. It was a massive one-hit combo, but she just couldn't quite get it going, and just, you know, made the correct decision to just bail out when it mattered, and otherwise she could have been in all sorts of rap. Here we go. Here's the old warm-up. The German coach, he's playing hide the tennis ball. Okay, where have I got? Where? Right or left? And then he just mixes it up. He's classic. Look at that, having fun. Way of mixing up. Here he goes again. Brings it forward. Okay, what have I got here? Yeah, keeping it loose, loosey-goosey. So, good warm-ups. He's got many in his book. He should have a book. Book of warm-ups. The German book of warm-ups, we call it. And he's staying busy, keeping his charges informed and interested. And at the moment, Bonvolo, that second wave of Tyson, as we said, came in a point above her last one, a 5.57. So to go with the 4.77. So Bonvolo and Tyson currently out in front, only holding a pretty substantial lead with 10 minutes to go.
Yeah, Tyson, important number, that last 5.57, wasn't it? Getting her up in the second now, sort of building that platform towards the back half of the heat. We talked about the style. A lot of people question about that. Are there points for style, Ben? Is it actually written into the judging criteria? It's not, is it?
It's not, no. It comes down to the vagaries of flow. As we see, Bonvolo just going down again. Yeah, speed, power and flow kind of incorporated.
What's flow, Ben?
Well, that's how you link the turns.
Right,
so,
right.
The way that you transition between the turns and how they join up together.
Okay.
If you've got flow, they're joined up and they sort of are seamless. If you've got no flow, they're disjointed and sort of almost their own entity. So there's two quite nice turns there from Mihal, and just kicks out.
If you had to pick two, would you rather have speed and flow? Would you rather have power and speed? What are your top two out of those three, Ben?
I'd rather have...
Or what? It doesn't necessarily be your surfing. Just what are the two more important of those three? Or are they all equally important?
They are kind of... If you take one out, they all...
You got to have speed in there. Speed's essential. You can't have power without your speed, right? Speed, locked in. Lock it in.
They only make sense together. If
Okay.
you take one out, if you take power out of it, you've got speed and flow. Yeah, actually that kind of works.
Speed, flow's good.
Yeah, if you take flow out of, you've got power and speed, it can be impressive to watch, but a little bit ugly, I would say. So I suppose it depends on whether you value style, whether you value aesthetic over sort of aggression, and it's a personal choice. You know, some people like, it's almost the Tom Curran versus the Mark Occhilupo.
Versus the Tom Carroll.
Yeah, or Tom Carroll. So Carroll versus Curran. You know, the two styles. I would say Tommy Carroll lacks a bit of flow, but he makes up for power. Curran, conversely, your mate, the tomato juicing 3-time world champion.
You're not about to say lacks power, because I won't let you say it. Don't you dare let those words come out of your mouth, Ben Mundy. Nice turn there for Martino. Just slightly overdoes it though.
I didn't say he's got no power. He's got less power than Tom Carroll.
Here we go, Tyson looking really good. Loads of flow throughout this heat from her. Tapping it again on that angle from behind. You kind of appreciate the amplitude of the turns. You see just how deep she gets on the bottom turn, how high she gets up through the lip. You can't necessarily see how committed she is and engaged in the wave face, but she's good enough for a decent number so far with 7:20 on the clock. You look like Twitter, there's a lot there, Ben. What are you seeing?
Well, they haven't answered the good cop, bad cop. Hirika's still waiting for that.
Yeah.
For example, I mean, going a bit off topic, not stuff for QS, but imagine sort of Mick Fanning and Mason Ho, you know, sort of, you know, Mick the straight-laced kind of good cop, plays by the rules, Mason Ho the maverick. Those are two kind of characters I'm looking for. But it has to be watchable. No, you've got your lethal weapon is probably the archetypal sort of example.
Yeah, sure. Okay, yeah, good cop. I'm going to go with Justine Dupont. Bad cop, Jessie Miley-Dyer.
Yeah.
Do you like that?
Jessie's retired, but yeah, I think we can throw her in the mix. Yeah, I like Dupont as the good cop. I like it a lot. And 6 minutes 30 on the clock. And you've got two surfers with a comfortable lead out there at the moment. Yeah, no, I don't mind it.
What do you think of my combo?
Yeah, I like it.
Who were you thinking, Ben?
Well, I like your DuPont. I'm going to lock her in. I think you've nailed the good cop there.
She's diligent. She doesn't cut corners. She's not prepared to put in a few late nights and early mornings.
No, not at all. Not at all. The bad cop kind of might be your Dimity Stoyle.
Oh, that was a really nice wave from Martino already, ripping it hard on this one. I love that first turn from her, and she's still going here. Oh, Persian hard. Looking for 787 though. Not sure we saw that.
Silvana Lima.
Good cop?
Bad cop.
Okay.
Lima and DuPont patrolling the streets of Rio.
Here goes Tessa Tyson. Look at this beautiful double up for Tessa. Wow, that's sick. And she just pushes a little too hard. Tell you what though, the rail work from her. We think about carving surfers, we think, yeah, Bombolo, she's got the rail game. I think in terms of carving in this one so far, Tessa Tyson's got a measure.
Yeah, really similar styles, haven't they? They really love their forehand. Got those real open rail carves. And once you see there, that's an open rail carve. Just
pretty
digs
sick.
The inside turn a little bit, but backs it up. So Martino trying to get back in the game, needs a massive score. At least this will help her cause if she can finish it. And she doesn't. And yeah, Tyson, yeah, big open rail turns, really smooth, really powerful, very similar.
Conversely, on the men's side, good cop Michel Perez, bad cop Ace Buchan. He's on the take. There's been an internal investigation for years. Ace is collecting envelopes of cash. He's letting things go. He's on the take Monday. He's rotten apple.
It's one of those
classic Buchan.
It's so
comes over like an angel.
It's so surprising. It's unsurprising. He's been doing it a long time. He's been squirreling that money away, taking money from the top.
The kiddies school fund, the new primary school. That's all in the Cayman Island account.
The environmental agencies. All that.
That's locked in.
Yeah.
The Panama Papers, a brutal expose of financial improprieties. No, we're just kidding, of course. There'd be both good cops, wouldn't there, in that situation?
Yeah.
Ace and Spartan.
I mean, yeah, Ace has been engaging. I love Ace. Always speaks his words. Been pretty upfront about his vaccination status. He's been opting into that debate. Doesn't mind. Just goes in. And Ace, yeah, one of the good guys for sure. Out there now. I'll tell you what, Martino. And it's probably up to Milhouse now. She's the one only earning a 4.81. So we talked about how good Tessa Tyson has surfed throughout this heat, but she's still not out of date, is she?
Milo's got that 6.23 for those backhand hits. Judges really rewarding them, and that's a good number. Here goes your heat leader, Bomba Low. She's waited a while for this wave. Look at that bottom turn, beautiful. There's a hammer from her. It's just the quick one maneuver though. She gets out. Let's see if she adds. Meanwhile, here goes that young surfer Milo with a sort of an awkward entry to a right-hander. And steep to fat, really quick. But she's got that 6.23, and that keeps Tessa Tyson well within striking distance of Naya Milo. That's not a big number, the 4.81. Martino, she's a bit further back, Ben. 3 minutes, just about time to get two ways. Or has she? It's gone offshore, though.
Yeah, the wind's cleaning up, the tide's draining out. It does this every afternoon. We've seen it progressively get better all day.
Good cop, bad cops from the Big Wave Tour.
Okay, well, yeah, we've got a recap coming our way, and then we can think about that.
Let's have a look at it. Tyson, Sparky.
Yeah, comes around the corner. Nice first turn. Just waits. I like how there's that flow you're talking about. There's no jittery transitions between the turns. Nice and smooth. And just finished off there. Meanwhile, she's aggressive. Station. Just gets underneath there. Comes out clean. But it was Teresa Bombolo out the back. This is the one big turn here. That's a big wave. Oh, digs a rail. Loads of spray from Martino. She just can't quite find the last turn. If she did this, she would have been right in the heat, but she's not. So the Chi-Up sitting down there in fourth. And it was kind of Tessa Tyson. It's a lovely wave. Big draw on that bottom of turn. Swooping carve right in the pocket. Waits for the next section. Bides the time. And bang. So Tyson's been impressive. Bombolo has been really, really smooth. Such a good style. Go here. Nice wrap. Turn when she made a mistake at the end. But even so, it's really great. It's a trademark wrap. She puts her arms out there again. She put them too far up there. She dug around, couldn't hang on. But this is the best wave she surfed in the last 28.5 minutes. Through the lip, gets another one, and then right in the pocket, and then kicks out. So good surfing from there. I like it. 1 minute 14 on the clock, and she's not done yet.
Live action, bomb below, having a look. She's a bit behind that section, decides not to go. Probably a pretty good call. Tessa Tyson with priority now. Still in second, looking to defend that. Naya Milo still looking for that relatively low number. Will she get a wave though, Ben? Have you got any big wave tour? Good cop backups, real quick. I will need a quick one.
Debating the good cop between either Ian Walsh or the Condor, Peter Mel. Okay. They're my two good cops. I'm just trying to narrow them down. In terms of a bad cop, I think you've got to go shooting from the hip kind of guy. Shoots first, thinks second, and that's Twig Baker.
Here we go, Martino in live action, banging one on a right-hander. Doesn't get a second section. She might try and get a little bonus left here. Lucia will just look to try and find any kind of opportunities on an inside, but there's deep water there, and that wave weirdly kind of picks up speed through that white water section. She swoops around. She surfed it reasonably well. It's going to be nothing like the score she needs. It was a 7. We're going to tick down on the clock here. Not sure anything's happening on the peak. Don't think we've got a score to come in for Naya Milo's on the inside. She's had a couple of throwaways in her last couple of efforts. And I think it's essentially going to wrap things up. We've got a number for Martino. It's not the number she needs. It's going to be Bombolo and Tyson making it through, Ben.
Yeah, deserved winners. Surf well, the goofy footers. Good style. Pick the best waves. And if you do that, invariably, especially at this level in round 32, you're going to get through. So, yeah, well done. Official results are there. Bombolo first, Tyson second, and Milhouse and Martino are out. We're going to go to a short commercial break and come back with more live action right after this.
About to leave, already packing. Come with me, I'm not really asking. We'll get away to a place where we don't know.
Nothing is ever still. There is this flow that we need to surrender to. We need to go with it. Because deep down we know, wherever the wind blows, life will continue to find its perfect route, its best and safer track. A new way of discovery, development and evolution. A time for profound consciousness and connection. A place for new adventures, more freedom and better living. Azores, safe by nature.
And welcome back to the live action of the Azores Airlines Pro. We are motoring through the round of 32 of the women's. My name's Ben Mundy, and I have the pleasure to introduce to the booth the winner of the heat before last, Yolanda Hopkins. Welcome to the booth, Yolanda. Always good to have you come in and share your insights and your knowledge about this beautiful sport. What about your heat? I tell you, there's a lot going on. I mean, have you processed it yet? What was the debrief like?
Not quite. It was, it was all over the place. I started straight away with a good wave and trying to back myself up. Ended up smashing my board, and I was like, oh yeah, that's not going to work.
Yeah, I haven't seen many boards broken or damaged in this heat, but yeah, trust it. When it comes to Hopkins, anything happens, and but you fought back and you got through. How important that? Get to the round of 16, you can start to see the finals day. Is that looming in your mind yet?
Yeah. Well, the win is always in my mind, but getting that first heat out of the way is always like a bit of a stress relief. That first heat is always the nerve-wracking heat.
Well, you did well, and we're just talking about the conditions. It just seems to be smoothing up, doesn't it, out there? Just the wind's gone a bit better, and nice way. So first wave, big first turn there from Maud Lacar, one of the veterans. So Maud just serving up. We've got Nadia Aristabi Gabrielle Denise, who I might ask you about, and Lucia Machado. So a bit of a mix of veterans and new rippers. Yeah, Gabrielle Denise, she's a young Portuguese surfer. She's been finding a way. What's her surfing about? What's her style like?
She's quite a bit of the power as well. Like, she's quite a good friend of mine. I think that's her going now. No, she tried. Yeah, she's just like got that carve on lock, and yeah, I consider her like a power surfer, up and coming.
Yep, she's been doing well in the junior series. Still quite young. Got a couple of finals and doing well there. Here's Lucia Machado. Been performing quite well over the last couple of years on the QS. And there's Gabriela. So the new Portuguese sort of, you know, a big sort of hotbed of talents coming through, especially in the women's. Loads of surfers like such as yourself and Gabriela really starting to push there.
Yeah.
Of course, the Challenger Series, this is what this is all about. We see this wave here. It's a big wave, hey, Yolanda? And that's Gabriela we talked about. Just a big opening first hook, but no more. Yeah, it's all about the Challenger Series. Obviously, this event, as we know, as we hold that turn, this is a big left-hander here. Can get around it. She waited a long time, then hanged it up the top.
Another one.
Another one. So staying busy and it just ejects.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, before I was really interrupted by all these the surfers catching waves. Yeah, the Challenger Series. This event is for next year's Challenger Series, but you're still involved in the 2021.
Yeah.
Off to Hawaii soon. Paul was just saying. Is that your first trip to the Rock?
Yeah, I'm so excited. If I didn't have this competition here now, I would have gone like almost straight away after France. I'm so excited.
Yeah.
So many people have told me that already that's kind of like my wave, and they had told me that before in El Salvador before I went there. So that went well. So I'm hoping it goes well as well.
Yeah, it's a great place. It takes a little while to find your feet, but yeah, there's just so many waves and so much power. And so much, I mean, there's so many people there surfing, but yeah, you're going to love it. I think everyone, if you're a surfer, you've kind of got to go to Hawaii, right?
Yeah,
it's part of the deal. And yeah, so I suppose you'll just have to take your time, concentrate on Haleiwa, I'd imagine. That's where the event is.
I mean, I want to try all the other ones. Here you go, Gabby again.
Okay, live action. Oh,
nice.
She goes up and just kicks it high, but can't quite make it. Yeah, lots of waves to look at, but yes, Haleiwa, sunset.
Haleiwa, yeah, I'll be surfing Haleiwa quite a bit. I would love to give pipe a go. I kind of dreamt about that for quite a few years now, and yeah, I would definitely give it a go.
Yeah, good stuff. What about your boards? You got your quiver sorted? Are you going to get some over there or taking some here?
I'm taking some from Portugal and like maybe grabbing a couple there. Just to give it a go as well.
Okay, live action, Aristave. Oh, there's a big turn. It's a lot of incompletes. This way, the best way was that first turn for Mordecai. Got a 5.17 for hers, but all the other girls just maybe pushing it a little bit.
Yeah, Lucia got a 5 as well.
5.17 for that long left-hander. So, a couple of 5s. And have you crunched the numbers in terms of what you need to get the CT, or is that just a bit too much? Just
I mean,
heat by heat.
I kind of know what do I need, and it's quite a good result. It's not out of the picture, but yeah, I try not to focus. I really just want to go there and have fun. But obviously, in every comp that I go, I always want to win and get to the CT is my dream, as many other girls and boys. I really had a feeling for this year, but not quite had the result that I wanted just yet.
Okay, so there's Mordecai late takeoff. Oh, nice turn right in the pocket. Another one here. Oh, second turn. She can finish off here. She's done a really big score. Just pushed it a little bit there. So 2 big turns and then just waiting for that last one to come off. She could make it. Sort of, how hard is these end sections? A lot of surfers throughout the competition have been struggling with this last section, Yolanda.
Yeah, like this one is sick. She just ripped around the lip. Now she just kind of like carves back, slows your board up, and yeah, she just rotated a little bit too late off that end bit. But if she made that, it would have been a 6 score. I think she's going to get a good backup or even up a score a little bit.
Yeah, no real need to kick out the fins there, though, was there?
No, just a
didn't have to
check.
go. Didn't have to go. Yeah, just a floater would have been the exclamation mark.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the problem, though. We complain when surfers play it safe, and then when we complain when they
when they try to go
push
too
it
radical.
too hard. So yeah, don't listen to us. But yeah, it's such a fine line, isn't it? Trying to finish off your wave, but also pushing it as well and trying to get a bit of flair.
We want that middle bit. Yeah, she just backed herself up with a 507. She's now quite safe.
Yeah, so still a good, 20 minutes gone. You've got 2 5s. Fairly happy with that heat total at this stage. And plenty of time to improve on it.
Yeah, there's not the scores average hasn't been that high yet, so in the last couple of heats that would have been a pass. So I think she's good for the first 10 minutes of the heat. Is good to start.
And what about the Azores? You've been here before, or you've travelled this first time as well?
First time
You're
as well.
on fire,
yeah,
Hopkins.
yeah. Just trying every place out.
Yeah, and what are your thoughts on it so far?
Oh man, it's so beautiful. I actually would have loved the sky to be a bit clearer. So yesterday I went up one of the volcanoes to check out the crater, and it was sick. It's such a good climb.
Yeah, Aristave here.
Nice.
First one looks good. Nice drone footage. There's another one. Really staff. Big work. And then she finishes off. Can she make it? She can't.
No.
So the drone just not quite showing the angle where she just falls off that last section. It's quite common now. Big waves at the back. We talk about these Swell. It's still hanging around, isn't it? Because that's a solid set.
It's a decent set.
They've got some push too, haven't they? Like when you get one of these on the head, you know about it.
Yeah, I tried to go for the left kind of in front of the judges tower, and tried to catch a wave off the whitewater and just got smashed.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, on that little rip bowl, but this wave. Whoa.
First one is nice.
Yeah, so there we go. Rice. So big turns there and a nice finish. She just made it, but pretty hard to hang on from that. But speaking of someone who did hang on and got the win, she's down there with Joanna Garnell right now.
Thanks, Ben. That's right. Teresa, congratulations. That was a tough one. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm feeling super happy about this heat. The waves are actually harder than they look, but yeah, the job is done and I'm happy to make it to the next round.
Well, you're bringing the fans down just to watch you, so you're doing some pretty amazing stuff. How are you feeling about being here at the Azores?
Now it feels definitely good. I haven't been here for a while. The last QS that they ran the girls, so I think it was like 2016. But yeah, I love this island. There's so many good waves. You surfing in a spring suit, the water is so warm, so it's always nice to get the feet on the board and just feel like super loose. And yes, I'm super happy to be here.
And now the last stop of the Challenger Series is coming up in Hawaii. How have you been preparing for that?
Yeah, it's been non-stop. We just finished the last Challenger Series in France and then straight away here. So it's been like on a row pretty much. But yeah, I'm feeling good. I've been working pretty hard and everything is settled. And I just got to deliver my surfing.
Keep the momentum going. Do you want to say a few words in Portuguese?
Yes, of course. Obrigada a todos que estão aí em casa a ver, as pessoas que vieram aqui dos Açores e vieram à praia a assistir. Vamos continuar com grande ação durante o dia e nos próximos dias, por isso apareçam. E quem está aí em casa, obrigada pelo todo o apoio.
Thank you, Teresa. Great job.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, pretty full on, Teresa saying. You've been through the same process. It was Portugal and then it was France, straight back to back.
Yeah.
And then there was obviously a week or less of downtime, and then straight here. Yeah. Is there any sort of threat of burnout? Is it, or are you trying to manage all that constant energy, or you thrive on it?
I mean, just being comps is I actually like the routine of keeping comps. Obviously, it's been a little bit better to have a couple of time in between to actually train for the specific waves. But we're surfing so much, so it really just depends on how we're feeling that day in your heat, really.
And coming from Portugal, you spend a lot of time. The water is invariably cold, isn't it? It's never warm in Portugal. In summer it sort of gets up to 3.2s, but yeah, it's so nice to just jump in here, isn't it? When you first jump in, you go, this feels good, huh?
Yeah. As soon as I arrived from the plane, I just got my sprint suit on and I just jumped in the water, and it felt so nice to actually use a short leg wetsuit. It was really nice.
Yeah, and both you and Teresa flying over to Hawaii, flying the Portuguese flag, and what's a big event coming up. A lot on the line, but this you can't probably get too ahead of yourself. 'Cause, obviously, no matter what happens in this year in Hawaii, next year's Challenger Series event starts back up in May.
Yeah.
And obviously, getting to that top 6 in the women over here is so important. And of course, the first Challenger Series event you probably were aware is in a place called Snapper Rocks.
Yeah.
Have you heard of that? You heard of that wave?
I've heard of that wave.
Yeah,
Never surfed it,
Yeah.
so it's all brand new experiences.
Yeah. Well, if you get to surf it with 4 people out, I'll tell you what, that's just not fair. So I've surfed it many a time with thousands of people, and you can have the best surf of your life, the worst surf of your life.
Yeah.
But with 4 people out, what an opportunity, huh?
Yeah, it's super sick to have that opportunity in specific places that normally are super crowded, kind of like the same way you have the competitions in Hawaii. Is being out there just in those waves, but with just 3 other people, even another person when you do the man-on-man. It's epic.
It's epic. And here goes Maud Lacar, so improving 2.5. She's going to a forehand this time. Nice first turn. She gets a bit late on that second, does a little foam climb. But just a bit fat, those right-handers often going into that channel. As we see Aristave just kicking out. Have you, in your pre-heat chat with John, did you think about the lefts or the rights, or was there a set plan, or you just went crazy?
We had a set plan. I kind of just sticking with the other girls and just do my best in the same ways that they're surfing, because I did see that wave right here in front. The left was actually pretty fun as well. There goes Gabby.
Gabby did a bit
nice.
See the frustration. Yeah, Yolanda Hopkins in the booth. She's just going for those big turns, but just making a few errors.
Yeah.
And Gabriella, that's she's only young, isn't she? It's all a big learning curve, going through these things.
But yeah, in my heat, me and John talked about just going out back, staying with the other girls, and just surf those lefts, because the rights did look really fat. Just surf the lefts and trying to put one of my big turns out there, and almost 100% sure it was going to be a good score, so it kind of happened.
Yeah, it happens, and there's we see right there we've got Paulina Doe, former CT surfer, did 5 or 6 years on the tour, and she's up against Jade Magnan there, the French woman. So Aliana Vast, one of the young up-and-coming Tahitians, and Gonzalez next to Rabi out there as well. So a bit of a mix again. We're just seeing such a mix of youth and experience in all these heats.
Yeah.
And just seeing who can come out on top. Pauline's another one there. She's right in the mix of the hunt for qualification, which would be a remarkable achievement, given that she's had a few years off, never given up the dream. I suppose that's what you learn from these elder statesmen or veterans. Never give up on your dream, huh?
No. You got a dream, you got to chase it all the way to the end.
Yeah, exactly. And Pauline, she's done well in the Azores. She always does well in the QS. So consistent.
Yeah,
so
she is super consistent. She always, no matter how the waves are, she always puts the surf out there, and it's really smooth. And I've been competing against her for quite a few years now, and
must be annoying how she always seems to be in the right position for the waves, isn't she? She reads the ocean, reads the ocean so well.
Yeah.
And she's up next heat right now, though. We've got 30 minutes in this one. We've got Maud Lacar, and we're going to go for a short break with more live action like this right after this short commercial break. Don't go anywhere, folks. We've got plenty of action at the Azores Airlines Pro.
Welcome to the show.
Let's do it.
I don't want to say mix getting comboed.
For me, going to Chopu, I kind of say bring it on.
Billy is being treated in a hospital.
You look famous.
I look famous.
Yeah, you don't.
You're ruining my vibe, man.
Oh, yeah. I'll show you guys some of the secrets.
Come check it out.
Nothing is ever still. There is this flow that we need to surrender to. we need to go with it. Because deep down we know, wherever the wind blows, life will continue to find its perfect route. A place for new adventures, more freedom and better living. Azores, safe by nature.
Okay, live action as we see the free surfers getting ready for a little prep up. Waves tend to improve as the day goes on here. We've had the last few afternoons have been really magic. Some low tide sessions and some clean waves. Just pulling it out down there warming up. Getting ready right now though. You can see that texture on the face of the water just cleaning up. My name's Ben Money, joined, I'm happy to say, by Yolanda Hopkins in the booth. And a bit of a mixed heat, sort of Nadia Aristabe, I think may have got a few waves just as we were in the break, so we'll check those out.
Yeah,
she's got into the lead, but your friend Gabriella and also Lucia Machado just struggling to get a foothold in this. You know what, Gabriella's situation here, what would be your advice for her if you could sort of get in her ear right now?
Not really thinking about that she needs a 7 or 7, which is not true. She just needs a couple of 5s to be a bit more safe.
Okay, late takeoff from Maud. She just can't get around that corner and drops off. She always looked a bit deep on that wave.
It was a beautiful left though. She hadn't been in the right spot, it would have been really good.
Yeah, she was just a little bit deep. Sometimes you just go, oh, if I could just get around that section. Sort of your mind plays tricks on you.
Yeah, a little bit.
But she didn't get it. Yeah, that's a good point about needing that 7. It's kind of irrelevant, isn't it? Like, you get caught up in what you need.
Yeah.
But, you know, as you say, 2 waves is enough.
Yeah, because she doesn't have that big of score. She only has like a 3 and a 1. She puts 2 5s down. It's kind of the same as Maud has.
And how hard is it to get sort of 2 waves quickly out there, though? Is that... is it that, is it difficult, or you think if you've got 10 minutes, that's plenty of time, really?
I think it's not that difficult. It's pretty consistent, the ocean. It has these like little couple minutes with no waves, but as soon as the set comes, there's quite a few waves. And a 5 is really just a turn, like we just seen Maud do in one of the waves. Just one backside turn, you can manage to get a 5. I wouldn't think, depends how much pressure you put on yourself in the end, and how much experience you have in being in that situation, really.
Okay, and here's one that's been in that situation many times. And Maud talk about getting a couple of waves of quick succession. She's found the edge of the bank, but just that one turn. You can see a bit of disappointment. She's trying to improve. And her lowest scoring wave of 5.07. Not sure if she'll do that on that wave. And just looking around here. Yeah, so the little hike, you had a day off, the women's were off yesterday, so yeah, you went hiking up and just the local area. Are you staying near this beach where we are in Santa Barbara?
No, just like closer to the mountain.
Okay.
There you go.
Okay, live action. So Machado drives around the corner. There's a nice first turn. Can she finish off? You can see the section. And yet again, you can hear the frustration of Yolanda Hopkins, just because probably pushing it a little bit too much there, or what went wrong, do you think? Well, actually, I'll get you to talk through the wave and see what happened here.
I think here she went and projected a little bit too much. She had a bit of a section back there. She was just eyeing the junction, and when she did, she kind of she rotated first, but then kind of left her arm behind. Didn't quite project it out of the wave as she wanted to do. But it would have been quite a good score, and probably put her back in second place if she managed to land that turn.
Yeah, and there's Nadia. Sorry, that's Gonzalez extra Baron there, talking to the coach. What about you talk about your technique and leaving your arms behind. How much work do you do on your technique now? Is that almost done? You obviously got your own style and the way you work, or is it a constant process trying to work out how to make your turns better, or does that take much of your time?
I mean, I'm always trying to put a bit more power into my turns. I have quite powerful legs, I'll say, about myself. But yeah, I try to improve on my technique always. But the basics, obviously, it's been so many years that kind of locked down. But sometimes when you're a bit nervous or something, you kind of technique slips back a little bit. Probably what happened with Lucia, she's getting a little bit nervous about how close to the end the heat is getting, and she hasn't got the backup score yet.
Yeah, it's a funny thing, nerves, isn't it? It can sort of affect your
obviously make you overthink things. And you know, when you're not just surfing your normal way, or you're not just going on instinct, and then your technique can break down, and that can lead to mistakes.
Yeah, because
that's why competitive surfing is so tough, right?
Yeah, because in free surf, you almost never would do certain mistakes you do in a heat. But the nerves is such a weird thing that actually like changes your mindset so much. It's really, you get nervous, but the nerves actually don't help at all.
No.
It's so weird. It kind of contradicts itself.
Yeah, it is. It's one of those things, isn't it? Like, yeah, I mean, a bit of nerves, obviously, a bit of nervous tension adds to the adrenaline and gets you fired up, but if it tips the other way, it can have a negative effect on your surfing. So Gabriella just got to get back out there, try and get a couple of waves, get a mojo back. Lucia, try and just forget that, as we see a big wave here, backhand from Denise, goes around, that's a big section. Oh, that's nice. A huge turn. And there's another one, and she's finished off, and Yolanda hop. Oh, and I like the kick out as well. But that was savage, wasn't it? That was right in the pocket. That was a big wave, and she'd already got sort of big points with that first turn. And then how important was the second one? So yeah, look at this one, Yolanda. What a wave!
Beautiful wave. Really did that one in the pocket, and she managed to just like finish that wave before it closed out.
Oh, and I like the 360 pirouette pull out as well.
I need to ask her to teach me that.
Yeah, that's a new one. That doesn't get taught. As you see, Aristide just clicking up, goes down. Yeah, I think that could be a big number. That first turn, there was so much spray, wasn't there?
It was a beautiful. I really like that wave.
So we'll see. We see Nadia Aristide got a 6.67, and this one's here. As you see, Nadia, this is her best wave, I think.
Good turn. Kind of just jammed. She reacted to the wave with her power. I think that's the best turns you can do, is really just match the power of the wave, which I love to do.
Yeah, and we talked about how we were saying to Gabrielle, don't worry about getting a 7. That's there's no need to get a 7-point ride. You just get 2 5s.
2 5s.
Well,
I think she just tried to go straight up.
She showed that we don't know what we're talking. Well, I don't know what we're talking about, but yeah, she's like, you know what? Actually, I might just try and get a 7. That's probably just as effective. So we'll see if she gets close to that. Not sure if she's going to get a 7, but she's going to be pretty close to it. Definitely make her job a whole lot easier in the last sort of few seconds. She gets a 7.03.
Oh,
so close.
Just under what she needed.
Just under what she needed. I think she needed a 7.3. It was 7.03. So close. But now she only needs a 3.21. So she still needs 2 waves, but a second one doesn't need to be much at all. She has to get back out there. She's got 4 minutes.
Yeah, but Maud got priority over her. If Maud had got quite a few years in the game, I reckon she's just going to try to sit on Gabby the rest of the heat.
Well, I think just then she eyed off. She's okay. She saw her opponent, but then she saw the sets coming. So she's like, okay, now I'm going to go back there and try and get a wave. Sort of hard decision to make. See Gabriella putting the paddling power in, trying to get back out the back. Maud and Machado. Looks like Maud looking that way, but no, elects not to. Denise might actually wear these on the head.
Yeah.
She gets 1. It's under it. Still a bit of rip there, but deep water, she's okay. So she's going to have 3.5 minutes.
If I was Maud, I would be sitting on her right now.
Yeah. That makes sense, doesn't she? Although she might go this one. Again, looks like a bit of a closeout. I think that's a good decision. That's a paddle. As you see, Machado on the end, though. Boom. Big first turn. And there's a second. Cuts it a bit short. And a third. If she can get a finish here, she's looking only for a 5.08. So, I'll tell you what. That's great surfing from Machado. And all of a sudden, Mordecai is getting attacked from 2 fronts here.
Yeah, not
so
just one.
Machado and Gabriella are both going for it. So 2.5 minutes on the clock. We'll see where that wave for Lucia comes in, because if she gets 5.08 or above, then
she goes to second.
Yeah, she goes to second, and then Gabriella's score will be a little bit more difficult. I don't think it's going to be a big number, but it might be there or thereabouts on the money in terms of getting to second place.
Yeah.
2.5 minutes to go. It's sort of fired up this last backhand there. Well, it's been a pretty good heat the whole way through, to be honest. Lots of good waves getting ridden. Conditions improving. The tide helping. And some
some lovely left-handers coming through that lineup. And you see Gabriella just there in the middle. So we're going to see the recap now. Lots of waves getting ridden. And started off with Maud. She started off strong.
Really good backside turn. Just the one, but...
Just the one. Got her a 5.17, I think. This is a funny what she's been getting the big lefts, hasn't she, Lucia? But it just took a while to get this section. Hung it up nicely. Comes around again. Nice little turn. And she just checks quickly. Meanwhile, Denise comes around the corner. Boom. Great first turn. Second one, she cuts a little bit short. It's probably why the judges didn't go above that 7, up into 7.5. She just
safety that one
safety it out. And then this wave, Aristide, loads of spray. Got a really unique hand placement. She gets that in as well. And just wait till the last one and cracks it. Can't make that, still get some serious points. Cracking a lot of waves getting rid of it.
Oh, nice jam.
And a little check turn again, and then she finished it off. So that might have been her.
A 6, I think.
6.67. So that was a 6.67. Best wave ridden by Denise. Gabriella Dennis, but I tell you what, she's got 50 seconds now. The score's coming in. So it looks like Lucia didn't get that score, only got a 3.4. So Gabriella still needing a 3.21. That's who we're watching. Your friend, Yolanda. This is where it gets nervous for you when you're watching your mates, isn't it? Like you so want them to win. You just want her to get an opportunity. She doesn't need a big score, but she needs a wave. And we see the heat leader. That's not going to maybe go into a score there. She goes vertical turn.
Nice.
Sick. Bit of bump, but she still dealt with it really well.
Quick jam in the pocket.
So Maud trying to improve. I don't think that's going to get over her. It's a bit of a fat wave. She's left the tiniest of windows open for Gabby. In 10 seconds, you saw her duck dive through that wave. She's going to run out of time. So heartbreak for her. 3 seconds on the clock, and that's all over. So a great finish there. Really exciting. That wave probably just as important for Maud to keep her opponent off it as the score she got for it. So Maud Lacar sneaks through that one. Good surfing. Nadia Aristabe is through. Unfortunately for Gabriella and Lucia, she's out of the way. But a great heat. And once again, Yolanda Hopkins, thank you for your time. Always a pleasure to get an insight from one of the competitors. And really appreciate you coming in and showing your insights and seeing what you're out about. Good luck for tomorrow. Hopefully we'll see you in the round of 16. Go enjoy the rest of your Azores. Probably go for a free surf. What's the plan?
Not quite sure. Need to talk to the boss first.
Yeah, okay. Well, I'm the boss, and no free surf for you. We want to go for a surf after and get some waves. So
you already got some waves this morning.
You better go and rest up. But yeah, appreciate it. See you tomorrow, and all the best. Right now, though, we still might be waiting for some scores. Actually, Nadia just got that last wave, so that's not going to be much. But yeah, thanks for coming in. We're going to go for a short commercial break, and then come back with more live action right after this.
Welcome to the show.
Let's do it.
I don't want to say mix getting comboed.
For me, going to Chopu, I kind of say bring it on.
Billy is being treated in a hospital.
You look famous.
I look famous.
Yeah, you don't.
You're ruining my vibe, man.
Oh, yeah. Show you guys some of the secrets.
Come check it out.
All right, here we go.
I kind of say bring it on.
Hey, brah. This is the Lineup Podcast.
Cheers, dude.
We're here with Coco Ho, Kai Lenny, Jamie O'Brien, John Florence.
Put it up there like alley-oop. I was like, oh!
We drop new episodes every Tuesday, wherever you find your podcasts.
I have 24 hours left.
Nothing is ever still. There is this flow that we need to surrender to. We need to go with it. Because deep down we know, wherever the wind blows, life will continue to find its perfect route. A place for new adventures, more freedom, and better living. Azores, safe by nature.
Welcome back to live action from the Azores Airlines Pro. Let's wrap up official results of the last heat. It was a tough one. Nadia Adastabe, the Basque surfer, getting the win over Maud Lecart. Those two advanced. Gabrielle Denise, Lucia Machado will bow out. Paul Evans back in the studio, joined by Zay Ferreira. And we got more good-looking heat setting up. The waves look good, mate. The wind's gone, clocked offshore. It's nice and clean and crisp. Tide's draining out. Things are looking great.
Yeah, we have a really good heat on our hands. The veteran Pauline Nadeau, Janir Gonzalez, Aline Vast, Collie Vast's sister, and Jade Magnier. You'll probably can pronounce that better than me. It's French. But yeah, it's cleaning out as it has been for the last 2 days. In the end of the days, we always have this little offshore breeze which really cleans out the waves. The tide is getting lower and lower, so yeah.
We're sticking to our same bank we've been throughout the day. There's Aileen Vast out there getting a read on the lineup early on, just sort of scoping things out. She's been hanging up the top, that little cliff area by the rocks where most of our sort of support crews are, just based on where we're surfing. Everyone trying to get as visuals as close to the main peak as they can. So beady eyes and coaches and cameras all focused down there. Jade Menien, as you mentioned, out here looking for a result in this tough heat with a couple of her compatriots and also the highly rated Basque, Janir Echebarri. So a tough heat this one. There's the veteran. She's been on the CT. She's got a glittering career and an Olympic story as well this past summer in Tokyo Games. And Pauline once back at the CT. We saw it going in action in the Challenger Series in Europe.
Yes.
Get some numbers done. Bit of work left to do for Pauline. Right now looking at securing a shot at the Challengers next year, 2022. Here's some action from the start of the heat. This is Echebarri.
Yeah. Wow. Amazing turn. Really a lot of speed off the bottom turn, and then unfortunately came right out of that one. But that first turn was really amazing. Now this is the wave from Jane. Really good first turn. Very nice torsion on the torso on those bottom turns. Another one, and solid wave to start. And this is Pauline Nadeau's first wave. A bigger wave, probably the biggest of that exchange. The bottom turns here, carve on the rail, then probably finishes off here. So solid wave for her too. Nice exchange to open up.
Great stuff. Really clean on the face. That first turn from Echebarri was mental.
Wow.
The way she just kind of got that wobble behind her on the wave and actually kind of added power to the wave. And she drove off the bottom so hard.
Yeah.
Went up in the lip, got one of those kind of lip line projection turns with so much speed. Fell on the second maneuver, but the first one was massive. Really enjoyed that. And this is already a good looking heat with everyone getting an opportunity early on. Well, 3 of our surfers rather, Vast as yet, to get down to business. The numbers starting to trickle in. That woman there, Echebarri, getting a decent start in this. Going to get something in a mid-range. See, a couple of our judges are thrown in already with their numbers.
Yeah, just for that one turn, it's like, you know, when you're in a trampoline and someone jumps at the same time, it really, you know, pushes you up.
I like that analogy. It's exactly what happened to her there. The speed that she carried through that turn is not easy to do. She gets a 4.67. Pauline Nadeau gets a 4.83. We've got a number as well for Jade Menien. She's going to get 3.67. So the best of that exchange with Nadeau, but Echebarri pretty close behind as well. And opening numbers on the board there. So still some meat on the bones down here. The swell's dialed back a bit, but actually looks a lot better. It's cleaner, more manageable. Getting to a favourable sort of state of the tide as well. And you mentioned that late afternoon wind, when it cleans up, gets pretty nice. In the meantime, let's go down here from another Basque who's put another good heat together. Her name is Nadia Adastabe. She's with Joanna Garnell.
Yeah, Paul, you look so happy. You look like the happiest surfer we've had here today. And you almost lost it to Gabriella because she had a really high score. What was going through your mind throughout the heat?
Yeah, at the beginning I was a little bit nervous. I started a little bit wrong, but then I catch the 5 and then the 6, and I was already relaxed. Then I saw Gabriella's wave, which was amazing, a 7 point, and I knew she could make it, but she had bad luck. There was no set coming, so next time she's an incredible surfer, so I'm sure she will make it.
How hard is it out there? Everyone keeps saying the same thing, that it's really, really tough.
It's tough, but there are waves. Like, I'm not gonna complain about it. It's like the waves are moving a lot, so when you're in one spot, then on the other spot there is the wave break, but you have to be alert for everything and be focused.
And now you've got the Challenger Series, the last spot, the last place in the Challenger Series. You still have a little slight chance to make it to the CT. How is your mindset going into Haleiwa?
I'm not making it to Haleiwa, so...
You're not going?
No, because I have no choice and it's super expensive. So I will train and enjoy here, and then maybe next year I will go harder next year.
Well, good luck in the next heat. You did amazing.
Thank you so much.
Oh, good stuff, Nadia. Good insights. They decided not to go away mathematically, right? She's still in with a shot. If she were to win that event and get 10,000 points, right now that put her in the top 6, but she's kind of looking at the odds of how that all goes and got to make those decisions to think, you know what, I'll have a crack at the Challengers next year and see how we go. So decided not to go. Interesting.
Yeah, especially when you're, counting your euros. If you're not that confident for that last event of the year, staying home and training and just, doing something else might be like a doable strategy. Of course, if she could, that would probably be the best thing for her, It's experience. You're in the middle of everyone that's surfing really well, so it definitely evolves so much when you're traveling and competing. But staying at home, training, getting your stuff ready for next year might also pay out.
Yeah, I was talking to Yolanda Hopkins, that we just had in the studio before with Monday, but talking to her earlier, she was saying she actually won a trip over to the North Shore for her contest results for a most improved surfer, I think it was. She couldn't actually go because of just sort of commitments with events and stuff like that. So, those trips to the North Shore, they're not as easy to come by as you might think. And when they come along, well, some surfers opting to get the experience early on, others decide to kind of pick and choose their moments. All part of putting a competitive campaign together. Here goes Aileen Vast with a ton of speed that she can't do a whole lot with, and she'll just poke through the back of that one and try and get back in the lineup. So just a small number to come in from her. Still that opening exchange is all we've really got to talk about scores-wise. Nothing else to bring you from during that interview. As we see a little set fluff up here on the bank. No takers, no one's interested. A little tickle from Pauline Nadeau, but not a legit paddle from her. She'll hang on to that second priority position. Top priority is with Etchebarry. Jade Manien with third prio at the moment. And we talk about that kind of clean condition. You can see it pretty well illustrated there. Face nice and smooth. And the lip line even getting puffed by a bit of an offshore, which is really nice in the sort of mid-afternoon down here, getting down towards 3:25 local time, something around that. A couple more hours of daylight left. Lots of surfing yet to come.
Yeah, as we see some lines approaching, Pauline is interested, or at least she's smelling something right there. Let's see if, Jade goes on this one. Let's see, no. The rights are still with a bit less potential than the lefts, but probably the best day yet for the rights.
Etchebarry here, live action. Sorry, this is Vast in live action on a right-hander, and a quick swoop from her. Decides not a lot doing on that wave. The rights can tend to disappear pretty quick. We have seen scores coming on the right, slightly more with the lower tide. Here's the left though, and this is Etchebarry. And again, she's got a ton of speed behind her. Wow, that's a really nice turn. She holds it on a rail really hard, driving down the line. She'd love another section. Will one be forthcoming? It will, and she'll clip that. Really nicely done.
Paul, let me tell you something. This lady, Janir, she's surfing amazing. Like really a lot of projection of her bottom turns, and a lot of great carves, great power.
How's that rail holding it? It's not easy to do. We've talked about the power and the speed of this wave, and she's keeping that rail buried in the water and just tearing across this wave face. Really impressive stuff. An enjoyable heat already, this one. That opening exchange, when everyone gets a chance at the beginning, just kind of fires up a bit.
Exactly.
This one has been great to watch so far. More of the same, please. We'll wait for that number to drop in for Etchebarry. She's already got the 4.67. And she'll go into the lead here with this number. I reckon it'll be a decent one.
See if someone's interested on this one. Not really. So, but I think for the Challenger Series, there's, correct me if I'm wrong, but around 80 spots for the Challenger Series. even a bit less. Something like that. We'll confirm that later. But I think for the Haleiwa event, because of the Hawaiian wildcards, is a little bit less. And probably for, you know, in the men's and women's circuit is probably the same thing. So to enter Hawaii, you know, when you get to Hawaii, it's so many questions you have to really see when you're an athlete, you know, because a trip to Hawaii in November, December, it's very expensive. You really got to see, it's in the end of the year, so you've had a whole year to compete. You're probably tired. You're not sure if you're going to qualify or not. Your budget is probably very spent from all years traveling. So, and you know, in a lot of cases, you're in like, well, before when the primes were still on, you might have been in like 85 in the rankings, and you were not competing. You know, you were not. You would not make the draw for Haleiwa or Sunset. And 1 or 2 days before, someone would call you and say, "Hey, after all, there's a spot for you." And you know, you got to make a decision right there and then. So,
number in for Etchebarry, as we see Ariane Achoa getting ready for her heat. Another strong bass surfer. Got a good heat on her hands. Taking on Conradi, Leiciaga, and Hooft as well. That's heat number 6. And is Conradi getting the check-in, getting the info, getting all dialed in. Right now out in the water, a number drops in for Etchebarry, 5.5 for her. Good number, good mid-ranger. Judges not going crazy with the scores, just reflecting on kind of a softer inside section. She did tag, but a decent number. One judge likes it to the tune of a 6. One goes down towards a 5. The classic 1-point spread from the panel. All averages out as a 5.5. She's in the lead right now. She's looking pretty good.
You can see a wide image. Now a sky image from our drone as the surfers are waiting patiently, trying to attract those waves. I'm sure a lot of people, you know, not a lot, but some surfers, when they're outside waiting for waves, they're thinking about the wave. They're trying to visualize the wave they want to surf in. Let's see, Jade here again, not making it. She had second priority. She'll lose that.
A little paddle there from Manyen, and doesn't get an opportunity. She'll dip down the order in that prio. Addo controlling the peak in terms of the priority. She might like the look of this wave here, trying to come from behind on this left. Here's the backhand from Pauline Addo. Off the bottom, nice into the lip, and it all went a bit wrong somehow. She had a bit of a right-hander coming towards her, and the legs just went. Meanwhile, here goes Aileen Vust as a paddle. Doesn't let go of the rails. That wave will rattle off without her.
Yeah, kind of a mistake there. Lost priority. What seemed not to be such a good wave. Young surfer, though, so still gaining some experience slowly. It's part of the process. Everyone has to go through it, really. And there she goes. Sometimes this creates different opportunities, so let's see what she does on this one.
Up and riding on the backhand, clips the first soft turn, gets a little hung up. And those softer waves, they kind of stop. And they'll just sort of double up against themselves into the current. Unable to get herself down the line and unable to really add significant points. She struggled a bit so far, down to the halfway in this. Got nothing really of any quality to put on the board so far. The best of it with Etchebarry at the moment with that lead. Addo, she'll add a 1 point for that wipeout essentially. It will go in the top 2 for now. I dare say she will not be holding on to a 1 in just under 15 minutes time when the heat blows the horn to signify the end of this heat. In second place right now, Pauline. She's got the second high score, and she will look for more opportunities out there. But we know what she's going to bring. She's always competitive, always consistent. She knows how to surf to a requirement. She's got all that experience to draw on as well. But Etchebarry, she's been impressive in this. I like what I've seen.
Yeah, really impressive. You know, a lot of release out of those bottom turns and out of those turns, really. Impressive stuff. You really have, you know, there's this bass contingent is really strong. I was just commenting that with Aritz, and yeah, he was really saying there's a new generation of Basque and Spanish surfers coming that is very strong.
Little lull in the action here. Nothing to bring you scores-wise. Echebarri leading this one from Edo. We're going to go to a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll bring you more live action from the Azores Airlines Pro 2021. We'll be right back.
Nothing is ever still. There is this flow that we need to surrender to. We need to go with it. Because deep down we know, wherever the wind blows, life will continue to find its perfect route. A place for new adventures, more freedom and better living. Azores, safe by nature.
There's the scene overlooking Praia Santa Barbara on the north coast of San Miguel Island as we play host to the Azores Airlines Pro. Another chapter in this event's proud history being written this week. Pumping surf out of the Atlantic. You see those lines coming in, forming peaks on this black sand beach. It packs a punch. It's got the power. We've had tubes go down earlier this morning and throughout yesterday and the day before. It's dialed down a little bit in size now. It's more about the face turns, ability to take on the lip. Seems like these sections are a lot more makeable out here, Zay. Seems more achievable for the surfers to kind of show a little bit more of their repertoire.
Yeah, definitely. Waves are opening up way more now. Has been very difficult for a couple hours there. We have, as we can see, a lot of lines and a lot of room to surf at the moment. Definitely the low tide is way better on this peak, but nonetheless we had good waves, good surfing, good competition, smart surfing, which was much needed. And I really can't get enough of those green fields here in the Azores, Paul. I always get excited when I see that. It always reminds me of Lord of the Rings and the Shire and the Hobbits, you know?
Yeah, a unique landscape and seascape. It's got comparisons to other places, but it really is kind of unique unto itself. Not really anywhere else quite like this place. Absolutely beautiful. Anyone who's ever been here, really find many people with a bad word to say about it. Even us sort of losers in our first round are pretty stoked to be over here. But so far we're not dealing with losers, we're dealing with surfers who have made a couple of rounds and they're looking to make more and really go deep into competition. Two places in the final 16 are up for grabs in this one right now. Our best surfer Echebarri with the lead. Jade Manyen's gone to second, and this is Pauline Nadeau looking to improve on her total. She'll hook her first turn. It's just sort of a fairly standard wrap, but it's better than the 1 point that she's currently sitting on, so she will improve. 277 the number she needs for second.
Yeah, this rides kind of like an illusion. They look really good when they stand up and then quickly flat out. So, but yeah, Pauline really needs to get moving. She's in third place, 10 minutes to go. And she really is, you know, starting to move to. She's a very smart and experienced competitor, so she knows, you know, she's been playing the patience game, trying to manage the peak. She's been having the priority for a long time. I think she might be changing it.
Under 10 minutes now. Number to come in for Pauline Nadeau. Well, it is in, so 183. She does get the improvement. Not quite enough, though. Still hunting the number. So Jade Manyen will remain in second place. Echebarri, she's been pretty quiet for a while now with that prio. With the two scores, significant ones. Puts her total as 10-1-7. Good enough for the lead in this one. Should be thinking, right, okay, my 4, 6, 7. How am I going to improve that? What was my 5-5 like? How can I better that? Say the 5-5. She just got that one first turn that really impressed us when we watched it live. She fell on the second turn. She'd have made that. She'd pretty much be not out of sight, but she would have had a real good number on the board right from the get-go. Let's see more from her. I want to see more surfing, really. This one started well. It's gone a little quiet. as we'll pick up our drone at a much lower altitude, just kind of hovering and lurking just over our lineup, looking to the east, out to the northeast part of the island, which is literally just called northeast in Portuguese, right? Nordeste?
Yes. Yeah, Nordeste. Exactly.
And the island goes quite a long way that way. We're not really halfway. We're slightly further, we're west of centre, essentially, on this kind of long island. So the coast does go quite a long way up there, and there's a few little hidden gems around. There's rocky bays and lots of places worth exploring on a beautiful coastline.
Yeah, if you know your way here, you can find deserted beaches with no one out and a couple waves. And if you're up to explore, you can find them by yourself. Of course, it's easier if you're with someone that knows their way around. But you know, one of the best things here is just to get lost. You know, just get a car and get lost here. You'll find yourself surrounded by, you know, good things around you. Cows, grass, milk, and flowers, and some waves.
All key ingredients to a great day out on San Miguel Island. 7:50 to go in this one. Who's going to have a good day at the office at the moment? Echebarri and Magnin. Here goes Pauline Nadeau. Still hunting a 277. Nice opening section. There's a rail turn. She'll get a second hit here, and she'll go down. Just not quite managing to drive off the bottom. There's Jade Magnin, and she'll hit one pretty hard if she makes that. Oh, wow.
Almost.
Looked like she'd hung on. And just gets bucked off by that white water and goes down. She had a ton of speed into that turn. Just
Fins out too.
Can't quite get the completion.
Good first turn, and then really hard section. Whoa. And she really did well. But again, that white water really hard. She did everything right. Just then, at the end, it's so hard to manage there. So she's still in second place. Let's see if she can better that 3.67. Probably not. With 6 minutes to go now, we still in the same situation for at least 10-15 minutes. This has kind of been a slower heat. Way better opportunities, though, in terms of waves.
Yeah, that opening exchange, and we were like, oh, we're game on here. This is on. There was steam and less come through. Since then, we haven't really had less. We've had soft rights. We've had a few wipeouts. Not massive quality to bring you. Another number will come in for Ado. It'll be another small one. She's still chasing the 277. Magnin, not sure if she'll improve. She'll just get a small number as well. She's got a couple of decent threes at the moment, high threes, but not really the sort of score you'd be wanting to go through with. And unable on that last wave. Pushing hard on the fins. That was a really aggressive turn. She wasn't a whole long way away from making that. She just got blown up by the white water.
Yeah, impressive surfing there. Actually, we've been seeing some amazing surfing from everyone. Not the most consistent surfing, but really great moments of surfing from this round. And yeah, just preparing to get better as we see. Surfer in white, fast,
Here
going
she goes.
for it.
She's deep here. She needs to get her skates on, and she'll clip one up and go straight-legged. And just about get the landing done. Not super clean, but nice and aggressive and ambitious. Good amplitude to her surfing. She will get a completion, so better for her. She's got really low numbers so far. And with just over 5 minutes to go, that's the wave she needed to get back in this. And you know what? She's not a long way back. She only needs a 5.93 to go to second. She's sitting on a pair of ones with 5 minutes to go. This is a really low scoring one.
Yeah, she'll get back into the game, as you said, Paul, with this last one. Kind of a nary floater. But this can happen. Pauline can catch a wave and start. Not this one, though. But, okay, so we had another wave from Gonzalez Echebarri. Very, very typical Basque name. We had the end of that wave for Mignot.
Yeah, well, Eche is like home or house of, so Echebarri is like Barry's place, Barry's house.
Okay.
Yeah, so you see a lot of names with the Eche in as a sort of prefix on the surname, and that's what it means.
Nice, that's good to know. It's proper Basque country culture.
Here goes Aylin Vast. Backhand attack from her. Clips one up. She'll go incomplete once again and she'll go down. So a couple of numbers to come in for the surfer out of French Polynesia. Echebarri's number will drop soon as well. We've got a number for Jade Manien. So a bunch of scores to come in. We're all caught up with Pauline Addo though. She's still chasing the 277. She's got priority now. And you'd expect the surfer of her experience to really make a move. Let's have another look at Jade here. She hit it pretty hard. Nice clip off the top on the backhand. She made that turn. The section just ran away from her. Can't get a second turn, but it was decent.
Yeah, just that one turn. Looking to better at 367. Let's see what the judges think of that. But she's surfing good. She's confident. She's looking solid. Just really a matter of getting that wave that permits 2 turns and critical turns, really. Pauline Nadeau's last wave was 240. Won't change much.
Let's check out the heat recap, see how heat 5 of our round of 32 of the women's has gone down. A big set to open things off, and this got us excited.
Yeah, well, this first exchange was really exciting because, you know, we thought we were going to have a lot of rhythm in this one. But, yeah, this first wave of Pauline was a really good wave. And then Jade really loose on her surfing. Unfortunately, this wave only permitted 1 turn. This is Aylin Vast with this airy floater. Really hard to manage those turns. Also the trampoline, in fact, there. And this surfer, Echebarri, really, this was sick. And the way she handled that in the end was great. If she had, you know, finished this turn, this wave would have been one of the best of the day, I think. Then she just had this carve. I love the way she's approaching these lefts. Really great surfing from Echebarri.
Yeah, she's been the best surfer in this heat by quite a long way and looking good value. But that was a long time ago though. She's only ridden those 2 waves. That was, well, she's actually got a 3rd number to come in, but just 2 scores on the board with under 2 minutes. So again, numbers for everyone coming in. A little frenzy of activity. But Gonzalez, Echebarri's been really quiet since that opening couple of waves. That first turn, it just gets better when you look at it again. Love that. Here's Pauline Addo answering back.
Nice first turn. Let's see if this wave offered more. And the second one to finish, he was looking for a 277, so that might be close to that.
Assuming that is, of course, that Manien doesn't improve, she might well do that. That backhand hit was good. She does improve. She gets a 417. So Jade Manien, the 417. The requirement goes up for Pauline. Now 327 is her number. And Addo has got a number to come in.
Yeah, with 110 to go, this is starting to get more and more hard.
Yeah, it is. We've got a number to come in for Echebarri as well. So judges with a bit to do. They've got to drop a score for Pauline. It's an important one. That left-hander. She had 2 turns. Section was a little bit awkward on the second turn, wasn't it? The first one was a nice setup for a finish, and then the finish just sort of wasn't really there. And Pauline, well, she gets the number. It's close, but she gets it 367. It's really close.
Yeah, I think
she goes to
exactly
second place. So Echebarri's number is still going to come in. And we're watching live action of her, your heat leader. She's gone a slopey, soft right-hander, not a great looking wave. And under 30 seconds now, we're all caught up with numbers. So apart from the last of her, and previous to that as well to come in. The last one's a small one, just gets a 1, but she's got a score previous to that. Now here we go. Jade Manien looking for a 434. Whoa, that was really nice. So she just gets 1 flick there and decides not to go for another turn. And watching Aylin Vast it, she doesn't need a huge number of her own. Looking for a 434. So a little frenzy at the end. And the real question asked of the judges, Jade Manien's turn, was it worth a 434? She got a 417 prior to that. Pauline Addo, has she got herself out of trouble here? She was in the spot and bother.
Yeah, exactly. And both surfers caught waves, Manien and Vast, so we'll just have to wait. But I'd say from what we saw, Manien's attack, you know, could get there. 434 was just that 1 turn. We'll maybe have a chance to watch that replay, but yeah, we'll be until the end to see how this one plays out. Well, Vast is out of the picture. Her last wave was a 1-pointer. this surfer Echevarri deserves, deserves to go out.
Let's have another look
swinging.
at Jad's wave here, and the number is in. It's not enough. She gets a 3. So just the one quick hit from her, and Pauline Addo dodges a bit of a bullet there, gets a number towards the end of the heat. That's what the experience will do. That's what Addo will do to you. She'll get the number, and there'll be disappointment for Jade Manien as she finds out her fate. And we're all wrapped up here. Janine Gonzalez Echevarri ripped that heat. Not big numbers for her, but impressive surfing really, and very good value for the win. Addo with low scores, nevertheless she's through. She'll live to surf another day. Jade Manien and Aileen Vast will lose them. We'll come back with more live action. Heat 6 of the round of 32 of the women coming at you right after the break.
Dia de chegar. Aquele onde tudo o que sonhaste se iria realizar. Onde irias mostrar ao mundo todo o teu talento. A oportunidade é agora. O momento é o teu. Agarra-o e mostra tudo o que te vai na alma. Canta como nunca cantaste. Toca como nunca tocaste. E mostra que tu és aquele que procuramos. Now The Search by Samsung Galaxy Z. O programa de talentos que te leva do quarto para o palco das maiores salas de espetáculo do país. Inscreve-te em meldasearch.sap.pt.
Welcome to the show.
Let's do it.
I don't want to say mix getting comboed.
For me, going to Chopu, I kind of say bring it on.
Billy is being treated in a hospital.
You look famous.
I look famous.
Yeah, you don't.
You're ruining my vibe, man.
Oh yeah. Show you guys some of the secrets.
Come check it out.
Nothing is ever still. There is this flow that we need to surrender to. We need to go with it. Because deep down we know, wherever the wind blows, life will continue to find its perfect route. A place for new adventures, more freedom, and better living. Azores, safe by nature.
Welcome back to live action coverage of the Azores Airlines Pro Heat number 6 of the round of 32. It's all firing up here. Let's check out the heat presentation. Evelyn Hoef of Netherlands, Ariane Achoa from Euskadi, Hina Maria Conradi of France, Ainoa Laciago of France. I'm Paul Evans. Joining me in the studio to chat surfing, it's Ben Mundy.
Yeah, let's chat surfing, Paul. There's a lot of it. There's been a lot of it over the last 3 days. It's never ending. We get up.
The thing about surfing is it just goes on and on.
It's like a
just carries on.
I just
you surf a bit, you surf more, you surf again later.
It may have been a bit of a big set out the back. I just equated the running of the QS to the don't know if you've seen the first scene in Blade Runner, the movie, where the big wheel just crushes skulls. It just moves forward at a rate of knots. It never stops. You can't slow it down. And maybe a bit of a negative connotation there, but it is a machine that keeps running. I love it. And yeah, we're going to finish off the rounds. We're getting through some heats, and we're getting to the nitty gritty after this. 16 women will be left, 32 men at the end of the day. So whittling the field down, getting to the class acts. The surf's pumping, the wind's offshore, the low tide is coming.
Who do you like in this heat, Ben? Looking at that talent, we've got a bit of an array, a bit of a spread geographically. Who do you like? Who's leaping out at you?
Well, seed-wise, Ariane Achoa, she's the top seed. She's still ranked quite high in the Challenger Series ratings.
Went really well in Ericeira, didn't she?
Smashed it in Ericeira, got to the semis maybe even. So, incredible performance. So, she's right up there with CT qualification hopefuls. So, there she's there, Ariana. So, she's the one, probably the favourite. So, yeah, I'd probably back the favourite in this case. Although, the one... Yeah, I'm gonna go with her. I tell you what, these young Frenchies, they've been looking pretty positive all throughout the week, pretty sparky, and we'll see how she goes.
Yep, I like the look of Ina Maria Conradi from what I've seen early in this one. I particularly like the look of the work done in that last heat by Yanir Gonzalez Echevarri. Let's have a chat with her. She's with Joanna.
Thanks, Paul. That's right. You are smiling ear to ear. How happy are you going through that heat?
I'm so happy. It's my first QS 3000 here. I love this place, so I'm so happy.
And you've got a big crew with you, so you're feeling the support, aren't you?
Yeah, we have a big team. We have my sister, my team, so yeah, we have a good support.
What have you been up to? Because you've had a long wait till your heat, so you must have been training somewhere.
Yeah, we've been training here before the comp every day, like at 7 a.m.
and then stay relaxed, chill. And yeah.
How good is that water, the heat?
I don't know, the water is so hot, like we at home it's colder, maybe like 17, and here it's almost 23, so it's good.
Well, great job. Good luck in the next round.
Yeah, she looked really good out there, Ben. I'm not sure if you caught her waist. She was absolutely tearing. Here goes Leikiaga, belting it hard as well. So the power surfers from the Goofies sticking to the lefts. They love the lefts, those Goofies, don't they? I'll tell you what, is the backhand attack of the Goofy. Oh, that was really nice. And she does that job. She'll take chances. She's a risk taker, Ben.
She is, and I thought she rode out of it. She'd done the hard part almost. She hung up the back there, did a big sort of backhand hanger. She looked safe, and then suddenly she got stuck the nose and cartwheeled out of there, and it hasn't been easy, that turn. Bit of a bell ringer.
Yeah, well, she's not afraid to take on sections. That's one of the reasons why she did so well at Ribeira Dilas in Ericeira, because that's one of those ways where you got that meaty section coming. She was on an absolute tear in that event, getting big numbers from the judges. Didn't go great in France. Let's check out live action of Conradi. And she's got some power turns. I liked her in the early rounds. Here she goes on a bit of a soft right-hander, though. And she's going to have to cover some ground here to get a section. This one to go in a bit of a hole and disappear. And an opening sort of speculative effort from her. No real damage done points-wise, but I think she's in. I like her. I like what I've seen.
Yeah, yeah, she's been impressive. Not sure if those right-handers in that channel was any type of strategy, though. We saw Ariana at least get one with a big section, but as soon as these open, as soon as it goes fat, as soon as you're doing a cutback on that first turn, it's almost worth just kicking out in my eyes. She tried to stick with it, no points there. But yeah, she was really positive in her heat yesterday. Was it yesterday and the day before? Smiling, really enjoying it. She's a powerful surfer as well. So if she gets the right wave, she'll be dangerous.
How's Twitter looking, mate? I know it's been really busy. We're a little bit behind on tweets.
Yeah, there's been a lot coming in. I was just trying to shuffle the deck, so to speak, in my break.
Some of them, some of the stuff we can't read out for sort of various reasons. So, but yeah, from the ones that we can read out, what have we got?
I did run through the Dave Russell's legal team, and basically they just came out just with a load of red flags and just plonked them in the sand. I was like, I don't know what they were trying to tell me. There's a big turn, big carving, cut back there, boom. Whoa. Well, my chat about me racing the little bird, the Sandlington, was it
the Sandling?
The Sandling.
Sanderling, yeah.
The Sanderling.
Yep.
Well, that's unsurprisingly, Paul, if we know our QS fans, has sparked up a very sort of birding kind of.
Oh, mate.
It's literally stirred the nest. Sorry to use the obvious pun there. And we talked about your five best. You know, we've done through a few of the five best. Your five best in the super groups. Your five best locations to surf on your own.
Your juices.
Your juices.
Your breakfast
and,
buffet material.
Yeah, well, Vivian from Honeysuckle, she has said that, what's Paul's favourite sort of, she knows about your bullfinch. Let's call it a fixation because it's getting a bit weird, but yeah, she knows about that. She says, if you could pick your five favourite birds to see, like right now you went outside, you get your five big ones.
Yeah.
Your dream team.
Yeah, the big personalities. Yeah, okay.
Doesn't have to be just your personal five favourites.
Yeah, that's easy. Kingfisher, number one.
Oh, you love a kingfisher, don't you?
Europe's most colourful bird. Love them. See them a lot of days. I'm going to go for probably a goshawk in number two. Beautiful raptor, beautiful eyes, quite hard to see as well. One of the few raptors that can hunt in woodland, so they can fly a bit like a sparrowhawk between trees.
Even harder to train.
So probably goshawk at number two. Then we get tricky. You don't always have to go with rare birds. I'll tell you what I like over here. Your gold crest and your fire crest. I've seen them up at Setsidej when I went birding up there, and one of my enjoyable, as we mentioned, that really good trip I had over here that year, you didn't come. I did some birding up there.
You mentioned that a lot, don't you?
I did some birding up there. Just really sort of found myself.
Firecrest. I like the name.
Yeah, gold crest and firecrest are quite hard to tell apart, actually. They're Europe's smallest bird, but there's a lot of them on this island. Probably, is that number three?
That's 3 and 4, yeah.
You're going to go for a barn owl, probably, just for sheer beauty. Absolutely gorgeous bird, and I love your crepuscular birds. That's your birds that come out at dawn and dusk.
Thing about you, your crepuscular.
Yeah, so probably the barn owl to wrap it up. Is that everything?
Yeah, I like it.
I covered that.
Yeah, it was concise.
Whose tweet was that?
Who? That was Vivian from Honeysuckle.
Well, I hope you've answered your question there, Viv.
Yeah, you have. Well, she's probably researching some of those right now. She would know about the firecrest, pretty sure. She'd probably be au fait with the kingfisher. She'd know a bit about the barn owl. But she loves the powerful owl. myself.
You often see your Firecrest and your Goldcrest, they like your coniferous trees, so you see them on your spruces, your larches, your kind of pine trees. They're kind of like in there in the needles getting insects and stuff like that.
Yep, cool, lovely.
Good chat, good talk.
That's a tweet. So they keep coming in.
Any other ones? What else?
Just processing that, and there is some surfing to call in between.
All right, here we go, live action. Ariane Ochoa, big wave. Look at the speed. Boom. She whips one, and it's a little sketchy. And once again, she attacks the section hard, and it slaps her down and says no. And she will go incomplete on an inside maneuver. So a ton of speed from her. Maybe a little wobbly there, Ben.
Yeah, a little bit wobbly. It looked nice, that takeoff. Big, long left stretching out. She almost got a bit overexcited with the thing.
As did we.
Yeah, as did we. Got Big Red calling in from
regular tweeter
Aberdeen. Yeah, he's always involved. He likes Hina Maria Conradi. Well, you know, he likes even more. He likes a hyphen. And he said, "Who's some of your favourite hyphenated surfers throughout the ages?"
Ben, he's asking you. So yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Well, yeah. Well, I mean,
who do you like, mate?
Well,
hang on. Let me see if I can guess.
Okay.
His first name's Stuart. His second name's Bedford Brown.
No, he's number 2 on the list.
Okay.
Yeah, you're in the right ballpark.
Yep.
Actually, this could also be a good bad cop combination. Ross Clark-Jones as your bad cop, Stuart Bedford Brown as your good cop. Yeah, I love a Clark-Jones. I love a Bedford Brown, and I don't mind too. Who I don't mind, as we see, a big turn, one big turn. Is your Welsh surfer, your Langford Dark,
Patrick Langdon Dark. Here's Conradi in live action on the backhand attack. That was a nice vertical hit. Just the one turn from her, though. Gets a quick clip in, and she's done. So still no massive numbers really dropping in this one.
Yeah, I'm going to throw Langdon Dark in there for sure. Liked it. One big turn from the hyphenated Hina Maria, and just finishes off. So strong. No surfer getting a big points on the board.
Quite hard to look past Tatiana Weston-Webb. World number 2 for the women.
Yeah.
Very impressive. We saw her up at the Roxy Pro France last week. Hanging up there, doing some good surfing. One of the great hyphenated names from the Championship Tour.
Well, you're forgetting your Miley Dyer, of course. Who's already, she's up there as well. You got your Miley Dyer.
She made it into my bad cop chat, but didn't make it into the hyphenated suggestions.
Yeah, well, she's up there. She's a former CT surfer, of course. Now, sort of head of WSL security force or chief police, whatever.
Tours and competitions.
Boss. And running the show, Jessie. So she's another good hyphenated name. They're out there. There's more than you think. But yeah, you can't go past, for me personally, Ross Clark-Jones. Thanks, Big Red. I like it. It's kind of both a look back and a look forward.
17.5 to go in this. Conradi's in the lead right now. She dropped her number for the last one. It was a 4 for the one turn, Ben. And there's the best of what we've seen so far, believe it or not. 6.7 is her total. Not a long way back is the Goofy Foot out of the Basque Country, Lacey-Aga. Hina Maria. That's her spread from the panel, so a relatively modest number, but you know what? It doesn't really matter how you get it done. It's all about getting through, getting into those top 2 positions. We will take 2 surfers through the round of 16 from this. Got 2 more heats to go after this before we wrap things up, so what do we think? Another hour and 15 of competition. Yes, please.
Yep, it's not done yet. We've got heat 6 yet, 7 and 8, so to come. Good solid hour after this. Plenty of action, plenty of good surfing, and there's more swell coming tomorrow. I think we are going to be here bright now. 7:45 call. It's pretty stock standard around these parts. Don't chop and change. It's not one of those sort of events where you have to wait on hold or wait what's going on. It's very easy to predict this place, especially with the forecast like we've got. And we see those girls, Evelina Hooft, down there from the Netherlands, growing up in a very windy sort of little channel wind. She gets in there, down there, Scheveningen. I know I got to get that wrong.
Yeah, that's definitely not it.
But yeah, there's a few sort of batch, really keen, committed Dutch surfers down that little corner. There's a little break wall there. Gets like those north winds from the North Sea. There's a little protected break wall where they get some of the best waves, consistent waves. So it should be liking these more drawn out period swells.
Yeah, another tweet in from Dave in Rotterdam. He's been tweeting quite a lot, well, quite furiously throughout the event.
Not far from the Hague.
Got a question for Monday actually. It's to do with your favourite European surfers for various things. He wants He wants 3 names. He got 3 activities for you to do in the Azores or elsewhere. He wants to know who of the European surfers are you going to go to jazz night. Well, that's tomorrow night. So he wants to know who you taking to the psychedelic Arabian jazz. It's trumpeting.
Yep.
Who you taking from Europe to that with you to watch that music go down? Who you doing jiu-jitsu with? Who you going for a roll with? And who you just going for a nice drive around the island with? So 3 names, Ben. A drive around the island, jiu-jitsu,
I'm taking
jazz night.
Toy on to the jazz night. That man can move his hips. Tell you what, and he's a cool cat. He's like got that jazz kind of feel about him. Like that would just be a statement. Walking with him on my arm. I'll tell you what.
Lock that in.
Yeah, I love that. The next one was the roll.
Who you doing jiu-jitsu with?
I mean, I'm going to take on Pierre Lamotte. I just take on the. Going to try and maximise any type of advantage I've got. Take on the go for tumble with the young kid.
He might be like a blue belt or something. You don't know.
Oh, well, yeah, whatever he is, he's whatever he is, he's in trouble on the mat. And then for the drive round, well, I mean, it's an oldie but a goodie. But me and PCD, Paul Cesar, distinguished. We're just.
Who's driving, by the way? Are you going to let him drive or
whatever he prefers? I'm going to let him drive. I think so. I can DJ and talk.
He can sit in the back as if he's your chauffeur.
I can watch him more if I'm in the passenger seat. Yeah, I've got the music on. I like to see him wear a little hat too, one of those little chauffeur's cap.
Live action, here goes Hoofed on the backhand attack. She's got some speed. Big snap from her. Here's a second turn whip. And she'll crack a third as well. Good stuff from Evelyn. And that is a first wave from her, believe it or not. It's the first action we've seen from her. So Evelyn Hoof waited a long time, halfway point through the heat. Great entry into it, Ben. Good speed through the turns.
Yeah, good wave, actually. 2 big turns. She was just a little bit shallow on a turn. She really didn't get a lot of that vertical sort of hits, but she's got, scores the only. There's no big numbers on there. 4.1, the biggest number on the board, so she's right in this as Ochoa. Splitting the peak, love it.
Here goes Ochoa driving and snapping and gouging and throwing spray. That board staying super busy. Meanwhile, on the other side of the stereo surfing is Conradi, our heat leader, going on the right-hander, sticking to it. He's not sure about the tactic on the right. You prefer the left?
I think the right's just, unless you get a big one that sort of has a big section coming towards you, they just run off too fat. There's that one turn, so she's got that. That was a nice turn though from Hina Marie. She's got a big fins out, sort of Rio in a locker, but after this, there's no opportunity. She kicks out the left. We'll see how Ariana you go. So yeah, really different type of ways. That turn was. She just went for the 2 for 1 there. Might have been better off just going for the 1 big belt. So she finishes off. Interesting to see how those two compare. Pretty even, I'd imagine.
12.5 to go in this one. And numbers to come in for Hina Maria Ochoa. It's modest. It's small. It's just a 2-3 for her. So not a big number. No one really impressing the judges in this other than that 4-1 for Conradi so far. While we wait for that to come in and while we hope our luck changes and we get a little bit more quality in the water, we're going to go to a quick commercial break. When we come back, we're going to wrap up this heat. We're also going to bring you more exciting action featuring the likes of that woman there. Plenty others as well. More action to come from the Azores. We'll be right back.
About to leave, already packing. Come with me, I'm not really asking. We'll get away to a place where we don't know.
Nothing is ever still. There is this flow that we need to surrender to. We need to go with it. Because deep down we know wherever the wind blows, life will continue to find its perfect route. A place for new adventures, more freedom, and better living. Azores, safe by nature.
Back to live action from Praia, Santa Barbara. San Miguel Island plays host to the Azores Airlines Pro. We got a paddle and we got live action. It's Evelyn Hooft out of the Netherlands. Big backhand snap. She's down to business here. She waited a long time for her first wave. Here's her backup. It's not a great one. She gets a 3.53 though for her opening ride, and she'll get a number for that as well. And she would have hoped for a little bit more, but she's firing up here, Ben, and she needs to.
Yeah, she needs to fire up. She got the first turn was got a lot of spray, but she's 3.53 for that first 2 turns. A bit more aggression. That's what we like. I've got some more tweets here though. Harry from Prague, and he's saying loving the chat.
Unusual name for a Czech.
Yeah, no, he's I don't know if she's an expat or not. Didn't really delve into it.
Could be a student, I suppose, over there studying.
Could be a diplomat, football player. You never know. But what he's asked for, he's saying, loving some of the music chat, loving the Adele. He's a big fan, of course.
Not
he's
my
saying,
Adele chat.
given I see all the surfers warming up with music, it's a bit of a commonplace thing. He's saying, look, I'm going to give you, Paul, the 2 finalists, men's and women's, and
I get to choose the song.
Yeah, exactly. That's what he's asking. You got the 2 men. The men first and paddling out. You each give them the headphones. Boom. There you go. 1 finalist. What are you giving him?
So we want something amping up, but also not too. You don't want to amp up too much, because sometimes when you paddle out, you just sort of sit down, right, and nothing happens. So you got to bring it up there, but not kind of go crazy, not really peak too early. Something along those lines. You're thinking, yeah? Is that what we're saying?
Yeah.
Is that what we're saying?
You're the boss.
I would go maybe keep it something quite classic, sort of 80s kind of pop rock. Maybe an album track from Whitesnake, something like that. Not one of the hits, but yeah, just sort of dig maybe a little bit of a deep dive into something from Whitesnake. That classic sort of 80s kind of power ballad rock.
Like it. Okay. Yeah. For both surfers, we're just going to.
They can have different
all
tracks.
4 finalists.
Yeah,
get
Whitesnake off the same album. Yep. For the women, I'd go maybe give something a little bit more experimental, something a little bit more out there, maybe something a bit folky. Yeah.
Right, a bit folky, sort of like what your John Grant, sort of modern folk. Or are you going to go Joan Baez?
Yeah, something a bit more modern.
Give it a bit of nothing says warm up like a bit of Marianne Faithfull.
I thought you were going to ask me about my 3 European surfers that I would go to jazz night, go for a drive around the island, and go for a jiu-jitsu roll with, Ben. I thought that might happen.
I know the question was for me, but yeah, let's return and serve. And who you taking? Let's start with the jazz. Always start with the jazz. It's where you always start with a good night out.
This is where it gets awkward, Ben. Let's just see this set come in and see if we got any takers. Here's Hooft having a paddle. Sorry, this is Lacey Yaga having a paddle in second place. Good looking wave. Wow, she'll tag one and snap down to the flat. She's done that turn a few times. Good enough for second place so far. Can she improve? Judges will wait to decide on that. Gets a little bit awkward for Jazz, mate. We'll get the replay first.
Yeah, she's, as you said, sort of pressing repeat on these ones. Gets the fins out a little bit, a bit of drift, but nothing really getting her above that 3 or 3.5 mark, which she needs. More paddling though.
Ooh, Ochoa in live action. She's in third right now. She only needs a 2.27. A big snap. Throwing up some arms. Bang. She'll tag it, and she'll make that one. She's fallen off on her final manoeuvre a couple of times, so she got a 4.3 prior to that. And that'll be a better number from her. Good stuff. She only needs a 2 to move up. She's got a good chance of doing that. Lacey Yaga could improve, though, Ben. Yeah, mate. Let's have a look.
Yeah. The difference between Ochoa is that it's just a bit more radical. You know, she's through the lip, whereas some of the other surfers are just a bit soft. She's actually committed to that, and that's why she'll probably move up into potentially first, I would say, maybe at least second. Yeah, what's the problem with the Jazz class?
This gets awkward. So I'm also going to ask Adrian as well, and he's just going to have to decide between the two of us, mate. So you've texted him or WhatsApped him. I'm probably going to give him a call, and he's going to, then be in a bit of a position then, is that whoever he chooses not to go with, he's going to have to see dateless at Jazz night. And I'm pretty confident, mate, he'd choose me, I got to say. So, yeah, I'm going there.
So there's like 112 men in this event. You're just being vindictive.
Drive around the island, that's easy. I'm going to go...
Not like you to make things into a popularity contest, is it?
I'm going to go with Louise Haley Batista for the drive around the island. I know a bit about him. I'd like to know more, and I really just think on some of those sort of windy, mountainous roads, we could just kind of I just find out who the real Louise Haley is. You know,
there's plenty of there's plenty of Hallie hinterland there for sure.
We know about the surfing. We know about the sort of prayer circles and the faith, but I'd like to just find out
We
some
know
more of the fun stuff.
Know about the bobble hat.
Speaking of fun stuff, let's check out a heat recap.
Yeah, hooked on a left-hander here. She fires around. That's probably one of her better turns. She's got good wave selection. The turns have just been a little bit narrow, a little bit lacking amplitude, and she's got a couple of threes, despite having probably some of the best waves of the heat. Oshoa has been a bit more aggressive, finishing off her turns, making the most of the limited opportunities she's been given. And here we go, the young French lady. She's driving around the corner, but it's just these turns have been really similar. That was one of the better ones, to be honest. She's now in third ones, 3.87, 3.57. Hina Maria, she's got the biggest turns. She's only managing one per wave, so if she gets a bit of open face, she'll be dangerous. She's still in second spot.
Oh,
see it again. You can see.
That was sick.
See her fins each time. One of the few sort of surfaces in the seat where we've seen the fins bust out the back, and she can just get her wave selection a bit more on point. Hina Maria should do some damage. And the last one, of course, is the roll, jiu-jitsu roll.
Well, you know, basically, jiu-jitsu, it's all about sort of physicality and about a physical challenge, and also having a bit of fun, but sort of learning about yourself as well. And there's only really one name that's going to take me there.
Eric Stabby.
Yolanda Hopkins.
Hopkins, yeah.
Bring it on.
Yeah, she'd smash you. She would absolutely smash you.
And I'd enjoy it. I'd like that. Sometimes you need that, don't you? You need a reset.
You need a bloody nurse. That's what you need after that. So yeah, Hopkins on the pad. Yeah, she'd be gnarly, she'd be good, she'd be technical. Okay, speaking of which, live action.
Here goes Lacey Agger. Bang! Puts it up high. Bit too high. Goes low. Down underwater. Incompletion for her. She won't get the number she needs. It's a 5.06. The requirement. Evelyn Hooft back in fourth. Got priority. Looking for a 5.4. Cho is in first right now, Ben. She's got a 4.77. So after a sort of inauspicious opening 20 sort of 2 or 3 minutes to the heat, she's fired up in the final 7. Got herself a couple of 4s. These are low numbers though, really. At this stage you'd be expecting a lot better than this, but this has been tough, this one.
It has been. A show just a little bit of class. All got similar waves, but she's managed to show a bit more commitment at those final turns. But yeah, you know, all 4 servers under 10 points as a heat title, not ideal. And sort of a bit wishy-washy, a little bit soft on these turns, and the girls just going back there. Still 3 minutes to go. Evelina Hooft might have to go. She needs a 5.4. She might be forced to just go a bit more radical, put more things on edge a bit.
Set sacking up here. Who's in line? Who's got prio? She's not in a great spot though. Ochoa's going to go the backhand weaponry off the bottom. A little whipping first spray turn. Bang. Then she'll hit one. The backhand snap. Still going down the line. There's the kick out. Meanwhile, whoa, with a ton of speed, Hoof absolutely flying into that one. And just the kick out just
a lot going on there, wasn't it?
Kick out goes a bit wrong. And I'm not sure she'll add to her points total particularly. So, interesting to see where this goes. Ochoa, a couple of quick hits. 2 minutes and 20 on the go. Ina Maria Conradi down in second right now. Assuming that Toyon does snub you and decides to go with me to Jazz Night.
Massive assumption.
Are you going to ask someone else, or are you just going to go on your own in a little bit of assault, but also sort of semi kind of enjoying it? The rejection?
Mate, I'm all about the jazz, mate. You know, I'll just go deep in my jazz cave. And yeah, if I can't take Adrian, I might not even go at all.
Would you sort of watch us from across the auditorium, and that when we looked over, suddenly looked the other way? You know, surfers do that in the heat. They sort of, you watch your mate surf, as soon as they finish that ride, you quickly look out the back to pretend you haven't seen them.
For sure, yeah.
Is that what you do?
Yeah, I'm not going to look at your spray. What's going on? You two spray. Your little clicking the fingers. None of that business. I had nothing to do with it. I'm out.
90 on the clock in this one. Ochoa on screen. The Basque Goofy leading this one now with modest numbers. Couple of 4s, good enough for first in it. Hina Maria Conradi. She's in second. Here goes Evelyn Hooft. She's fired up after a quiet start. She's found some good lefts. There's a nice snap. What she got here? Whoa, that was good. She's looking for a 5.4. Oh, no. Can't get the third turn done.
She can't, and if she can't do that, then she doesn't deserve to get through the heat. That wave was, it had the opportunity. She's actually had 3 waves, probably had enough to get through the heat, and she just didn't finish it off. I'm not sure if those 2 turns on the road might have got the 5.4, but she had a chance to just finish it off clean. She didn't. Could cost her a place in the round of 16. So, sort of tough lines for Hooft, but she had an opportunity. I like the first turn. She did show a bit more aggression.
I like the second turn.
And a bit of spray.
Big spray on the second turn.
So, whether the judges, they do like a clean ending. That's the thing about those judges. They're not known for their sort of grey areas, are they? They like it black and
They're
white.
known for the grey hairs, some of them.
Yeah, mate, it's a tough job. Ages you early. But 12 seconds to go. Evelina trying to get those scores coming in, see if she needed. I needed 5.1. And she'll be kicking herself. She's managed a few actual end sections where she's made some mistakes. Can't make mistakes at this level. And still scores to come in.
I think we're all wrapped up. Hooft drops a number, 383. We're all done and dusted, and that's the way it goes down in heat number 6 of our round of 32 of the women. Ariane Achoa, who blazed in Ericeira. She struggled a little bit in the early part of this one, comes back strong, gets the finish, so another good story for our Bass surfers. Let's make it official. There's the totals. Don't worry about them too much. It's all about who get that blue sticker saying advance. Also advancing is the French surfer Ina Maria Conradi. Those two go through. We're going to go to a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll bring you Garachi Sanchez Otun, Carolina Mendes, Bahia Frediani, Michele Bito. That's all coming right after the break.
About to leave, already packing. Come with me, I'm not really asking. We'll get away to a place where we don't know.
Nothing is ever still. There is this flow that we need to surrender to. We need to go with it. Because deep down we know, wherever the wind blows, life will continue to find its perfect route, its best and safer track. A new way of discovery, development and evolution. A time for profound consciousness and connection. A place for new adventures, more freedom and better living. Azores, safe by nature.
Welcome back to the Azores. We are getting down to the wire. 2 heats to go. We're in the penultimate heat of the day. We have 14, 15 and 16 to go. We're in the round of 32 of the women's. We've got 12 women through already, battling out the last 4 to join them. And we are going through with Garazi Sanchez Otom, Carolina Mendes, Bahai Frediani and Michele Bito. Big heats, stacked heats, fun heats. I'm joined in the booth by, I'll tell you what, a man that knows a little bit about surfing, knows a bit about Carolina Mendes as well. Yeah. Zay Ferrari, mate, I'll tell you what, we're down to the wire. I'm going to ask you first about the conditions and then about Carolina. What's happening out there? Offshore, onshore, good waves, bad waves, changing waves, what's happening?
Yeah, I think it's kind of changing a little bit. The wind was offshore for a while a bit there, and just changing slightly to kind of that cross shore as we kind of had yesterday, but still some solid waves. Last heat was a bit slow though, as I watched it, and here we have Carolina Mendes, Portuguese surfer, really good surfer, has been while we see her replay.
Yeah, so she's off, almost slipped, and then cracked it off the top.
Wow.
So just that little bit of extra class, and got a good start. Paddling out the back too was Michele Bito, but Bito couldn't quite get in. Yeah, Carolina, she's been so consistent over so many years. Really close to that CT level, isn't it? You see her surfing the Challenger Series event. She doesn't ever look out of place.
Yeah.
Just hasn't quite cracked that next stage yet.
Really competitive. She's I don't know if people know this, but she's the sister of Pedro Henrique. Here we have Garazi Sanchez, a veteran, really great surfer from the Basque Country, really awesome person as well. Bahia Frediani from France, and we have Miquel Villato from Euskadi. So packed heat. Here we have her face, very probably an older photo from her early teens.
Yep, and a young Beto. Yeah, looking out there, trying to gain some experience, trying to gain some heat wins. Not easy against the likes of Mendez. She'll always fight to the death, won't she? She's really, as you said, really fierce competitor. Having a brother like Pedro is probably going to help in that cause. You know, having to battle Pedro for a wave every time you went for a surf when you were young. Bit of an age gap between the two, but yeah, big influence on her career.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, really fierce competitor, really good surfer, good worker as well. She works a lot, trains a lot, and she just goes for it.
Yeah, and that first wave, despite a bit of a wobble on the takeoff, sort of held back and got that 4.83 at the end. So pretty solid score, really. A lot of these days, a lot of the surfing getting through with heat totals of 10 or so. So don't need too much at this stage to get through. 4.83, pretty strong.
Yeah, we've been. How was the last heat? Was a bit slower, right?
A bit slow. There's plenty of opportunity. I think some of the girls didn't maximise their opportunities as much, but yeah, loads of ways. Loads of left still being the predominant kind of scoring manoeuvres. The nice clean faces, and still the odd set. When those sort of bigger sets come through, they've still got some size. Longer period coming through, I think, with those larger sets. So, yeah, there's been plenty of opportunities. Just gone. Having said that, just gone a little bit slow.
Yeah.
Slow here, but yeah, look, like as all day, the consistency of this place has been pretty remarkable. There hasn't been many wave-starved sort of heats, really. Everyone's had their chance to get the scores, and yeah, I expect more of that. We'll see where Carolina Mendez is sitting. Surfed both in France and in Hossega. And in Ericeira. Didn't get big numbers. She's sitting at 34th on the rankings. So in the Challenger Series rankings, that is. So she actually got a 9th up there in Hossega, which is a really good result.
Yeah.
When you think about the surfers in that, we had CT surfers like Joanne DeFay, Tatiana Weston-Webb, you had the like Gabrielle Bryant, as you see. That's Frediani trying to go to the left, fanging down the line. She just can't make that section. Yeah, so to get through to the round before the quarters with such a stacked field was a good result from Carolina.
Yeah, 9th on the Challenger is definitely a good result. We're talking about the best surfers in the world, really. Well, there's a slight difference. Well, not that slight, but from the CT to the Challenger Series, there's a little difference. But still some of the best surfers in the world.
Yeah, there's a bit of a gap just because there's only 16 surfers on that. Well, 16 surfers on the CT, isn't there? So it's quite a small field to get from that to the Challenger Series. But Carolina should be happy with that. Bit of confidence coming into this event as we see her pull the trigger. This is Sanchez Orton on a backhand. See her just first turn. Really experienced, as you mentioned, Zay, and she's looking for the end section here.
Nice. So 3 turns, safe, a bit safe. Played it safe there, but I would have done the same in this round with these conditions. She's just putting some scores on the board. I'm sure she's going to be rewarded for that, and she'll move. This will probably be one of the best waves of this heat so far. Garazi Sanchez, yeah, she's still young. I think she's not even 30 yet, but been doing the European, the Pro Juniors, and the QSs for ages. So yeah, very good surfer, nice style, and actually everyone is wondering as we have the replay here.
Yeah, so that first, you said a little bit safe, wasn't it? Just a bit of a check turn. These two here, not much there. Difficult wave to surf, really frothy, and just completed. So yeah, good surfing.
Yeah.
Gets a score on the board. and completes it, which is important. So she gets a number up on the board. They've been around a long time, as we see a wave there. So with a bit of a gap, we're going to go down to Joanna Garnell and see what she's got to say for herself.
Yeah, guys, thanks for making us wait in the rain. We've been here for ages.
No problems.
But as a professional surfer that you are, you can manage to adapt to any types of conditions, and that's what you did. How are you feeling?
Yes, it has been a really stressful heat because I have something in mind before the heat, and I was looking the waves, and I thought that I knew the place, but after in the water everything changed, and I have been to adapt to the situation, and always the goal is to make through the heat. It doesn't matter what happens, but make it and into the next one. I think there is things to better, so can't wait to go to the next heat and do better.
What did you have in mind for this heat?
I was looking the waves clear, a left coming, there are 2 swells, but after when I came to the water, the tide goes down and it changes a little bit. There were rights and left and a big set, and after nothing, so it was really difficult to make right decisions, and after the wave is really powerful, so you need to be really powerful to finish the wave, and that is matters to finish the turns.
And how do you recover after a big wipeout?
I think we are used to train a lot, physically, mentally. You need to come back and try to do better. And the heat is long, so you have time. And if you are ready, you are gonna do when the wave comes.
And now you got the last stop of the Challenger Series coming up. Are you excited?
Yes, I'm super excited about the following month. It has been a really heavy 3 months, I think. I don't know, every week a contest, and that is a hard role because you need to have your mind 100%, everything 100%. But I'm super happy to go to Haleiwa and to try to do my best and qualify.
Well, you're doing a great job. Congratulations.
Yeah, great work. Thanks, Joanna. Love the bit of in-depth chat there from Ariana. She had an idea in her head what was going to happen. That can happen in many surf, even in free surfing, but even more so in competitive. You map out what you think is going to happen. That doesn't. You have to change. And being mentally agile is as important as being physically well balanced. She did that and got the win, so she'll be dangerous. One of the highest ranked surfers in the field. So she's got a number on her back and a mark. But while that was going on, Mendez got busy.
Yeah, nice carve here, straight to this last section. Couldn't hold it, so that will probably not be a keeper, but Garazzi had a 4 with that last one, so judges really wanting a bit more less safe surfing there.
Yeah, Mendez went for that last big closeout entry, just couldn't quite hang on. Yeah, the mistakes that can cost you towards the latter part of the heat. She's done well to get back out there, really close, a couple of 4s, nothing in this. See, Sanchez, Orton, as you say, so experienced, been here many a time before, and here she goes, big wave on her backhand. Oh, this is the same one we saw before, and then it goes a bit frothy. This one got her a 4-point ride, so
yeah, well surfed, but kind of like half turns. And I think at this point, judges want to see some risk. That's one of the biggest things in the criteria, really. That's why those 1 turns that are strong have been well rewarded. She'll probably have to do a bit more than that. Even with 3 turns, she had a 4 points. So, another one of those messages from the judges saying what do they want to see.
Yeah, they want commitment. They want big turns. Haven't seen a lot of it, to be honest, in this round of 32. Brief sparks, brief showings of real class, but not enough of it. And these surfers now just been a bit sort of almost happy to get through with 4s and 5s and, not try and go in that upper range. And that's not what we want to see as a spectator. We want a bit of action, a bit of wow factor. you know, and 4 to 5 point rides don't really get the blood pumping. Hopefully, with a few more sets coming through, a bit more quality in the water, we can see some exciting surfing. It's been a big day of action. Half-hour heats, around 16 of them today. Started at 8 o'clock this morning, so getting towards the final of the day. Everyone's a little bit, you know, it's been a long day, mentally a little bit fatigued, so you've got to sort of stay on point, you've got to stay excited, you've got to stay focused. These girls have been waiting all day for this, and well, you know, some of them for a long time. You know, we had such a long break, it's almost easy to forget that break from competition. Zay Ferreira, you know what I mean? It was a long time where these, especially these young surfers, 16 to 18, many of them, it's a really important part of their time growing up as both as a human and as a surfer. They didn't really get the chance to test themselves competitive wise, and now they have, so it's a big opportunity for them.
Yeah, it was a really big pause there for surfing competitions, but who's not pausing is Carolina. She's been doing a lot of waves in this heat, trying.
See all the competitors looking back. Yeah, she tried to get that one-turn combo. Okay, Beato, first turn, down the hole, so she hasn't been able to score any waves of note. Beato, and just paddles back out and tries to start again.
Yeah, but just to think like that, when COVID started in 2019, some of these kids were like, you know, 15, 16, and now they're almost, you know, 18 to 20 years old, and they just grow like mushrooms. And when you see them now, it's like their surfing is way more mature. What a way for Garanti. Let's just look at this nice first turn. This is more like it.
Oh, can she hang on? She can't make the end of it, can she? But yeah, that is more like it. That's what we're going to see. Bit of dynamism, good wave. Although she didn't finish it, so she went for it. What a lovely looking wave, Zay.
Yeah, really clean. Also, the wave selection really helps on those scores. Unfortunately, she went well to that last section, but kind of strong there. But so it's better than her previous wave with those 3 turns. So
had a lot of spray in that first turn, didn't it? Right in the critical point. Judges liking that commitment, and still just trying to get through. A couple of 4s. Haven't seen much of heat total over 10 the last few heats. Just 1 heat to go after this. Tomorrow again is a 7:45 call, most likely for an 8 o'clock start, and we'll also be doing the men's first, and then the first call for the women at 10 a.m. Right now, though, with a bit of a break in proceedings, we're going to go for a short commercial break, come back with more live action like this from the Azores Airlines Pro just after this short commercial break.
Welcome to the show.
Let's do it.
I don't want to say Mick's getting comboed.
For me, going to Chopu, I kind of say bring it on.
Billy is being treated in a hospital.
You look famous.
I look famous.
Yeah, you don't.
She's ruining my vibe, man.
Oh yeah. Show you guys some of the secrets.
Come check it out.
Nothing is ever still. There is this flow that we need to surrender to. We need to go with it. Because deep down we know. Wherever the wind blows, life will continue to find its perfect route. A place for new adventures, more freedom, and better living. Azores, safe by nature.
Okay, we are live back here. 11 minutes on the clock. Not sure if we saw any live action while we were on that break, showing the beautiful parts of the Azores. San Miguel Island here. Roughly 2 hours airplane due west of Lisbon, right in the middle of the Atlantic Ridge. There's this big band. It's like a mountain range, effectively, that runs through the middle of the Atlantic, and there's only a couple of spots where it just pops up over the mountain range, sticks out of the water, and here's one of them. And my Falda Lopez getting ready there for a heat. So really unique part of the world and a unique part of the surfing world. I'll tell you what it is, Zay, it's one of the few sort of parts where crowds just aren't a fact. You know, they're not a factor, are they? It's a small population in the Azores, small friendly. It's friendly buggers, aren't they? But there's not that many surfers here. I mean, I'd hesitate to say there's 20 or 30 maybe surfers on the whole island, do you think? Was that underestimate?
Yeah, well, around that.
Around that.
Even if it's a bit more, it's not, you know.
And that's 50 across all the islands, across all the waves.
Exactly. It's a pretty closed circle, but as you were saying, very friendly. I mean, if you go to Poplu, which is that left, that really good left that only works with south winds, if I'm not wrong.
South Swell.
South Swell, exactly, thank you. There's a little bit of localism there, which is normal, you know. But for the quality of the waves that we have no localism really. And here goes Beato with a nice carve, but just catches the rail. It can't make it.
Yeah, couldn't make it. Yeah, there's very few people here. Yeah, that Popolo. I think that Popolo is such a rare wave.
Also,
and
yeah.
those south swells, those long period south swells that it needs are, you know, fairly rare. They do happen, but they're fairly rare. So, like any wave that turns on, when the best wave turns on infrequently, there's always a crew on it. But you know, that's a rare thing, and even that, you still get waves out there if you be nice to people, such as Real. And Carolina just can't get that second turn in. And we go at the back. A bit more action now. This is more like it. Sanchez Orton driving down the line. Looks like she's going to have one big section. Can she hit it? And she does, and she comes off. So yet another non-completion. It's been a bit of a story of these days. I'm not quite sure how you coach that completion ratio, how you change. It's not really attitude, is it? Because they're committing to it. Maybe that's the reason why. Maybe in the past they would sort of play it a bit more safe. For some reason, it's just lacking the technique or the strength to get over these big sections. They're not easy. And Caroline was just a bit late to that one. But yeah, I don't know. You're the. Well, I don't know why I'm asking myself. You're the pro surfer amongst us. Actually, out the back, there's another one. Oh,
nice. Talk about commitment.
Commitment. And weird sort of a wave at all stages. It's like the board was underwater for most of that turn. It's a submarine style, but she pulled it out. So Frediani doing well.
Yeah, I think she had like 3 times. Look, 1, 2, you know, 3 times where the board was underwater, and she was uncertain if she was going to ride out of that. But she did, and very well, very aggressive, risky turn. So she'll be rewarded for that.
Yeah, it wasn't clean, but it was dramatic and exciting, and she made it. That's the main point. You know, that was the first wave of any real note, so she'll do well.
Yeah, but
Sarah Leosiga, sisters. I think her sister got knocked out in the heat before last, so she'll be trying to make amends.
Another brotherhood, sisterhood in this case.
Yeah, there's a lot of sisters backing each other up in there. More and more, which is great to see. These 4 girls, tell you what, there's no sisterhood in this heat right now. You've got them all paddling ferociously. Mendez, Sanchez, Orton, the 2 experienced ones, and the 2 high seeds are currently out in front. And Beato and Frediani both needing some pretty high scores, although Frediani's got 1 wave to come in. 7 minutes on the clock. It's time to get moving. But even Mendez and Sanchez can't be happy with these heat totals. You know, they when you paddle out, you want to get above a 5, right? Surely.
Yeah, exactly. You want to get, you know, into that 2-digit combined score. You know, that's usually your minimum requirement. Then you might not have the opportunities, or the heat might go, you know, wrong for you. But everyone is preparing for that. Everyone knows that probably a 10-point combined score will get you through most of the heats. So we're waiting for scores for Bahia's last wave, 337 on that powerful wave. Let's see, she's looking back, probably having some hints from her coach. She's still 3rd though.
Yeah, she's still 3rd. Hasn't been able, that was her best wave. It was a pretty wild kind of a turn, but relatively poorly executed, so she can do better than that. Getting back out there, she's in good position for this wave. a little bit. She's trying to stay busy. These rights, a little bit fat. I'm sure she's, that's not the wave she needs. She needs to refocus. Get on that bank. It's a bit suckier, a bit shallow. This is a spot, and Sanchez Orton, she's getting these left-handers. Can she get around the section? She can. Up in the pocket. That's better. Nice and vertical whip. Loads of spray. If she can finish off, she can't, but still trying to improve on a 4. That first turn might do that. So a bit more aggressive, a bit more in the pocket. That's the type of surfing that'll progress you through to the round of 16.
Yeah, we'll have the replay here. Looked like this wave was going to close out a little, but she managed it very well. And she was very vertical here. And a lot of spray coming from that. As she is going to make her way back again to the outside. And Carolina now not being able to go through. She's in first place, not in a very comfortable position. No one is really in this heat, especially with 5 minutes to go. And yeah, Razi just making another wave. She's with the Spanish team.
And Carolina Mendez making some uncharacteristic mistakes as well. I can't remember a couple of completions early doors, but she's just managed to get a lot of waves, missing sections, being a bit late, falling off. And you see Frediani looking at this one. This looks a bit better. Her opponent right and away gets out of the way. She drives around the corner. There's the first turn, but she's just too frothy. Close out. She'll have to restart. Maybe get back on that bank.
Too much foam.
A lot of foam on that wave. The set before, just making it all a bit unclear and a little bit sort of frothy. And she got one semi-turn in, but it had to kick out. More waves approaching. There is opportunities out there if you can stay patient. Just pick off the waves at the end. Try and get little corners. Even if it's a one-turn wave, you still get good scores for those. So that's something they'll be looking at.
Exactly. I really think that strategy will be, used throughout the whole contest. But also depends on where the surf will be tomorrow. The guys were talking just a little bit ago that maybe after tonight, because the swell is kind of coming down in the wind as well, we might see a move in terms of strategy and the pick that the guys are surfing, because that inside rip ball to the left and also that right. We were looking a lot to the left, but the right of the left ball might also be an option. So we'll just have to wait and see what tomorrow brings, but excited for that.
Yeah, it's coming. Swell still around, but dropping off a little bit, and it won't hurt too much. Okay, this is Frediani, drives around, somehow made that turn. It was.
Tell you what, I really like this one.
Never at any stage do I think she's going to make it, and she did. Sanchez Orton, she stuck to the lefts, and she's done well just to get under that. That was a nice turn. That last wave got her 4.53. This is her best wave, so that critical turn in the pocket was good, and then out the back, big right. This was the first wave of the heat, I think. Carolina Mendez does well, just cracks it off the top. And at that stage, she was looking pretty, but she hasn't been able to get many waves after that. This one, again, she's getting the big waves, nice turns, but she hasn't been able to follow up with any type of close-out re-entry section. So she's in the lead, but hasn't been a particularly fluid performance. Meanwhile, Vieto, here she goes. So now she's got a bit of open face. This is the first wave she's had really with any type of action, and she goes down. That's not going to help her cause. Meanwhile, Mendez trying to get back in the groove. Here she goes, live action. 2 turns. That second turn was nice. That's the Mendez we know and love. 3 turns, and can she finish it? So there you go. That's more like it. Good surfing, a bit more cleaner. Nothing too radical, but just connecting the dots and putting pressure on opponents. So you think she'll go up into increase her lead. She'll be very relatively safe. Frediani still earning a score. Beato in strife. But
Yeah,
a nice wave, huh?
Yeah, exactly. She just got into the rhythm. Really nice. She's got this carve on lock, loose carve kind of snap. Again here, 3 turns, then finishes off well with a little spray. So as you said, this is the Carolina we like and love. And yeah, hopefully she's She's looking to reinforce her first place. Although Ferdiani and Beato are becoming more and more distanced, really not easy to do a 5:50 in these conditions or a 6.69. So kind of looks like this heat has its story written down, but you never know in professional surfing, and that's one of the best parts of this, really.
Yeah, you know what's going to happen. 30 seconds on the clock. Sanchez Orton looking this. She is not going to get that. She's safe though. You can see the surfer in blue, Carolina Mendes. She's done. I think she's safe. She's got a 10-point heat total, which is what you need to get through. Orton in second. Frediani needing a 5.49. This is the last wave, a left-hander. This is the last throw up the dice. Frediani late Drake takeoff, comes around the corner. Big turn in the pocket, and that's not enough for Frediani, so she's done. Little clip to the face. That's the end of that. It's been a relatively uneventful heat, but you know what? Sometimes you got to grind it out. That woman there was too good, too composed in the end. Carolina Mendes through. Those official results will come up. We've only got one heat left. It's been a big day of action. It's not done. Half an hour left of professional surfing. The last heat of the round of 32 of the men, of the women, sorry. We'll be done for the day. Carolina Mendes is through. The official results should come up on our screen any moment. There they go. The advanced Carolina Mendes and Garazzi Sanchez Ortun are through to the next round. We're going to go to a short commercial break and come back with the last heat of the day. Don't worry, folks. If you come this far, don't leave us now. There's more live action right after this short commercial break.
Welcome to the show.
Let's do it.
I don't want to say Mick's getting comboed.
For me, going to Chopu, I kind of say bring it on.
Billy is being treated in a hospital.
You look famous.
I look famous.
Yeah, you don't.
You're ruining my vibe, man.
Oh yeah. Show you guys some of the secrets.
Come check it out.
All right, here we go.
I kind of say bring it on.
Hey, brah. This is the Lineup Podcast.
Cheers, dude.
We're here with Coco Ho, Kai Lenny, Jamie O'Brien, John Florence.
Put it up there like alley-oop. I was like, oh!
We drop new episodes every Tuesday, wherever you find your podcasts.
I have 24 hours left.
Nothing is ever still. There is this flow that we need to surrender to. We need to go with it. Because deep down we know, wherever the wind blows, life will continue to find its perfect route. A place for new adventures, more freedom and better living. Azores, safe by nature.
Welcome back to live action, Azores Airlines Pro. We're going to wrap up the round of 32, our 8th final heat. We'll see Vahine Fierro of France, Mafalda Lubs from Portugal, Juliette Lacombe of France, Sarah Leikiaga from France as well. That's how Paul Evans in the studio, joined by Zay Ferreira. And the conditions are looking great, mate. She's cleaned right up. We had a little bit of rain. Looks like that's clearing up too. Skies are brightening and some great waves still in the water.
Yeah. Yeah, probably the best time of the day to
Yes,
have
please.
A little shower to give us some dynamic in terms of weather. Well, if you're from the Azores, you know that in the same day you can have rain, sun, wind, no wind, you know, every kind of weather, pretty much. As we see Sarah's picture from 4th grade. And this is the replay of her first wave with a nice curve, nice rail curve, and then can't really make it into the last section. This has kind of been the story of this round. Really good first turn, and then, you know, no second turn, or late to the second turn.
Yeah, we've had quite a lot of that, haven't we? And surfers need to get out of that rhythm, because once you kind of get into those rhythm, it can sort of repeat on itself throughout the heat. So do something a bit different. She's going to do something here. She's going to go for a right-hander. Good looking wave, actually. Off the bottom, hard, slicing. That's really nice. Bang. There's a good turn. And she looked to have that done. Somehow manages to go incomplete. Meanwhile, Juliette Lacombe has a quick dip. She'll go down, or kick out, essentially, by jumping off. Deciding not worth surfing the rest of that wave out.
Yeah, looked like a good wave, a bigger wave, but just kind of closed out on her. Juliette Lacombe. Very typical name, Juliette. And she'll be heading to the outside looking for something else. We see Mafalda Lopes. She had a good result in last season's QS in Costa de Caparica. She made it to the final. She had a second place. Vahine Fierro, French surfer as well. And yeah, Mafalda Lopes really has been impressing with her rail surfing. She likes a good layback carve as well.
Let's go down and hear from the winner of the last heat, Carolina Mendez. She's with Joanna.
Hello, Sanson. Yeah. Congratulations, Carolina. That was hard, wasn't it?
Yeah, I'm tired. I was just waiting a lot for my heats. I think 3 days, just training, just cruising around, and but I'm pretty happy to make through. It was hard, but first heat, a lot of emotions. Trying to silence my mind in the water was just, but yeah, I'm happy.
And there's a lot of posse talk. You know, you have the Australians that joined forces this year because of COVID. You have the Brazilian storm. Is there a Portuguese posse?
I hope so. Yeah, I think I can talk about the girls, and I think we are doing a good work. Yolanda, Teresa, we have the pro juniors, Mafalda, Gabi, Kika. Yeah, I think we are doing a good work, and I hope I'm excited for the future.
Well, you should stick together and keep supporting each other, because you're all doing really great, as are you. Congratulations.
Thank you guys.
Yeah, Carolina there, giving a shout out to all the Portuguese generation. The girls are keeping together, which is really nice to see. They surf a lot together. They do things together. They're friends out of competition. They really push themselves, and it's great to see. It's really having an impact on their surfing. Carolina is doing really well. Mafalda is doing really well. Teresa is doing well. Yolanda, well, the list goes on. Kika, Francisca, and yeah, it's just paying off. I think Mafalda's first wave was a 3.5, and looks like we've been having a little bit of a rhythm in this heat. Some waves surfed, and yeah, a lot of guys are getting ready. Guys and girls obviously getting ready for a free surf. This was Mafalda's first wave. Oh, unfortunately, just couldn't. I think her feet slipped.
Just pushing way too hard on the second turn. She got a nice first carve done. She was on her way to a score. All we really need to do is play it kind of semi-safe on that second turn, right? I mean, it's easy from up here, but there's no need to try and flare out the fins when the wave's already kind of throwing a little tube and trying to get over the top of that pitching lip, releasing the tail. Like, really hard turn to do. Easy from up here, but it does seem like a lot of the surfers are getting really over-ambitious on that section. We've had several days now to realise how hard it is to make that turn. Anyway, it will be an incomplete, but she got a turn done before. That's live action. Vahine Fierro, nice and vert. And she, as well, will go down. There's been lots of falling off, lots of incompletions. It's been hard to get scores. We've had really low numbers. Could be one of the lowest scoring rounds we've seen for a while on the qualifying series.
Yeah, historical round, this one.
But how do you get out of that? You get into the rhythm and you keep trying to do these turns that aren't really on. What do you do, say? How do you mix it up? How do you kind of take yourself you know what, this isn't working. Do you carry on doing the same thing until you're going to make one turn like that eventually, but you've only got half an hour, you've only got a certain amount of ways. So you've got to get out of that rhythm somehow.
Yeah, you know, sometimes slowly building your confidence might help, you know. Not going for these huge turns, but also not playing that safe. Just keeping it simple, balanced, and just, you know, from wave to wave, being able to do better, like slowly, you know, small steps, like in life.
Just in terms of like the maneuver selection, you're trying to hit that closeout. A lot of surfers trying to tweak the tail. You think if you just put the board up, maybe just kind of float it down.
Even a carve.
Just a little carve if you've got time, or just kind of a regular sort of float maneuver. Just put it up and bring it back down again. If you've already got work done on the first maneuver, seems like a sensible option.
Yeah, you really have to project yourself to the front of the wave, because that white water will catch you, you know. And you can't really play hide and seek with that. You really have to deal with it. So you really have to project everything to the front of that section, almost as if you're like free falling to the front. But yeah, as you were saying, easy to say from here. We've been having some good examples of how to deal with that section, and watching heats and watching how the others are performing is a big part of competitive surfing. You see a lot of the, you know, more unexperienced surfers and a lot of the experienced surfers. You can see that in the challengers, you can see that in the CTs. Both men and women spend a lot of time analyzing, looking at what the others are doing, what kind of moves they're doing, what kind of boards are they using. You know, you definitely have to focus on yourself, but you can learn a lot from others. That's why the first heats are always a bit harder for everyone, because there's no reference point to judges, to the surfers. So yeah, definitely keep an eye on the other guys.
19.5 to go in this, our final heat of the day, wrapping it up. Getting up towards 5 p.m. local time down the Mid-Atlantic. And we've got a call again tomorrow in the morning to bring it all back. And see where we go towards getting through our remaining rounds. Looking for a finish. Finals day sometime between tomorrow, which is Thursday, and Saturday. Don't think we can finish it all tomorrow, but looks like we got 3 days of waiting period for kind of 2 days of competitions, so we have got through quite a lot of action. That's afforded us opportunity to pick the best out of what's remaining. Swell will be pretty similar to this size, right? It's dropped a bit, but still plenty out there. Still some big ones down the beach, actually.
Yeah, really good decisions by the contest directors. We'll have, as you're saying, 3 days to fit in the few rounds that we have left, so we can choose the best conditions for these guys and girls to perform. And I was just thinking as well that, you know, even though you have to spend time watching others surf, surfing is not like football or box where you can study your opponent and that will have a huge impact on your performance, you know, because you don't go directly against him. He's with you in the ocean, but when he chooses a wave, there's nothing you can do about it. So you can kind of study his approach, if he's going to play mental games on you. But, you know, it's not like boxing where you really need to strip down and study your opponent. It's a bit different. It's a special sport in that sense.
Yeah, I take your point. It's basically surfing on your own with other people, trying to outscore you simultaneously, but never really affecting particularly, apart from with the use of the priority. But other than that, it's all about just getting those scores. It's kind of like a time trial where you sort of stagger the starts and you're all competing the same sort of time, but really just competing with yourself and your own ability, essentially. 17 minutes and 15 to go in this. Nothing to bring you in terms of quality. The 3.5 from Mafalda Lopez, that was the first hack. She fell off on the second turn. How many times have we said that in the last sort of 48 hours? Quite a lot. With 17 to go in this one. Let's see who can fire up. Juliet, there comes. Been quiet in this. She's got the priority. She's going to try and make a move at some point as we get down towards the halfway point. Lulls seem to be getting a little longer towards this stage of this swell as it is on the wane. We are getting those extended periods, uncommon for this afternoon to see 8-10 minutes without waves. Here's Fierro finding himself an opportunity though. Good looking left here for the French Polynesian. Bang, good first turn. Love the spray, love the speed. There's a nice second. Oh man, Acosta thought she'd done that and she falls down.
I think we probably jinxed everyone. But here we go on the replay. Really clean first turn. She didn't get caught up. She could easily been caught up on that first section, which wasn't easy, and the second section wasn't easy neither. They never are here with these conditions, but she's moving. That's necessary. That's much needed at this time with 15 minutes to go. Well, 16.
All right, well, a very slow heat so far this one. A number to drop for Fierro. We're going to go to commercial break. When we come back, we'll wrap up this heat. We'll wrap up the day 2. Stay tuned.
Nothing is ever still. There is this flow that we need to surrender to. We need to go with it. Because deep down we know, wherever the wind blows, life will continue to find its perfect route. A place for new adventures, more freedom, and better living. Azores, safe by nature.
Welcome back to live action from the Azores. It's the Azores Airlines Pro, and we're wrapping up our final heats of our round of 32 for the women. It's not been a classic so far. A low scoring one, low on action, not many waves coming through. A few waves have come through, haven't been surfed particularly well. We've had quite a few incompletions, so further adding to making this one a low scoring affair. Pretty tough. That woman there's in the lead, Sarah Letiaga. Got a couple of 2s though. Those aren't big numbers. Heine Fierro. She's going all right in the Challenger Series. She's still got work left to do, but she's going okay. Sitting in a reasonable position right now, looking to attack over in Hawaii. She's 5th, equal 5th at the moment. She's actually occupying the 6th spot on the Challenger Series for the women. Heine. She's on 12,500 points in the Challengers. She'll need a few more. She'll back herself in Hawaii. Here's some live action. We've got a split peak. We're going to stay with our French goofy foot, Letiaga, who will dismount, go under a section.
Yeah. Really awesome positioning from Heine Fierro on the Challenger Series. 5th. Equal 5th.
Yeah,
so
equal 5th in 6th sort of place. She's in the 6th spot essentially, and looking for a result in Haleiwa to make sure of that, because there are surfers around her that could do damage, and it's pretty close. She's just got 500 points separating her and a bunch of other surfers beneath her. There's a big turn.
Wow.
And there's another wipeout.
Replay for Juliette. Yeah, she had to go for it really. That was only one turn. She needs 381. Yes, low scores to advance. Mafalda Lopes with a priority now. She's paddling. Let's see if she can mount on this wave. She does. Let's see how it goes. It's a 1 turn as well, but she manages to go in front of that white water. So she's gonna put her 2nd score on the board. She was looking for a 144 to advance, and now our heat leader, another closeout. But Fierro, if she goes to 3rd or 4th now, she'll be definitely dangerous, and with a priority, as we have the replay from Mafalda,
just that one turn, but kind of a free fall off the top.
Yeah, she gets the completion, which is good. And it will count for her at the moment. She's only got one score locked in. It's a really, really quiet heat. There's not much really to talk about in terms of action in this one. But Mafalda Lopez getting a good completion there. Gets a decent number as well. 517 is pretty good. So a technical turn being rewarded. And a flash of quality. Here's Juliette Lecombe. Cut back. Almost digs the nose in at the end of the cutback as the wave goes kind of weird and choppy. Just about clings on. She's in 4th place at the moment. Here's Vahini Fierro on a soapy one. It's a lip.
Really loose and clean surfing from her. You know, not getting stuck in that white water. A lot of speed there. Let's watch this again. You know, it's a foamy wave, but she twists her arms and her torso really well and just finishes the wave off well. She's looking to replace a 1 point, and yeah, she only really needs a 147 to go to second, so we'll probably have a situation change right now. But Lisiega with the priority, now needing 5 points to go to second, so he had a little twist in the situation. Mafalda now in 1st, Fierro 2nd, Lisiega 3rd place, and Lecombe actually up and riding at the moment. Let's see. Nice, she can ride out of that, so she'll finally put a little something on the scoreboard, but still needing, you know, a good score.
Under 10 minutes now. Lisiega having a little clip of a turn. It's not going to be a big number. She's in 3rd place right now. Needs a 5 for second. Don't think she'll get that. Yeah, coming off 5th at the Roxy Pro France was Vahini Fierro. This is another look at that last turn. It's going to be a pretty small number for that. And looking in a good place overall in terms of qualifying. Didn't do so well in Air Series, 17th. Huntington Beach did a little bit better than that in 9th. So quite consistent on the Challenger Series is Vahini Fierro. Still with a result to get. Some surfing yet to do at Haleiwa. This is live action. This is Juliette Lecombe. She'll go for a backhand turn. Kind of a re-entry type maneuver on a closeout. She will get a completion.
Lecombe really has a classy style.
All right, paddling out the back. It looks like our heat leader with priority, Mafalda Lopez. She kind of catches the rail early on, then gets some good speed. Similar turn to her last wave. So we're seeing much more kind of one maneuver type surfing, a definite sort of change in tactics or approach anyway. Surfers realising that the second turn was getting incomplete too often. So just going for the one maneuver. It's paid off for Mafalda Lopez. She got 5.17 for 1.
Yeah, Mafalda, one of the best Portuguese aerialists. She started really early to bet on those, you know, 360 airs, and I love that she likes to vary diverse surfing really. In Costa, I don't know if you recall that, but she was doing those dropping the wallet carves a lot in laybacks and stuff, and you know, it's so good to see, you know, especially in competition where surfing, you're really surfing for a purpose, right? You're surfing for the score, and when you can get that score but, you know, do a layback or do a floater or do, you know, a very beautiful roundhouse catback, or, you know, just do something different, really fills up the eye. And that's why diversity is up there as one of the most important things in the criteria. And it's much needed, you know, in competition to see different things. It's just hard sometimes, you know, when you traveled, you know, half the world to go through that heat. You don't really want to go and be all inventive. And here goes Mafalda. Looking for the air.
Oh, it's really nice.
One.
Well, you called it, Zay. saying she's one of the best aerialists, and that is a clean stomp rotation.
happy.
She loves it. Look at the stoke there. Electrifying. She's loving that. And throws it down. Some good claims. She's lit up the beach here. And after a couple of turns,
She wants it.
she wants
She
more.
wants to hear it.
All right, live action behind her. Here goes Sarah Lisiaga off the bottom. Nice carve. She's got a section here to hit as well. She'll want to finish this turn. Oh, man. Just ran out of speed, basically. The board just kind of died as she offered it up to the lip. No other real explanation as to what happened there. But let's just reflect back on that from Mafalda Lopez. How many times in QS competition have we seen air reverses being stomped in the women's side? Not many. Great to see that over here in the Azores.
Yeah, exactly. We've been seeing it more and more, but I don't think we had any air in the women's competition in this event yet.
We haven't even had an attempt, really, I don't think. But look at this. Let's admire it. Gets a nice ramp. The fins go up. The tail goes high.
She can't really believe it at first, and then she's like, "Woo! What should I do? Should I keep on this wave? Yeah, I'm gonna keep on this wave. Yeah, I want to hear what people have to say." Another angle for this turn, and beautiful. She really goes to the base of the wave to do the rotation. So goes to show that Mafalda is a very diverse surfer.
Great surfing from Mafalda Lopez. Going to the progression. You called that out. You pretty much queued it up there, Zay. I've got to say, credit to you.
Yeah,
Talking about her aerial skills, and the judges waste little time in throwing her a perfect 10.
Wow.
10 points for Mafalda Lopez. There it is. One judge lowballed it with a 9-8. That gets deleted anyway. We lose the high. Well, there's 4 scores that are the same, so we take the average of 3. And that gives us a perfect 10 for Mafalda Lopez. What a great moment for her.
Nice one. Yeah, you know, if you compared with what happened today in the women's round, in this round, it was definitely a 10. I'm sure this wasn't like Mafalda's best air, but yeah, surprised with that. The judges really loving it, and we all did actually. So yeah, great. Best score of the day for the women's round, I think.
Let's recap this heat and see how it's gone down. A final heat of the day was low numbers early on before it just got fired up. This is Vahini Fierro early on, doing good work, but couldn't get the second turn done.
Yeah, unfortunately felt right there. This is our surfer in yellow, Sarah Lisiega, and Juliette. This was her best wave. Fins out on that section, 4-5 for her on that. Really good. And this is our heat leader. Started off with a nice off the top there. That wave didn't really offer much, and this is the first 10 point of this event. One of the best turns of all day. Well, actually the best turn of all day for the women's round. She loved it, we loved it, everyone loved it, and what a, you know, best way to finish off a full day of competition with a 10 points. No one really was expecting this. So.
Didn't see that coming, to be fair. You're thinking this is going to be another one of those heats where surfers going through in single figures. And Mafalda Lopez, massive. You can't get better than a 10. It's the perfect score. Our judges throwing that in and just saying, you know what, the progression of the sport on the women's side, great to see her taking those risks. It's already leading the heat, now leading it by an absolute mile. Everyone is comboed right now for first place, but not comboed for the important second. And this heat has essentially become a battle for second place. At the moment, Svahini Fierro occupying that spot with a couple of threes. High threes they are. Still, those are modest numbers, and the requirement for Sarah Lisiaga isn't big, or for Juliette Lacombe. They need a 4-3-3 and a 3-3-3 respectively. But what a cool moment for that young woman, Mafalda Lopez, getting a perfect 10. Let's have another look.
Wow. I love the claim, I love the reaction, right? It's so organic, so true. It's really good to see a moment like this in competition. I'm sure one of her best competition moments, and actually, like the last few comps I've seen, she can really, overcome herself in competition, which is a good sign. She's a young surfer, and this is live action.
Asiaga, couple of hits, bit tentative.
She loves it. She was looking, in fact, only for a 4.33, so there's a cleaner wave. She goes for a little snap, and then, yeah, wasn't the best wave really. It was a smaller wave, so I think the judges will take that into consideration, and let's wait and see what they think about this.
Yeah, she needed a 4.33 for second place. It's been an interesting score into the final minute. Juliette Lacombe, where have you been throughout this heat? She looks out of sorts. She's got an opportunity here. She'll have a dig. I'm not sure she'll get it though. She'll surrender at second priority as well with that paddle. Go down to third. She'll also miss the opportunity to score points. Here goes Vahini Fierro. This is an important wave for her. Bashes it. She'll land that turn. So we're waiting for the score from her. We're also waiting for that wave from Sarah Lasiaga. So she can put Vahine under pressure. Because the 4.33 is the number. This is the last wave of Vahine.
Yeah, off the top right there. She only needs to replace the 3.9, so at least, that was a critical section. And yeah, small wave, couldn't really do two turns there, and let's see how this one plays out. Juliette Lacombe is looking for a 4.33. We'll be waiting for that score, and Mafalda has a victory lap here. Let's see if she goes for another air.
What's she got? What?
What?
That one was done with a ton more speed.
Yeah.
She's loving this. Putting on an air show. Down here is Mafalda Lopez.
She's on the expression session.
She doesn't get a completion for that, but I just love the attack from her. She's already got a perfect 10 or an air. And bringing that one in with an incompletion. A slightly worried look on the face of Vahine Fierro. She won't know exactly where she is right now. She's requiring, well, sorry, she's waiting for a number. We're going to get scoring for Sarah Lasiaga, who was happy with it. Judges less so. They're giving her a 3.53. So she comes quite a bit short.
Yeah, she's waiting for the score. Let's see her reaction when she listens, if she can. Mafalda has the right to go with a jet ski out. Azorian jet ski. He's giving her the props she deserves. And a happy Mafalda, smiley Mafalda. She has all the reasons to be. It's not every day you score a perfect 10. This is a, especially in a day like today, right? So you can only really get it with an aerial maneuver. Well, not the only way, but the easiest way, the most obvious way would be an air. And really glad to see it from Mafalda, our surfer in blue in this heat.
Yeah, incredible way to finish off a big day of competition. Mafalda Lopez smashing out a perfect 10 for an air. A historic moment here in the Azores Airlines Pro. We're going to go to break. When we come back, we're going to bring you the post-show and break it all down in the studio. We'll be right back.
Dia de chegar, aquele onde tudo o que sonhaste se iria realizar, onde irias mostrar ao mundo todo o teu talento. A oportunidade é agora, o momento é o teu. Agarra-o e mostra tudo o que te vai na alma. Canta como nunca cantaste, toca como nunca tocaste e mostra que tu és aquele que procuramos. Now The Search by Samsung Galaxy Z, o programa de talentos que te leva do quarto para o palco das maiores salas de espetáculo do país. Inscreve-te em meldasearch.sap.pt.
Welcome to the show.
Let's do it.
I don't want to say mix getting comboed.
For me, going to Chopu, I kind of say bring it on.
Billy is being treated in a hospital.
You look famous.
I look famous?
Yeah, you don't.
You're ruining my vibe, man.
Oh yeah. I'll show you guys some of the secrets.
Come check it out.
Nothing is ever still. There is this flow that we need to surrender to. we need to go with it. Because deep down we know, wherever the wind blows, life will continue to find its perfect route. A place for new adventures, more freedom and better living. Azores, safe by nature.
Welcome to the post show of the Azores Airlines Pro. Big day of competition on a Wednesday. And incredible scenes in our final heat. A perfect 10 for Mafalda Lopes. Can't wait to get some insights from her. And I believe she is standing by down the beach with Joanna Garnell to break it all down.
That's right, Paul. I mean, you didn't claim that air. You full-on celebrated it. And you had every right to it because it's our first 10 of the event. How are you feeling?
It feels amazing to make my first 10, and in such a special place to me. Like Azores is like my second home, I guess. It was here that I was European champion, and it's also good to be my first 10.
Were you looking for those ramps?
I wasn't really looking for it, but it just came, and I was like, I'm not gonna waste the opportunity to try and make a good air.
It was God sent. Do you want to say a few words in Portuguese?
Obrigada a todos os que me apoiam. Estou muito feliz por ter conseguido fazer este aéreo e beijinhos.
Good job. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Joanna. Great job from Mafalda Lopes. Say, mate, what a cool moment that is. I mean, in commentary just before you was talking about her aerial skills, and we were looking at kind of 3s and 4s and little re-entries, a lot of incompletes. We didn't really see that coming. That was amazing.
Yeah, she really, well, you know, she's surprising like that, I think. When you least expect, she just takes an air out of her pocket, and 10 points. What a way to finish this day, and well, surprising for a day like this, but not really surprising that Mafalda did it, because she's really good on that.
Shall we have a look at some Azores Airlines wave of the day for men's and the women's? I think we will. Let's look back and see our finest rides from both departments. Kicking it off, this was the men, and this was big action. A big hit there on the ends.
Wow.
Young Frenchman Marco Mignot tore it apart. This was a long time ago this morning that this happened. Super impressive.
Yeah.
How's that for a technical turn?
Yeah, and talk about that last section. So hard, and you know, that was like pretty much close to impossible. He really rode that out. This is the 10 points we were talking about. Amazing, and the rotation and just the smile. It's so contagious. I'm gonna dream with that tonight.
Stomps that. Not an easy rotation to do, and talk about how tricky that section is. But that pure joy from her, that elation on her face, that stoke. And we talk about surface sunrise at the end of waves, throwing up fist and like trying to sort of show that they think they got the score. That was kind of just pure from the heart.
Yeah,
right? She wasn't
pure.
selling anything. She was just absolutely delighted to have made that, as were we and everyone on the beach here.
Yeah, it's great when there's like really organic reactions. That was really a good competition moment.
A fine moment to finish things off. We've had a lot of good moments. We've picked out our finest 5, and let's run them and show you our top 5 moments of the day from the Azores Airlines Pro from the men. And this was going back some time now, and this was Aaron Strong, the Britisher out of Portugal, and he ripped this wave apart and he loved it. Here's Vasco, your buddy, doing well here. Big power surfer, big spray.
Yeah, really nice wave. The only really good wave of his in this heat, but was enough to go through in first place. And this is Marco Mignot's, I think.
Marco getting a couple of moments in the top 5, looking really good this morning. And he had to measure that section on the backhand. He's been doing quite a lot of physical training with Patrick Bevan. Looks like it's paying off. How about Ryan Kainalu? He's been one of the finds of this event, and he looks deadly.
Yeah, I think both me and you were doing this, and yeah, this was one of the best waves of the day. Actually, I thought he was smaller, but he's not a small guy. He's a tall guy, and this is Marco's second wave. This is an animal turn right there. Really hard to stump, and you know, all the guys and girls should go and watch that on slow-mo, because that's hard to do.
A great moment there for Marco Mignot, the Frenchman. So that makes our top 5 moments for the men, which brings us over to the women. We've seen them this afternoon in the round of 32. We've had bunch of different moments. Of course, there's one that really kind of draws our attention, but there's some other cool moments too. Let's take a look at them.
Yeah, one tends to focus on that one moment, but we had a lot of them. Teresa Bonvalo here, really going through a really good moment, surfing really well.
Nadia Aristabe, super sharp. She was stoked after this as well. All smiles, a big performance from her. What about Joanna Hopkins, bulletproof Hopkins? Broke a board, came in, went out and ripped this for a 7. She looked great.
Yeah, true. Yolanda has 2 good moments on this. Really upside down turn. And of course, top 1 moment, 10-point ride, beautiful smile. You know, what can you say? Every time I see this, this makes me smile.
Yeah, we talk about, you know, how popular the sport of surfing is in Portugal. This will be big news tonight, right? Back in Portugal on the mainland, Mafalda Lopes is a really popular figure, and I'm getting a perfect 10 in the QS in an event in Portugal. That'll get some coverage. I reckon that'll get a few views this evening.
Yeah, definitely. And actually, I have to say, we had really good performance from a lot of Portuguese surfers today, which, you know, is very good news. And this has been more and more regular lately, that we have, you know, a pack of Portuguese surfers, young Portuguese surfers doing very well, which is, you know, a proud moment for Portugal.
Mafalda Lopes mentioning she clinched a European title over here in the Azores. It's a second home from her. She's stolen the show in the final heat of the day here. Let's just look quickly forward to tomorrow. Maybe the waves around about a similar size, maybe dropping a bit. They're still going to be in the overhead, sort of head-high region, and looking clean on the winds as well. We're pretty positive about the forecast.
Yeah, we just need to see which peak will be working today. We surfed the outside peak more towards to the right. You know, people were commentating that maybe tomorrow will be a little different, might go to the left a bit, but tomorrow we'll have a little drop, nothing really major. There will still be opportunities and waves. Period 12, wind will be, you know, pretty slow too, so looking very good.
Forecast looking very promising to wrap things up. We've got 3 days left in the waiting period. We can go through till Saturday. We don't need all that time, so that also means we can kind of pick our best moments. The tide is important out here. We've got a little bit of time to play with as well, but it's all setting up to finish sweetly. Once again in the Azores Airlines Pro, wrapping up in the next few days. Saturday, the end of that waiting period. We'll be back here tomorrow morning, worldsurfleague.com, 7:45 local time for a call for a possible 8 a.m. start. We'll look forward to the pleasure of your company then. Thanks for tuning in. Até amanhã. We'll see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.